In Jiangqing, the temperature was a mere 39.9 degrees. Generally, people only feel that life has failed them after the age of 40, yet Su Yang at just 20 already carried that sense of defeat. Even if I wrote the wrong address, is that really your excuse for being late? Hurry up and deliver it, or he'll file a complaint. Clad in his yellow delivery uniform, Su Yang rushed to finish this unreasonable order, his entire body drenched in sweat, exhausted to the point of collapse. He had climbed 10 floors all for a mere 3 yuan delivery fee, and to avoid being complained about. Clearly, it was the customer who had written the wrong address, yet he was the one forced to bear the blame. What can I do? I'm just a humble wage earner, Su Yang sighed, finding a patch of shade to rest for a moment. Before he could even settle down, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone. Ding! You have received a half-star negative review. Seeing the alert, Su Yang hurriedly opened the Rider app's backend. In that instant, his heart was filled with utter despair. The customer had written the wrong address, and he had gone the extra mile, detouring and climbing stairs to deliver the food. Even if it was late, how could that be his fault? Why would they still give him a bad review? One bad review meant an entire day's work in vain. The breakdown of an adult often happens in a single fleeting moment. He recalled the days just after graduation when he joined an internet company as a programmer, earning $20,000 a month with 6 types of insurance, 2 kinds of provident funds, and paid annual leave. How high-spirited and confident he had been then. Back then, he was the pride of his parents, the object of envy in everyone else's eyes. Whoever saw him would say, "Look at Su Yang now, that's real capability." But the good times did not last. The company collapsed at lightning speed, not even paying out the last month's salary. After 2 months of unemployment without finding a satisfying job, and his savings nearly drained, Su Yang could only turn to food delivery as a temporary measure. As a man, he reported only good news, never bad. His parents still did not know the truth. He had planned to return to his hometown in glory this year, buying his own car and making a grand entrance in the village. Now, given his situation, that dream could only remain a fantasy. To make matters worse, a few days ago, while delivering food, he ran into someone from his village. News that the once brilliant Jiang University top student was now a food delivery rider would surely spread through the entire village before long. Hey, Yang's mother, wasn't your son that outstanding graduate working as a programmer? How come I heard he's delivering food now? My kid started doing deliveries right after high school. Graduating from a prestigious university doesn't seem to matter much at all. He might as well have started delivering food from the very beginning and earned a few more years of income. My grandson's already born, but Su Yang still doesn't even have a girlfriend, right? That university education really went to waste. The moment he imagined his parents being questioned like this, Su Yang felt a sharp pang in his chest and clenched his fists tight. Work might have no inherent hierarchy of dignity, yet he was still a proud graduate of a top 985 university. What had those more than 10 years of hard study been for? Was it all just to earn a few paltry coins in delivery fees under the blazing sun? As he was lost in thought, a call came in from the station supervisor. Though Su Yang felt a bad premonition, he still chose to answer, and at once a voice thick with rage burst through the speaker. Su Yang, what the hell is wrong with you? Another negative review and complaint. Do you realize my monthly bonus is about to go down the drain because of you? The customer is God. When God tells you to take a detour, you drag your feet. Do you still want this job or not? If you don't, then get lost right now. Listening to this, a surge of fury flared up in Su Yang's heart. Damn it, it clearly wasn't his fault, yet all of the responsibility was being dumped onto him. On what grounds? Was 3 yuan in delivery fees really worth risking his life like this? Su Yang snapped. He was a human being, not a dog. You bastard, you stupid mutt, listen carefully, I quit. Your so-called God is your father, not mine. Consider yourself fired by me. Damn it. Su Yang ended the call in rage. If it meant not having to deliver anymore, so be it. No one could endure being treated like this every single day. Yet once he calmed down, Su Yang began to ponder, now that he had no job again, how would he handle his food, drink, daily needs, and rent? He opened the Rider app's backend and saw that his account had already been blocked in an instant. Sigh. Su Yang let out a long, heavy breath. Oh, heaven above. Could you grant me a system and let me experience the joy of standing at the pinnacle of life? Su Yang threw back his head and howled at the sky in helplessness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for binding the daily intelligence system. This system will provide the host with future intel every day. The current system is level 1A, delivering 3 pieces of intel per day. For every 10,000 yuan of net profit the host earns through the intel, the system will automatically grant 1 point of experience. With each level up, both the number and quality of intel will be enhanced. Current title: Intelligence Novice. Su Yang was dumbfounded. He even suspected he was suffering from auditory hallucinations. Yet the light screen before his eyes could not be fake. With a single shout, he had summoned a system. Who else could claim such a feat? As a seasoned tomato novel reader, Su Yang naturally understood the benefits of binding a system. The gears of fate had begun to turn, and he was about to bid a final farewell to his past life. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Yang hurried to study the system's functions. It was in essence a tool to exploit information gaps through future intel, allowing him to seize wealth ahead of others. System push today's 3 pieces of intel, Su Yang silently intoned in excitement. Today's intel dispatch. 1-star intel: due to an animal epidemic, the price of pork will surge 3 to 5-fold in the near future. Building an acid removal cold storage facility in advance and placing large orders can yield huge profits. The more you invest, the more you earn. It certainly has value, but I don't have any capital. I don't even have enough money to open a futures account, let alone build cold storage and buy pork in bulk. You should at least send me intel I can actually use. This piece of intel was like a chicken rib, tasteless to chew yet a pity to throw away. No wonder it was only 1-star intel. 1-star intel: Hong Langman Footbath City in Jiangxing is running a discount promotion. Recharge 10,000 and receive 20,000 in bonus credit. During the event, recharging grants 10 sessions of VIP service on the 4th floor. Limited spots, first come first served. I can barely afford proper meals, and you expect me to go for a foot bath? Even a dog wouldn't go. Besides, is that foot bath center even legitimate? If it's legitimate, I don't want to go. If it's not, I absolutely can't go. In short, it's even more of a chicken rib than the last one. System, can you give me something that actually makes money? 2-star intel: in Jiangxing's antique market within the wooden box at stall No. 3 that specializes in handicrafts, there is a Hongxian flying dragon commemorative coin with a market value of 500,000 yuan. The stall owner will pack up in 1 hour. Within this hour, you can successfully pick up this treasure at a low price. Upon seeing this intel, Su Yang's heart trembled and his hands shook. At last, it was no longer some 1-star chicken rib intel. This was a 2-star message worth 500,000 yuan. Su Yang quickly looked up the location of the antique market. It was half an hour away by bike. If he set off now, he would still have half an hour left, more than enough to secure the deal. This was a chance that once missed would never come again. It was not merely a 2-star intel. It was the down payment for a spacious apartment. It was a Mercedes-Benz E300L. Could anyone remain unmoved? Even if you could, Su Yang certainly could not. At this moment, he was riding his electric scooter in a state of wild excitement, racing toward the location mentioned in the intel. Su Yang hurriedly rushed to the antique market and checked the information once more. It was stall number 3 in the antique market. According to the intel, the owner of this stall specialized in selling handicraft pieces, so this time it should not be difficult to pick up a bargain. Su Yang, after all, was an outstanding graduate of Jiangxing University. Instead of rushing over at once, he chose a corner and quietly observed for a while. At this hour, there were hardly any customers, and the stall owner slowly rose to his feet, preparing to pack up for the day. This was when his guard would be at its weakest, so Su Yang walked over to the stall at just the right moment. Seeing someone approach the stall owner, old Zhao instantly perked up. "Take your time, young man, everything here is good stuff," he said, his spirits lifting as he looked Su Yang up and down. Young, plainly dressed. A moment ago, he had thought the day would end without a single sale. He had not expected business to deliver itself to his doorstep, and the easiest kind of customer to deceive at that. Su Yang casually picked up a few silver dollars that could not have looked more fake and examined them for a moment before asking, "Boss, how much are these?" Old Zhao's eyes gleamed as he smiled. "These few yuan Shirkai silver dollars are all at the market rate, 1,000 yuan apiece." Su Yang thought to himself that this boss was truly ruthless, asking such a vicious price for something that was obviously fake. He clearly took him for a gullible fool. "Forget it. I can see you're not sincere. These are all just craft reproductions. You think I can't tell?" Su Yang put the items down, pretending to turn and leave. Seeing Su Yang about to leave, the boss grew anxious at once. This fool dropping from the sky could not simply be allowed to walk away. He hurriedly called out, "Little brother, don't rush off. How could I take you for a fool? You're clearly an expert. You saw the authenticity at a glance. Since that's the case, I won't hide it from you. These pieces are fake," he said. "But I do have some good things. Everything inside this wooden box is genuine. Since you're an expert, take a look." The boss immediately picked up the wooden box on the stall and set it to the side. Hearing this, Su Yang turned back with a smile and picked up the wooden box. He fiddled with it a few times and examined the contents. Sure enough, just as the intel had said, there was a silver dollar inside that was unlike the others. These are indeed all real," Su Yang said evenly. Joy surged in old Zhao's heart. His tactic of flattering the customer had clearly taken effect. Tell a man he is an expert, and he truly starts to believe it. Everything in here was high-quality imitation. The total purchase cost had been only 200 yuan. Selling them to this supposed fool, he was determined to make a big profit. "Yes, I run an honest business, cheating neither young nor old. Everyone calls me Zhao Conscience. You've come to the right person to buy from," he said. Inside, old Zhao was overjoyed. Seeing how shamelessly the boss was trying to fleece customers, the last trace of psychological burden in Su Yang's heart vanished. "All right, name your price," Su Yang said, holding the wooden box. "Not expensive. 300,000, old Zhao replied, casually tossing out a figure. How much? Su Yang almost had his eyes pop out of his head. 300,000. But since you're an expert, I'll only ask 100,000 from you. That's a very fair price, old Zhao said with a serious face. Su Yang looked at old Zhao a few times, then slowly raised 5 fingers. Old Zhao's brow furrowed displeasure on his face. You're only offering 50,000. Su Yang slowly shook his head. 5,000. Old Zhao pressed. 500, Su Yang stated. 500. You're not buying something, you're taking my life. This treasure worth 100,000, and you want to take it away for 500. Are you playing with me? He cried. Agitated, old Zhao reached out at once, trying to snatch the wooden box. Su Yang quickly stepped back. Boss, you don't really think I'm a fool, do you? Everything inside is high-quality imitation. If I give you 500, you're already making nearly double. I'm only buying these as decorative pieces. At most, I'll give you 1,000, he said. Take it or leave it. If you won't sell, I'll just walk away, he added, placing the wooden box down and turning to leave. Old Zhao grew even more anxious. He had wanted to fleece him, yet this young man really was an expert. With 1,000 yuan, he could still make 800, not a small amount. It was far better than working all morning and earning nothing. And if these imitations did not sell today, later they might bring in only 100 or 2 at best. By comparison, old Zhao decided selling them now would earn more. He sighed. Little brother, fine, I'll sell to you, only for you. For anyone else, I wouldn't lower the price by 5,000. Let's say we're making friends today. I'll sell them to you for 1,000, he declared. I'm taking a loss just to befriend you, he added with a sigh, calling Su Yang back with a look of exaggerated regret. Su Yang thought that there wasn't a single honest word coming out of this man's mouth, yet his taut nerves finally loosened. This was the first battle of wits in his life. Although he knew the actual cost, if he did not let the boss taste at least a little sweetness, the man would never have sold so easily. Whether he spent 500 to earn 50,000 or 1,000 to earn 50,000, in essence it made no difference. To earn big money, one could not be greedy for small gains. I've transferred the money, Su Yang said, completing the mobile payment in one smooth motion. Thank you, the boss replied. The boss handed the box to Su Yang. Su Yang forced himself to remain composed as he took it firmly in his hands and walked with measured steps toward his food delivery scooter. Once he reached the scooter, Su Yang quickly searched for the most renowned antique buying shops in Jiangxing. After a minute of checking, he confirmed one antique shop with the best reviews. He chose it because the most frequent comment about this shop was the boss pays readily and does not haggle down prices. Although antiques were bought asses and could not be returned, in order to ensure the money would safely reach his pocket, Su Yang decided to go to the antique shop immediately and sell this silver dollar worth 50,000. The shop was called Jinbao Pavilion. It was very close to the antique market. After a 10-minute ride, Su Yang arrived without incident. The storefront was small but exuded an antique elegance, giving off a steady, composed feeling. Taking up the box, Su Yang walked into Jinbao Pavilion, nervous at heart. Inside there was a tea table, and in front of it sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a Tang-style jacket, who looked very cultured. Boss, I'm here to sell something, Su Yang said to him. The owner, Xin Jingshan, slightly raised his head, pushed his glasses up, and motioned for Su Yang to come forward and sit. Smiling, he poured a cup of clear tea for Su Yang. My name is Xin Jingshan, and I'm the owner of this shop. What does little brother wish to sell? Su Yang placed the wooden box on the table. A silver dollar, he replied. Xin Jingshan glanced at the silver dollars inside the wooden box and smiled faintly. Young man, you didn't happen to watch those Finding Hidden Treasures videos online and thinking you might get lucky just now went to the antique market to hunt for bargains, did you? How much did these imitations cost you? You must have been taken in, he added. Su Yang thought that this boss truly had sharp eyes, though he had not yet noticed the genuine coin at the very bottom. Yes, I bought them from the antique market for 1,000, Su Yang answered. A look of all within my expectation appeared on Xin Jingshan's face. In his mind, young people who watched too many short videos easily developed the illusion that they could do the same. With that 1,000 yuan, there were so many better things he could have bought instead of a pile of useless fakes. Xin Jingshan shook his head and chuckled. Little brother, there are basically no hidden treasures left in today's antique markets. Even I can't find any, let alone you. Finish your tea and be on your way, he said. Boss, then take a look at this one, Su Yang said, taking out the flying dragon coin and displaying it in front of Xin Jing. At first, Xin Jingshan did not take it seriously, but after a single glance his eyes gradually grew serious. He quickly picked it up and examined it carefully in his hand. It turned out to be an authentic flying dragon commemorative coin. Its market price was 50,000, and this was also bought in the antique market for 1,000. He asked. Xin Jingshan's expression changed. He had just declared that there were no hidden treasures to be found in the antique market, and yet this young man had produced a genuine piece on the spot. And it had indeed been picked up as a hidden treasure from the antique market. It was a resounding slap in the face for, yes, this entire box costs 1,000. Su Yang smiled faintly. Xin Jingshan gazed at Su Yang with a serious look. The younger generation truly is formidable. Young man, you have an excellent eye. You actually managed to pick up a bargain in a place overflowing with fakes. Old Shin was a bit presumptuous just now. Since you came to me, I will not press down the price. This Phylon commemorative coin has a market value of 500,000. If you feel the price is acceptable, I can transfer the money to you right now. Hearing Shin Jingshan say this, Su Yang thought to himself that he had indeed come to the right place. This boss was truly forthright. He was about to transfer the money on the spot. If he had gone elsewhere, they would probably have hemmed and hawed for hours. Boss Shin, since I came here, it means I trust you. 500,000. I'll sell. Su Yang naturally did not refuse. Good. Shin Jingshan then directly transferred 500,000 to Su Yang. Seeing the string of numbers, Su Yang's heart pounded wildly. He had just earned 500,000 and gained experience toward his upgrade. This was 500,000. An ordinary person's annual salary was only a bit over 100,000. This was equivalent to 3 years of a normal person's income without spending a single cent. And he had spent less than 2 hours to have 500,000 credited directly to his account. This speed of making money was simply exhilarating. At this rate, it probably would not be long before he became a multimillionaire. Moreover, his system could still level up. When that happened, his speed of earning money would be even faster. Seeing Su Yang momentarily lost in thought, Shin Jingshan spoke again. Young man, your eye is very sharp, and your foundations are solid. But in the antique market, the waters run very deep. You may pick up a bargain once, but not necessarily twice. You might misjudge something at any moment. As someone who has been through this, I remind you not to sink too deep, lest you be unable to extricate yourself. Of course, if you find good items in the future, just bring them to me. I never cheat the young or the old. Shin Jingshan's reminder was of little real use to Su Yang, but it was after all kindly meant. All right, Boss Shun, if I have good items in the future, I'll definitely sell them to you. Su Yang knew that with his system, he would certainly have plenty of chances to pick up bargains in the future. This Boss Shun was a conscientious antique dealer suitable for long-term dealings with him. Boss Shun, I'll be heading out first, Su Yang said, then walked toward the door. Watching the well-preserved silver dollar, Shin Jingshan was quite pleased. A few days earlier, a friend had asked him to find one, and he had not expected to obtain it so soon. After Su Yang left, just as he was about to call that friend, another person walked in through the door. Shin Jingshan looked up and saw Zhao Laosi, a stall owner in the antique market notorious for selling fakes. Old Zhao, have you closed your stall for the day? How many people did you fleece today? Shin Jingshan asked with a smile. Boss Shin, what are you saying? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Just like you, I never cheat the young or the old. Old Zhao replied with a giggle. Shin Jingshan was mild-tempered, and Zhao often came over for tea. They were fairly familiar with each other. Don't. My not cheating is not the same as yours, Shin Jingshan quickly said. Ha ha, Boss Shin, with the current market, who can afford genuine pieces? Besides, I only made one sale. I bought it for 200 and only sold it for 1,000. Not much, Old Zhao said as he sat down in front of Shin Jingshan. You flipped it for 800, and that's not much. Shin Jingshan laughed, pouring him a cup of tea. It was just that the young fellow wasn't very old, as I wasn't good. He offered 1,000 for my piece. I originally wanted to earn a bit more, but he refused to raise his price, Old Zhao said with a hint of regret. He took a sip of tea, then asked, Boss Shin, you seem in a good mood. Did you receive some fine piece? Shin Jingshan smiled as well and brought out the Phylon commemorative coin. A fine Phylon commemorative coin. I bought it for 500,000. Old Zhao glanced at it a few times and nodded. The coin looked somewhat familiar to him. It looked a bit like one from his own stall. Yet he never sold genuine goods. 500,000, huh? That's quite a sum, he sighed. Yes, it was brought by a young fellow, Shin Jingshan continued. He picked it up at the antique market. Huh? He picked it up at the antique market. Which stall owner was so unlucky? What a sucker. To let someone pick up such a bargain. I'll have to laugh at him properly. Old Zhao suddenly became interested. I don't know. He spent 1,000 to buy a box of fakes, but hidden among the fakes was a genuine one. Without careful inspection, you'd never notice it. Look, this wooden box, Shin Jingshan said, taking out the wooden box. Oh, so it was. The moment Old Zhao saw the wooden box, he was dumbfounded. His gaze turned slightly. He froze. Wasn't this? He furrowed his brows, his expression suddenly turning anxious. Boss Shin, you're saying this box was bought by that young man for 1,000? Seeing Old Zhao so agitated, Shin Jingshan did not understand why. Yes. That young man was about 1 meter 80, dressed plainly with thick eyebrows and large eyes, quite handsome, right? Old Zhao hurriedly asked. Yes, Shin Jingshan answered ambiguously. With a thud, Old Zhao collapsed to the floor, his face ashen. Damn. 500,000. That's 500,000. And I was still feeling smug over earning 800 off him. Yet he turned around and made 500,000. I've taken a huge loss. Old Zhao suddenly burst into wailing on the floor. Old Zhao, don't tell me this piece was bought from your stall. Shin Jingshan could now see what the problem was. It was bought from my stall. I saw he was a young man who didn't know the trade and wanted to fleece him a bit, but it turns out he was a well-disguised expert. That 500,000 should have been mine. He had originally thought some sucker had been taken advantage of. In the end, he himself was the sucker. He had spent years treating others as fools, yet now he had become the fool. If word of this got out, his reputation would be ruined. Letting 500,000 slip through his fingers was a loss too great to bear. Tisk tisk. Shin Jingshan could not help but sigh with emotion. That Su Yang had actually picked up a bargain from old Zhao's stall, which specialized in fakes. One could well imagine how sharp his eye was. As for himself, he would never have gone to old Zhao's stall to buy anything. As for old Zhao, after swindling people for so many years, being taken advantage of this time could be considered a kind of retribution. In the world of antiques, once a deal was made and hands were off, there was no turning back. He had well and truly fallen into a trap. Old Zhao's mind replayed the scene of Su Yang buying the item again and again. Looking at it now, every word the young man had said was carefully planned. He had long known there was something good at Zhao's stall. He had thought he was the hunter. Yet high-level hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Thinking of the lost 500,000, he felt an indescribable agony. Damn. If only I had carefully inspected everything first. If only I hadn't sold fakes, hadn't tried to fleece people. Old Zhao broke down and rushed out in tears. Back in his rented room, Su Yang turned on the air conditioner without hesitation. It had been scorching before, but to save on electricity, he had never kept the AC running for long. Now that 500,000 yuan had landed in his hands, there was no need to skimp on a bit of electricity. True comfort was what mattered. Lying in the cool room, Su Yang felt his mood soar to an extreme high. In just a single day, he already had 500,000 in savings. An ordinary person would need 2 or 3 years to earn that much. He had barely lain there for a moment when a sudden phone call shrilled through the quiet. It was the head of the delivery station, Zhao Dezhu. The good mood Su Yang had just regained instantly vanished by half. As station chief, Zhao Dezhu often made things difficult for the riders, casually using fines as threats. A few days ago, after Su Yang delivered an order, the customer claimed their food had been stolen. Without a second thought, Zhao Dezhu dumped all responsibility on Su Yang, accusing him of having eaten the food himself. He even fined Su Yang 200 yuan to compensate the customer. Later, however, the customer discovered that it was another order that had been stolen. The thief had been caught, and the matter had nothing to do with Su Yang. When the customer wanted to return the 200 yuan, Zhao Dezhu refused, and even tried hard to persuade the customer to withdraw the idea. Damn it. That money was not his in the first place. What right did he have to make that decision on someone else's behalf? The more Su Yang thought about it, the angrier he became. If only the system could give him some intel on Zhao Dezhu. Although he despised Zhao Dezhu, he still picked up the call. The moment he connected, Zhao Dezhu's voice, thick with fury, blasted through. Su Yang, are you still planning to work or not? Banning your account was meant to teach you a lesson. Now there are too many orders and not enough people. Get back here and deliver takeout now. Su Yang let out a cold laugh. Before he was bound to the system, this man had already been exploiting him. Now that he had the system, Zhao Dezhu still wanted to squeeze him dry. Wouldn't that render the system pointless? Get lost. If you're short on people, go deliver them yourself. Customers are gods, remember. And you, Chief Zhao, those gods are your dear fathers. Can't you personally go and serve your own fathers? Su Yang did not give him any face at all, unleashing a full barrage of ridicule and curses. What did you say? Say that again. Zhao Dezhu was consumed by rage. A mere delivery rider dared to talk to him like this. If you didn't hear clearly, record it and savor it slowly. Su Yang said coolly. All right then, Zhao, you can get lost now. Ignoring Zhao Dezhu's roaring on the other end, he directly hung up and blocked the number. After so many days of exhaustion, this was the perfect time to take a proper rest. Su Yang planned to sleep for a while, then have a good dinner in the evening to restore his strength. Only after resting well would he have the energy to make money. Time was like a wild donkey in full gallop. Once it started running, it would not stop. In the blink of an eye, dawn of the next day arrived. Su Yang got up and washed, feeling clear-headed and refreshed. In the past, he had always dreaded getting up for work, but now things were different. Push today's 3 intel items, Su Yang silently intoned in his heart. A blue light screen flashed before his eyes, and 3 pieces of intel were instantly pushed out. 1-star intel: the sweet potato vermicelli sold in Dongbei Shuejia's livestream is in fact made from cassava starch. The cost difference between the two is significant. This constitutes suspected false advertising, and once exposed, she will refuse to compensate. It turned out to involve the recently popular Dongbei Shuejia. Su Yang often scrolled past that account and had not expected her to engage in false promotion. In today's internet age, once such a stain was exposed, future troubles would be endless. Su Yang was not a shopping enthusiast and almost never bought anything from live streams. However, a few people in his social circle had bought that sweet potato vermicelli and even felt it was quite a bargain. 1-star intel: Zhao Dezhu, station chief of the Jiangxing Xingfu Road delivery site, has long bullied employees through coercion and inducement and has been embezzling their high-temperature subsidies for an extended period. Of the monthly 300 yuan subsidy, he pockets 290 for himself, profiting greatly. A complete dossier of his misdeeds is currently available and can be downloaded at any time. Damn, Su Yang blurted. So that's how Zhao Dezhu changed cars so quickly. Turns out it all came from squeezing the employees and swallowing their money. Su Yang recalled that last month someone had mentioned a monthly 300 yuan high temperature subsidy. He had even looked forward to it, yet on the day of distribution, he received only 2 large bottles of ice-cold cola. He had been utterly stunned. Even if you were going to embezzle the high temperature subsidy, this was not the way to do it. Out of 300 yuan, he skimmed 290. Could such a person still be called human? And this was likely the least of Zhao Dezhu's crimes. Su Yang absolutely could not tolerate such behavior. The amount was not large, but that money did not belong to him. It belonged to every employee who worked hard under the scorching sun. Coincidentally, he planned to return his rented delivery bike today. He would have to report Zhao Dezhu. For the final piece of intel, Su Yang silently wished for something that could help him make money. 2-star intel: the former state-owned Hongxing machinery factory is undergoing a full cleanup of the premises, during which a crate of unknown old liquor sealed away for 40 years has been found. In reality, the crate contains aged Wuxing Mutai 12 bottles in total, with a market value of 480,000. It will be sold off as scrap in the afternoon at 5 o'clock. Arriving before 4 o'clock will allow for a bargain pickup. It was indeed an extremely valuable piece of intel. Nearly 500,000. The crate of liquor had likely been purchased back then by the factory leadership to entertain guests, only to be left behind for various reasons as the times changed. Unexpectedly, it had remained undiscovered for decades. The crate was probably so badly damaged that personnel at the factory ignored it, assuming it was nothing but trash. Decades-old Wuxing Mutai would have no trouble selling on the market. Yet another day of massive profit lay ahead. By the end of today, he would be a minor millionaire. Su Yang was someone who listened to good advice. Since the system said that going there before 4 in the afternoon would secure the deal, he would arrive precisely at 4. Before that, however, he had to settle accounts with Zhao Dezhu. So long as that man went unpunished, Su Yang's heart would not be at peace. After breakfast, he rode the rented delivery bike toward the Xingfu Road delivery station. 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived punctually outside the station. At a glance, he saw a dozen or so delivery riders assembled with Zhao Dezhu standing in front of them, addressing the crowd. The regional manager is coming to inspect our station today. Say only what should be said. Anything that shouldn't be said, keep your mouths shut, Zhao Dezhu announced. The manager's visit is just a formality. Whatever you say, I'll know all about it afterward. He continued. Also, if he asks about the high temperature subsidies, you all know how to answer. After all, I have passed them on to you in full. Now distributing this month's high temperature subsidies. With a grand wave of his hand, Zhao Dezhu had dozens of large bottles of ice-cold cola brought out. Hearing that the regional manager was coming, Su Yang instantly formed a plan. As the riders came up to take the cola, Zhao Dezhu happened to see Su Yang. In that instant, he thought he understood. Su Yang had probably lost his job, spent the night thinking things through, and now had come to grovel and apologize. He decided he had to teach this kid a harsh lesson. Su Yang, weren't you so tough-mouthed yesterday? He sneered. And yet here you are today, wagging your tail and running back. Leaving is easy, coming back is the hard part. If you don't dare to do it, there are plenty of others who will. Zhao Dezhu. Su Yang put on the appearance of a coward, standing before him and saying, Brother Zhao, I'm young and ignorant. It's all my fault. You're a generous man. Please don't hold it against me. I really can't find any other job. Please be kind and let me keep working, he pleaded. Seeing Su Yang yield, Zhao Dezhu gave a faint smile. To challenge him was nothing but a joke. And what benefit do I get from letting you continue working? He hinted. Well, I heard the regional manager is coming for an inspection. Su Yang said quickly. I'll be sure to sing your praises in front of him and do my best to help you move up another step. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu felt genuinely tempted. He did indeed need someone like that to praise him in front of the manager. Whether he got promoted or not was secondary. What mattered was solidifying his position. With Su Yang's weakness in his grasp, the man would never dare speak out of turn, though he truly was a suitable candidate. Fine, Zhao Dezhu said. But that's still not enough. Bring me 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes as well, he added with a smile, patting Su Yang on the shoulder before walking away. A faint smile also tugged at Su Yang's lips. He not only had the system's black dossier, he had also recorded their conversation just now. 2 irrefutable pieces of evidence. These would be the very tools that sent Zhao Dezhu to his doom. Before long, the regional manager arrived by car. Zhao Dezhu immediately went up to him, a broad, ingratiating smile on his face. Uncle Zhang, you came so early. The regional manager gave a slight nod. If it weren't for the excessive number of complaints about your station, I'd be too idle to come here at all. Manager Zhang spoke with clear displeasure. He was a friend of Zhao Dezhu's father, and they interacted regularly. Back when Zhao Dezhu became station master, he had lent a hand. Naturally, he had accepted his share of benefits as well. This time he had only come to put on a show, as long as Zhao Dezhu had no glaring issues he had little interest in truly intervening. It's all those riders making trouble, Uncle Zhang, you must stand up for me, Zhao Dezhu said, equally dissatisfied. Those riders who usually acted so meek and respectful, yet behind his back, dared to file reports against him. Everything's been arranged, right? Manager Zhang asked. Yes, it's all set. I've prepared a little token of appreciation for you. You can take it with you later. Zhao Dezhu wore a knowing smile that said everything without words. Zhang frowned slightly. That won't be necessary. I have always been impartial. By the way, I left my trunk open. Help me close it later. Zhao Dezhu understood at once and agreed readily. On the side, Su Yang watched the scene, his brows knitting together. This was not good. So the regional manager turned out to be Zhao Dezhu's uncle. No wonder he was so brazen. Relying on himself alone would likely be difficult. He looked at the dozen or so riders who had not yet left, and in an instant formed a plan. He would have to mobilize everyone's strength. Su Yang, Manager Zhang, is here to understand the situation. You need to give him a proper report about me, Zhao Dezhu said. Just stick to the facts. How I usually behave. Say it exactly as it is. Zhao Dezhu declared with great confidence. All right, station master. Everyone come over here for a moment, don't leave yet. We're going to have an interview. Su Yang shouted toward the dozen riders. What are you doing? Why are you calling them over? Zhao Dezhu was taken aback. Station master, if a dozen people are interviewed together, it will be even more beneficial to you. It will better highlight your excellence, and those rumors outside will be completely disproved, Su Yang explained. Zhao Dezhu stroked his chin. He felt Su Yang's words made perfect sense. You've got something there. We'll do it your way. Zhao Dezhu smiled broadly, convinced he had made an excellent decision. This kid Su Yang was surprisingly tactful, knowing just how to act in his favor. The dozen riders gathered around. After a round of threats from Zhao Dezhu, they were clearly displeased yet helpless. They couldn't understand it. Wasn't Su Yang on the worst terms with the station master? So why was he suddenly helping the station master speak? In an instant, the riders' dissatisfaction with Su Yang surged. They felt he had already become one of the station master's people. He had become a traitor among the riders. Manager Zhang walked over with a cheerful smile, followed by someone recording video behind him. Hello everyone, I am the regional manager Zhang Yang. These past few days there have been many complaints about station master Zhao Dezhu, so I have come to investigate the situation. Please just speak truthfully and objectively. Whoever deserves punishment will be punished, or whatever needs rectifying will certainly be rectified. Zhang Yang appeared full of righteous conviction. Manager Zhang, how could such things possibly happen at our station? Su Yang spoke with a gentle smile. Station Master Zhao works with great diligence, thinking wholeheartedly for the riders' sake. We're grateful to him, we don't even have time for complaints. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu broke into a satisfied grin. Yes, that was exactly how he wanted to be described, exactly how he wanted to be praised. The riders' faces darkened as they listened. They stared fixedly at Su Yang. A traitor had truly appeared among them. Su Yang was blatantly spouting nonsense with his eyes wide open. Was he even human anymore? He was the one whom the station master had squeezed the hardest, and yet now, instead of reporting him on the spot, he was speaking in his favor. TCH. I really misjudged you, one rider said angrily to Su Yang. Everyone tell me if what I said is right or not, Su Yang asked, looking around at them. Everyone looked reluctant. They didn't want to sink into the same mire as Su Yang. But a fierce, threatening look from Zhao Dezhu forced them to echo him, however unwillingly. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Zhao Dezhu's arrangements were decent. That would save him a great deal of trouble. He continued asking, then tell me specifically, what has your station master Zhao done for you? When Su Yang heard this, he knew the real show was about to begin. Zhao Dezhu, full of expectation, fixed his gaze on Su Yang to see how this kid would promote his glorious deeds. He was already imagining that after this his station would be named an exemplary site. Then he would command even more delivery workers, and his profits would only grow. The riders also wanted to hear just what nauseating things Su Yang would say in order to curry favor with Zhao Dezhu. Su Yang glanced at Zhao, received a look in return, then slowly began. For example, the high temperature subsidy. Last month the temperature was close to 40 degrees, and the company thoughtfully prepared a high temperature subsidy for us. Our station master Zhao passed it on to us exactly as it came. We each received 2 big bottles of ice-cold cola, perfectly solving the problem of the heat. Doesn't that qualify him as a good station master? Just as Zhang Yang was about to speak, he suddenly realized something was wrong. 2 bottles of ice-cold cola as a high-temperature subsidy. The subsidy was 300 yuan per person. Yet Zhao Dezhu had only given them 2 bottles of cola. That in itself might have been normal practice, but now there was a camera recording everything. Zhao's expression changed. He hurriedly shot Su Yang a look, signaling him not to bring up the high-temperature subsidy any further. But Su Yang acted as though he hadn't noticed at all and asked Zhang Yang. Manager Zhang, our high-temperature subsidy is 2 big bottles of cola per person, isn't it? Zhang Yang, unsure how to respond, fidgeted awkwardly. Just then a rider from another station happened to stop nearby. Looking puzzled, he said, huh? Your high-temperature subsidy is just 2 bottles of cola. How come ours is 200 yuan per person? With that single sentence, the riders here erupted. Although they belonged to different stations, they were all riders of the same company. What? Really? Your high-temperature subsidy is 200 yuan, one rider asked in shock. Yes, 200 each month for 3 months, the rider from the other station replied. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed completely. The dozen riders glared furiously at Zhao Dezhu. Station master, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Why is their high-temperature subsidy 200 yuan? Zhao was visibly flustered. With the camera pointed at him, he did not dare speak the truth. One rider quickly dialed the company's hotline to ask exactly how much the high-temperature subsidy was. The answer they received was 300 yuan per month. At once the scene exploded. Zhao Dezhu, damn you and your 300 yuan in subsidy, and you give us only 2 bottles of cola. Are you even human? The riders glared, eyes wide with rage. Zhang Yang panicked as well. This was not how he had expected things to unfold. Everyone, don't be impulsive, there must be some mistake. How could Station Master Zhao possibly be that kind of person? I was fired yesterday. When I came here today, he told me that as long as I sent him 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, and then praised him in front of Manager Zhang, he would unlock my account. He is a man of his word. How could he possibly embezzle everyone's subsidies? Isn't that so, Station Master Zhao? Su Yang's words only threw Zhao further into panic. Su Yang, stop talking nonsense. When did I ever ask you for gifts? Zhao shouted anxiously. Oh. Su Yang let out a cold laugh and played the recording from earlier. This still isn't enough. Bring me 2 more cartons of Zhonghua. The voice on the recording was unmistakably Zhao Dezhu's. Seeing how far off the rails things had gone, Zhang Yang tried to signal the cameraman to stop recording. Just as he raised his hand, Su Yang spoke again. Manager Zhang, I also have a document detailing Station Master Zhao's good deeds for you to review. I invite everyone to take a look at what our great Station Master Zhao has done. I've already sent the file to the work group. As soon as he finished speaking, a file appeared in the group chat. The riders, impatient to see, opened it at once, and soon all of them were fuming. Zhao Dezhu's hands trembled as he opened it. With just a single glance, he collapsed onto the ground in fright. Those incidents were enough to utterly destroy him. Slander. This is blatant slander. Uncle Zhang. Manager Zhang, you must see the truth clearly and prove my innocence. Zhao Dezhu had never imagined that Su Yang would have so much incriminating evidence on him. Where had he obtained it? After reading the document, each of the dozen riders clenched their fists, itching to tear Zhao Dezhu apart alive. Line after line, scene after scene, all recorded how he had long been withholding their hard-earned wages, the total amount reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Zhao Dezhu, and you still dare to argue here? Everything is clearly written here. The chain of evidence is complete, and you still dare claim others are slandering you. You must have a death wish. Zhao Dezhu, give our money back. In an instant, the riders erupted in fury and hurled the 2 bottles of cola in their hands toward Zhao Dezhu. Struck by the bottles, Zhao Dezhu howled in pain. These men he usually ordered around at will had truly rebelled. Though he felt utterly humiliated and enraged, he did not dare move an inch. Just days ago, there had been a news story about another food delivery station chief who, after delaying wages, was beaten straight to the Western Paradise to meet the Buddha. Manager Zhang, how do you think Zhao Dezhu should be dealt with? Su Yang directly questioned him. The riders immediately echoed in unison, exactly. You are the regional manager. Tell us how Zhao Dezhu should be handled. If you don't give us an answer today, you're not leaving. Let's see if you dare cover up for Zhao Dezhu. Zhang Yang was thoroughly panicked, beads of cold sweat densely dotting his forehead. He had seen the document himself. It was utterly watertight. If he did not punish Zhao Dezhu, who knew what these riders might do? Cameras were still rolling, and many bystanders were filming as well. If this spread online, not only Zhao Dezhu, but he himself would be finished. Uncle Zhang. You're my Uncle Zhang. Zhao Dezhu shouted anxiously. Now only Zhang Yang could save him. After a brief moment, Zhang Yang calmed down, pointed at Zhao Dezhu in anger, and said sternly, Zhao Dezhu. To think I trusted you and you actually did such a thing. And who are you calling Uncle Zhang? Right now what you must do is immediately take out every cent you embezzled and withheld from the riders, and return it exactly as it was. Do you understand? Seeing Zhang Yang turn his back on him, half of Zhao Dezhu's heart turned to ash. That was tens of thousands. He truly could not bear to part with it. Yet given the current situation, he had no choice but to hand it over. I'll pay. He was on the verge of tears, feeling as though the efforts of the past 2 years had all gone up in smoke. After saying this, he cast a hateful glare at Su Yang. It was all because of this man. He blamed this man entirely for his current downfall. It was intolerable. He swore to viciously take revenge on Su Yang. But Su Yang had no intention of letting him off so easily. Repaying the money was merely what he ought to do. Prison was the punishment he truly deserved. Manager Zhang, the document lists several things Zhao Dezhu has done, Su Yang said. Embezzling operational funds and rectification fees allocated by upper management. Various overbearing clauses and undefeatable dealings. All of this has clearly crossed the line of the law. Simply returning the money would be far too lenient. Su Yang laid out those few pieces of black evidence enough to send Zhao Dezhu to prison for 3 to 5 years. Zhang Yang's heart trembled with fear. The young man before him was ruthless indeed. He clearly intended to drive Zhao Dezhu into a dead end. There was no way to cover up what had happened today. If he failed to handle this once his own superiors investigated, he too would be utterly ruined. Now he could only sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. Zhao Dezhu, you will face the full severity of the law. Zhang Yang showed no mercy as he directly dialed the company's legal department. Zhao Dezhu stared at this scene, his face ashen like a dead man's. Was he really going to prison? He regretted it. He regretted it more than he could express. Su Yang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you. Everyone, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have. Please spare me a way to survive. I know I was wrong. Zhao Dezhu broke down in loud sobs, his psychological defenses completely collapsing. You don't truly know you were wrong, Su Yang said coldly. You only know that you're going to prison. His words gave voice to the thoughts of every writer present. Yes, they had to send him in. Only then could they vent the hatred in their hearts. Realizing the tide had turned completely against him, Zhao Dezhu bitterly regretted his past choices. If only he had been a little less greedy. 2 police cars approached with lights flashing in the distance, drawing ever closer. As they did, Zhao Dezhu failed to catch his breath and fainted dead away from fright. 10 or so minutes later, a thoroughly disheveled Zhao Dezhu was escorted into the police car. Watching him fall from power, the riders were in high spirits. Thinking back to how they had just misunderstood Su Yang, they were filled with remorse. It turned out Su Yang had been acting for everyone's sake, while they had thought he had sided with Zhao Dezhu. Old Su, we misjudged you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Yeah, old Su, we were just too slow-witted to see what you were really doing. Old Su let us treat you to lunch this noon. You must agree. They had driven out the station chief who exploited them, and even recovered a sum of money. From the bottom of their hearts, they were grateful to Su Yang. Su Yang did not refuse their invitation to eat, as there was still time before 4 in the afternoon. They had worked together for 2 months. He treated it as a farewell meal. Zhang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief. Though his own issues were not as serious as Zhao Dezhu's, he would still have to pay a price. Fortunately, it was all within controllable limits. Brother Su Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll be going first. I have some matters to deal with, Zhang Yang said, now treating Su Yang very politely. Take care, Manager Zhang, Su Yang replied. By the way, arrange a good station chief for this place, Su Yang added. Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly, unsure whether Su Yang might uncover any of his own misdeeds. He naturally dared not offend him. This could be considered the last bit of benefit Su Yang secured for his colleagues. After the meal with Zhao Dezhu toppled, and the suffocating resentment in his chest finally vented, Su Yang's mood soared. A little after 3 in the afternoon, he arrived at the gate of the Hongxing machinery factory, intending to pick up that crate of aged Wuxing Maotai at a bargain. Though it was not his first time, he still felt a bit nervous. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few people at the factory entrance, at least a dozen. Su Yang went forward to inquire, and learned from an insider that the machinery factory was undergoing a major cleanup. Some stools and chairs were no longer needed, and were being given away for free, which had attracted many people hoping to pick up bargains. Most of them were older folks, though there were also a few younger people. At 4 o'clock sharp, the factory gate opened. A large truck loaded with boxes drove out slowly and stopped at the entrance. Everyone rushed up, each wanting to choose first. Standing in the second row, Su Yang's gaze instantly locked onto a crate of Maotai at the bottom. The driver, a cigarette dangling from his lips, jumped down, flicked off some ash, and looked at the crowd. Plenty of people greedy for small gains, huh? He sneered. You think this stuff is being given away for free? You're dreaming. All this is going to the scrap recycling station. Stop thinking about getting something for nothing. With a mocking look on his face, the driver thought to himself that as the manager's brother-in-law, these items could fetch at least a few hundred yuan at the recycling station. Giving them away for free would be far too wasteful. I know him. He's the brother-in-law of the manager at Red Star Machinery Factory. We only waited here because they said these things would be given away for free. Now you're going back on your word. What's the meaning of this? We've been waiting for nothing. An elderly man and woman voiced their discontent on the spot. The driver, however, looked utterly unconcerned. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and said, You know the manager is my brother-in-law, yet you dare to shout here. These things could sell for a few hundred at the scrapyard. Can't I treat myself to a good meal? Giving them to you would be a waste. Hearing this, the crowd grew even more indignant. We don't even want them. You promised they were free. Otherwise, who would bother coming? Although the elderly folks had come hoping for freebies, suddenly revoking the offer felt like a cruel tease. Take it or leave it. The driver tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, and stomped it hard. Seeing the moment was ripe, Su Yang stepped forward quickly. If this guy left, how would he make his money? Brother, how much are you selling this chair for? Su Yang pointed at a peeling chair and asked. The crowd cast strange glances his way. This thing was only worth taking if free. Buying it with money was pure folly. Was this young man out of his mind? Young man, this is worthless. Picking it up for free to burn as firewood is fine, but spending money on it would be a loss. An elderly woman came over to warn him. The people around nodded in agreement. Su-young shook his head. Though the woman meant well, he knew the inside story. I feel this chair really catches my eye. I want to buy it. Su-young didn't immediately mention buying that crate of liquor to avoid arousing suspicion. Young man, I think. The elderly woman seemed intent on persuading him further, but the driver glared at her menacingly. His eyes were clearly threatening. He wants to buy, and you're stopping him. What's your games? Brother, don't worry, he'll sell it to you cheap. $200? How about that? The driver held up 2 fingers with a sly grin. This leather chair was hardly worth giving away for free, but this kid was clearly the type with more money than sense. Even if he couldn't get 200, 100 would be far better than the scrapyard. 200. Su-young murmured as if pondering. You're too heartless. This piece of junk for 200. Are you trying to rip him off? Exactly. Young man, don't listen to him. Annie knows a place with chairs like this, and they're much cheaper. Don't fall for it, kid. The people around all chimed in with warnings. Su-young acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He touched the chair, then nodded directly. 200 it is. He'll take it. The driver was visibly stunned. He never expected anyone to actually spend 200 on. What a fool this guy was. Had stumbled upon a sucker today. The onlookers, seeing Su-young actually agree, stared at him as if he were an idiot. A new one of these cost just a few dozen bucks. This trash for 200. With that money, couldn't he buy a few pounds of ribs instead? This young man really had something wrong with his head. The driver took down the chair with a grin, smiling at Su-young. Brother, you've got good taste. You're getting a steal at 200. These people don't know anything. Don't mind them. Pay up and it's yours. The driver opened his payment QR code. Without any hesitation, Su-young scanned and paid 200 bucks. After receiving the money, the driver was all smiles. His mind raced. If he could sell a few more items to this kid, he might make even more today. Brother, see if there's anything else you need. Still at a fair price, he'll sell it to you. The driver lit a cigarette, beaming. Nothing else. Su-young had just said this when he casually glanced at that crate of 5-star Maodai. What's? Su-young asked. Oh, it's a crate of liquor. This is good stuff. Aged for years, decades old. To be honest, it may look shabby on the outside, but inside it's a treasure. You're a man who knows his liquor. You can tell its quality. $1,000 and it's yours. The driver pointed at the crate of 5-star Maodai. 8,000. Too expensive. Wouldn't decades-old liquor have gone bad? If it were a few dozen, I'd buy it to water the flowers, but 1,000 for this box of junk. Su-young was certain the guy had no idea the crate's true value, but he remained cautious. He pretended to walk away, counting down 3 seconds in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, the driver called him back. Brother, I was just joking. It's not 1,000. It's only 100. 100. You definitely won't lose money on this. The driver, without waiting for a reply, lifted the crate and handed it to Su-young. Su-young's heart leaped with joy. The fish had taken the bait. All right. I mainly want the bottles inside for decoration. The money's been sent. Su-young took the crate of 5-star Maodai. The driver, having received the payment, was all smiles. Selling 2 pieces of junk for 300 bucks was like a day's wages. What a thrill. The onlookers who had witnessed Su-young's purchases shook their heads in pity. This young man was far too foolish. In such a short time had been cheated out of 300. Were there really people this gullible? They all sighed in relief that Su-young wasn't their own child. Su-young carried the crate of 5-star Maodai and headed out. As for the chair, it was merely a precaution to avoid raising suspicion. Whether he kept it or not didn't matter. Once the transaction was complete, the goods were his. Just as Su-young was pondering how to find a buyer, someone called out. Su-young turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Young friend, is that crate you're carrying liquor? The man stared intently at the crate. Yes, Su-young nodded and prepared to leave. Young friend, don't go just yet. Could I take a closer look? The man grew anxious as Su-young turned away. Don't worry, I'm Wang Bo, the boss of Jiangshan Linjiang Liquor Group. Hey, race my card. Wang Bo announced his credentials. Su-young glanced at the card. This man seemed like a good buyer. He handed over the crate. Sure, you can have a look. Wang Bo immediately examined it closely, first the exterior, then peering through a crack inside. In just half a minute, his face lit up with excitement. Young friend, are you willing to sell this crate? He'll buy it at a... Wang Bo, realizing this was a rare, decades-old 5-star Maodai, was thrilled beyond measure. The crowd, seeing the commotion, quickly gathered around. Wasn't this supposed to be a crate of spoiled liquor? Why was this man offering a high price for it? The driver, upon seeing this, hurried over. He recognized Wang Bo as a big shot, and hoping to curry favor, warned, Mr. Wang, you've got it wrong. This is a crate of spoiled liquor. Worthless. Don't let him fool you. Wang Bo shot the driver a glance and curled his lips in a scornful smile. Ha, this young friend is a connoisseur. How could he fool me? And I've confirmed it. This is no ordinary liquor. This is at least 40-year-old 5-star Maodai. When they heard 40-year-old Maodai, everyone's jaws dropped. Inside that shabby crate was actually Maodai and 40-year-old aged liquor. My God. A regular bottle of Matai now costs 2,000 yuan. How much is a bottle of 40-year-old Matai? The onlookers' gazes towards Su Yang changed instantly. I thought this young man was a fool for spending so much money on junk, but unexpectedly this box contains 4. In other words, this young man had seen through it all along. He did it on purpose. They regretted not buying that box of liquor just moments ago. They could have struck it rich. Matai. And it's 40 years old. The driver was stunned. He looked at the tattered cardboard box with disbelief. Who would have thought that Matai would be wrapped in such a shabby box? The key point is he almost sent it to the recycling station, but it was bought by someone else. His eyes were filled with regret. Mr. Wang, how much is this box of liquor worth? The driver asked cautiously. Wang Bo adjusted his glasses and smiled. Currently the market price is 100,000 yuan per bottle. This is a box of 12 bottles. Do I need it? And am willing to buy it at the market price no matter how many good bottles are inside. Little brother, 48,000. I'll buy your box of Matai. What do you think? When Wang Bo mentioned the number 48,000, the shock among those present was almost palpable. That's 48,000. With the current housing prices dropping, that money could almost buy a second-hand house in the suburbs of Jiang City. Damn. How lucky is this young man? Why couldn't I have stumbled upon such a great deal? It's clear that he has the ability. How could we have seen what was inside that box? Although most people were envious, they didn't harbor any ill intentions. After all, Su Yang earned it through his keen sight. However, when the driver heard 48,000, he was instantly dumbfounded. Had he sold the Matai worth 48,000 after only receiving 100 yuan? What was he doing? That money should have belonged to him. Now it has all fallen into this young man's hands. No wonder he would buy such junk and was willing to spend a few hundred of it. Turns out he had seen through it all along. Remembering what was said earlier, the driver felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Sure, Mr. Wang, since you need it, I'll part with it. Payment upon delivery, Su Yang said with a slight smile. Unexpectedly, the buyer came to him, saving him some trouble. All right. Wang Bo smiled as he instantly transferred 48,000 yuan to Su Yang. The amount was exactly as the system predicted. Your industrial and commercial bank card ending in 6888 received 480,000. Earned 48,000 from information, gaining 48 experience points. Receiving this reassuring message, Su Yang felt incredibly pleased. Great, this box of Matai is mine now. Wang Bo was very happy. As someone in the liquor industry, he naturally loved collecting such vintage wines. Mr. Wang, you transferred the wrong amount. Just as Wang Bo was about to leave, the driver suddenly, 48,000, not a cent less. This little brother has already received it. How could I have transferred it wrong? Wang Bo asked, puzzled. The driver revealed a flattering smile and continued, it was the person who transferred the money that made the mistake. I meant that you shouldn't have transferred it to him, but rather you should have transferred it to me. Because this Matai belongs to me. If you transferred to him, wasn't that a mistake? Seeing Su Yang score such a huge fortune from him, he was naturally extremely jealous. He had to get that money back. What do you mean? This liquor is yours. Wang Bo frowned. Of course it is. This liquor is definitely mine. It was cleaned out from the Hongxing machinery factory. I originally planned to take it home. Everyone here knows that. The driver hurriedly said. The surrounding crowd looked at the driver with disdain. Isn't this just being unreasonable? Although Su Yang made a fortune, they couldn't say such things. After all, he had the insight and was humble, unlike this person who was arrogant and had bad intentions. Nonsense. That's right, you personally sold this to this young man. How dare you shamelessly claim it as yours? Payment upon delivery. Since you sold it, it's now theirs. Exactly. Stop being unreasonable here. The crowd was already dissatisfied with this guy. Now seeing him act so unreasonably, they naturally wouldn't help him. Don't you want those tables and chairs? I can give them to you for free. The driver, seeing no one helping him, became, he who wants some junk. That's right, you want to give them away for free now? But you weren't saying that earlier. Trying to buy us off with this junk is simply a dream. The crowd showed no interest. Wang Bo also understood the situation clearly. He looked at the driver coldly and said, since you've already sold it, it's no longer yours. It's only right that I pay this young brother. Do you dare to be unreasonable here? Are you challenging me? Wang Bo's cold remarks made the driver tremble. This. He was extremely anxious. A big boss like Wang Bo was not someone he could afford to offend. Brother, how about I don't sell it to you? I want to buy this box of liquor back for 100 yuan. No, they'll pay 10,000. That way you won't lose out. Instead, you'll make a profit of 10,000. They'll transfer it to you right now. The driver thought of this idea. Su Yang smiled faintly. Wasn't this a joke? Seeing himself sell it at a high price, he wanted to back down. Dream on. If it weren't for the information, this box of liquor would have already been tossed in the trash. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with him. No need. I just spent 100 yuan on this box of liquor. Didn't you lose anything either? Instead, you made a profit of 100. And although I earned a bit more, that cost me 100 yuan. But what about you? You didn't put in any effort and made 100 for nothing. You're the real winner in life. After Su Yang spoke, everyone laughed heartily. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Mr. Wang, let's meet again when we have the opportunity. Su Yang waved goodbye, turning to leave without the slightest hesitation. The driver looked at the mocking gazes of the crowd, wishing he could turn back time. 48,000, a house in the county town, just like that, thrown away by himself for the greed of a few hundred. Damn, if only I hadn't been greedy. Perhaps that 48,000 would have been mine. Oh no. The driver was filled with regret, collapsing onto the ground, utterly defeated. That was over 40,000. His heart was bleeding. Now my savings have reached 1 million. In just 2 days. 50,000 a day. This speed of making money is simply exhilarating. Just as Su Yang was immersed in the joy of making money, his mother's phone rang. He pressed the answer button and his mother's voice came through. Xiaoyang, why haven't you called home in the past 2 months? How's work going? Is everything smooth? This question left Su Yang a bit at a loss for words. He had been unemployed for 2 months and didn't dare let his family know to avoid worrying them. Mom, everything is going well. My salary is higher now, but I'm quite busy, so I haven't had time to call. Su Yang explained. Oh, Xiaoyang, if there's anything, just tell us. It's nothing serious. We are young, we can take it and let it go. There's no need to be disheartened over temporary setbacks. Mom believes in you. This reassurance left Su Yang a bit confused. Why was his mother suddenly comforting him? It was quite rare. Mom already knows that your programmer job is gone, and now you're delivering takeout. The village's Su Daping ordered takeout from you when he went to Jiangxing that day. There's nothing wrong with delivering takeout. Earning money by yourself, we shouldn't feel ashamed. Opportunities will come in the future. Just take care of your health. I read on my phone that delivering takeout is quite strenuous. His mother went on, and Su Yang remembered that a few days ago Su Daping from the same village indeed received takeout delivered by him. At that time he had reminded him not to tell anyone. Now it seemed that his delivery job was already common knowledge. But that didn't matter. Su Yang didn't care about what others said or thought about him. He just wanted to make money. Only by earning enough money could his parents enjoy their old age, and he could live freely. Mom, I did deliver takeout for a while, but that was before. Now I have a new job. You don't need to worry about me. This job is much better than the last one. Mom, let me transfer you some money. First use it for now, and I'll send you more later. Su Yang directly transferred 100,000 yuan. The 100,000 yuan wasn't a lot. It would be enough for the family for quite some time. Su Yang still needed the remaining money in case he needed a large amount of capital for any intel. It would come in handy. After seeing the 100,000 yuan transfer, his mother was taken aback. After all, Su Yang had only graduated for half a year and had been unemployed in between, yet he directly transferred 100,000 yuan. Mom, don't worry, my current job is great and I'm making a lot of money. Take this 100,000 yuan and spend it. Don't be stingy. I'll replace whatever needs replacing at home. Your son graduated from Jiangxing University, a top student. How could I possibly be without a job? After hearing Su Yang's words, Chun Sume believed that Su Yang had indeed found a better job. Moreover, making 100,000 yuan at once made her feel deeply moved. Her son was successful and had grown up. All right, my son has succeeded and am doing well too, Chun Sume said happily. This was the first time Su Yang had sent money home, and it felt very special. It felt like a mature lion returning home after its first hunt. When he returns home later, he would definitely drive a luxury car to let his parents enjoy some glory. The two chatted for half an hour before ending the conversation. It was already night, and Su Yang found a street stall, ordered some barbecue and 2 bottles of chilled beer. Basking in the cool night breeze, he felt like he had reached the peak of life. The next morning, Su Yang woke up. Today there were still 3 pieces of intel. He wondered if anything new would come up. Based on the previous 2 days' situations, this time, he would at least have intel worth around 500,000. Push today's 3 pieces of intel. Su Yang silently thought. 2-star intel: the shocking human trafficker Mei Jia will appear at 9 a.m. today at the public restroom at 3, Xingfu Road, Jiangxing. She will be wearing a black coat, black sunglasses, and a black hat. Mei Jia is a nationwide wanted criminal. If the tip-off is valid and the capture is successful, it will be nearly 600,000. The first piece of intel is already the guaranteed minimum. The first piece is actually 2-star intel, worth 600,000. Su Yang was a bit dazed. Based on the previous day's intel of this value should have come out last. And it was about a wanted criminal. The human trafficker Mei Jia. Su Yang had seen her news. She had trafficked over 20 children. That was the happiness of over 20 families, all destroyed by this trafficker. Su Yang searched online for news about Mei Jia, and the more he read, the angrier he became. Such a person must be severely punished by the law. This is no longer just about the reward. It concerns 20 families. If Mei Jia is captured, she will definitely reveal information about those trafficked children. Even without this 600,000 reward, Su Yang would still choose to report Mei Jia. It was just 8 o'clock, Mei Jie would appear at the public restroom at 9. 1 hour was enough for the police to organize their personnel. Immediately, Su Yang dialed the tip-off hotline. Hello, I want to provide intel about the actions of trafficker Mei Jie. Su Yang got straight to the point as time was pressing and he needed ample time for preparation. Are you saying you want to report Mei Jie's whereabouts? The operator responded with surprise. Yes, Su Yang affirmed. Alright, I have started recording here, you can go ahead. The operator was ready to listen. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mei Jie will appear at the public restroom at 3, Xingfu Road, Jiangxing. She will be wearing all black with a black hat and black sunglasses. As long as you prepare before 9, you can capture her in one go. Su Yang shared the intel provided by the Alright, I will notify the relevant departments. Please leave your bank account number and contact information. If the situation is verified, we will transfer the reward to you on time. Su Yang then provided his bank account number and contact information, hanging up the phone a few seconds later. Not only had he done a good deed this time, but he was also set to earn 600,000 in rewards, and he began to look forward to the next 2 pieces of intel. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing police station, Captain Li Weimin received this news. He was initially skeptical, as such precise intel was indeed suspicious. However, his own intel also indicated that Mei Jie had recently appeared around Jiangxing. Although Li Weimin was a bit doubtful, he had no choice but to act. If the intel were true, it would be the best opportunity to capture Mei Jie. He immediately ordered his team to set up a trap and wait for the trafficker to take the bait. After finishing the phone call, Su Yang continued to review the 2 pieces of intelligence below. 1-star intelligence: a heavy rainstorm is expected in the Linjiang district of Jiangxing at 4 p.m. It is not advisable to go out at this time to avoid getting drenched. Su Yang glanced at his phone. The weather forecast stated it would be sunny today with no rain. However, the system indicated rain, which meant the forecast was once again inaccurate. As long as he gets home quickly in the afternoon. 2-star intelligence: there is a Bing Wu Ma scratch-off lottery ticket at Linjiang Road with a prize of 1 million located in the middle of the first board. The last piece of intelligence brought another highly profitable opportunity. A scratch-off ticket worth 1 million. This is simply fantastic. After taxes of 200,000, he would take home 800,000. Today he would earn a total of 1,400,000. He was one step closer to becoming a wealthy individual with his small goal. Now it was past 8 o'clock, just in time for the lottery store to open. Su Yang prepared to act swiftly and secure the $1 million prize. As for the matter regarding Sister Mei, as long as the officials took it seriously, there would be results today. Without further ado, Su Yang headed straight to the lottery store on Linjiang Road. The lottery store had just opened, and there were very few people. This was the perfect opportunity for him to seize a bargain. As soon as he entered, Su Yang glanced around and saw only 2 other people, one older gentleman in his 60s. The other was a young guy in his early 20s. The older man seemed to be teaching the young man the secrets of scratching lottery tickets. This 20 yuan ticket has the highest chance of winning. Listen to me, young man. I have 20 years of experience and have developed a method. If you don't win, I'll take your surname. The old man declared emphatically. Lu Grandpa, stop trying to teach him. This young man might think you're my plant. The lottery store owner chuckled. Lu Grandpa had been coming daily to scratch tickets, and aside from winning a few small prizes, he had never won a big jackpot. He had come early today, initially intending to scratch tickets, but suddenly claimed he was retiring, saying he would use his experience to guide others to win, splitting the prize. He couldn't even win himself, but was thinking of guiding others. Grandpa, is this for real? Is this one definitely a winner? The young man asked. Yes. I have developed a very effective method over decades. Choose tickets wisely, avoid consecutive numbers, and look for auspicious patterns. Test your luck lightly, and you'll surely hit the jackpot. The old man confidently proclaimed, you will definitely win. Having lost for 20 years, he understood the depths of the lottery game better than anyone. It was better to guide others. If they won, he would claim credit, and if they lost, it would be their bad luck. In any case, he wouldn't lose. The young man, hearing this, wasted no time. It was just a 20 yuan scratch-off ticket after all. He directly bought one and began scratching under Lu Grandpa's watchful gaze. Wow! Moments later, the young man displayed a look of surprise. I won 200. Grandpa, you're amazing. The young man was thrilled as he held the winning scratch-off ticket. Look, Grandpa is still Grandpa. Lu Grandpa proudly patted his chest. Grandpa, let me play a few more. Can you guide me again? The young man asked. Lu Grandpa smiled and replied, sure, but I want half of the winnings. The young man agreed without hesitation. At that moment, Su Yang approached, and Lu Grandpa immediately looked at him. Young man, are you here to scratch tickets too? I can guide you for free, no charge. Just give me half if you win. This young man won after following my guide, Lu Grandpa asserted confidently. Su Yang shook his head, clearly stating, no need, Grandpa. I can manage by myself. Saying this, Su Yang approached the owner and asked, Boss, do you still have the Bing Wu Ma scratch-off tickets? The owner nodded. Yes, there's one board left with a total of 10 tickets. How many do you want, young man? Su-Yang knew that the $1,000,000 scratch-off ticket was among those 10. He planned to buy them all. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Grandpa leaned in, saying, "Young man, don't buy the Bing Wu Ma scratch-off tickets. The odds are not worth it. If you're going to buy, go for the 20 yuan ones. They have a much higher chance of winning. I can guide you, and if you win, just give me half. Buying those is a loss." Su-Yang still shook his head. No need him just buying the Bing Wu Ma scratch-off tickets. Lu Grandpa clearly showed his displeasure. This young man was resistant to advice, as if he thought Lu Grandpa was trying to scam him. He would wait until he guided this young man to win and see how he would react. "Young man, buy 10 of those 20 yuan scratch-off tickets." Lu Grandpa directed another young man. The other young man listened to the advice and spent 200 to buy 10 20 yuan scratch-off tickets. "We will definitely win, or if he doesn't listen to me, let him lose." Lu Grandpa scoffed, then went to reveal the winnings with the young man. Su-Yang didn't mind his words. After all, he was the one destined to make big money. 51 tickets, a total of 10 amounting to 500 yuan. Without hesitation, he paid. Then Su-Yang moved to another table and started scratching. "Wow, I won 20 on the first ticket," the other young man exclaimed excitedly. Lu Grandpa also felt that luck was on their side today. It seemed he could easily earn enough for a few meals. Keep scratching. There are even bigger prizes ahead. On the second ticket, he won 50 yuan. The young man was even more excited and continued to scratch. To be honest, his luck was incredible. Out of 10 consecutive tickets, he won on every single one. The least was 20 yuan while the most was 1,000. In total, he won 1,600 yuan from 10 scratch-off tickets. The cost was only 200, making a huge profit. "Grandpa, you're awesome," the young man praised excitedly. "Of course. See, by listening to me, you earned so much. Did I not steer you right?" Lu Grandpa was extremely pleased, as if it were truly his guidance that led to the win. He glanced at Su-Yang with a smirk, shaking his head disdainfully. "Lucky you listened to me, otherwise you would be like him and win nothing. That guy only won 50 yuan, but after scratching for tickets, he hasn't won a single cent." Lu Grandpa lamented. "I had told him to listen to me, but he just wouldn't. You can't blame me for that. If he had listened, he wouldn't have lost so badly." Just as he was basking in his glory, Su-Yang suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "I won." Lu Grandpa was startled and quickly looked over. When he discovered Su-Yang had only won 50 yuan, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had 1,000. 50 yuan. The cost was 500. Now we've lost over 400. And we spent 200 and now have earned 1,400. Considering this, winning 50 yuan is not even worth it. He relaxed his brow, a smile on his lips. "Boss, where do I go to redeem this win?" Su-Yang stood up and asked the owner directly. "I can exchange it here. For the big prizes, you need to go to the provincial lottery center. Since you won 50, I can exchange it for you," the owner said with a faint smile. "All right, can you check if these two tickets have winning numbers too? It's my first time playing, so I'm not very knowledgeable." Su-Yang showcased the 2 scratch-off tickets in front of the owner. "Let me check them for you, young man." Lu Grandpa thought about profiting from Su-Yang again and moved to look at the 2 scratch-off tickets presented by Su-Yang. One of them had won 50 yuan. He looked at the other ticket. At first glance, Lu Grandpa hurriedly rubbed his eyes, furrowed his brows, squinting as his old finger trembled, pointing at the ticket. His face was filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? You won 1 million. 1 million. The boss was equally shocked as he looked over. After careful inspection, he realized that someone had indeed won 1 million. A $1 million jackpot had come from his own lottery shop. He was utterly stunned. The young man who had just won over 1,000 upon seeing Su-Yang win 1 million had his mouth agape, as if an apple could fit inside. Didn't old Lu say he would never win? How could he suddenly win 1 million? What was going on? Old Lu trembled all over, staring blankly at the $1 million scratch-off ticket, feeling as if everything was falling apart. That's 1 million. He had just announced his retirement from lottery scratching today, yet someone won 1 million right in. This must be a setup arranged by the lottery company. Most importantly, he had just confidently stated that those $50 tickets couldn't possibly win, yet this young man won 1 million on one. If only he had taken down those 10 scratch-off tickets today, that million would have been his. Old Lu felt incredibly frustrated. He had scratched for 20 years, and though he had never won a grand prize, he had never seen anyone else win one either. Just yesterday, he had come to the realization that there was no way to win with these things, yet today, someone won right in front of him. What did that make of his 20-year career? Was this charity? He felt like crying without tears, his whole being felt as if his soul had been sucked away. "Young man, let me take a photo. We have a $1 million winner from our shop. Won't that help with my advertising?" The boss was also very excited. With such publicity, his shop sales would surely soar. Although he envied Su-Yang's good fortune, he also benefited from it. Moreover, the payment had already been made. That scratch-off ticket had nothing to do with him. It was better to just consider it as advertising. Su-Yang glanced at old Lu, who said nothing and had no intention of mocking him. After the lottery shop owner took a picture, Su-Yang packed up his things and left the shop directly. Watching Su-Yang's departing figure, old Lu felt humiliated. His years of scratching tickets were older than Su-Yang's age, yet in the end, he didn't win and Su-Yang did. Perhaps that's just luck. He felt very disappointed and had no interest in staying here any longer. Young man, since I guided you to win earlier, you won 1,600. Give me 800. I need to go home. Old Lu said. Not a single cent. The young man was furious. I was the one who got you into this mess today. The young man glared angrily at old Lu. How can you say that? It was clearly me. Old Lu, how dare you? I originally wanted to buy those $10, $50 scratch-offs, but you insisted I buy the $20 ones. I came so early. If it weren't for you babbling here, I would have won $1 million already. This $1 million should have been mine. It's all because of you, old man. The young man, infuriated, left in anger. Old Lu was left there wanting to cry without tears. Just as he announced his retirement, someone won $1 million right under his nose. The person he guided to win didn't even share the prize with him. What kind of sin had he committed? Time was approaching 9 o'clock. Li Weimin took the capture of the wanted criminal, Mei Jie, very seriously. They were all in plain clothes, looking just like passers-by waiting an hour in advance near the public restroom number 3. After waiting for a full hour with no sign of the target, as the team leader Li Weimin naturally felt a bit anxious. If this intelligence was false, then why would someone provide such information? Could it be to mislead? Or to distract? Just as he was pondering, a subordinate suddenly reminded him, the target has appeared. Should we capture immediately? Li Weimin quickly looked over and indeed saw a woman wearing a black knit hat, a black coat, and sunglasses entering the public restroom. Everyone pay attention. Be alert, the suspect appears, capture her immediately. Li Weimin ordered, his heart racing with nervous excitement. This criminal is the human trafficker, Mei Jie. As long as they capture her, it will be a relief for the entire nation. She had provided such detailed intelligence. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't deserve to wear this uniform. More than a dozen operatives perked up, staring intently at the entrance, waiting for Mei Jie to appear. Meanwhile, Mei Jie was completely unaware that she was already in danger. She had come to Jiang City this time to scout for targets, having found several locations where children gathered, planning to take action today. She was fully prepared. After completing this task, she intended to stop. Thinking back to how she had trafficked so many children without anyone ever being able to catch her, she felt how could a single person fool billions? What could those fools do to her? Wasn't she living lavishly? Mei Jie had already begun to fantasize about the happy life that would follow her final big score. This time she not only wanted to complete her task, but also to pull off a major operation. A super event that would shock the entire nation. She wanted history to remember her forever. Whether in black or white, she wanted her name to become synonymous with terror for everyone. The plan was ready. The equipment was already in place. The route was perfectly planned. Stepping out of this restroom door, her final act would begin. Mei Jie straightened her clothes and slowly walked towards the restroom exit. She looked just like an ordinary person. But as soon as she stepped out of the restroom, several figures suddenly appeared around her, immediately moving to apprehend her. What are you doing? Who are you? In broad daylight, someone is being a rogue. Someone is harassing in front of the women's restroom. Mei Jie's mind went blank as she looked at these oddly familiar figures. A very bad premonition surged in her heart. Could it be that this time she would be caught? She shouted desperately, wanting to attract more people to create chaos so she could escape. As the crowd gathered, Mei Jie cried out with a heart-wrenching plea, hoping to gain sympathy. What's going on here? You big men arresting a woman, is this reasonable, eh? Let me go quickly, or I will call the police. Seeing this scene, several people immediately spoke up. No need to call the police, we are the police. At this moment, Li Weimin hurriedly approached, displaying his police badge. He looked at Mei Jie with a cold gaze. Mei Jie stiffened all over, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, knowing that she was in serious trouble. Officer, you have the wrong person. I'm not a bad person, I'm a good person. Please let me go. Mei Jie said hope. After all, her plan was flawless. How could he possibly know in advance? Upon hearing this, Li Weimin scoffed coldly, watching Mei Jie dodging nervously. He naturally wouldn't waste words. You are the notorious human trafficker, Mei Jie. We haven't got the wrong person, right? As soon as the name Mei Jie was mentioned, the crowd was shocked. An overwhelming rage surged in their hearts. What? It's actually Sister Mei. That despicable human trafficker. Officer, is this really that bad? The crowd seethed with righteous indignation, overwhelmed by an urge to tear Sister Mei apart limb from limb. The scandal surrounding Sister Mei had caused such an uproar back then that everyone who browsed the internet knew about it. Yes, she is the Sister Mei we have been hunting. Thanks to a tip from a concerned citizen, we apprehended her today. Now we must interrogate her immediately. As Li Weimin finished speaking, a police car pulled up. Sister Mei, trembling all over, was shoved into the vehicle with handcuffs and shackles. The onlooking crowd sighed in awe as they witnessed the scene. Sister May had been captured by the Jiangxing police, a monumental achievement. It was a pity no one had thrown rotten eggs at her earlier. That would have been too good for her. The officer had mentioned the tip came from a concerned citizen. Could that person be from Jiangxing? That was incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, inside the police car, Li Weimin could barely contain his excitement. The long-wanted Sister May had finally been caught. This was all thanks to the precise and accurate information provided by that concerned citizen. Analyzing it this way, that concerned citizen must be exceptionally skilled in gathering clues. If someone like that could join the police force, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous help in solving future cases. Under the watchful eyes of two officers, Sister May was now utterly panicked. She had been planning to pull off one last spectacular job and then flee far away, never to return. But before she could even succeed, she was caught red-handed. Her plan had seemed flawless. How could someone have known about it in advance? What in the world had happened? She racked her brains, but couldn't fathom how she had been exposed. Now everything was over. Given the crime she had committed, there was no escaping her ultimate fate. And the money she had earned, the lavish villa, she hadn't even truly enjoyed any of it. The thought drove Sister May to the brink of utter despair. What had she done to deserve this? In the interrogation room, Sister May's gaze was filled with hopelessness. Suddenly she erupted without warning. Tell me who sold me out. Who was it? Sister May demanded with a ferocious expression. Li Weimin let out a cold laugh. I told you it was a concerned citizen. Now confess all your criminal activities, name your contacts up and down the chain. Sister May scoffed in disbelief. She didn't buy Li Weimin's talk of a concerned citizen. How could an ordinary person know her whereabouts? Only one person knew about her plans. Her superior. He must have sacrificed her to divert attention and make a clean getaway. The thought made Sister May grind her teeth in hatred. Her longtime collaborator had betrayed her. The resentment burned fiercely within her. Fine. Since you've shown no loyalty, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sister May's eyes blazed with fury. If she was going down, she would take them all with her. Then Sister May spilled everything she had done. The process went smoothly without any resistance or denial. To Li Weimin's surprise, she even directly implicated her superior. And she provided every detail. This was another major breakthrough. With this intelligence, they could uproot Sister May's entire criminal network. Li Weimin was thrilled. He immediately reported to his superiors and notified the relevant authorities in the involved locations to completely dismantle their criminal syndicate. Thinking that Sister May and her accomplices had been brought down by a simple phone call that morning, Li Weimin found it almost surreal. If only he could find out who that informant was, he would have to express his heartfelt gratitude. At 3 p.m., Oh Soo-young completed the prize claim at the Provincial Sports Lottery Center. The process was smooth. After taxes, 800 yuan was directly deposited into his account. Since the actual amount received was 800 yuan, he only gained 80 experience points. There was still a long way to go before reaching 100 experience points to upgrade the system. But the thrill of earning hundreds of thousands in an instant was absolutely exhilarating. Su-yang's savings now stood at around 1.7 million yuan. If Sister May was successfully arrested, his 600 yuan reward should arrive soon. After a busy day, Su-young felt hungry and found a random place to grab a meal. After eating, it was nearly 4 p.m. Su-young suddenly remembered that the system had predicted heavy rain at 4 p.m. The sun was blazing now, but the system never made mistakes. There was a convenience store nearby, so Su-young went in to buy an umbrella. Since two were half price, he bought a pair. Under the bright sun, he opened the umbrella and ordered a ride on his phone, waiting for the car to arrive. Passers-by on the street saw Su-young holding an umbrella in the scorching sun and burst into laughter. Look at that guy carrying a rain umbrella instead of a parasol in this heat. How ridiculous. Is he filming a video? Haha, this guy must be a bit slow. The weather forecast said it would be sunny all day. Carrying an umbrella on a clear day was indeed an unusual sight, so it was no wonder people stared. Beside Su-young stood a tall, strikingly beautiful woman, also waiting for a ride. She looked at him with confusion and asked curiously, "Why are you holding a rain umbrella on such a sunny day? Shouldn't you be using a parasol?" Su-young glanced at the time. 30 seconds left until the downpour. "Because it's about to pour, and without an umbrella, it'll end up soaked," he replied calmly. "Huh." The woman opened the weather app and showed him the screen. "But it says it's supposed to be sunny today." She looked at him oddly, thinking he was handsome, but not too bright. "The forecast is unreliable," Su-young said with a smile. "How can you be more accurate than the weather report?" The woman clearly didn't believe him. "I have an extra umbrella. If you're going to be waiting a while, you can use it," Su-young offered, kindly handing her the second umbrella. The woman took it, but shook her head. "On a sunny day like this, I won't use it. If..." Before she could finish, a raindrop the size of a bean landed on her face. She wiped it off and looked up at the sky in astonishment. A cool breeze swept through, and the once clear sky suddenly turned dark with clouds. Then a thunderclap roared and a violent storm descended like a stampede of wild horses crashing furiously onto the ground. The streets erupted in chaos as people were drenched in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had been mocked moments earlier, stood dry under his umbrella, inhaling the scent of rain. Having the system was truly wonderful. Even getting caught in the rain wasn't an option. The woman beside him froze for 2 seconds before quickly opening her umbrella just in time to avoid the downpour. How did you know it was going to rain? She couldn't fathom how he had predicted the sudden storm on a sunny day and even had an umbrella ready. Recalling her earlier words, she felt thoroughly embarrassed. He really was more accurate than the weather forecast. Could he predict the future? A deep curiosity about Su Yang began to stir within her. Before she could ask further, a sleek black Maybach pulled up. The driver quickly got out, opened an umbrella, and held the door for her. "Thank you for the umbrella," she said. "I have an important meeting today, and thanks to you, I didn't get wet. Hey, race my card. Maybe we can get to know each other sometime." She handed him a business card, then got into the Maybach under the driver's escort. After the car drove off, Su Yang looked at the card and realized she was no ordinary person. General manager of Tianhai Construction Group, and the only child of Lu Fingyun, the helm of Tianhai Group. He had thought she was just a wealthy heiress, but her background was far more impressive. Just as Su Yang put the card away, he received a bank notification. Your ICBC account, ending in 6888, has received a deposit of 600 yuan. This must be the reward money, right? It's been issued so quickly. With such speed, I have to give it a thumbs up. Su Yang looked at the bank information, feeling even better. Just then the car he had ordered arrived. After getting in, Su Yang opened Douyin and searched for related information. Sure enough, the top trending news was very eye-catching. Long-wanted human trafficker sister May has been captured in Jiangxing. This news instantly caused a sensation across the entire internet. Almost everyone was discussing this matter, and all the media were reporting on it. This is truly a gratifying event. That is Sister May. A person who hasn't been caught for many years has finally been apprehended in Jiangxing today. Moreover, based on her confession, the relevant departments acted swiftly, and in just a few hours they captured her entire gang. And news about the children she had trafficked has also emerged. Su Yang felt quite gratified considering he had done a good deed. Currently, news media were live broadcasting interviews with Jiangxing's police, with online viewership reaching hundreds of thousands. On screen, a police officer named Li Weimin was facing the reporters. Su Yang also clicked in to take a look. Reporter Captain Li, you have made a significant contribution in capturing Sister May this time. What are your thoughts? Li Weimin: capturing Sister May was indeed accomplished under my leadership, and the credit belongs to everyone. However, to say that I deserve the greatest credit would be too much. The reason we were able to successfully capture the suspect this time is thanks to a tip-off from a concerned citizen. It can be said that without his tip-off, we could not have captured the criminal so quickly and perfectly and taken down her accomplices in one fell swoop. During the interview, Li Weimin was very sincere. He was genuinely grateful to that concerned citizen. The reporter felt curious, and not just him, the comments were buzzing with curiosity too. Who exactly is this concerned citizen that provided such a tip-off? This is truly impressive. This is a true act of merit. Reporter, our viewers in the live stream are also quite curious. Who is this concerned citizen that provided such important information? Hearing this, Li Weimin smiled slightly, and then said, for the sake of the privacy of the parties involved, we cannot disclose any information about this concerned citizen. However, I can tell everyone that the information provided by this concerned citizen was precise and accurate. Moreover, the reward of 600,000 for capturing Sister May has already been processed through special channels and will be given to this concerned citizen as a reward. Upon hearing this, hundreds of thousands of viewers felt immense admiration for that legendary concerned citizen. This is indeed a hero hidden in the city. No one was jealous of the 600,000 reward. To be honest, if you have the ability, you can also report and provide tips, and you could also receive this 600,000 reward. On the contrary, some even thought that the 600,000 reward was too little. A million would not be too much. In an instant, the mysterious concerned citizen from Jiangxing also made headlines in major media, truly becoming famous. Although it's not a real name, at least it's become known nationwide, right? This feeling made Su Yang feel an indescribable sense of comfort. Are you watching the live stream about Sister May? The driver suddenly asked at this moment. Yes, Sister May has been captured in Jiangxing. Su Yang replied to the driver. Yes, it was also information provided by the concerned citizens of Jiangxing. This really brings honor to us Jiangxing people. The driver clearly had heard about this matter, his face filled with admiration. If that concerned citizen could ride in my car, I would definitely not accept his money. Su Yang smiled slightly. Isn't he the one? But the money still needs to be paid. After watching the live stream for a while, the car had already arrived at Su Yang's rental apartment. The heavy rain continued to pour. Su Yang carefully returned with an umbrella. Just as he reached the door, he saw that the landlord had come today. Aunt Zhang, is there something wrong? Su Yang asked the landlord. Nothing much, Xiao Su. I came to do something, and since the rain suddenly started pouring I can't go back, so I'm waiting here for a while. Aunt Zhang said. Oh Aunt Zhang, I have an umbrella here, please use it. Su Yang immediately handed an umbrella to Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang smiled and did not refuse. She looked at Su Yang and said, alright thank you Xiao Su, I really need it right now. I'll return it to you another day. Su Yang waved his hand. Aunt Zhang, it's just an umbrella. There's no need to return it, you just use it. Aunt Zhang the landlord is a nice person. When Su Yang rented the house, she saw that he was young and just entered society, so she took the initiative to lower the price and added some home appliances. Later when the company went bankrupt and Su Yang couldn't afford the rent, Aunt Zhang didn't rush him for it, but instead gave him some time to catch up. Su Yang was quite grateful to Aunt Zhang. It was just an umbrella and there was no need to return it. How can I By the way Xiao Su, are you still delivering takeout? She suddenly asked. I found a new job and the salary is quite good. Su Yang replied. Oh, I knew someone like you, a high-achieving student, would find a better job. Now that you have a job, have you considered buying a house? Aunt Zhang continued to inquire. As for buying a house, that is certain, but not right now. Not yet. A house in Jiangxing costs millions. Where would I get that much money? It wouldn't be worth it to take out a loan, and the mortgage pressure would be too great. Su Yang said. Yes. Aunt Zhang nodded as if she was thinking about something. Why are you asking about this? Su Yang suddenly became curious. It's nothing, just that a friend of mine has a house on Guangming Road, but that place is relatively remote and the development is average. Now he urgently needs money and is asking me if I know any suitable customers to buy it. Look at me. I'm asking you this because you just graduated not long ago, and that community isn't suitable for young people like you to live in. Aunt Zhang explained. After chatting for a while, Su Yang learned that Aunt Zhang's friend is a gambler who needs money to pay off debts, and the price of old houses there is very low, surprisingly only over 400,000 for one. This is not generally cheap in Jiangxing. Of course cheap goods are not good. In Jiangxing, a 400,000 house is probably an old house that has been around for decades, poorly maintained, and issues with electricity and plumbing would likely be very troublesome. Even if Su Yang were considering buying a house, he wouldn't buy such a property. No matter how cheap it is, the living conditions would not be comfortable. Of course, if the news suddenly said that place was going to be demolished, he could seize the opportunity to buy a few. However, demolition is something that happens once in 100 years. Even if he has bound the system, he probably won't have. Entering the room, Su Yang has already started to look forward to tomorrow's wealth information. The heavy rain continued to fall, drenching the night. The waters of the river surged even more violently. In the morning, Su Yang stretched lazily. Sleeping on a rainy day was undoubtedly the most comfortable. The first thing he did upon waking was to check today's system information. Push today's information. Su Yang thought, filled with anticipation. One-star information: a beauty pageant is being held in Jiangxing, but the top 3 spots have already been predetermined. Do not participate, otherwise it's like drawing water with a bamboo basket. The first piece of information left Su Yang speechless. What on earth did a beauty pageant have to do with a big man like him? How could he possibly participate? This piece of information was hardly even worth mentioning. It was more like chicken bones than chicken ribs. 3-star information: a top-grade agarwood piece is available at Warehouse 006 of the Jiangxing auction market with a market price of 3,000 yuan per gram. Selling the whole piece could yield an 8 million profit. The auction will take place today at 4 p.m. You can go and scout for bargains. Su Yang rubbed his eyes. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon a 3-star piece of information, an agarwood worth 8 million. Su Yang knew that agarwood was a top-tier luxury item. According to the information, at 3,000 yuan per gram, this belonged to the rarest level of agarwood. He was about to strike it rich again. Su Yang could not contain his excitement and bounced on the bed a couple of times, producing a crack as the bed. After reading this 3-star information, Su Yang knew that the next piece of information would probably be a worthless 1-star notice. He then began to check the third piece of information. At first glance, Su Yang was utterly stunned. His mouth dropped open in an O shape. The first line revealed an incredibly unbelievable scene. 4-star information. It turned out to be a piece of 4-star information. What the heck? Isn't the system still at level 1? How could it generate a 4-star piece of information for him? This 3-star information is worth 8 million. How much is the 4-star information worth? Su Yang forced himself to calm his racing heart and silently pondered, system, why did a 4-star piece of information refresh? Is this reasonable? Ding. Although the system is currently at level 1, there is still a chance to refresh higher level information. The probability of a level 1 system refreshing a 4-star piece of information is 1 in 10,000, while the probability of refreshing a 5-star piece of information is 0. After the system upgrades, the minimum information level will increase, and the probability of refreshing higher level information will also increase. Seeing this explanation, Su Yang finally understood. Thus, refreshing a 4-star piece of information was not surprising. A 1 in 10,000 probability indicated that he was quite lucky. It seemed he truly was the chosen one. He cautiously examined this 4-star information to see what value it could bring him. 4-star information, a key middle school, is planned near Guangming Road in Jiangxing. When the news is released, the surrounding land prices will skyrocket. If one can acquire the old properties in the nearby Qingyuan community, it could yield a substantial income. The information was very brief. Although it did not specify how much could be earned, it carried enormous implications. Firstly, planning a key middle school is no small matter. Currently, housing prices in school districts are at an all-time high. While prices of other properties are plummeting, school district properties remain stable and even show an upward trend. If the news of the key middle school planning on Guangming Road is released, the nearby communities will acquire a new named school district properties. When this news is still unknown to others, it is precisely when he can scout for bargains, buying those rundown houses at a low price and flipping them as soon as the news is released. Wow, Su Yang could hardly imagine how much he could earn. The value of this piece of news was greater than all the information combined previously. This is the wealth gap brought about by information disparity. While Su Yang was contemplating, he suddenly remembered something. Wasn't the community Aunt Zhang mentioned yesterday the Qingyuan community? Her friend had a property there for only 400,000. In such old communities, there are typically 12 to 20 units per building. If there are 20 units, each costing 400,000, that amounts to 8 million. If he could acquire such a building for 8 million once the news of the school district construction is released, the price could even increase tenfold. That would be 80 million. Su Yang nearly fainted from excitement. Is this really making a profit? This is money falling from the sky. Currently, he only had about 2 million to 3 million in capital, which was clearly insufficient to buy a building. Today's second piece of information could bring him an 8 million profit. With this information as a backup, he was sure to profit from this future school district property. Su Yang's eyes were resolute. There was no room for carelessness in this matter. Once he had enough capital, he must operate effectively to ensure the plan went flawlessly. Aunt Zhang's friend happened to be selling the property, which was old and lacking in amenities and probably wouldn't sell. This property was precisely a breakthrough point. If he could buy this unit once the other homeowners learned of it, his plan would be completed more quickly and securely. Su Yang initially wanted to call Aunt Zhang, but accidentally saw her social media post discovering that it contained information about that property. This saved him the trouble of making a phone call. Su Yang directly opened the information on the social media post, where he found the owner's contact information. The current selling price is 450,000, and there hasn't been a single buyer interested. Su Yang immediately opened the chat box and sent a message to the homeowner reserving the property in advance and agreeing to meet to discuss the price. With this, Su Yang was completely at ease. Once he auctioned off that timber warehouse and sold the agarwood to gain startup funds, he would wholeheartedly pursue this matter. The auction for the warehouse was scheduled for the afternoon, so Su Yang was not in a hurry. He had breakfast first and searched online for relevant information to better understand the current demolition policies and prepare thoroughly. Time flew by quickly. The refreshing feeling after the rain soon dissipated and the heat wave began to rise again. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Yang took a taxi toward the Jiangxing auction market. Although he had previously scouted for items worth over 1 million, scouting for 8 million this time still made him a bit nervous. However, he was someone who had prior information. Warehouse 006 must be secured. This sum of money was crucial for whether he could purchase those old community properties. It was of utmost importance. On time, Su Yang arrived at the Jiang City auction market. Although it was called a market, in reality, it was a collection of small warehouses. Some people having too many items or miscellaneous goods would purchase a warehouse here to store their belongings. The warehouses had excellent confidentiality with dedicated personnel overseeing them, and the rental prices were related to the value of the stored items. In other words, the more valuable the items inside, the higher the rental cost. The warehouses to be auctioned today were abandoned by their renters who no longer wished to pay, opting to leave the contents behind. Warehouse owner Lu Xiang was preparing to auction off the items inside, aiming to recoup his losses. Many people were very interested in this blind box auction. No one knew what treasures might be hidden within, but it's possible to spend 1,000 and find items worth 10,000, or to spend 10,000 and only find items worth 2,000. This unpredictability was as enticing as a lottery, captivating many. When Su Yang arrived, there were already quite a few bidders present. At this moment, a shiny BMW X5 slowly drove up, and a confident young man stepped out of the car. As soon as he appeared, people immediately gathered around. Brother Zhao is here. Brother Zhao is here to play again. I remember last time Brother Zhao bought something for 5,000, and it turned out to be worth 15,000, netting him a cool 10,000. Brother Zhao has money and luck. Several people praised him. Zhao Tianpeng enjoyed these compliments. He often attended auctions not just to make money, but for the thrill. He was considered a rich second generation, with his family owning a factory and earning about 3 to 4 million a year. In front of truly wealthy second-generation heirs, he was just a small fry, but here he was treated like a king. Every auction was an enjoyable experience for him, especially when the value of his acquired warehouse exceeded his investment, which further fed his vanity. In the realm of warehouse auctions, Zhao Tianpeng was quite the expert. Let's casually bid on a few items. Are you here to bid as well? I originally came to have some fun, but since Brother Zhao is here, we don't see a need to bid anymore. No, let's all bid together and see who offers the highest. Zhao Tianpeng smiled slightly. Usually overlooked in front of the truly wealthy here, he was the boss. Under the praise of the crowd, Zhao Tianpeng slowly approached the warehouses up for auction. The owner, seeing Zhao Tianpeng approach, heaved a sigh of relief, initially thinking he might only auction off 2 or 3 of the 6 today. But with Zhao Tianpeng here, at least 4 could be sold. If 4 warehouses were successfully auctioned off, his costs would be covered, and the remaining 2 would be pure profit even if they didn't sell. Since everyone is here, I won't waste your time. The rules are understood, so I won't elaborate. In 5 minutes, I will open half of the doors to these 6 warehouses, allowing everyone to make a basic judgment before the auction. The owner said, instructing others to break a hole in the upper half of the warehouse door. With a hole made, everyone could peer inside, gaining some information to determine the type of items within and whether they held value. Zhao Tianpeng carefully observed as he walked slowly in front of the 6 small warehouses, one hand stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing Zhao Tianpeng step forward, the others chose to remain silent and watch from behind. Look at Brother Zhao, how professional. Brother Zhao is impressive. His observations are so meticulous. Otherwise, how could Brother Zhao be an expert? After 3 minutes, Zhao Tianpeng finally stopped, took a sip of water to clear his throat, and said, "Everything is under control." Once Zhao Tianpeng finished his observations, everyone else stepped forward to take a look. The warehouses were not large, about the size of a shipping container, so everyone quickly completed their observations. Su Yang also approached to take a look, focusing particularly on warehouse No. 6. The visible information was limited, and without prior intel, he doubted there were any valuable items inside. Soon the auction began. The first warehouse had a starting price of 3,000. Zhao Tianpeng simply made a bid, adding 500, as he did not hold high hopes for the first warehouse. The second warehouse's auction began with a starting price of 10,000. From this point on, Zhao Tianpeng became serious. He directly raised the bid by 5,000. 15,000 was secured on the spot. The third, fourth, and fifth warehouses. Despite some competition, Zhao Tianpeng still secured them all with his robust capabilities. Everyone looked at Zhao Tianpeng with admiration. Next was warehouse No. 6, the final one of the day. Warehouse No. 6, starting price 80,000. The owner shouted. Hearing the price of 80,000, everyone was stunned. Was there something incredibly valuable inside this warehouse? They all turned to look at Zhao Tianpeng, wondering if he would make a bid. Noticing their gazes, Zhao Tianpeng smiled slightly and said, "What are you looking at me for? I'm not bidding on this warehouse. Moreover, let me remind everyone, whoever spends 80,000 on this warehouse will be at a loss." Zhao Tianpeng smiled, slightly unconcerned about the owner's face, directly sealing this warehouse's fate. "Is it for real, eh? Brother Zhao, I want to take a gamble. Maybe you'll make a profit." A person said doubtfully. "Go ahead, buying it will just be a loss. I observed earlier, and I can vaguely tell that there are a few decent pieces of furniture inside worth some money, but far from 80,000. I've warned you, buy it if you want, but I won't." Zhao Tianpeng said confidently. Everyone felt it made sense. Brother Zhao was an expert, and since he didn't hold this warehouse in high regard, believing it would incur losses, they felt there was no need to force a bid. Even if they could make a profit of 2 or 3,000, they wouldn't bid, as that would be a slap in Brother Zhao's face, something they wouldn't do. Hearing this, the owner's face darkened, but he could only grit his teeth and call out, 80,000, warehouse No. 6, starting the auction. In an instant, no one made a bid. Zhao Tianpeng understood this was due to his warning, and it seemed his influence was quite significant here. Just as he was secretly pleased, Su Yang suddenly spoke up. "I bid 80,000. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Su Yang. Their expressions were filled with confusion. What was going on? Did this guy not hear Brother Zhao's warning? How could he still bid? "Friend, didn't you hear Brother Zhao say that whoever buys this warehouse will lose?" A person stepped forward. "I heard, but I still want to bid." Su Yang replied calmly. Zhao Tianpeng's face turned dark. He thought Su Yang must have misunderstood, so he reminded him, "Brother, I said whoever buys this warehouse will lose. Are you still bidding?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I bid?" Su Yang didn't recognize Brother Zhao, and even if he did, there was no need to give him face when dealing with millions. Zhao Tianpeng's expression grew even darker. Everyone else refrained from bidding, but he did, completely ignoring his previous warning. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Wasn't this leaving him with no way out? Zhao Tianpeng was extremely furious. His family earned 3 to 4 million a year, and he was considered a big shot at this auction market, yet here, he was being humiliated. He glanced at Su Yang, determined not to let him off easily. So you want to bid, huh? Then I'll make sure you regret it. Immediately Zhao Tianpeng called out, then I'll bid 90,000. The crowd gasped, realizing that Brother Zhao and this kid were at odds. Now this kid was in a predicament. Zhao Tianpeng looked at Su Yang with a smug expression and sneered. Are you going to raise the bid? Can you still afford to raise it? Are you scared of losing now? The 3 consecutive questions made the atmosphere tense instantly. Everyone looked at Su Yang, their gazes tinged with sympathy. Offending Brother Zhao, he was likely to suffer a significant loss. 91,000. Su Yang directly added another 1,000 yuan. Zhao Tianpeng frowned, enraged by Su Yang's blatant disrespect. Since that was the case, he would play along and teach this fool what a true rich second-generation heir meant. Didn't he want this warehouse? Then let him have it. But the price would not be cheap. Zhao Tianpeng intended to drive up the price further. Since this brat showed no respect, he would make him suffer a greater loss. 95,000. Who dares to bid higher? Zhao Tianpeng waved his hand, grandly staring at Su Yang, deliberately provoking him to drive up the price and force Su Yang to lose even more money. He felt this tactic was utterly ruthless. Su Yang hadn't expected Zhao Tianpeng to lock horns with him. The man was simply trying to make things difficult and force him to lose more money. But what was the point? 100,000. This is my final offer. If this friend bids higher, I will withdraw. Su Yang saw that Zhao Tianpeng was merely trying to harass him. Once he gave his final offer, the man would naturally. Zhao Tianpeng heard this. Although he felt 100,000 was still a bit low, making the brat lose only 30 to 40,000, if he continued to bid, the brat would simply drop out. After a few seconds of thought, Zhao Tianpeng spread his hands and sneered at Su Yang. Congratulations. You've lost even more. Ha ha. The crowd also looked at Su Yang with mocking expressions. Brother Zhao was an expert in this field and had graciously warned him beforehand. But this guy had no social awareness, completely disregarding Brother Zhao's face and insisting on bidding for warehouse no. 6. Everyone will see if our judgment is correct soon enough. Zhao Tianpeng smiled faintly. His own warehouse inventory would surely turn a profit, while that brat would definitely lose tens of thousands. This contrast would only enhance his own prestige and showcase his sharp eye and ability. Meanwhile, the brat would lose money, teaching everyone the consequence of ignoring his advice. Zhao Tianpeng waved his hand and ordered several people to inventory the warehouses. He had auctioned 4 warehouses in total, so it would take some time. While others were counting, he walked over to Su Yang and deliberately taunted. Brother, how about we reveal our results together? See who profited and who lost. He wanted to humiliate Su Yang. No need, Su Yang replied calmly. His items were worth millions. If they found out, they would be shocked. Scared, aren't you? Zhao Tianpeng was smug, thinking the brat regretted it. The first warehouse contained simple household appliances. After inventory, it yielded a profit of about 2,000 yuan. Zhao Tianpeng was overjoyed, although it wasn't much. It proved his sharp eye. The second warehouse was also simple and quickly inventoried. It turned another tidy profit of 3,000 yuan. This made the crowd admire Zhao Tianpeng's judgment even more. At that moment, Su Yang's warehouse no. 6 also began inventory, and Su Yang entered himself. Inside, he found a set of antique rosewood furniture exuding classic elegance and clearly made of high-end wood, hence the high price. On one chair, Su Yang spotted a bundle. He stepped forward and gently touched it. It felt hard and emitted a wonderfully fragrant aroma. He picked it up to gauge its weight, about several jin. Su Yang's heart pounded. This was the 8 million yuan agarwood chinan. Carefully opening the bundle for a glance, a pure and delightful fragrance burst forth. People around the warehouse clearly caught the scent. What's that smell? It's amazing. Yeah, what is this fragrance? It's truly wonderful. It's even better than high-end perfumes. The crowd was astonished by the scent of chi nin, exclaiming in admiration. Damn, Brother Zhao's warehouse turned a 10,000 yuan profit. Zhao Tianpeng's last warehouse was inventoried. He made a full 10,000. This shout drew everyone's attention. They all looked at Zhao Tianpeng, marveling at his judgment. Brother Zhao made 20,000 total, right? Yeah, amazing. Earning 20,000 in less than an hour. No wonder he's so good at making money. Brother Zhao, I admire you so much. Your eye is unmatched. The flattery intensified. Zhao Tianpeng grinned, brimming with pride. He glanced at Su Yang's warehouse, spotted the rosewood furniture, and sneered even more disdainfully. See, my judgment is still solid. He spent 100,000 on a set of rosewood furniture. The market price for this kind is only 60 to 70,000. He's lost nearly 40,000. If he had listened to me, he wouldn't have lost so badly. Haha, oh brother, any thoughts now? Do you regret not heeding my warning? Zhao Tianpeng laughed loudly. This was the price of offending him. He would make the brat lose money and face. Everyone turned to Su Yang, thinking he had only himself to blame. If he wouldn't listen to Brother Zhao, who else would lose money? Who told him to be so stupid? Someone sneered dismissively. Su Yang ignored the jeers outside and directly called Shun Jingshan, the owner of Treasure Pavilion. Boss Shin, remember me. I'm Su Yang. I sold you a silver dollar the other day. Su Yang spoke first. Is that Su Yang? Found another bargain. Hold on, him at the Jiangxing auction market with a friend. He'll be back later. What treasure do you have? Shin Jingshan asked. Boss Shin, what a coincidence. I'm at the east warehouse of the auction market. Su Yang hadn't expected Shin Jingshan to be there too. This made it convenient for him. He could sell it soon. I have a piece of agarwood of Qi-nan grade. Are you interested, Boss Shin? Su Yang continued. What? Agarwood? And Qi-nan grade? You've done me a huge favor. Send me your location immediately. It'll be there in 2 minutes. Shin Jingshan's voice was extremely excited. Su Yang hung up and quickly sent his location to Shin Jingshan. Zhao Tianpeng saw Su Yang finish the call and knew he had found a buyer. Determined to mock him further, he headed towards Su Yang's warehouse. Just as he moved, he suddenly spotted 2 figures. He froze for a few seconds, then scurried over obsequiously, lowering his head respectfully. President Shun. President Ma. What brings you two here? Zhao Tianpeng's heart raced. These 2 were titans in the Jiangxing antique, true big shots. This was his first time seeing them up close. Where is warehouse no. 6? Lead the way. Shin Jingshan said urgently. Warehouse no. 6? Why are you 2 going there? It just opened, and only. Zhao Tian, hurry up, lead the way. Shin Jingshan grew impatient. Okay. Zhao Tianpeng quickly guided them to warehouse no. 6. Su Yang saw them arrive and opened a bundle. A refreshing fragrance filled the air. Shin Jingshan and his companions stared wide-eyed. Though Zhao Tianpeng also smelled it, he didn't know what it was. Seeing Shin Jingshan and the other silent, he assumed it was worthless and said, President Shun, President Ma, it's just a piece of rotten wood. If you want, I can give you 10 or 20 pieces. No sooner had he spoken than Shin Jingshan and Ma Shuntian fixed their gazes on him. Their eyes were full of disdain. Zhao Tianpeng was startled and asked in confusion, did I say something wrong? If you want, I can give you not just 10 or 20, but even more. Hearing this, Shin Jingshan and Ma Shuntian exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Such a good deal. This is a piece of Qi-nan agarwood. 3,000 yuan per gram. I estimate this piece is worth 8 million. Are you saying you'll give me 20 pieces of Qi-nan worth 8 million each? Ma Shuntian asked loudly. Everyone heard this clearly, and for a moment they thought their ears were broken. Zhao Tianpeng, upon hearing the words 8 million, stared incredulously at the agarwood. His eyes widened and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. This rotten wood is worth 8 million. Zhao Tianpeng was completely stunned. This piece of fragrant wood is worth 8 million. Is this piece of wood truly the legendary agarwood? His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the piece of agarwood. A storm of emotions surged within him. This piece of wood is valued at 8 million. The crowd around him was equally dumbfounded. They swallowed hard, staring in shock at the 8 million yuan agarwood in the warehouse. The total price of this warehouse was only 100,000. Yet inside there was a piece of agarwood worth 8 million. How could this be? Didn't Brother Zhao just say that this warehouse was bound to lose money? It hadn't been long, and a breathtaking treasure was revealed. What on earth is going on? The previously noisy scene fell into a sudden silence. Zhao Tianpeng cast a complex glance at Su Yang, unwilling to accept this outcome. He cautiously looked at the 2 esteemed collectors, Shin Jingshan and Ma Shuntian, and asked, Mr. Ma, did you misjudge? I see this as just a piece of wood coated with fragrance, not agarwood, right? Zhao Tianpeng hoped that the 2 authoritative experts would declare this was a fake. Only then could he find balance in his heart, only then would he not lose face. He was extremely anxious, wanting to hear that this piece of wood was definitely not agarwood. The crowd also began to hope, as they couldn't believe this thing was worth 8 million. Where in the world could such good fortune exist? They eagerly anticipated hearing that phrase from the 2 experts. Ma Shuntian smiled slightly upon hearing this. Impossible. This is the purest agarwood. There is no suspicion of being fake. I, Ma Shuntian, have dealt with agarwood for so many years, I would never misjudge. At first glance I can tell its grade. I know its weight. This piece of agarwood is naturally of the Qi-nan grade, and its market price, calculated at 3,000 per gram, makes 8 million a reasonable figure. With Ma Shuntian's definitive statement, it struck the crowd like a thunderbolt. They all recalled what had just happened. A few people had actually contemplated bidding on this warehouse number 8, but because Zhao Tianpeng said that place would definitely lose money, they refrained. But now you say that the items inside are worth 8 million. This is too terrifying. They instantly felt immense regret and pain. It was as if that 8 million was their loss. Damn, who knew there were treasures inside? Yeah, if I had known earlier, I would have borrowed 1 million to buy it. Stop talking. I feel like I've lost big. I'm just one step away from financial freedom. Sob sob. The crowd was filled with regret, some even frantically pounding the ground in frustration. Without a doubt, Zhao Tianpeng was the most regretful one among them. Just now he had said with his own mouth that selling this warehouse would mean losing money. Yet Su Yang bought it, and not only did he not lose money, he could resell it for 8 million. Damn. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If only he had bought it just now, he could have made 8, but now that 8 million has gone to someone else. That's 2 years' worth of pure profit from his family's factory. Zhao Tianpeng felt an intense jealousy. Zhao Tianpeng, what did you just say? Didn't you say this warehouse wasn't profitable and would lose money? Exactly. It's all your fault, we believed you. Otherwise I would have had a chance to acquire this warehouse. Damn it. Zhao Tianpeng, what are you pretending for? If it weren't for your act here, that 8 million could have been ours. The crowd began to mock Zhao Tianpeng with dissatisfaction. His face turned red, speechless. With so many people mocking him, he lost all his face. Whoever bids on this warehouse will lose money. Remembering his previous words, he felt utterly humiliated. Someone else bid and earned 8 million while he was just pleased with his 2,000 profit before. Now he had completely lost face. Zhao Tianpeng longed for a chance to do it all over again. No matter what happened, he wanted to win the bid for warehouse number 6. Gentlemen, are you interested in purchasing this piece of agarwood? Su Yang looked at Shen Jingshan and Ma Shuntian and said. Both nodded at the same time. Mr. Ma is a professional in the agarwood business. With such quality agarwood, Mr. Ma would naturally not miss it, Shen Jingshan said with a smile. Of course, Brother Su, you acquiring this piece of agarwood is your skill. So I won't pressure you on but you also know I need to make a profit. For this piece of agarwood, based on market price, I can offer you 8 million. What do you think? Ma Shuntian said. Su Yang naturally had no objections to this price. The price in the system information was indeed 8 million. Alright, 8 million it is. Su Yang agreed immediately. Ma Shuntian was overjoyed and promptly transferred 8 million to Su Yang's account. Moments later, Su Yang received the notification. Your industrial and commercial bank account ending in 6888 has received 80000. At the same time, the system's voice also chimed in. 8 million received, gained 800 points. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as the money was credited, it meant a smooth landing. Seeing the 8 million credited, Zhao Tianpeng collapsed onto the ground. Tears of regret streamed down his face. This 8 million should have belonged to him. Why did he have to be so clever? Why was he so arrogant? 8 million. That is 8 million. Brother Su, I need to take this piece of agarwood back quickly, so I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Ma Shuntian hurriedly left with Shen Jingshan. The crowd's gaze towards Su Yang transformed from ridicule to admiration. This is what it means to have He made 8 million with a single move. They felt deeply shocked. Seeing Su Yang about to leave, they all stepped aside, their actions full of respect. Su Yang accidentally glanced at Zhao Tianpeng, then withdrew his gaze and strode out. Zhao Tianpeng's eyes darted, unable to meet Su Yang's gaze, as if he had seen his nemesis. When he saw Su Yang leave, he awkwardly ran to his car and drove away. Having earned 8 million, Su Yang should consider his next plan. That would be the school district house. He needed to think about the acquisition plan now. As he pondered, a call came in from Aunt Zhang's gambling friend requesting to meet tonight to discuss the price. Su Yang's heart thrilled. He was about to take the first step towards owning a future school district house. Around 6 o'clock, Su Yang took a taxi to Qingyuan Residences. At first glance, it was indeed a very old residential building with the exterior paint beginning to peel off. The building he was targeting had a total of 18 apartments. After all, it was an aged residential complex with each building containing between 12 and 24 units. 18 apartments. If he could successfully acquire them all, it would be enough for him to make a profit. Subsequently, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of the complex and called the seller. The other party hadn't arrived yet, so Su Yang would have to wait a little while. A few minutes later, a taxi slowly pulled over to the curb, and a woman in her 50s along with a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out. You're running a pirate cab. So expensive. We've barely traveled any distance, and you're asking for 25 yuan. You're too heartless. As soon as she got out, the woman yelled at the driver. Sis, I'm a licensed taxi. The meter's running. I haven't overcharged you a single cent. The driver replied aggrievedly. If I think you're just unscrupulous. You crooked drivers have no idea how much you cheat us ordinary folks. Wang Meili's voice was loud, clearly unwilling to pay. 20 yuan. He'll give you 20, she said shamelessly. You? The driver was utterly exasperated. This was the first time had encountered such a customer. All right. It's just a few yuan, isn't it? He'll cover it. The middle-aged man beside her couldn't bear it any longer. He paid the driver directly and gestured for the taxi to leave. Seeing this, Wang Meili's mood brightened instantly. Haha, really? I said I'd pay, but I ended up making you spend. How embarrassing. Wang Meili smiled and stuffed the 20 yuan note into her pocket. It's fine, it's only 25 yuan, the middle-aged man said. It's not about the 20 yuan, it's that he's too crooked. Wang Meili finished speaking and then looked at Su Yang, who was at the entrance. She gave him a once-over, put on a beaming smile, and approached to ask, "You're Xiao Su, right? Here to see the apartment too. Am Wang Meili the one you contacted?" Wang Meili said warmly. Su Yang nodded, then looked at the middle-aged man beside her. "And this is A." Wang Meili chuckled. "This is old Du, he's also here to see the apartment." Su Yang nodded, not expecting to have competition for such a rundown property. However, judging by what had just happened, this man was probably not a shill hired by Wang Meili. "Well, since both of you are here, come take a look at my apartment and see who's interested." Wang Meili was in good spirits because 2 clients had shown up at once. This significantly increased the chances of a sale. "All right, let's see the place quickly. I'm in a hurry," old Du urged. About 2 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at an apartment on the 2nd floor. Wang Meili kept up a stream of boasts as she unlocked the door, practically describing her place as a mansion. Hearing her praise it so highly, old Du's expectations soared. Click. With a sound, the door swung open, and a wave of musty odor hit them directly. Cough, cough. All 3 were momentarily choked. Peering into the room, they saw only a damaged mahjong table in the center of the living room, making the space look completely bare. Old Du frowned as he surveyed the apartment, his expression turning sour. The condition of this place was atrocious. It was nothing like what Wang Meili had described online. It was a world of difference. "Sis Wang, what's the meaning of this? Your apartment is so old and in such poor shape. Why did you make it sound so good online?" Old Du's expression was grim. "Haha, the internet is all virtual. Besides, isn't it close enough?" Wang Meili tried to knock on the wall, and a chunk of plaster fell to the floor with a thud. Old Du's face darkened even further. He had never imagined the apartment could be in such terrible condition. If he bought it to live in, the renovation costs would exceed the price of the place. He had already decided not to buy it. "So what do you think? For a fine apartment like this, 500,000. Not too much, right?" Wang Meili said confidently. "Huh, not too much. With a place like this, you still want 500,000. You're just trying to rip people off. What you said before and what I'm seeing now are completely different things. I'm leaving. I'm not buying this house. Whoever wants it can buy it," old Du said angrily. Hey, don't go." Wang Meili panicked. "Isn't this apartment good enough?" she retorted. Old Du was about to argue back when suddenly 2 figures darted past him. Looking closely, he saw they were 2 large rats. Each one was as long as a banana. "Holy crap. And you're still talking it up. They'll just consider that 25 yuan wasted. I can't stand another minute in this place." Old Du was even more furious. Before leaving, he looked at Su Yang and gave him a sincere warning. "Young man, I advise you not to buy it either. This house is a total wreck. Buying it would be a loss." He finished speaking and stormed off, flicking his sleeves. Wang Meili was furious too. She planted her hands on her hips and spat on the ground. "Damn. Blind fool. Such a good house, and you won't buy it. And you are trying to stop others from buying it too. What a piece of trash." Wang Meili cursed old Du out thoroughly, then quickly turned her attention to Su Yang. "Young man, don't go. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Don't listen to his nonsense. Listen to Andy, buy this house. You won't regret it." Wang Meili was a bit flustered. She was afraid Su Yang would leave too. Su Yang noticed the evasive look in Wang Meili's eyes and saw this as a perfect opportunity to bargain. So he took a step toward the door and said, "Andy Wang, forget it. 500,000 is too expensive. I won't take it either." He pretended to leave. Wang Meili became anxious. If this client left too, when would she ever sell her? She grabbed Su Yang's arm. 500,000 isn't too much. Really, it's not. But it's a bit much for me. If you don't lower the price, I really won't take it," Su Yang said, making as if to leave again. Wang Meili was frantic. She didn't want to reduce the price. Although her gambling debt was over 400,000, she still wanted to keep some money to spend. This young man had no life experience. If she lowered the price, she wouldn't be able to cheat anyone else. Just then her phone rang. Wang Meili glanced at it and nearly dropped it. Trembling, she answered, "Wang Meili, get that money together now. They'll give you one more day, or don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, Wang Meili's heart nearly gave out from fear. The person she owed money to was no ordinary man. It was Blade, the notorious local gangster of Jiang City. If he said one day, then it was one day. If she couldn't pay up, she would be in deep trouble. Watching Su Yang about to leave and recalling Blade's Oneiru deadline, Wang Meili was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. When Su Yang was almost at the staircase, Wang Meili hurriedly called out to stop him. "Xiao Su, don't go. Don't go. I misspoke just now. This house is 480,000, not 500. Su Yang paused mid-step, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, she had lowered the price. "Oh, 480,000. That's a no-go." Su Yang played a trick of feigned indifference, knowing that the news about Wang Meili selling her house would inevitably spread. He still needed to make further acquisitions. If he didn't slash the price fiercely, he would surely be seen as a fool. Saving several tens of thousands on one house meant over $1 million saved on 18. Bargaining was indeed necessary. Seeing that Su Yang remained unconvinced, Wang Meili grew increasingly anxious. With only one day left to repay, she simply couldn't wait any longer. Glancing at the dilapidated house, she gritted her teeth and declared loudly, 45,000. This is a sincere price. She fixed her gaze on Su Yang, and when he turned around, Wang Meili relaxed just a bit. Xiao Su, 45,000. This is the discounted price from Annie Wang. Only you would get such a low price from me. Su Yang smiled faintly, looking at the shabby interior with hesitation. Auntie Wang, 45,000 is still a bit high. I'm buying a house, not junk. This place is so decrepit, 45,000 is simply not worth it. Seeing that Su Yang still thought it was expensive, Wang Meili couldn't hold back any longer. Name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. Upon hearing this, Su Yang entered the room to take a closer look and pointed out the flaws. Auntie Wang, I can only offer you 38,000. Wang Meili was stunned. 38,000. That was too low. She had debts amounting to over 40,000. Although she had already mortgaged a portion and hadn't recovered it, she still needed a solid 40,000. She absolutely could not accept that price. Xiao Su, that price is way too low. My final offer is 40,000. This is my bottom line. Wang Meili was desperate. As long as she could fill the hole, it would be fine. Otherwise, if Brother Dao sought revenge, her losses would be even greater. 40,000. Su Yang, don't hesitate. Xiao Su, where can you buy a house for 40,000 in Jiang City? In being sincere, may lightning strike me. Seeing Su Yang's attitude, Wang Meili became even more anxious. She had already lowered the price this much, and he was still hesitating. Su Yang knew that Wang Meili's gambling debt was probably around 40,000. If he continued to be greedy, it would likely lead to loss. Adhering to the principle of taking the good when it comes, Su Yang slowly nodded. All right, 40,000 it is. We'll transfer ownership tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Wang Meili's face lit up with a smile, and she let out a sigh of relief. This kid finally agreed. Although it was a bit cheap, it was nearly acceptable. All right, but I want cash or no installments. Wang Meili made her demand. Sure, Su Yang nodded. Then it's settled. Just then Wang Meili's phone rang. It was Brother Dao calling. Xiao Su, transfer ownership early tomorrow morning. I'm in urgent need of money, and I have something to attend to now, so I'm leaving. With that, she hurried downstairs to take the call. 5 minutes later, Wang Meili felt incredibly lucky. Brother Dao apparently found out from somewhere that she had a house here and wanted to use it to settle a 20,000 debt. Fortunately, she had already sold it for 40,000. By this logic, she still made a profit. She took one last look at the dilapidated house, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. Selling such a shabby house was already lucky enough. Thankfully, she encountered such an inexperienced. As for what Su Yang planned to do with it, that was none of her concern. Even if the house collapsed, it had nothing to do with her. With this thought, Wang Meili hummed a little tune and left Qingyuan community. Su Yang also let out a sigh of relief. Out of the 18 houses, he had now acquired one. Consider it a successful first step. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed someone had appeared in the corridor. The person seemed to have overheard their conversation and curiously approached Su Yang, asking, "Young man, did you just buy this house? How much did you spend?" Su Yang glanced at the person. Could it be the homeowner? He thought for a moment and replied, "Not worth much. I bought this house to use as a warehouse, and it cost me 40,000. The person was instantly shocked. What? 40,000? You spent 40,000 on a house like this? This dilapidated place isn't worth 40,000. I had it listed online, and nobody wanted it for 38,000. The person looked at Su Yang, slamming his thigh in frustration. If only I had met you sooner. Now look, you've all sigh. The person sighed in disappointment and turned to leave. From his actions, Su Yang knew he was also a homeowner here, and he was in a hurry to sell his house. Hold on, big brother. Are you also a homeowner here? I need at least one house for a warehouse. I plan to acquire all 18 houses in this area, leaving a portion for employees as dormitories. I'm willing to offer 40,000 for each house. What do you think? Hearing this, the person was momentarily stunned, then instantly filled with excitement. You want to buy that many houses? Is it really 40,000 per unit? He hurriedly inquired about the authenticity. Yes, 40,000 each, no deceit, but only for the rooms in this building. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Sure. I'm one of the homeowners here. I haven't lived in this house for 10 years, and no one wants to buy it. Isn't this a coincidence? The person was overjoyed. Also, I want to buy the other rooms in this building. I see that you and I are fated. You must know the other homeowners here. Introduce one to me, and he'll give you 2,000 yuan. For the remaining 16 units, if you introduce them all to me, he'll directly give you 50,000 as a referral fee. The person was stunned for a few seconds. Was there really such a good deal? All the homeowners were in a group, usually discussing how to sell their houses. Now someone comes directly wanting to buy everything. That 50,000 referral fee was like picking up money for nothing. All right. Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. I must do a good job for you. By the way, can you give me cash for that 50,000? To be honest, my family is very strict. The person smiled awkwardly. Su-young understood today was a stroke of luck, and it seemed he would soon acquire this building. No problem. They'll transfer you 2,000 for errands as you need to spend money on food and drinks, Su-young generously stated. Receiving 2,000 as a referral fee, the person was even happier. Brother, you can count on me. They'll get this done for you within 2 days. Watching the person leave, Su-young breathed a sigh of relief. Spending a little money to find a reliable helper was quite worth it. Once the acquisition of this building is completed in the next 2 days, he could wait for the news regarding the planning of a key middle school to be released. Once that news is out, the price of this building would surely skyrocket. Early the next morning, Su-young and Wang Mei-li had agreed to go handle the transfer procedures. It was only 7 o'clock and the office opened at 8, so Su-young decided to check today's intel to see if there were any opportunities to make money. One Star Intel Fresh Fruit Supermarket is opening today, offering a 10% discount on all fruits, and customers who spend over 100 yuan will receive 2 kilograms of eggs. First come, first served. This intel held little appeal for Su-young. However, it would likely attract the interest of many elderly folk. One Star Intel, the popular fried chicken chain, claims to use freshly killed chickens in their videos, but in reality they are using cheap frozen chicken, which is suspected of false advertising. Su-young had eaten at the fried chicken place before, initially drawn in by their claim of using fresh chicken, only to discover they were actually using frozen chicken. And it was probably not even quality frozen chicken. No wonder it tasted off. He vowed never to eat there again. One Star Intel Lu Bingbing, the general manager of Tianhai Construction Group, has lost her pet dog and is offering a reward of 100,000 yuan for information leading to its return. Currently, the dog is trapped in an abandoned pipe on the southeast side of the Happiness community. After reading the 3 pieces of intel, Su-young felt no disappointment, as there was still one piece of information valued at 100,000 yuan. This meant that if he could find the dog, he would receive the 100,000 yuan, which seemed quite easy. All he needed to do was go to the location and call the person offering the reward. Wait a minute. Su-young suddenly noticed the name. Lu Bingbing, the general manager of Tianhai Construction Group. Wasn't she the girl he met during the heavy rain? Su-young quickly checked the business card left on the table, and indeed it was her. What a coincidence. After reading the intel, he skipped breakfast and took a taxi to handle the transfer procedures. To his surprise, Wang Mei-li was already waiting there. Hey Su, can't you add another 20,000? As soon as she saw Su-young, she immediately made her request. Hearing this, Su-young turned to leave. Wang Mei-li panicked and grabbed him, saying, Annie was just joking. Just joking. She had hoped to play the victim to get Su-young to pay more, but unexpectedly, he was unyielding. 30 minutes later, the paperwork was completed, and Su-young transferred the payment to Wang Mei-li. After receiving the money, Wang Mei-li dropped her earlier politeness and shot Su-young a few annoyed glances before taking a taxi and leaving. Su-young didn't care what happened to her later, was no longer his concern. It was only 8:30, so he bought a few meat buns, ate one himself, and decided to pack the leftover for the dog. He guessed that the dog was likely a small breed about the size of a teddy, and it had probably been starving all night, so a meat bun would help. In the taxi, Su-young checked online and found the bounty information posted by Lu Bingbing in the local channel. However, the comments section was filled with skepticism. A reward of 100,000 for a dog was clearly impossible. Who would be so foolish with their money? Netizens believed that she was just pretending to offer a reward to find her dog, and if someone really helped her find it, she would certainly not pay as promised. Young man, are you looking at that dog training post? The driver suddenly laughed. Yeah, they're offering 100,000 for finding the dog. Su-young didn't hide it. Young man, you're too young. That post is just for attracting attention and traffic. I also saw that dog, but I chose not to provide any information. Think about it, what kind of dog is worth 100,000? If it were 1 or 2,000 I might pay attention, but 100,000, that must be a scam. Remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch, the driver said sagely. I intend to take a look on my own. Su-young replied, these people think that post is fake, but they don't know who the dog's owner is. She is the general manager of Tianhai Group, and 100,000 for a dog is like a regular person spending 10 yuan on a bun. Huh, then you might be wasting your effort. Seeing Su-young remain unmoved, the driver stopped talking. Before long, they arrived at the destination. Su-young immediately spotted the abandoned pipe, a square hole surrounded by smooth tiles with no cover. After getting out of the car, Su-young walked straight over and indeed found a large dog. The dog wagged its tail and looked very pitiful upon seeing him. Su-young glanced at the meat bun in his hand, tossed it to the dog, then pulled out the post he had just seen, and sure enough, there was a photo that looked exactly like this dog. Su-young directly dialed Lu Bingbing's phone number, added his contact information, sent the address, and waited. After all, given the height of the hole, it would be quite difficult for him to get out, let alone bring a dog weighing dozens of pounds. Su-young sat on a nearby rock and waited. The taxi driver from earlier had not left. Seeing Su Yang waiting there, he walked over with a smile. Young man, you really are waiting here. Su Yang glanced at him and nodded. Now that I found it, I'm just waiting for the owner to come. The driver chuckled. You called the owner, right? Did they give you any money? Su Yang shook his head and replied. No, they said the money would be given when they arrive. The driver nodded as if he understood everything and said, then they probably won't pay you. I told you this is a scam. I also saw that dog, but I know it's a scam, so I didn't call. I encountered something similar last time, and after a lot of effort, I found the dog, but the promised 1,000 was never given to me. This time I won't be fooled. Oh, we'll wait and see. Su Yang didn't say much. He knew this driver only wanted to see him make a fool of himself, so there was no need to argue. The driver noticed that Su Yang was ignoring him, so he moved aside. Since Su Yang wasn't going to heed his wise advice, he could only wait for him to suffer. He didn't leave, but sat nearby waiting for Su Yang to stumble, so he could step in and teach him a lesson, thus showcasing his own wisdom. Just as he sat down, suddenly a call came in from a fellow taxi driver. The driver answered, and an anxious voice came through. Old Wang. Do you remember the reward of 100,000 for the missing dog? It's that dog. Didn't you say you saw it? Old Wang was taken aback. Right? What happened? What? That's a scam. I'm not falling for it. Oh no. I just got the news that dog belongs to a big shop. It was lost by the general manager of Tianhai Construction Group. The person who finds it will truly get the 100,000. Upon hearing this, the driver Old Wang furrowed his brow and froze in disbelief. The general manager of Tianhai Group lost the dog. Does that mean the 100,000 reward is real? He had seen the dog early on, but he just hadn't called. While he was still in shock, he noticed a sleek black Maybach slowly driving over, heading towards Su Yang. Suddenly, he felt anxious. A Maybach? Could it be coming to collect the dog and pay the 100,000 right on the spot? As expected, a woman and 3 men got out of the car, hurrying over to check on the large dog. What made Old Wang even more anxious was that a driver-like figure produced 10,000 yuan in cash on the spot and handed it to Su Yang. He quickly walked over, as he had also seen the dog, and he thought that he should get a share of that 100,000. At that moment, the greed of human nature was laid bare. Thank you so much. Lu Bingbing expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Su Yang upon finding her beloved dog. This dog had gone missing yesterday, causing her great distress, as they searched all night in vain, only to have it returned today. This dog had once saved her life, so a reward of 100,000 yuan was not excessive. It's nothing, just doing my duty, Su Yang replied with a faint smile, reaching out to accept the reward. Wait. Suddenly, the driver Old Wang appeared before them, panting heavily, his eyes fixed greedily on the reward money. Lu Bingbing furrowed her brow and asked the driver, Who are you? What do you want? Old Wang swallowed hard and glanced at the 100,000 yuan in cash, quickly explaining, I saw this dog earlier this morning, much earlier than he did. What I'm saying is, shouldn't I get 50,000? He asked greedily. Huh? Lu Bingbing was a bit confused, not understanding his reasoning. Are you saying you saw my dog this morning? Lu Bingbing asked. Yes, I saw it quite early, so I should get 50,000 yuan. Old Wang responded eagerly. Old Wang hurriedly stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Bingbing let out a cold laugh, then took the reward and split it in half, giving him 50,000 yuan. She held one portion in her hand, looking at Old Wang, whose eyes gleamed with desire. He was about to receive 50,000 yuan. He extended his greedy hand, ready to take the cash, but just before his hand touched the money, Lu Bingbing suddenly withdrew her hand and posed a critical question. Did you call me when you found my dog? Old Wang froze dumbfounded and shook his head, saying, No, I didn't. Well, the requirement for the reward is to provide me with information or bring the dog to my company. Since you didn't provide me with any information, what right do you have to claim the reward? Hearing this, Old Wang stood there in shock. He quickly began to explain, But I was the first to discover this dog. I saw it early. However, because I had encountered scammers before, I thought this time was a scam too, so I didn't call. But now that your dog has been found, the finder should get a share. I should get 50,000, right? Well, I don't want 50,000 anymore. Just give me 20,000 since I didn't provide you with any information. Old Wang shamelessly suggested, thinking that perhaps he might not get the full 50,000, but could still earn 2,000 for nothing. Lu Bingbing let out a cold laugh and handed the 100,000 yuan to Su Yang, saying to Old Wang, Sorry, you won't get a single cent. He provided me with information and is waiting here for me. This 100,000 yuan belongs to him. It has nothing to do with you. Since you found it earlier, you should have called me sooner. How much can a phone call cost you? If you had called me earlier, this 100,000 yuan would have been yours. I am someone who follows the rules. Lu Bingbing finished, leaving Old Wang feeling incredibly embarrassed. At the same time, he felt deep regret. He had clearly discovered it early. Why didn't he just call her? Now, looking at the 100,000 yuan in Su Yang's hands, he just wanted to smash his own thigh. This 100,000 yuan was something he could never save up in a year. To just give it away to someone else. The crucial part was that it should have been his. Aren't you leaving? Lu Bingbing said again. Old Wang knew he was in the wrong, he just wanted to take a chance, but he never expected to be scolded directly. Now with no face left to stay, he could only leave in embarrassment. After he left, the dog was rescued, and Lu Bingbing was very grateful to Su Yang. She looked at Su Yang and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. So she cautiously asked, "Are you the one who lent me an umbrella in the heavy rain the day before yesterday?" Su Yang smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's me." Lu Bingbing smiled in surprise. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you again. That day you predicted the heavy rain, and today you helped me find my dog. Can you tell fortunes?" Lu Bingbing became curious about Su Yang. "I can't tell fortunes, it's just a coincidence. By the way, Lu, you're the general manager of Tianhai Construction Group, and I have something I'd like to ask you about." Su Yang recalled his future school district department. Tianhai Group was a very powerful construction company, so Lu Bingbing must be knowledgeable about such matters. "Sure, just ask," Lu Bingbing nodded. "For an old residential building that's been standing for decades with a total of 18 units, if a key school is planned next to it, how much will this residential building appreciate?" Su Yang asked slowly. "Planning a school?" Lu Bingbing frowned. There hadn't been any news about that in Jiang City recently. However, since he asked, she naturally had to answer. "It depends on the specific situation. The city and the area of the house all have an impact. According to what you said, if it were in Jiang City for 18 old residential units, if each unit is around 80 square meters, it would appreciate to several million yuan." Lu Bingbing replied. Su Yang nodded. It was about what he expected, just a few million, not reaching 100 million. "It's nothing, just asking casually. Why, dreamed of demolition yesterday." Su Yang joked. The two chatted for a while longer, but Lu Bingbing had other matters to attend to, so, coincidentally, the owner of the Qingyuan community whom he had met yesterday sent a message saying that they had contacted everyone and were eager to sell the house today. Su Yang hoped to buy the house as soon as possible. After bidding farewell to Lu Bingbing, he noticed that driver Old Wang had not left yet, but he didn't want to take his car, so he called a ride-sharing service and left directly. Old Wang had initially planned to drive Su Yang away to make some money and casually negotiate for a share of 1,000 or 2,000, even a few hundred would suffice. But unexpectedly, Su Yang didn't take his car at all. He was left waiting here for nothing. Just then the colleague who had reminded him called again, and Old Wang inadvertently answered. "Old Wang, how's that dog?" 100,000 yuan. "Did you see it or not? I reminded you to split the reward with me." Old Wang forced a bitter smile. "Split? Split what? It's gone." The other side was taken aback. "What do you mean it's gone? Didn't you?" "Don't say anything. If you had told me earlier that the reward was real. I had a passenger. I let him pick up the bargain. He gave away the 100,000 yuan right in front of me. It's all your fault. If you had told me earlier, I would have provided the information. And you have the nerve to ask me for a share? How bold of you. Get lost." Old Wang angrily hung up the phone, growing more furious as he thought about it, kicking the door of his taxi. With a loud crack, the doorknob broke off. Old Wang stood there dumbfounded. The 100,000 yuan that should have belonged to him was gone, and now he had to repair his car. All of this was the fault of that young man. In Qingyuan community, when Su Yang arrived, the remaining 17 household heads were already waiting here. Upon seeing Su Yang, they all stepped forward, their faces filled with excitement. One of the household heads exclaimed in surprise, "Boss, are you really going to buy all our houses?" Su Yang nodded without hesitation. "Yes, part will be used as a warehouse, and part as employee dormitories." Hearing this, the crowd beamed with joy. Buying houses here for 400,000 at this time was nothing short of charity. The crowd exchanged glances. They had previously discussed daily whether the houses here could be sold, and now someone was actually buying them. Since they did not live here, the houses held no value for them. Selling them would increase their savings by 400. The prices of the houses had been falling, but the money was real. "Since everyone is here today, let me make it clear. I will only pay 400,000 for each house. Those who wish to sell can stay. If not, considering the appreciation of the houses, you may leave now." Su Yang glanced at the crowd, indicating his stance. The crowd exchanged looks. "Can these houses still appreciate? That would probably take 10,000 years. 10,000 years is too long. They couldn't wait, so buying for 400,000 now seemed more cost-effective." "Boss Su, you must be joking. If these houses can appreciate, it'll wash my hair upside down." "Yeah, how could these houses possibly appreciate? Anyone thinking these houses can appreciate is a fool." "Ha ha, believing these houses can appreciate doesn't make one a fool. Oh, it makes one a super fool." "Ha ha ha, a super fool." The crowd laughed heartily. Su Yang chuckled as well. Since that's the case, he might as well be that big fool. If being a fool allows one to earn so much money, Su Yang would be happy to be a fool for life. "Alright, since no one has objections, has everyone brought the property certificates?" Su Yang asked further. The crowd eagerly displayed their bags, indicating they had all the necessary documents. "Boss Su, aren't you going to check the houses?" the crowd inquired. "No need, we can buy directly. Since it will serve as a warehouse part for employee accommodation, I don't care what the houses look like." Su Yang shook his head. The crowd scoffed. This boss Su was indeed a heartless businessman, finding such shabby houses for employee dormitories. Renting other well-equipped dormitories for employees would surely cost more in the long run than buying these houses. Although buying an entire building seemed expensive in the short term, it was more cost-effective in the long run. This boss Su had quite a long-term vision. Although they felt he was a heartless merchant, what kind of dormitory his employees lived in had nothing to do with them. As long as their money was received, whether his employees had to pay for dormitories was none of their business. Seeing Su Yang so decisive, they also wanted to quickly convert 400,000 into cash. Boss Su, shall we go for the transfer and then make the payment? The crowd looked at Su Yang expectantly. Okay, everyone can head to the transfer office now. After Su Yang finished speaking, the crowd drove off to the transfer location. The person who promised to give a commission hurried to Su Yang's side saying, Boss Su, about that 50,000 commission. What do you think? I worked hard to gather everyone here so quickly. Without any hesitation, Su Yang took out 50,000 in cash and quietly stuffed it into the man's bag. This is 50,000, you can count it. The man smiled broadly and waved his hand. I trust Boss Su. Although 50,000 was not a small amount, Su Yang felt it was worth it. If he contacted everyone individually, it would certainly take a lot of time. Having a middleman made the process much smoother. As someone who was set to make big money, he naturally could not be greedy over small amounts. A few hours later, the transfer was successfully completed, and Su Yang transferred the funds to the crowd's accounts. Everyone was satisfied. Both parties felt they had made a great deal. As for who lost out, that remained unclear. After completing these matters, Su Yang was finally able to relax a bit. With a few days left until the announcement of the construction of a key school, Su Yang could now sit back and wait for the houses to appreciate. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. Just as he was about to go have a meal, Lu Bingbing's call suddenly came through. It turned out she was inviting Su Yang to. The location was a very famous high-end restaurant in Jiangxing. Su Yang didn't decline. He also wanted to see what the taste of this high-end restaurant was like. Not long after they arrived in the center of Jiangxing, the most bustling street in Jiangxing, where various international brands gathered. Although Su Yang wasn't particularly interested in clothing or jewelry, he was very particular about food. The restaurants here were all high-end, and the chefs were renowned culinary masters. Su Yang's long-standing dream was to taste dishes made by these masters to see what the difference was from ordinary chefs. However, the unfortunate part was that a meal here would cost at least 1,000, and if one wanted something better, it would be several thousand. Su Yang had not had the means before. Yunshang Restaurant, the hottest five-star restaurant in Jiangxing, certified by both Michelin and the Black Pearl. Many wealthy individuals came here to dine. Upon entering, the luxurious decorations were immediately noticeable. Indeed, it was very opulent, fitting the reputation of a high-end restaurant, though he wondered how the food would be. At a window-side table, Lu Bingbing was already waiting there. You're a bit late, Su Yang said as he sat down. It's fine, just on time. Shall we have coffee or tea? Lu Bingbing smiled as she pushed the menu over. Su Yang glanced at the menu and was shocked to find that cola, which cost 3 yuan outside, was priced at 88 yuan here. Let's have tea. Coffee is too bitter for me to get used to. Lu Bingbing nodded and then ordered tea. At the next table, a group of elegantly dressed young men sat, exuding a sophisticated aura. One of the young men glanced at Lu Bingbing, then at the girl in front of him, feeling somewhat displeased. He noticed that Su Yang was not particularly well dressed, but was sitting with such a beautiful girl. Could he be some hidden wealthy person intentionally dressing this way? But upon hearing Su Yang say he'd drink tea and that he couldn't get used to bitter coffee, he instantly displayed a disdainful expression, his sense of superiority skyrocketing. Look, what era is it? There are still people drinking tea. Tea is such a low-end item that only poor people consume. This guy came to such a high-end restaurant and chose tea instead of high-end coffee. Clearly it's his first time here, and he hasn't shed the habits of low-class people. He then cast a condescending glance at Su Yang while shaking his coffee cup, which represented high-end. Xianggu is really impressive. He knows so much. Who drinks tea nowadays? Coffee is the way to go. I don't understand what they are thinking drinking tea in such a high-end restaurant. The girl across the table nodded in agreement. The boy named Xianggu smiled slightly, believing he was making a very valid point. Exactly, the coffee we're drinking costs 199 yuan a cup, made from imported coffee beans meticulously ground by hand. Just the aroma alone is intoxicating. Just tell me, how much are those broken leaves worth? You can buy a whole bunch for 10 yuan. We spend 199 on a cup of coffee, enough for those people to drink tea for a year. The more Xianggu spoke, the stronger his sense of superiority became. The coffee in his hand was his ticket to the upper class, a symbol of his success. Look at the current TV dramas. Which boss doesn't sip a cup of coffee while working? In this high-end restaurant, it's even more essential. Su Yang and Lu Bingbing exchanged glances, both suppressing their laughter. Is drinking coffee really more sophisticated than drinking tea? It's a bit ridiculous. At the end of the day, they are just two types of beverages. A drink what you like. To create a hierarchy out of them is somewhat comical. Moreover, he even claims that tea leaves are cheap. That is truly ignorance without fear. Although there is speculation around tea prices, the fact that they can reach such high prices and remain popular speaks to the terrifying demand for these items in the high-end market. Most importantly, the finest tea is tied to status. Having money doesn't necessarily mean you can buy it. At this moment, 3 waiters slowly brought over the tea that Lu Bingbing ordered. It was freshly brewed with a professional tea master serving on the side. The moment the tea leaves met the hot water, a rich fragrance erupted. It was incredibly refreshing. Just the smell alone lifted their spirits significantly. The tea aroma wafted and people nearby sniffed carefully, turning their gazes towards Su Yang and the others. Wow, what kind of tea is this? Why does it smell so good? Yeah, the flavor is so intense. It's completely different from the tea I usually drink. I once had a tea that cost 5,000 yuan per pound, but it didn't smell nearly as good as this tea. Xianggu also looked over the fresh tea aroma, easily overshadowing the scent of the coffee in his hand. Now his nose was filled with the scent of tea. Xianggu, why does their tea smell so good? Isn't tea a low-end beverage? How can it be so enticing? The girl across the table asked curiously. Xianggu felt a bit embarrassed. The high-quality tea he had before didn't smell like this, did it? To save face, he pretended to be very knowledgeable and said that's because they added flavoring. That's what makes the flavor of these broken leaves so rich. Think about it, the leaves of willow trees and poplar trees are all just leaves, right? The tea leaves are also leaves. Without added flavoring, how could they possibly have such a taste? These people are truly pitiful. Drinking flavored tea is just for show, trying to appear high class, wanting to compare it to our upscale coffee. Hearing Xiang Ji's words, the girl across the table nodded in agreement. So it's just flavored leaves. No wonder it smells so good. It's pitiful that they can drink water brewed from leaves. How sad. Xianggu elegantly took a sip of coffee, feeling his status elevated. Just as he was about to mock Su Yang and the others because their tea was ready, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianggu was startled. It was his company's general manager. He quickly stood up straight and respectfully said, "Hello, Manager Li, I am Wang Xiang. Do you remember me?" Manager Li glanced at Wang Xiang, seemingly recalling, "Oh, Xiao Xiang. What a coincidence, you're also dining here." Wang Xiang was very excited. He didn't expect the general manager to remember him. What an honor. He wanted to say a few more words to please Manager Li, but the manager respectfully turned to Su Yang and Lu Bingbing, asking earnestly, "May I ask, is the tea you're drinking the famous Taiping Hokkaido?" Lu Bingbing didn't expect someone to recognize the type of tea. She nodded. "Yes, it's Taiping Hokkaido." Manager Li's face showed immense shock. It really is that tea. He is also a tea enthusiast and had the fortune of drinking it once when he visited a big shot. He never thought he would encounter it again. What an honor. I didn't expect to see real Taiping Hokkaido here today. He was visibly excited, gazing at the crystalline tea, his heart racing. "Let's have a cup together." Lu Bingbing, seeing no malice from him, asked the waiter to pour him a cup. Manager Li hurriedly accepted the tea with both hands, carefully sniffing the fragrant aroma, then wore an expression of bliss. Seeing Manager Li's demeanor, everyone around felt it was very strange. "It's just a cup of tea, what's the big deal?" Wang Xiang was even more puzzled. How could a cup of mediocre tea make Manager Li so serious? He quickly reminded Manager Li, "Please don't drink that tea, it's made with flavoring, it's not good for your health. Let me order you a cup of high-end coffee, it costs 199 yuan a cup, and is much better than this lousy." Wang Xiang thought Manager Li would hold him in higher regard, but as soon as he finished speaking, Manager Li shot him 199 yuan for high-end coffee. "Do you know the price of this Taiping Hokkaido? How can you speak so shamelessly? This Taiping Hokkaido is worth 1 million yuan per pound. What high-end coffee could stand in comparison?" As his words fell, everyone around stopped their chopsticks. "Oh, what did they? Taiping Hokkaido. 1 million per pound." Everyone was completely stunned. They thought it was just a relatively good tea, but didn't expect it to be top-tier tea. 1 million per pound, what kind of family can afford that? What backgrounds do these two people at the table come from? Wang Xiang was also instantly dumbfounded, his coffee dropping to the ground with a crash. 1 million per pound for tea. His pupils seemed to tremble. He initially thought the two across the table were just ordinary people, but unexpectedly, he was completely stunned. Tea is just broken leaves, coffee is the ticket to the upper class. Remembering his earlier words, his face turned bright red. He had intended to show off in front of the girl, but instead of impressing her, he made a fool of himself. He knew Manager Li well enough. He would never boast. 1 million per pound for tea. These two are indeed real big shots, true high-class individuals. His heart raced. He wanted to escape quickly, but he couldn't bear to leave without eating the dish he ordered. For a moment, he could only stand there feeling very awkward and out of place. "This tea is stored here. I drink a little whenever I come to eat," Lu Bingbing said casually. Su Yang was also a bit surprised, but thinking of Lu Bingbing's identity, he was not so shocked. 1 million per pound for tea is merely pocket change for her. People around looked at Su Yang and Lu Bingbing with envy. They all wanted to taste what a million yuan tea is like. They gazed at Su Yang and Lu Bingbing, their eyes filled with respect. These are true big shots. At this moment, although Su Yang and Lu Bingbing were in the same restaurant as them, they seemed to form a small circle isolating others from their presence. This small circle was unapproachable, as if it were what is known as the legendary upper class. After tasting the tea, manager Li left. Wang Xiang was left standing there at a loss. He was now filled. However, the dishes he ordered had not yet arrived. If he left like this, it would be a huge loss. He quickly called the waiter and asked, "Waiter, why hasn't my food arrived yet?" The waiter smiled and replied, "Sir, hasn't it already been served?" Wang Xiang was taken aback. The table was empty, and only a beautiful melody was coming from the piano in front of him. "Where?" "I'm in a hurry to eat and leave," Wang Xiang asked anxiously. "What you ordered is a piano piece. Our collaborating pianist is performing it. Aren't you listening?" The waiter pointed slowly at the pianist over there. Wang Xiang stood frozen in place. The people around him burst into laughter. This person pretended to be a high-class individual, but ended up ordering a piano performance complete. What a ridiculous situation. Wang Xiang was dumbfounded looking at the string of English on the menu. He had thought that the dishes in pure English must be high-end cuisine, yet it turned out to be a piano piece. He was utterly bewildered. Seeing the mocking gazes from the people around him, Wang Xiang felt completely embarrassed, as if he had lost face in front of the Buddha in the West. This was too embarrassing. Didn't this let everyone know that he didn't understand English and was pretending to know? He quietly glanced at Su Yang and Lu Bingbing, realizing that unlike those mocking him, they hadn't looked at him even once. The two of them had never once glanced at him. Wang Xiang's mood plummeted. He had desperately tried to act like a high-class individual, just to show off, yet when faced with true high society, he became a joke. What was he even doing trying to impress women and dine at high-end restaurants? Looking at the mocking gazes from those around him, he felt he couldn't stay here any longer. Ignoring the girl across from him, he stood up to sneak away. "Sir, you haven't paid yet. The price for the piano piece is 1688 yuan. Wang Xiang's face turned bright red. He could only painfully take out his phone and pay 1688. He hadn't eaten anything yet. Over 1,000 yuan was gone, just for sitting here for a while. This was half a month's salary. His heart was bleeding. "Thank you, sir, for providing everyone with a wonderful piece of music. Enjoy your meal," the waiter said loudly. "Ha ha ha, thank you." The people around him laughed. Wang Xiang awkwardly felt lost, only able to hurriedly escape from this place. For Su Yang, he had seen this kind of person before. There was someone like this in high school, someone who pretended to be wealthy, even though they had no money, trying to act like they understood everything. So encountering someone like this was not surprising to him. However, ordering a piano piece and thinking it was food truly made it hard for him to hold back. Afterwards, Su Yang and Lu Bingbing continued their meal. It must be said that the food here was quite delicious. No wonder it was produced under the guidance of a national banquet master. Even someone from Lu Bingbing's background enjoyed it immensely. Lu, does Tianhai Group have the qualifications for demolition and land acquisition? Of course. Our Tianhai Group is one of the largest construction groups in the country. We do have those Lu Bingbing replied. Su Yang nodded, thinking that since the government was releasing news in 3 days, it was likely that someone from Lu Bingbing's company would come to negotiate. Why are you asking this? Are you predicting where the land would appreciate in value? Buy it in advance and sell it to... Lu Bingbing suddenly made a prophetic statement. "Ha ha, Lu, you're just joking. If I could predict, wouldn't I be a deal?" Su Yang chuckled. "Last time you predicted rain on a sunny day. This time, help me find my dog. These 2 times could be considered coincidences. If there's a 3rd time, I might really have to research you." Lu Bingbing joked. Su Yang was taken aback. The 3rd time was indeed about to come. The two chatted easily. Lu Bingbing didn't have that cold and domineering demeanor of a female CEO. She felt just like an old friend. Perhaps this wasn't a workplace, and Su Yang wasn't her employee, so he couldn't feel her CEO aura. The last dish was the famously exquisite boiled cabbage. The delicate knife skills combined with the extremely fresh broth made one's taste buds explode, making it hard to leave. Su Yang, who usually never took photos, couldn't help but snap a picture and post it online. Half an hour later, after finishing the meal and chatting for a bit, Su Yang and Lu Bingbing left the restaurant together. Upon returning home, Su Yang checked his current savings. The total cost of acquiring 18 residential units was 7.25 million. After deducting this major expense, he still had about 3 million in savings. Once that residential building sold, he could consider buying a house. For now, he could just stay in this house. A few more days wouldn't make a difference. As for buying a car, although 3 million could buy a decent one, Su Yang still wanted to wait until the demolition funds arrived before making a purchase. Later, Su Yang browsed his social media and found that the photo of the boiled cabbage he posted at noon had gone viral. There were dozens of comments. "Wow, is this boiled cabbage so high-end? Old Su is amazing. After a few years, he's even having boiled cabbage. That's impressive. This must be from some high-end restaurant. This meal must have cost a fortune. Is old Su doing quite well now?" People from his high school and college were commenting in the group. Because of one picture, the high school group, which had been inactive for years, was bustling again, with many people speaking up. Several acquaintances who were not well known before added Su Yang on WeChat because of this picture, but they only greeted him and didn't ask for money. This surprised Su Yang a little. Generally, once someone starts doing well, there are always people sniffing around, but the situation around him was entirely the opposite. It seemed one should not think too complicatedly about people. Early the next morning, Su Yang got up around 9. The first thing he did upon waking was check today's 3-star news at stall number 8 in the Jiangxing herbal market. There is a century-old wild ginseng. The stall owner thinks it's fake. Arrive around 10 to seize the opportunity. The market price is around 3 million. To his surprise, the first piece of news was a 3-star alert. A wild ginseng worth 3 million. A century-old wild ginseng. Legend has it that a century-old wild ginseng can save lives. Ding. Triggered a chain alert. Before Su Yang could react, he suddenly noticed this reminder. A chain alert. What does that mean? Su Yang quickly continued to check. Chain alert: the leader of the Yi family, Yi Zhenan, is critically ill in Jiangxing. He currently needs a century-old wild ginseng. The provider will not only receive corresponding monetary compensation, but also gain connections with the Yi family. Note: the Yi family is a top family in Huagua. In this world, being wealthy is certainly advantageous. However, if one lacks a strong backing, many troubles will arise. The Yi family, although Su Yang has never heard of it, is evaluated by the system as a top-tier family. There's no escaping this. Now that his money is increasing, it will only grow more in the future and at an exponential rate. The more money he has, the more troubles he will encounter. Thus, he indeed needs a network of connections. With connections, he will avoid many troubles. Su Yang calmed his emotions and continued to check the third piece of information for today. Chain information: all major families in the Hua country are monitoring Yi Zhenan, the head of the Yi family. The century-old wild ginseng must be delivered before 8 o'clock. Detailed address: Jiangxing XX Road XX. Having read the last piece, the chain information is complete. There is still ample time before 8 o'clock. Barring any accidents, he can go this afternoon. The priority now is to find that century-old ginseng in the entire Jiangxing medicinal herb market. After casually eating a bit, Su Yang took a taxi to the Jiangxing medicinal herb market. The Jiangxing medicinal herb market is not only the largest in Jiangxing, but also one of the largest in the entire Hua country. Inside, vendors and customers buying various items came and went, and as soon as one entered, the very strong aroma of medicine could be smelled. At this moment, the owner of booth number 8 was scrutinizing the imitation ginseng on his stall, feeling utterly perplexed. It was so vividly replicated, yet no one came to buy. Giving them a chance to save money, yet they are ungrateful. Truly a dog-biting Lu Dong, being unable to recognize a good person. As old Zhang was lamenting, he suddenly noticed an elderly man around 70 years old sighing in front of him. He focused his gaze and quickly spoke. "Elderly sir, are you here to buy ginseng? You can come and see mine. They are all genuine wild ginseng." The old man glanced at him disdainfully and shook his head. "A pile of fakes, and you think to deceive me." Hearing this, those around turned their gaze to old Zhang's stall, and he felt embarrassed in an instant, then shouted angrily, "You old fellow! How dare you speak recklessly? Is this how you talk irresponsibly at your old age? How can you say my goods are fake?" Upon hearing his disrespectful words, a young man beside the old man stepped forward immediately. "How bold! Do you know who this is? This is Elder Song. Mr. Song Heping. As a medicinal herb dealer, how can you not know Elder Song?" Upon hearing the name Song Heping, those around were instantly stunned. Those in the industry naturally knew the illustrious name of Elder Song. He is the contemporary Hua Tuo, adored by countless people in the country. It really is Elder Song. Is Elder Song here for an inspection? Wow. Elder Song has actually come to our big medicinal herb market. Elder Song, if you need anything, I'll give it to you for free. Everyone was astonished. They felt an immense shock. This is the renowned Elder Song. If they could have his presence, it would be akin to $1 million advertisement for their business. Elder Song slowly shook his head. "I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, but there is nothing here that I need." Elder Song forced a smile. The century-old wild ginseng that Elder Yi needed was impossible to find here. He had hoped for a stroke of luck, but ultimately he had overthought it. Upon realizing that this was Elder Song, old Zhang was startled and quickly stood up to apologize. "Elder Song, I didn't know it was you. Please don't take offense." Elder Song gently waved his hand. The situation was urgent, and he had no time to deal with these matters. Old Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, but after being publicly accused of selling fakes by Elder Song, today was clearly a day without business. Just as he was thinking of closing up, a voice suddenly rang out. "Boss, your authentic wild ginseng looks good. How much is it?" Old Zhang was taken aback and looked at the young man in front of him. "Do you want to buy my ginseng?" he asked in a daze. "Isn't that obvious? Why would I ask if I wasn't going to buy?" Su Yang replied. Old Zhang immediately felt elated. He thought he wouldn't have any business today, but here was a big spender arriving at his door. Seeing Su Yang wanting to buy goods from a stall that Elder Song had called out as fake, the crowd began to murmur. Wasn't this person foolish? Elder Song had just declared it was fake, yet someone still wanted to buy. Just as Elder Song was about to leave, he saw someone about to buy fake goods, and unable to bear it, advised, "Young man, listen to me, don't buy from this stall." Those around nodded in agreement, admiring Elder Song's kindness. This is Elder Song. Young man, you would not know Elder Song, would you? He is an expert among experts. This stall is filled with fakes. You'll suffer a great loss if you buy it. The crowd also kindly reminded him. Old Zhang's face turned red. Being surrounded by a bunch of people accusing him of selling fakes was a bit much for him to handle. Although Su Yang heard the warnings, not buying would be the real loss. It's fine, I think his goods look quite good. This is exactly what I want, Su Yang said slowly. The crowd cast disdainful looks at him, as if looking at a fool. Oh my! Even after the warnings, he still wants to buy. Truly stubborn. Today's youth really don't understand good advice. Elder Song is a top expert. How could he harm you, a young? Enough said. Let him lose money if he wants to buy. After all, it's not my money that's being lost. The crowd spoke with frustration while Elder Song sighed helplessly. He had offered good advice, yet it was ignored. This was no longer his concern. Seeing Su Yang insist on buying, Old Zhang thought to quickly finalize the sale. Young man, my goods are very cheap. All for a flat price of 10,000. Are you buying or not? Old Zhang asked anxiously. 50 gene of radishes at one stall cost 300 yuan. The production cost was 500, and he spent 500 to obtain a cultivated ginseng from the old hunter. The total cost was less than 2,000. Selling for 10,000 would definitely be a huge profit. Upon hearing that a stall of fakes was being sold for 10,000, the crowd exclaimed that the seller was unscrupulous. Wasn't this just trying to deceive a newbie? They thought the newbie wouldn't buy, but the next second they were dumbfounded. All right, 10,000. Su Yang's gaze fell on the box containing the century-old wild ginseng. Paying 10,000 for it was definitely worth it. Seeing this guy was clearly frightened by Elder Song. If he hesitated any longer, it would be counterproductive. Without hesitation, Su Yang directly paid the 10,000. The crowd was taken aback. They never expected there would really be someone foolish enough to spend 10,000 on a pile of fakes. Could such a fool come to their stall as well? Elder Song shook his head, thinking that this young man might have some intelligence issues. Meanwhile, Old Zhang hurriedly packaged the goods and collected the money, breathing a huge sigh of relief. This was no longer his business. He knew it was fake and still wanted to buy. It had nothing to do with him. Su Yang smoothly got his goods and carefully took out the exquisite box. Dragging a bag of radish greens, he directly tossed it into the trash can several meters away. The crowd was once again shocked. He spent 10,000, bought a pile of fakes, and now he threw them in the trash. What is going on? What on earth is this person doing? The crowd was baffled. Su Yang gently opened the box, glanced inside, and revealed a satisfied smile. Elder Song witnessed everything, and when Su Yang opened the box, his heart suddenly tightened. His heart raced. Elder Song's expression became serious, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Listening to the surrounding people chatter and ridicule, and seeing Su Yang about to leave, Elder Song hurriedly walked towards Su Yang, shouting, "Young man, wait a moment. Can I see what you have in your hand?" The moment these words were spoken, those who had mocked Su Yang frowned in confusion. The fortunate Old Zhang was also puzzled and looked over. They all shared a thought. Isn't that a fake? What is wrong with Elder Song? They all rushed over. Elder Song, this. The young man beside Song Heping said in confusion. They had come today with serious business, so why was Elder Song suddenly so interested in this item? Under the gaze of the crowd, Song Heping slowly took the box from Su Yang and gently opened it. The moment he saw what was inside, his beard began to tremble incessantly. At this instant, he confirmed his suspicion. This truly was, indeed, a century-old wild ginseng. For a moment, Song Heping's heart was profoundly shaken. He never expected to find the century-old wild ginseng he had been desperately searching for in a place like this, especially where he had explicitly declared it a counterfeit. Decades of experience had failed him compared to a young man. Song Heping stood frozen in place. The crowd was puzzled. How could a fake ginseng cause Elder Song such distress? They were utterly bewildered. The young man beside Elder Song, seeing him lost in thought, quickly asked, "Elder Song, what's the matter?" Song Heping snapped back to reality. With a complex expression, he glanced at Su Yang, then at the bewildered faces around him, and slowly said, "I was mistaken. This is not a fake." The crowd was startled. It wasn't fake. Oh my, it's not counterfeit. Elder Song, yes, this ginseng is genuine. This young man is remarkable. Elder Song said it was fake, yet he insisted on buying it. He must have seen through it. Young man impressive. Hearing this, the crowd began to change their opinion of Su Yang. Under the judgment of an authority like Elder Song, he still discerned the truth, proving his exceptional skill. Though Elder Song was an authority, he was aging and occasional mistakes were normal. Even if the young man was right, wasn't it just an ordinary ginseng? Why would Elder Song react so strongly? At that moment, someone curiously asked, Elder Song, even if you were mistaken, why such shock? Even if this ginseng is real, it can't be worth 10,000 yuan, right? The young man was accurate, but he still lost money, didn't he? The crowd nodded in agreement. The young man had still lost out. Even if he was right, it would have been better not to buy it. As for Elder Song's shock, it was likely because he had encountered a prodigy. Hearing this, Elder Song slowly shook his head, fixed his gaze on the wild ginseng in his hand, and addressed the crowd. No. I didn't finish earlier. This is not an ordinary ginseng. It is a wild ginseng of considerable age. Its value far exceeds 10,000 yuan. Song Heping looked at Su Yang with a deeply complex expression. What? A wild ginseng, and aged at that? Holy cow! This is really an aged wild ginseng. Is it true? If Elder Song says so, can it be fake? My God! A decades-old wild ginseng must be worth hundreds of thousands. This young man is incredible. No wonder he was willing to spend 10,000 yuan to buy it. This is... The crowd was astounded. An aged wild ginseng was entirely different. It could be called. Old Zhang, who had been watching the commotion, stood frozen on the spot. Had he just sold a wild ginseng worth hundreds of thousands? For only 10,000. This. Just as he was about to speak, Elder Song spoke again. This is a century-old wild ginseng. Based on my experience, this is a top-grade wild ginseng aged between 130 to 140 years. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they heard Song Heping's even more astonishing words. A top-grade wild ginseng of 130 years. In an instant, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in their ears. Turmoil surged in everyone's hearts. The preciousness of a century-old wild ginseng was unimaginable. Last year one was auctioned for as high as 2.9 million yuan. This one was even older, so its value was beyond measure. For someone in dire need, it would be priceless. Someone was so shocked they fell to the ground, their eyes filled with utter awe. Initially, they thought Su Yang, but when Elder Song called it a wild ginseng, they were stunned, though not to this extent. Now Elder Song claimed it was a top-grade wild ginseng over 130 years old. How could they not be astounded? Most crucially, this wild ginseng was bought for only 10,000 yuan, and they had all witnessed it. Recalling how they had mocked Su Yang for spending 10,000 yuan on fakes, they felt immense shame. He was the true expert. He had seen through it all from the start, and seized the opportunity without hesitation. How pitiful were they with their narrow vision mocking him? He spent 10,000 to earn millions. What did they have to be smug about? They bitterly regretted not buying. Some even slapped their own faces in frustration. A century-old wild ginseng? Old Zhang exclaimed in shock. Wasn't that just an ordinary ginseng he had bought from an octogenarian hunter? He had paid only 500 yuan, and the old hunter never mentioned it was a century-old wild ginseng. Now you're telling him it's a 130-year-old treasure. And he had sold it for 10,000, even feeling smug about it. Damn it. What had he done? Such a waste. Such a waste. The key to financial freedom had slipped through his fingers. Oh my heavens. He'll never cheat again. Old Zhang fled in despair. The onlookers declared him the most tragic man in the world. Young man, I wish to purchase this century-old wild ginseng at a high price. Is that possible? I am willing to pay above market value. Elder Song said with utmost urgency. The crowd looked at Su Yang with envy. This young man had struck it rich. In just a moment, millions had come his way. He was truly skilled and perceptive beyond their comparison. Sorry, I don't plan to sell this for now. Su Yang retrieved the item and explicitly refused Song Heping. Then he headed toward the exit. Elder Song and his young companion hurriedly chased after him. Young man, I'm not buying this wild ginseng for collection. It's to save a life. To save a person. This matter is of great importance. Please consider parting with it. Song Heping said with utmost sincerity. Su Yang finally stopped. He hadn't expected Elder Song to also be seeking it to save someone. The person in need must be of significant status. Could it be? Who are you trying to save? Su Yang asked. Song Heping hesitated for a moment, then confessed, an old gentleman surnamed Yi whom you don't know. Upon hearing the surname, Yi, Su Yang immediately thought of that elder Yi. Could the person he needed to save be Yi Jinan, the patriarch of the Yi family? What a coincidence. Hearing this, Su Yang pondered briefly for 3 seconds. In Jiang City, there was an elder named Yi who could command such efforts from Song Heping for his rescue. It must be the head of the Yi family. Given this, rather than awkwardly bringing something to their door, it would be preferable to have someone like Song Heping as a guide. Through him, selling the century-old wild ginseng to the Yi family would be much more appropriate. Thinking of this, Su Yang slowly spoke. Elder Song, could you tell me the name of the elder Yi you wish to save? The person who can be saved with the century-old wild ginseng is not an ordinary individual. Su Yang asked again. Very well, the elder Yi's full name is Yi Jinan. I said you wouldn't know this name, but he can afford the price. Moreover, this is a matter of great significance, and I cannot monopolize it. Young friend, let us proceed to the location of the Yi family, Song Heping said slowly. Su Yang nodded, and then said, all right, since it is so, I will accompany Elder Song. Selling this century-old wild ginseng to anyone will not matter if it is to save a life. Ooh, I have no objections. Upon hearing Su Yang's agreement, Song Heping immediately became elated. Good. Young friend, come with. With that, they hurried toward the entrance of the medicinal market. A low-key Audi A6 was parked at the door, and the three of them got into the car and headed toward their destination. Elder Song, someone of your stature should have century-old ginseng on hand. Why are you still searching so hard? Su Yang asked his final question. Even if Song Heping didn't have it, surely a prominent family like the Yi family would. Even if it weren't in Jiang City, with the Yi family's strength, they could send a private jet to deliver it in 2 to 3 hours. Song Heping slowly shook his head and said helplessly, originally, the Yi family did have century-old wild ginseng, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, the wild ginseng was damaged, and its medicinal properties were completely lost. The remaining few in the country are all in the hands of their rivals. I came to Jiang City's medicinal market today merely to gamble on a dead horse, as if it were alive, hoping for luck. I didn't expect to truly find something. Song Heping felt this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Su Yang nodded, sensing that this matter was not ordinary. What exactly the conspiracy was, or what other matters were involved, was no longer his concern. The car slowly drove to a manor near Jiang City. The location was identical to what the system had provided. The car gradually stopped at the manor entrance. The security at the door checked and let the Audi through. Upon stepping out of the car, Su Yang could clearly sense that the air in this manor was exceptionally fresh, completely different from the urban atmosphere. This was indeed the Yi family's manor. The environment was superb. In an open area of the manor, members of the Yi family were anxiously awaiting Song Heping's return. A few individuals from other prominent families, hearing about Yi Zhunnan's critical condition, had come uninvited. Old Yi, do not panic. I believe Elder Yi will surely recover. A man in his 50s or 60s comforted Yi Xingyao, the eldest son of Yi Zhunnan. Although it seemed like consolation, he was secretly overjoyed. Without Yi Zhunnan, the pillar of the Yi family, the impact they would face would not be small. Naturally, the Zhao family would benefit from this. Sigh. My Zhao family does have century-old wild ginseng, but family management is strict. Although I wish to bring it, I cannot. Old Yi, you know it's not that I don't want to bring it. I truly have no way. Zhao Huihuang said this while suppressing his inner joy. The Zhao family had always been under the Yi family's thumb. If Yi Zhunnan were gone, the Zhao family could absolutely stand on equal footing with them. Upon hearing Zhao Huihuang's sarcastic remarks, the Yi family members clenched their fists. Old Zhao, that's not how you should speak. Yi Xingyao glared at Zhao Huihuang with anger. What's wrong? If that's not how it should be said, then how should it be said? If you have the ability, show us a century-old wild ginseng. Zhao Huihuang showed no restraint. Yi Xingyao raised a fist, wanting to beat him up on the spot. In the past, the Zhao family had always followed the Yi family submissively. When had Zhao Huihuang dared to speak to him like this? At that moment, a subordinate rushed over anxiously and said to Yi Xingyao, Elder Song has returned. Naturally, the Yi family members instantly became tense. Zhao Huihuang frowned. Did he bring back the century-old wild ginseng? Yi Xingyao quickly asked. I don't know, the subordinate quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huihuang revealed a dismissive expression. Sigh. It seems, Elder Yi, it's just a century-old wild ginseng. Why are you, Elder Yi? I'm so sad. Zhao Huihuang suddenly cried out in exaggerated sorrow. His few words undoubtedly ignited the fury of everyone in the Yi family. Yi Xingyao clenched his fists tightly. Although he wanted to throw Zhao Huihuang out, the most important thing right now was the news about the century-old wild ginseng. At this moment, the Audi car slowly came to a stop, and Yi Xingyao immediately stepped forward to open the car door. Elder Song, how did it go? Everyone in the Yi family turned to look at Song Heping as he slowly got out. Zhao Huihuang also walked over, stroking his chin, secretly pondering. The century-old wild ginseng available in the market had already been bought up by the Zhao family. Even if Song Heping couldn't procure it right now, he felt completely confident in this matter. Under the expectant and tense gazes of everyone, Song Heping slowly spoke. I did not find the century-old wild ginseng, but... Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Xingyao almost fell to the ground. The mood of the Yi family instantly turned despairing, with everyone shrouded in a cloud of gloom. Even though he had already known this result, Zhao Huihuang still breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Song Heping and provocatively said, Thank you for your help, Elder Song. My Zhao family will remember this. Zhao Huihuang was particularly pleased, and his words became increasingly reckless. After today, the old king would abdicate, and the new king would ascend. The Zhao family would achieve unprecedented glory. I did not find it, but I brought someone. Song Heping, Elder Song, stop keeping us in suspense. Quickly explain the situation. Yi Xingyao felt his heart was about to explode. This is Su Yang, young friend Su. Song Heping introduced. Everyone turned to look at Su Yang. Though he was dressed ordinarily, his expression was neither servile nor overbearing. But even so, what use was that? Elder Song, have you lost your mind? Why bring a mere child here? Do you want Elder Yi to meet Buddha faster? Zhao Huiwang couldn't hide his sarcastic laughter. Yi Xingyao and the others were also filled with doubts. Could it be that this young man was the legendary healer? Seeing the confusion of the crowd, Song Heping smiled slightly. What if he has a century-old wild ginseng that is 130 years old? As soon as he spoke, everyone was stunned as if struck by lightning. Zhao Huihuang's face changed drastically. Humph. Old fool, don't spout nonsense here. Century-old wild ginseng is not overly hard for prominent families to find, but how could a mere boy possess it? I think you want to create a smokescreen, not wanting Elder Yi's situation to be known to the outside world so soon. Kid, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise you'll offend my Zhao family. Zhao Huiwang said coldly. Hearing this threat, Su Yang's expression remained calm. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly spoke. Coincidentally, I do have a century-old wild ginseng. With that, Su Yang slowly opened the box in his hand, revealing a piece of wild ginseng emanating an ancient aura before everyone. In an instant, the expressions of the Yi family members turned to shock, then to immense joy. Meanwhile, Zhao Huihuang's face changed, wildly trembling, and he stood there in a daze. This must be a counterfeit. Zhao Huihuang shouted anxiously. Yi Xingyao trembled as he received the 100-year wild ginseng, and in an instant his eyes moistened. After a few seconds, Yi Xingyao regained his inner calm and looked at Su Yang solemnly, saying, Young friend, you have helped our Yi family tremendously. You are our Yi family's benefactor. He then waved his hand, and a subordinate handed over a black card with gold trim. On it was custom engraved the character Yi in gold. It looked like a personalized card from some top-tier bank. The market price for a 100-year wild ginseng is over 3 million. This card contains 6 million. Take this money. Looking at the card before him, Su Yang did not expect to earn an extra 3 million. Since they had already said so, it was unnecessary for him to decline. Regardless, accepting it was the best choice. Then I will accept it, Su Yang said as he took the card, not bothering to look at it further before putting it into his pocket. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 600 points. Yi Xingyao nodded in satisfaction as he saw Su Yang did not decline. Although it was a transaction, the fact that the other party was willing to sell at this moment meant that for the Yi family, it was no longer just a matter of money. Old Song, there is no time to waste. Please take action. Yi Xingyao turned to Song Heping and said, I have that intention. Song Heping nodded and then took the 100-year wild ginseng to a certain location. Su Yang, friend, come this way and take a rest. Yi Xingyao invited Su Yang. All right, Su Yang nodded. Just as the two began to move, Zhao Huihuang suddenly jumped out. That 100-year ginseng must be fake. Yi Xingyao, don't think I can't see through this. This kid is just your arranged pawn. I will wait right here to see if Yi Zhenan can come out in one piece. Yi Xingyao sneered coldly. Zhao Huihuang, I can let you wait for a while, but once my father wakes up, your Zhao family will surely face reckoning. Zhao Huihuang's heart jolted, but he still let out a cold laugh. His plan was flawless, otherwise he wouldn't risk the chance of a direct confrontation to mock. Thus he was certain these people were just acting. Good. I will wait for him to wake up. Zhao Huihuang said fiercely, then directly found a stone stool to sit down. Su Yang then arrived at the VIP lounge. The Yi family's residence was naturally luxurious, exuding an air of elegance in its antiquity. The decorations were not from famous brands, but one could tell at a glance that their quality was high. Yi Xingyao appeared calm, but he occasionally paced around the room. About an hour later, Yi Xingyao suddenly asked, Su Yang, friend, is that 100-year ginseng a family heirloom? Su Yang shook his head and replied, No, I bought it. Yi Xingyao nodded and said, Being able to spend over 1 million on wild ginseng means your family background is also quite good. What does your family do? Su Yang continued, I farm. Occasionally someone goes out to do odd jobs. It's not that our family is well off. Yi Xingyao raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, Then where did you get the over 1 million capital? 100-year ginseng wouldn't cost less than 1 million. Based on what you said, you shouldn't have that much capital. Seeing Yi Xingyou's doubt, Su Yang did not hide the truth. I didn't spend 1 million or even tens of thousands to buy this 100-year wild ginseng. I got it at a bargain for only 10,000. Upon hearing this, Yi Xingyao paused, looking at Su Yang with, You mean? You bought that 100-year wild ginseng for only 10,000. This indeed astonished Yi Xingyao. His impression of Su Yang immediately elevated a notch. This young man was extraordinary, buying something worth millions for just 10,000. This required not only vision, but also luck. Just as he was about to continue questioning, someone suddenly came to report. Old Yi has woken up. Hearing this, Yi Xingyao was overjoyed. He hurriedly took Su Yang to the room where Yi Zhenan was. Upon entering, they saw Song Heping wiping his sweat, and Yi Zhenan on the bed was awake, his complexion decent, but slightly weak. Father, you have finally woken up. Yi Xingyao excitedly stepped forward. Yi Jianan forced a smile, letting out a long sigh. I never expected it. I actually came back to life again. I wonder how those who wished for my death will feel when they find out. You must thank Mr. Song. Without Mr. Song, I would have truly fallen for their trap. Yi Xingyao nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Song Heping finished wiping his sweat and waved his hand, saying, Old Yi, this was not solely my achievement. The greatest credit belongs to this young friend Su Yang. This 100-year wild ginseng was originally not for sale. But upon hearing that I wanted to use it to treat an illness, young friend Su Yang finally relented. So without young friend Su, I would have been helpless. After hearing Song Heping, Yi Jianan propped himself up, looking at Su Yang with immense gratitude. Young friend Su, you have saved my old life. You have helped our Yi family immensely. Xingyao, have you paid young friend Su? Yi Xingyao quickly nodded. I dare not withhold payment. I paid young friend Su 6 million as a token of appreciation. Yi Jianan nodded slowly. That is not excessive. Then he looked at Su Yang and said with great seriousness, From now on, if young friend Su has any matters, it is as if my Yi family has matters. Do you understand? In an instant, everyone present turned to look at Su Yang. The weight of these words was immense. Since the old man said so, it proved that Su Yang had earned the Yi family's recognition. In the future, as long as the Yi family stood, they would always stand behind Su Yang. Trading a 100-year wild ginseng for the Yi family's connections was a tremendous gain. Understood. Rest assured, I've already added young friend Su's contact information. Yi Xingyao said. That's good. I heard that the Zhao family brat is waiting outside for me to die. Bring him in. At Yi Zinan's command, someone immediately dragged Zhao Huiwang in. When Zhao Huiwang saw Yi Jianan awake, he was completely dumbfounded. You? How could this? Although Yi Jianan was still ill, his aura was not diminished. Zhao brat. As you wished, I almost couldn't get up. But the heavens do not allow me to die. Since I am alive, your Zhao family should be the one to perish. With that one sentence, Zhao Huiwang's body went rigid, plunging him into endless despair. He never expected that his plan would fail at the hands of another young man he looked down upon. In an instant, he fainted on the spot. Yi Jianan also successfully awakened, and Su Yang stayed at the Yi family for an afternoon, chatting a lot with several people. The more they conversed, the more admiration Yi Lao had for Su Yang. He even proposed to recognize Su Yang as his god-grandson. However, Su Yang declined the offer. After attending a family banquet at the Yi family that evening, Su Yang left directly, without much delay. This time he earned 6 million, which is no small sum. Moreover, he got to know the top family, the Yi family. If Su Yang has bigger actions in the future, he now has a guarantee. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. After Su Yang left Yi Jianan, and Yi Xingyao learned that Su Yang had actually picked up a century-old wild ginseng right under the nose of Master Song Heping, making them even more astonished. At such a young age, possessing such discernment and mindset is indeed extraordinary. The next day around 9, the first thing was naturally to check today's 3 pieces of intelligence. 1-star intelligence. In the fishing reservoir of Baixing Fishery, there are very few fish catches. Many anglers feel that they cannot catch fish due to their own skills, but in reality, it is due to the reservoir. The fishing fee of 300 yuan per person is definitely not worth it. Do not go. Indeed, a few days ago, a lot of high-spec intelligence was refreshed, but today the first piece is directly a useless one. However, it explains why anglers cannot catch fish. It turns out to be the fault of the unscrupulous fishing grounds, completely unrelated to the angler's skills or luck. If they changed locations, it would probably prove the angler's capabilities. After reading the first piece of intelligence, the following second and third pieces were similar. They were also about fishing intelligence. Su Yang even suspected that the system in its previous life was an angler who didn't fish, defending anglers here. Since nothing good was refreshed today, could be a day of rest. There are currently about 8 million in the bank card. Su Yang thought there's no need to wait until the demolition to buy a car. He could go look at cars today. Among various models, Su Yang's favorite is still the Mercedes-Benz G63, commonly known as the Benz Big G. This car can be said to be the dream of many men. It is restrained yet fierce with sharp lines. Like a beast in the night, low-key yet full of pressure. For his first car, Su Yang chose the Mercedes-Benz Big G as his top pick. Before losing his job, Su Yang had planned to buy an ordinary domestic new energy electric vehicle for a few tens of thousands, but now he finally had the financial strength to purchase this man's big toy. Without further ado, after finishing breakfast, Su Yang, filled with excitement, headed towards the Jiangxing Mercedes-Benz 4S store. At the Jiangxing Mercedes-Benz 4S store, it was just the weekend, and there were quite a few people looking at cars. However, among those looking, very few were actually buying. Su Yang walked straight into the 4S store, and soon a beautiful saleswoman approached him. Sir, may I ask what you need? I can assist you. I'm here to order a car. The latest fully equipped Mercedes-AMG G63 in the Black War. You can swipe your card now, preferably if there's stock available, so I can drive it away the same day, Su Yang said casually. The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. She thought Su Yang was just a casual customer, but did not expect him to directly order a Mercedes Big G. And he was willing to pay on the spot. It's known that this fully equipped car costs over $3 million. She instantly realized she had encountered a low-key wealthy person. All right, sir, please wait a moment while I call the store manager. If it was just a simple order, she could handle it herself, but wanting to pick up the fully equipped version the same day was a bit tricky. Soon a middle-aged man in a suit walked towards Su Yang with a smile and said, "Hello, sir, I'm the store manager. My name is Li Fei. Are you here to order a new fully equipped Mercedes Big G?" Yes, Su Yang nodded in response. All right, sir, please follow me to our VIP room for further discussion. Li Fei quickly invited Su Yang to take a seat in the VIP room. Sir, to be honest, we do indeed have a fully equipped Black Warrior version of the G, but that particular car has already been ordered. If you would like one as well, if you pay a deposit now, I'll strive to have the car ready for you in 2 to 3 days. Is that all right? Li Fei said apologetically. Ordinary G models don't have many buyers, let alone the fully equipped version. It would take at least a day to transport from another place. 2 to 3 days. Su Yang thought for a moment. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait, and waiting a bit isn't a problem. That works, but it must be done quickly. Understood, sir. We will definitely serve you with the fastest speed. Li Fei was very happy. Selling 2 fully equipped Big GS in 1 week was quite outstanding. Just after he finished speaking, a young man, dressed flamboyantly, entered the VIP room with several subordinates. Seeing 5 or 6 people come in, Li Fei quickly stood up. Young master, son, you're here. The Mercedes Big G you ordered has arrived and can be arranged for pickup today. The young man named Sun nodded slowly and said, that was fast. I'll pay the balance now. As he spoke, he took out many bank cards from a designer wallet and accidentally dropped them all over the floor. Several subordinates quickly bent down to pick them up. Bro, you have so many bank cards. Yeah, these are all very impressive bank cards. Ordinary people don't have even one. Of course, if anyone could possess any of these cards, they would be a true dragon among men. Big brother, what kind of cards are these? One subordinate suddenly asked, can you introduce them? Let us have a look. The young man named Sun noticed a few other people present and smiled slightly. Sure, I'll introduce them. Perhaps you'll find them useful in the future. This one is a VIP card from the construction bank. This one is the platinum card from the construction bank. This one is a diamond card from the commercial bank. And this one is the super membership card from the commercial bank. Sun slowly introduced a few bank cards, instantly attracting the attention of those around. Incredible. With so many top-tier membership cards, this is a true successful person. Noticing the crowd's emotions, Sun felt quite pleased. He picked up the most special bank card and introduced this one is a commemorative bank card for deposits over 100 million at the agricultural bank. As soon as those words were spoken, the several salespeople present were instantly shocked. Deposits over 100 million. That's too powerful. Several subordinates also kept exclaiming Sun was their big brother, and such a display could also highlight their status. Although Sun isn't the type to show off, occasionally doing so also brings him joy. He directly handed the bank card to Li Fei and said, swipe it. Li Fei hurriedly took the bank card, and with a snap the transaction was successful. Then he respectfully handed the bank card back to Sun. By the way, Mr. Su, how would you like to pay the deposit? Only then did Li Fei ask Su Yang. Oh, we'll also swipe my card, Su Yang replied, handing over the black card with gold inlays that the Yi family had given him. Seeing Su Yang's card, one of Sun's subordinates laughed. Why is this bank card so dark? This bank card is far behind compared to young Master Sun's. Yeah, this bank card probably has no telling how many years of use. It's all blackened. Compared to young Master Sun's card, it's just trash. Hearing this, Sun shot them a cold glare. Who told you to speak like that? Is this your reason to look down on others? Sun reprimanded his subordinate without hesitation. Bro, please forgive them. They're just like that. Sun, it's fine. Su Yang smiled, slightly not minding. Just then, Su Yang's bank card accidentally fell to the ground. Li Fei, seeing this, graciously reached down to pick it up. Just as he was about to hand it back to Su Yang, he suddenly realized something was off. When he clearly saw the bank card, Sun was stunned in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. This bank card is yours. He looked at Su Yang in disbelief. Su Yang was a bit confused, but still nodded yes. In an instant, Sun was directly shocked, a storm raging within his hand, holding the bank card trembling subtly. One of the subordinates beside him quickly asked young Master Sun what happened. Isn't this just a dark bank card? It can't compare to your commemorative card with deposits over 100 million. The others looked puzzled. How could an ordinary bank card provoke such a huge reaction from Sun? At this moment, Sun swallowed hard and finally regained his composure. He looked at this bank card, unable to calm down for a long time. No, my bank card is utterly trash compared to this bank card. Because this is a Centurion top-tier supreme private customized card issued by top global bank. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, they struck like thunder from the heavens, shocking everyone present. This is the legendary black card. Moreover, this bank card seems even more sophisticated than ordinary bank cards. It's a Supreme custom version. It sounds incredibly impressive. Son. Young Master Son. Is this card really that powerful? A trembling subordinate asked. Young Master Son swallowed hard, glanced at the crowd, then said, an ordinary black card for 100 people is already rare. But this top-tier Supreme custom card is even rarer. Such cards are typically only available to top-tier families. And as far as I know, this type of custom card has it could be 30 slots or even 50 slots. Look at this card. It has the character Yi inscribed in gold, which indicates that it was customized by someone with the surname Yi or perhaps a prestigious family. After saying this, Young Master Son let out a deep sigh of relief. Everyone finally understood. They had thought it was just an ordinary bank card, yet it had such a remarkable background. According to Young Master Son, the person who possesses this card is a significant figure throughout Huaxia. Who would have thought they'd encounter such a person today? They quickly stood straight and looked at Su Yang with respect. Young Master Yi, am I right? Sun Lin respectfully handed the card to Su Yang. I don't have the surname, Yi. My surname is Su. Su Yang was also enlightened. He hadn't expected that the bank card gifted to him by the Yi family had such a grand history. If it weren't for encountering Young Master Sun, he probably wouldn't have known for a long time. Sun Lin was taken aback. This person actually wasn't surnamed Yi. How awkward. But what you said is true. This card was indeed given to me by someone with the surname Yi, Su Yang continued. Sun Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su, my name is Sun Lin. You can just call me Xiao Su. I apologize for my earlier presumptuousness. Please don't mind it. Brother Su, let's add each other on WeChat. Sun Lin quickly suggested. Su Yang had a decent impression of Sun Lin, especially when he reprimanded those few subordinates earlier, showing a good sense of values. He didn't seem like the typical spoiled rich kid described in novels. After adding each other on WeChat, Sun Lin was very excited. After all, this was a significant figure. Being able to add him on WeChat was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. By the way, Brother Su, what car are you here to buy today? Sun Lin then asked. Young Master Sun, coincidentally, the car that Su Xiao is buying is exactly the same as yours. They are both the latest fully equipped black-armed version of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Isn't that a coincidence? Li Fei, snapping out of his astonishment, quickly spoke up for Su Yang. Really? Brother Su, this is quite a coincidence. What are the odds that we both have our eyes on the same car? But if I remember correctly, this car should take another day or two to arrive, right? Sun Lin excitedly remarked. Yes, Manager Li said it would take at least a day to arrive. I'm not in a hurry, waiting a while is no problem. Su Yang replied calmly. Oh, Sun Lin seemed to be pondering something. A few seconds later, he looked at Li Fei and slowly spoke. Manager Li, I remember my car still needs to wait a few more days to arrive, right? Upon hearing this, Li Fei was about to respond when he suddenly realized Sun Lin's implied meaning. He quickly followed along with Sun Lin saying, Yes. Your car will take another day to arrive, Young Master Sun. The one that arrives today is for Su Xiao. Su Xiao can take it home today. Seeing how considerate Li Fei was, Sun Lin cast him an appreciative glance. Su Yang was taken aback. This guy was directly giving his car to him. Is this the power that comes from a bank card? Originally, he had to wait a day, but now someone was directly giving it to him. Isn't it too much? Not wanting to sound insincere, Su Yang was willing to accept it, but he still felt a bit embarrassed. Sure, that's simply wonderful. I just happen to not want to drive for the next couple of days, Sun Lin quickly replied. All right, consider it a favor owed to you. Su Yang smiled and accepted the proposal. He and Sun Lin were different. Su Yang was very much looking forward to this G-Class. The sooner he could drive it, the sooner he could enjoy it. No worries. By the way, Su Xiao, you must not be a local. Should I arrange the license plate for you? I have a few decent plates here. If you like, we can transfer one to you today. Sun Lin was quite confident about this. He did indeed have a few good plates, and using one of them for someone like Su Yang was very worthwhile. Su Yang thought about it and shook his head. Having already benefited once, it wouldn't be right to take advantage again. No, I'll handle it myself. Su Yang politely declined. Just after speaking, a phone call came in. Upon looking, it was from Old Yi. Little Su, have you gone shopping? Is the money enough? Old Yi asked with a smile. Old Yi, you know this. I did buy a car. Su Yang replied with a smile. Haha, don't mind it. I just had someone transfer that car to your name and happened to see the spending record. For your new car and license plate arrangements, let me handle it. I don't have any good plates, so I'll arrange a discreet and stable one for you, Old Yi offered. Su Yang didn't expect that just after refusing Sun Lin, Old Yi would come offering a license plate, especially since he was the one who brought it up. Su Yang hadn't finished speaking when Old Yi interjected. Hey, what's the big deal? It's just an ordinary license plate that I don't need. You take it and use it. I've arranged everything. Old Yi hung up the phone without giving Su Yang a chance to protest. At this moment at the Yi residence, Old Yi instructed someone and took out a low-key license plate, Jiang A00006. Su Yang shook his head. Well, now the plate issue was also resolved. Since that's the case, he could just go. Sun Lin and the others followed Su Yang to the location. Upon arrival, Sun Lin suggested, "Brother Su, look at these license plates, you can just use them no problem." He directly displayed several photos which were Jiang A. 66689, Jiang A. 66889, Jiang A. 333555, all top-notch license plates. Several subordinates quickly urged, "Young Master Su, you don't have to feel embarrassed, you can use them. These plates are also quite impressive." "Yes, young Master Su, these plates are hard to come by. Since you're not a local of Jiang City, it won't be easy to get a good plate for a while. Why not use young Master Sun's instead?" Sun Lin quickly chimed in, "Brother Su, there really aren't any good options for license plates these days, it's better to use mine." Su Yang smiled. Although Sun Lin's plates were great, Old Yi had arranged it, so he would definitely use Old Yes. "No need to, I've arranged for a discreet, ordinary license plate," Su Yang said lightly. Sun Lin was taken aback. So Brother Su liked low-key license plates. No wonder he didn't want these good plates of his. Well, since Brother Su wanted to be low-key, then let it be. But does a plain low-key license plate really need someone else to arrange it? Soon he would meet with the person sent by Old Master Yi. "Mr. Su, please follow me. The license plate has been arranged, and we need you to record some information." "All right." Su Yang then walked into the office with him and entered his information. After signing and taking a photo, Su Yang walked out directly. "There are dedicated people to prepare your license plate. You don't need to worry about the rest. Old Master Yi has already taken care of it," the man continued. Soon a person came over with 2 wrapped license plates ready to install them on Su Yang's car. Sun Lin and his group of lackeys were waiting nearby. It was just an ordinary license plate, and they weren't particularly interested. The installer tore open the wrapping, revealing 2 numbers on the plate. One was 0, and the last one was 6. Seeing these 2 numbers, Sun Lin's lackeys frowned. "Is this license plate average?" "Yes, it's not as good as mine. It's clearly a random mix of characters. Why would young Master Su use such a license plate? It seems a bit low class." Several of them began to discuss noisily. "Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you hear Brother Su say this is to keep a low profile? Now I understand Brother Su doesn't like flashy license plates, so he specifically got a low-key one. He just doesn't want to attract attention. If Brother Su used my license plates, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. He probably doesn't like that. You all should learn from this. Brother Su is so successful, yet remains so low-key, unlike you guys who act flashy in everything you do." Sun Lin immediately spoke up. Everyone felt embarrassed. Indeed, Brother Su was low-key. No wonder he didn't use young Master Sun's better license plates. It was all for the sake of being low-key. Someone like Brother Su, a successful individual, finds the so-called flashy to be meaningless. Such a person is the very definition of being flashy. How could he be like us common folks who seek flamboyance without understanding what true sophistication is? No wonder he can be so successful. Being low-key is definitely a factor. Several of them were deeply impressed and decided they would learn from Brother Su in the future, learning his low-key way of handling things. They sighed for a moment and then looked at the license plate that had been installed at the front of the car. Someone read the license plate number aloud, Jiang A. 00006. When everyone saw that license plate, the scene suddenly fell silent. Brother Sun, look at Brother Su's license plate." A few seconds later, a lackey hurriedly poked Sun Lin, who was looking at his phone. "What's wrong? Can the license plate crack open?" Sun Lin puzzledly put away his phone and looked at Su Yang's license plate number. With a loud snap, Sun Lin's whole body jolted and his phone fell to the ground. His mouth gaped open as he quickly rubbed his eyes and hurriedly stepped forward to closely examine the license plate. Jiang A. 00006. What's going on? Did I see it wrong? Or is it an illusion? The low-key ordinary license plate that Brother Su mentioned turned out to be this Jiang A. 00006. Is this really low-key? Does this thing even relate to being low-key? This is one of the top license plates in Jiang City. The value of this plate is completely comparable to Jiang A. 66666. This thing isn't something you can just buy with money. This license plate represents the elite connections of Jiang City. It symbolizes the peak of Jiang City. What status does Brother Su actually have? Just casually mentioned, and they arranged such a license plate for him. The key point is he said this license plate is very ordinary and low-key. Sun Lin was completely stunned. Looking at this license plate, he recalled what he just said. How could he even consider offering his license plates to Brother Su? Is this on the same level? This isn't even in the same dimension. He thought the few license plates in his collection were good enough, but the ordinary plate Brother Su spoke of utterly crushed his pride. Sun Lin was completely dumbfounded. His lackeys were equally shocked, feeling their scalps tingle. Wasn't it said that Brother Su likes to keep a low profile? May I ask, is this license plate really low-key? One lackey trembled as he asked. Sun Lin gasped, calmed himself down, and said in a very serious tone, "This license plate is too flashy for us. But for someone of Brother Su's caliber, it might be considered low-key." The low-key we understand is completely different from what Brother Su considers low-key. For Brother Su, this license plate is the greatest low-key. Sun Lin marveled. The few lackeys behind him were completely convinced. Is this the power of the top elite? A license plate that could command their lives is actually the greatest low-key. No wonder it's Brother Su. And Su Yang was equally astonished when he saw this Jiang A00006. Didn't old Master Yi say it was just an ordinary low-key license plate? How could he directly send him a top-tier license plate? This plate is no ordinary item. It can't even compare to some sequential or special number plates. If his car weren't a G-Class, but an Audi A6, it would be even more extraordinary. However, even so, this license plate has enough prestige. It can be said that the value of this license plate far exceeds that of his own car. Su Yang forcibly suppressed his astonishment and accepted this fact. Perhaps for the Yi family, this is just an utterly ordinary license plate. Mr. Su, the license plate has been installed. My task is complete. I will take my leave now. Oh, I wish you a pleasant experience picking up your car, said the person sent by old Master Yi. Thank you. Please be sure to convey my regards to old Master Yi. Su Yang replied. No problem. After finishing, the person left. Sun Lin swallowed and quickly approached Su Yang, his eyes filled with desire as he looked at the car. It wasn't because of the car itself, but because of the license plate. If he could have this license plate and drive it out, how much face would he have? Which friend wouldn't look at him with admiration? The rate of people turning their heads on the street would probably skyrocket. Brother Su, can I sit in your car? Sun Lin asked excitedly. Su Yang nodded. Sure. I need to go home now. I will give you a ride. Su Yang directly agreed. Sun Lin was extremely excited, throwing his car keys to a lackey, and amidst the envious gazes he sat in the passenger seat of Su Yang's car. The G-Class was already impressive, and with this license plate, it was even more formidable. Watching the astonished expressions of people outside, Sun Lin felt very satisfied. This was so exhilarating. It felt as if this car belonged to him. We've arrived. Do I have some matters to attend to? Let's have a meal together sometime, Su Yang said as they reached their destination. All right, Brother Su, you go ahead. I'll treat you when I have the chance. Sun Lin reluctantly got out of the car. Watching Su Yang leave, Sun Lin stood there and happened to see a few young aristocrats from Jiang City's second generation. These few people often mocked him since they didn't hang out with him. But today, seeing the car that dropped Sun Lin off, they suddenly became much more low-key. Old Sun, whose car is this? Which big shot sent this to you? Ye Jiang A00006. This license plate can't just be bought with money. Several people quickly approached with curiosity. Sun Lin smiled slightly, tilted his head, and looked at them. It's nothing, just a good friend I've known for many years. I call him brother. After saying that, Sun Lin walked away casually with his hands behind his back. The few young aristocrats looked at each other. When did Sun Lin become so impressive? Knowing such a powerful older brother. It seems they can no longer mock him in the future lest they provoke his powerful brother. It's fine to tease Sun Lin, but provoking the brother who drives Jiang A00006 is a different matter. Su Yang drove along the Riverside Boulevard feeling refreshed as all his fatigue vanished. After playing for a while, Su Yang casually found a place to eat before driving home. At that moment in the neighborhood, some residents were chatting under the shade at the entrance with a new Volkswagen Sagitar parked in front of them. Xiaofan, how much did your car cost? Zhang Xiaofan, hearing the inquiry, immediately responded proudly. Not expensive, I paid a total of 1,200. Wow, Xiaofan is really amazing being able to afford a 1,200 car at such a young age. Yes, Xiaofan is impressive. It's great for a young person to be able to afford a car worth over 1,000. The crowd praised enthusiastically. Ha, yes, at my age, being able to pay cash for a 1,200 car makes me a dragon amongst men. Even though this car is nothing online in reality, who wouldn't call me brother fan when they see it? Hearing this, those around him praised Zhang Xiaofan for his success. Listening to these words, Zhang Xiaofan felt quite smug. He bought this car to show off, and the feeling of being envied was exhilarating. Looking at the few people in front of him, he asked, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, has your child bought a car? Hearing this, the two of them turned red and could only awkwardly shake their heads. Not at all, our child can't. Zhang Xiaofan became even more smug, stamping his feet a few times, feeling a surge of superiority. It seemed he was indeed a dragon amongst the young people in this neighborhood. Who could compare to him? Just as he was thinking of continuing to show off, a car horn sounded. Can you let me through up ahead? Su Yang opened the window and leaned out to speak. Zhang Xiaofan was very displeased. He was in the midst of showing off. How could someone disrupt him? Wait, he said defiantly. Having this car, he had to be a bit bold. It was fine when he didn't have a car, but now with a 1,200 car, letting someone pass would make it seem like he bought it on loan for nothing. Everyone, let me introduce the features of my car. Just as Zhang Xiaofan was about to continue boasting, he noticed the audience's gaze had shifted elsewhere. Suddenly, he was unhappy. Why weren't they looking at his new car? What were they doing? Xiaofan, that car seems more expensive than yours, someone said. Zhang Xiaofan turned his head in anger to see. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class appeared before his eyes. Zhang Xiaofan stood frozen for a few seconds, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just been showing off for a few seconds. How could a Mercedes-Benz G-Class show up? This car was not something he could compare to. It was a luxury car worth millions. Suddenly Zhang Xiaofan was sweating profusely. Bro, can you let me through? Su Yang said very kindly. Okay, big brother. I'll move right away. After speaking, he hurriedly got into the car and quickly moved aside to clear a path. Watching Su Yang leave, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. Su Yang thanked him and drove. Xiaofan, why do you look so nervous? How much is that car? Someone asked upon seeing him. Zhang Xiaofan's mind raced. He didn't want his shine to be diminished, so he replied, Oh, it's just an ordinary car about the same as mine. I mainly didn't want to block the road. Really? I checked that car is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It costs over 3 million. Suddenly someone exposed him on the spot. Really? How could Xiaofan lie to us? The crowd looked at their phones in unison. It really was over. Xiaofan, why did you lie to us? That car is really over 3 million. How could you say it's the same as your 100,000 car? The crowd looked at Zhang Xiaofan with strange expressions. Zhang Xiaofan instantly turned beet red with embarrassment. How can this Zhang Xiaofan be so good, so vain? Is driving a 100,000 car really that impressive? He's just a blind drifter. Who knows if that car is even his? It could belong to someone else. Noticing the gazes and discussions of the crowd, Zhang Xiaofan felt his feet fidgeting. He just wanted to show off. Why did he have to encounter a big shot? This was just too unlucky. Xiaofan, when will you also buy a 3 million car for us to see? Someone asked with. Zhang Xiaofan's mouth trembled. He could never afford that car in his lifetime. Ha ha ha. In the future. Zhang Xiaofan awkwardly said a few words and then hurriedly got into his car to escape. The crowd watching Zhang Xiaofan leave in embarrassment erupted in laughter. On the other hand, Su Yang parked the car in the space and went upstairs completely unaware of what was happening with Zhang Xiaofan. At this point, he had nothing to do, so he played a few games to relax. The next day, he had hoped to receive some useful intel, but things did not go as planned. The previous high-quality intel had probably drained much of his luck, and today's intel was just some very ordinary scraps. Until the third day, Su Yang got up early and started checking the intel. 2-star intel after the official announcement of the key school planning. Tianhai Construction and Fengyun Construction will compete fiercely for the surrounding area. Tianhai Construction pays quickly with abundant cash flow, while Fengyun Group has tight cash flow, often defaulting on project payments and material costs, and Fengyun Group will soon face a major crisis. The first piece of intel, although it did not yield tangible benefits, provided him with significant information. These two major companies are currently the only two qualified in Jiangcheng for house acquisition and demolition. That building of his would definitely attract competition from these two companies. Although he knew Lu Bingbing from Tianhai Group, that did not mean he had to sell the house to her. However, things were different now. With this piece of intel, it indicated that Fengyun Group was highly unreliable. If he sold to them, the money might not arrive immediately, and if they faced a crisis, he would never see it again. In this light, Tianhai Group seemed like a good choice. After reading the first piece of intel, Su Yang checked the remaining two pieces. These two pieces were of no use, so Su Yang simply disregarded them. Just as he finished checking the intel, a local news notification popped up on his phone. Su Yang took a glance and discovered that the long-awaited exciting day had finally arrived. Local news: the authorities are preparing to plan a key school. The address is as follows, and housing prices in the surrounding area will skyrocket starting now. Seeing the official announcement, Su Yang's heart soared with joy. After waiting for several days, millions would soon be arriving. As the official news broke, the comment section became lively. Indeed, why suddenly plan for a key school? If I had known earlier, I would have bought several apartments there. Who could disagree? If someone had bought apartments there in advance, their value would have skyrocketed. Come on, this news was released suddenly. Even those big companies were not aware beforehand, let alone us. If they had the ability, they would have already made a fortune. Sigh. I envy the homeowners there. The number of people needing to relocate is increasing. The comments section buzzed with discussions. They were envious, wishing they had an apartment nearby. Unfortunately, Su Yang glanced at the comments section and felt a sense of comfort. 18 relocation apartments were in his hands. Once sold, he would soon achieve a small goal. A small goal for an average person means financial freedom. Now he didn't need to do anything, he just needed those people to contact him. Meanwhile, the Tianhai Construction Group was busier than ever. The news released by Jiang City officials had the greatest impact on companies like theirs, especially for large companies like Tianhai Construction. At this moment, General Manager Lu Bingbing called a meeting to discuss countermeasures. This was an opportunity. If grasped, it could bring huge profits. Halfway through the meeting, all the key personnel had already spoken. Looking at the big screen, Lu Bingbing fell into deep thought. She frowned, contemplating something. This area is the most core location around the future school. In other words, as long as we secure this area, we can sit back and reap the greatest benefits from this operation. Yes, according to our analysis, this area, especially this building, is definitely the future core area. We should seize it before others do. The chief strategy officer spoke confidently. This building has a total of 18 units and can serve as our core location for expansion in the area. However, this is an old residential building. Among the dozens of homeowners, there will surely be some difficult ones, but it will depend on your abilities. Lu Bingbing understood this well. She had encountered several very difficult characters before. It took a lot of effort to negotiate with them. This time probably won't be any different. But Lu, there might be a little surprise here. Because something happened with this building not long ago. At this moment, someone spoke up to remind her. What happened? Could it be that another company has acquired it before us? Lu Bingbing smiled slightly. Sort of. The person continued. Please elaborate. Who could be so prescient? Could it be those guys? Do they have that kind of insight? Lu Bingbing immediately took it seriously. No, it's not other companies or groups, but an individual who acquired it. An individual just a few days before the announcement acquired this entire building. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room was astonished. To acquire this core area just a few days before the announcement. What is going on? Could this person have insider information? But for such a bold move, there must be a source of information, right? Who would dare to spend so much money suddenly to acquire a building? If there were no movements around, wouldn't that be a loss? Everyone among the executives felt great admiration for this individual. If this person was not an insider and relied solely on their judgment, they were undoubtedly a master of urban planning. Lu Bingbing was also taken aback. Such a situation might have occurred over a decade ago, but in this era, it's almost impossible. To lay out plans and acquire a building just days before the announcement shows incredible judgment. Could it be that this person can predict? Lu Bingbing made a joke, and everyone laughed. Suddenly she trembled as if she had thought of something. Can predict? Don't I know someone who can predict? That guy who once predicted a sunny day would turn into a storm and help me find my lost dog. In her mind, Su Yang's image emerged. Could the person who acquired the building also be him? If so, Lu Bingbing would truly have to believe that Su Yang had extraordinary predictive abilities. Lu, we currently have this person's contact information. We suggest contacting them as soon as possible so we aren't beaten to the punch by other companies, especially Fengyun Group. The chief strategy officer suggested. Leave this matter to us, you can rest assured. He continued. After thinking for 3 seconds, Lu Bingbing gently tapped the table and said, no, I will handle this personally. She had a feeling that this person was Su Yang. But to confirm her suspicion, Lu Bingbing decided to go herself. This. Lu Yu. Several people exchanged glances. It's nothing. I said I would go personally. Seeing Lu Bingbing so resolute, they could only nod. However, they still worried that although Lu was the boss, her business skills certainly could not match those of their specialists. Moreover, Lu definitely wouldn't know that person. With the boss present, they wouldn't be able to perform well. They could only take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, Fengyun Group was also in discussion. As the heir of the group, Lu Guan naturally took this important land very seriously. For a long time, outsiders had labeled him as a frivolous playboy. Many advised him to just enjoy life and not to start a business. Such evaluations made Lu Guan extremely angry. He was the heir of Fengyun Group. Yet those people considered him a good for nothing. Even his father thought the same. This ignited Lu Guan's desire to prove himself. He wanted to show that he was truly a talent among talents, not the kind of playboy described by outsiders. This matter was extremely important concerning the group's layout and planning for the next 3 years. Thus, Lu Guan must acquire that building before the company and at a very favorable price. Once this was accomplished, he would become the talent praised by others, completely changing his public persona. With this thought, he directly called Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yang had just hung up a call from Tianhai Group when a person claiming to be the heir of Fengyun Group called. While selling to Tianhai was the safest option, having Tianfeng in competition was undoubtedly more advantageous. The agreed meeting place is a coffee shop, a mid-to-high-end one with private rooms that are conducive for business. Su Yang arrived relatively early, waiting in the private room for about 5 or 6 minutes when a man entered with a few others. You must be the one. He introduced himself with a proud expression. I am Lu Guan, the heir of Fengyun Group. Su Yang was taken aback upon hearing this name. Hello, mister. Lu Su Yang replied indifferently. Lu Guan smiled slightly and said, since you know who I am, you should understand how to proceed. Of course, mister. Lu, please state your price, Su Yang said straightforwardly. Lu Guan remained silent while his subordinates glared at Su Yang and disdainfully remarked, you still want money? How petty. You bring up money right away. The atmosphere was good, but now it reeks of decay as soon as money. Mister. Lu is the legitimate son of Fengyun Group, the future heir. Isn't it reasonable to gift him an old rundown building as a meeting gift? His subordinate scoffed. Although Lu Guan was internally pleased, he reprimanded, this is outrageous. Payment and delivery should occur simultaneously, as is only right. I, the heir of Fengyun Group, am not a miser. Lu Guan crossed his legs and glanced at Su Yang, saying slowly, money is a must. Fengyun Group is not stingy, but as long as you agree to sign the contract today, I can offer you this amount. Lu Guan thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. 30 million. He wore a confident expression. Mr. Lu is generous. Mr. Lu actually offered 30 million. Impressive. You should thank Mr. Lu quickly. Hurry up and sign the contract. Why are you just standing there? Hearing this, his subordinates urged Su Yang. 30 million is not a small amount. It is definitely a significant temptation for this guy. Even if he was not satisfied, adding a few 100,000 would be sufficient. The highest budget for this building within Fengyun Group is 70 million. Spending over 30 million to acquire it would be enough to showcase his capabilities. It would also be enough to change others' perceptions of him. He looked at Su Yang as if he were bestowing charity. Su Yang smiled helplessly. This guy thinks he can acquire one of his buildings for 30 million, which is simply wishful thinking. He glanced at Lu Guan, and the others slowly shook his head and stated candidly, 30 million is too little. If Fengyun Group only has this budget, then there's no need to continue discussing. This statement gave no face to Lu Guan at all. Upon hearing this, Lu Guan furrowed his brow, his expression extremely grim. What? 30 million is too little. Do you know what you are saying? His subordinates were enraged at once. You truly do not know what's good for you. Since Mr. Lu is here, I shall show you some respect. For someone like you to meet Mr. Lu is a fortune accrued over 800 lifetimes. It's one thing not to gift that building to Mr. Lu as a meeting gift, but now you actually dare to accept this 30 million price. Do you want to be greedy, eh? Lu Guan strongly agreed with this statement. Mr. So what do you mean by saying Fengyun Group only has this budget? Should I understand that you look down on Fengyun Group? Lu Guan immediately started to put words in his mouth. Hearing this, Su Yang simply smiled calmly, saying, Mr. Lu, whatever you say, it must come with a price. You? Lu Guan saw that Su Yang was not intimidated at all, and even bluntly asked him to up the price, intensifying his dissatisfaction. After all, he is the heir of Fengyun Group. This guy actually has no sense of awe whatsoever. Truly audacious. Price. Haha. Then I will give you an additional 500,000. A total of 35 million. I have given you face by increasing the price. Now it's your turn to express yourself. If you still disagree, I can take it as you looking down on me, the legitimate son of Fengyun Group. At that time I will take my leave on the spot. Lu Guan issued a lethal threat, using his departure as a threat. Let's see if he dares to gamble that he won't walk away from this. He stared at Su Yang with extreme confidence. Oh, since that's the case. Su Yang dragged out his words, and a composed smile appeared on several faces, as if everything were under control. Then Mr. Lu, you may leave. Su Yang stood up, directly opened the door to the private room, and extended a hand, making a gesture of please. The entire action was seamless. Lu Guan and his subordinates were left dumbfounded. They stared incredulously at Su Yang by the door. What does this kid mean? He really dares to risk offending such a significant client as Fengyun Group and let himself leave. Lu Guan was furious. This is a blatant provocation towards himself. Kid, don't you dare disrespect the toast, and instead eat the punishment. Mr. Lu is so generous, and yet you still dare to provoke him. Do you really want to offend Fengyun Group? Lu Guan's eyes narrowed to a line, his gaze cold as he said, I'll give you one more chance, still 35 million. Su Yang smiled, returned to his seat, and calmly said, It's fine, Mr. Lu, you can leave. I have another meeting scheduled with another company's head. I believe their offer will be higher than yours. Lu Guan's heart trembled upon hearing this. This kid is too unscrupulous, even scheduling others simultaneously. No wonder he dared to let himself leave. Since you have invited others, do you believe that with one word from me they will leave immediately? I am the heir of Fengyun Group. In the entire Jiang City, who dares to compete with me for business? You have invited another company. Let me see if this company dares to risk offending me and come to negotiate business with you. Lu Guan was extremely arrogant, his expression full of disdain. Whoever comes now will face doom. He thought he was clever, but he knew nothing of Fengyun Group's true worth. Now the roles have reversed. He had the upper hand. Now it's no longer 35 million. It's 30. If you hesitate for a minute, it will automatically decrease by 1 million. Are you good at waiting? A hint of amusement appeared on Lu Guan's face. Since he wouldn't yield to threats, it's time to start torturing him. 1 million for every minute hesitated. Let's see how long he can last. Kid, are you hesitating now? Now it's already 33 million. Every minute of hesitation will cost you a significant sum. No one dares to offend Fengyun Group, Lu Guan said mockingly. Su Yang took a sip of water, a faint smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Oh really? What about Tianhai Group? Lu Guan was taken aback. Why did this kid mention Tianhai Group? Could it be that the person coming later is from Tianhai Group? He instantly spat out the coffee he had just sipped. What did you say? Are you saying Tianhai Group is also coming? Yes, it's Tianhai Group. Can Tianhai Group offend General Liu? Su Yang asked soulfully. Lu Guan suddenly felt awkward. Just a moment ago, he had boldly declared that no one in Jiang City would dare to oppose him, yet this kid actually managed to bring in Tianhai Group. Tianhai Group was a competitor of their Fengyun Group, and they were slightly larger in scale. With Tianhai Group's people here, he truly had no way to deal with it. The main issue was that his father had previously suggested a marriage alliance with Liu Bingbing from Tianhai Group. However, this proposal was directly rejected by the Liu family on the spot. It made him feel utterly embarrassed. Seeing Su Yang's calm and indifferent expression, Lu Guan didn't want to back down. As a top young master, why should he back down? So it's Tianhai Group. You think that since Tianhai Group is here, you can stand up to me, right? Their general manager Liu Bingbing is my fiancée. Does she dare to talk back to me? Lu Guan boasted grandly. Liu Bingbing, General Liu, is actually young master Liu's fiancée. Impressive. Young master Liu, why didn't you tell us about this sooner? His subordinates looked astonished. Young master Liu is truly successful. Even someone as beautiful as General Liu Bingbing can be won over. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Did you hear that? Even General Liu has to listen to young master Liu. What are you pretending to be here for? Lu Guan wore an extremely proud expression. After all, Liu Bingbing wouldn't appear here, so he could just say whatever he wanted. Su Yang was stunned for 3 seconds upon hearing this. During their previous conversation, Liu Bingbing had said she was single. One of them must be lying. Is General Liu Bingbing really young master Liu's fiancée? Does she know this herself? Su Yang immediately asked. What do you think? If you don't believe me, call her here for a confrontation. Lu Guan confidently declared. Just as he was about to continue boasting, several people suddenly entered the room. It was Liu Bingbing from Tianhai Group along with her negotiation team. The moment Liu Bingbing saw Su Yang, she thought to herself that it was just as she expected. It really was him. In the days leading up to the official announcement, he had bought that building and flipped it for 10 times the profit. What kind of extraordinary man was Su Yang? Along with the previous events, Su Yang's image had become incredibly mysterious in Liu Bingbing's mind. It seemed that today there was no need for negotiation or haggling. She could just offer the highest budget. Because Su Yang must have already anticipated the outcome. I never expected to see you again so soon, Su Yang. Liu Bingbing warmly approached Su Yang and said, General Liu, I didn't expect to meet you again so soon either. Su Yang stood up and shook hands with Liu Bingbing. How should I put it? There were both expectations and surprises. Liu Bingbing looked thoughtful. Her interest in Su Yang was very high. Seeing the two of them chatting enthusiastically, Lu Guan felt like a light bulb. This instantly caused discontent among Lu Guan's subordinates. Isn't that your fiancée, Lu Gu? Why is she chatting with another man as soon as she enters? Doesn't she care about your face at all? They said indignantly. Lu Guan felt embarrassed and extremely dissatisfied. Liu Bingbing was chatting so warmly with this guy, ignoring him completely. Moreover, she seemed to be very familiar with Su Yang. He had just boasted earlier, and now she suddenly appeared. He was surely going to lose face. Before he could give orders, one of his subordinates stood up and spoke to Liu Bingbing, saying, Sister-in-law, even though you are the general manager of Tianhai Group, you are still Liu Gu's fiancée. You are Liu Gu's woman. Lu Gu is right in front of you, yet you are chatting warmly with another man. What does this mean? After this subordinate spoke, he glanced at Lu Guan, wanting his approval. By the way, young master Liu said you are his fiancée. Is that true? Su Yang asked with a smile, looking at the evasive Lu Guan. Liu Bingbing frowned, a hint of a sneer at the corner of her mouth. His family indeed proposed a marriage alliance. But please note, the moment they proposed it, I rejected it. Su Yang nodded, a knowing expression on his face. So General Liu, you were rejected by General Liu. Why do you still claim she is your fiancée? At this moment, Lu Guan felt utterly embarrassed. He looked at the confused expressions of his subordinates and Su Yang's mocking smile, feeling like he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He had intended to boast while Liu Bingbing was not present, but now she had come. He felt as if he was being slapped in the face. He was mocked by Su Yang, that kid. He had lost face in front of him. This made Lu Guan, who prided himself as the top young master of Jiang City, feel utterly humiliated. Lu Gu, didn't you just say General Liu is your fiancé? Yes, Lu Gu, please explain. Seeing his subordinates continuously making him lose face, Lu Guan slapped them twice. Shut up. You guys get out of here. He angrily scolded his subordinates out. His subordinates looked puzzled and aggrieved. Oh, weren't they just speaking up for Lu Gu? Why were they being kicked out? Lu Guan adjusted his state in the midst of awkwardness. Ahem, I was just joking. Let's discuss the acquisition matter. General Liu, you also know that although we are competitors, the rise in costs benefits neither of us. So, you understand, right? Liu Bingbing smiled slightly. As far as I know, young master Liu does not hold any position in Fengyun Group. Do you have the authority to negotiate? Liu Bingbing showed no mercy. Lu Guan felt awkward again. She revealed his low status. He prided himself as the Prince of Fengyun, yet held no position. This was so embarrassing to be known. Huh, young Master Lu doesn't hold a position in Fengyun Group. Su Yang exclaimed. Seeing Su Yang's surprised expression, Lu Guan clenched his fists. He was mocked again. His heart was roaring with anger. Earlier General Lu young Master Lu quoted 35 million. I wonder how much General Lu is quoting today. Su Yang immediately asked Lu Bingbing. Since that's the case, I won't keep you in suspense. My highest offer is 80 million, which is the price our company discussed. Lu Bingbing said after thinking for a few seconds. Upon hearing this, Su Yang pondered for a few seconds. 80 million was indeed a very suitable price, having increased tenfold. Initially, he had thought of having Lu Guan compete, but now it seemed this guy had no sincerity, so there was no need to hesitate any longer. And Lu Guan was blown away when Lu Bingbing actually offered 80 million on the spot. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Su Yang slap the table and say deal. Immediately after, both parties quickly signed the contract. The entire process took less than half a minute. Lu Guan was stunned. Was this really a deal? He was still here and hadn't even made a bid. Did they look down on him? What should we eat for lunch? After signing the contract, Su Yang and Lu Bingbing began discussing. Seeing that they completely ignored him and started chatting about food, Lu Guan felt a surge of anger. Shut up. Didn't you notice I am still here? I haven't placed my bid yet. Who allowed you to sign the contract? You clearly don't take me seriously. Lu Guan let out an angry roar. Lu Xiao, first of all, you hold no position in Fengyun Group, and thus have no negotiation rights. Secondly, can you actually bid over 80 million? Su Yang posed a soul-searching question. Lu Guan was instantly left speechless like a raging fire doused by a splash of water. He wilted in an instant. He was mocked, ignored by a nouveau riche. It's not that I look down on you, Mr. Lu. I look down on the entire Fengyun Group. Everyone knows the reputation of Fengyun Group. To be honest, the reason I agreed to let you come here was to serve as a tool for raising the price. But in fact, you are too stingy and too arrogant, while President Lu is far too straightforward, so there's no need for you to bid anymore, Su Yang said lightly. Lu Guan was fuming with rage. He realized he was merely a tool. He was the young master of Fengyun Group. How could he be used like this? He hated Su Yang to the core. Aren't you afraid of my revenge? You, a nouveau riche, dare to offend me. I will make your life worse than death. Lu Guan's face twisted with anger. Lu Guan, how dare you? Lu Bingbing stood up, looking at him with anger. How dare I? I can't do anything to you, but crushing him is like squashing an ant. I give you two choices. If I leave now, you will face my endless wrath. If you kneel right here, I can give you one chance. Lu Guan strangely discovered that Lu Bingbing seemed to have an interest in Su Yang. Yet a distinguished person like him was severely rejected by her. He had been slapped in the face. Humiliation and shame erupted completely at that moment. Since he could no longer prove his capabilities, he would go completely insane. He wanted this Su Yang to kneel before him and restore his face. For his threats, Su Yang paid no heed. He calmly looked at Lu Guan and said, "Then Mr. Lu can leave." Upon hearing this, Lu Guan had a look of disbelief. This kid was not afraid of his threats. By the way, Su Yang suddenly changed his tone, pausing. Lu Guan was taken aback, narrowing his eyes. Has your mindset changed? Very well, those who know the times are wise. Lu Guan sneered coldly. Mr. Lu, don't forget to pay for the coffee when you leave. Su Yang let a faint smile slip. You? Lu Guan trembled with rage. He had lost thoroughly today. He had lost all face. Since he was impervious to reason, he would prepare to bear his wrath. Wait. He left with a harsh remark, slamming the door behind him. At that moment, Lu Bingbing looked serious. Su Yang, although Lu Guan is a spoiled rich kid without much depth, his family's power is still formidable. This time you took a risk to offend him. There may be trouble. But don't worry, I will do my best to help you, Lu Bingbing said earnestly. Thank you. He can't do anything to me, Su Yang said softly. But, Lu Bingbing looked puzzled. I bet that the scandals of Fengyun Group will blow up in the coming days. Do you remember Hung Tai? It collapsed overnight. Fengyun isn't much different. Listening to Su Yang's words, Lu Bingbing appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was already in turmoil. She had just received incredible news from Su Yang. Fengyun Group would repeat the fall of Hung Tai. If this news came from someone else, Lu Bingbing would not believe it. But this was said by Su Yang. She had no choice but to take it seriously. However, with such a big matter, Lu Bingbing still held a hint of doubt. Let's go eat at the Tianhai Grand Hotel later, Lu Bingbing said quietly. At this moment, Lu Guan, who was eavesdropping outside, wore a disdainful expression. He had initially wanted to hear how Lu Bingbing would strategize for Su Yang, but instead, he heard a tremendous joke. This kid could concoct such lies to stabilize people's hearts. He smiled coldly, not taking it seriously, and left with several lackeys. I have arranged the Imperial Suite at the Tianhai Grand Hotel. We can eat as soon as we arrive. Lu Bingbing sat in the passenger seat with Su Yang. As for the Tianhai Grand Hotel, Su Yang had heard of it. It was the most luxurious hotel in Jiangxing. He didn't expect it to be under Tianhai Group as well. After parking the car, Lu Bingbing suddenly received a call. After the call, she revealed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, the company has an urgent matter to handle, so I can't eat together. Here is the Tianhai Grand Hotel's Supreme VIP Black Card, which has high privileges. As long as you come, it's free. Lu Bingbing generously handed Su Yang a card. It's fine, you go ahead and be busy, Su Yang smiled. Lu Bingbing left with her 2 employees. Su Yang could only go to the Tianhai Grand Hotel alone for dinner. This high-standard hotel had already arranged the dishes. If he didn't go, it would be such a waste. The Imperial Suite was on the 9th floor, and there were too many people by the ordinary elevator, so Su Yang went to the luxury elevator, pressed a few buttons, but found that the elevator did not respond at all. At this moment, a few people happened to walk over. Sir, I apologize, but there are guests in the Diamond Suite who need to use the elevator. Could you please step aside? A staff member politely said to Su Yang. Before Su Yang could respond, a young man in his 30s stepped forward and said, "This brother must be here for the first time at Tianhai Grand Hotel, right? The luxury elevator requires a card to access. At least Diamond members and above can use it. I see you are in a hurry to go up, and since the other elevator is crowded, let's go together." Yes, our President Shun is a guest in the Diamond Suite. This little courtesy should be acceptable, right? The others looked at the staff member. Seeing this, the staff member didn't know what else to say. "Let's go, brother, let's take the elevator." The man named President Shun patted Su Yang's shoulder graciously. "Okay, thank you, I really didn't know I needed to swipe a card the first time I came here." Su Yang expressed his gratitude. "No problem, you must be sent by the company to accompany the drinks, right? I remember the first time I came to Tianhai Grand Hotel for socializing, I also fumbled around in front of the luxury elevator. Then I was directly ridiculed by a few people. I remember that scene very clearly. Now that I've succeeded, seeing you is like seeing my former self." President Shun felt very emotional. This time was also a way to give a response to his past self. After making some achievements, he still did not forget his original intention. "Work hard, one day you will also have a diamond membership card." He patted Su Yang's shoulder encouragingly. Thinking about the future success of this young man, remembering his encouraging words today, he should also be moved to tears, right? Unknowingly, he had encouraged another confused young person, which was also a good deed. Hearing his words, the others showed expressions of admiration. "By the way, brother, which floor are you going to?" President Shun suddenly asked. "It should be the 9th floor, Su Yang replied uncertainly. "9th floor? The 9th floor is the Imperial Suite. You must have been too nervous to remember the floor wrong." The few people looked at this flustered young man with faint smiles. What an inexperienced young man. He was so nervous that he even got the floor wrong. "Oh, that's correct, I am indeed going to the 9th floor." Su Yang smiled slightly. "Moi." Everyone revealed puzzled expressions. Seeing their confusion, Su Yang took out the card Lu Bingbing had given him. "Actually, I do have a membership card, I just don't know how to use it." Upon seeing the Supreme VIP card, everyone in the elevator was stunned. This is the Supreme card." President Shun staggered, nearly falling to the ground. "No." The staff member suddenly widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. He hurriedly took out his phone to compare, then exclaimed in shock. "This is the Supreme Emperor Black Card, which is above the Supreme card." The private rooms at the Tianhai Grand Hotel are quite exquisite. The Diamond Room is one of the high-end spaces located on the 7th floor. Above the Diamond Room, there are 4 grand suites on the 8th floor with a single booking fee reaching 8,800. The Emperor's Room is located on the 9th floor. Although the fee for one night is only 9,500, to truly use the Emperor's Room, one must have sufficient connections. The membership card corresponds to the highest level of rooms one can access. The Supreme membership card is already quite impressive. As for the Supreme Emperor Black Card, its implications need not be elaborated. Mr. Shun and his companions came to their senses, unable to suppress their astonishment as they gazed at the young man before them. Especially Mr. Shun. Initially, he thought this was merely a company employee coming for socializing. However, he never expected that this young man was actually someone who possessed a Supreme Emperor Black Card. This is a true successful individual. Not only wealthy, but also possessing connections that others admire from a distance. Keep working hard. One day you too can have a diamond membership card. Mr. Shun recalled his earlier encouragement to Su Yang, his face turning crimson. Damn, did he just use his own words to motivate someone else? This is incredibly embarrassing. At that time, he merely intended to help this seemingly helpless young man. He only wanted to encourage him like an elder. Yet, it turns out this person is leagues above him. He and this young man are simply not on the same level. Did this person even need his help? For someone like him, if he buried himself in the ground, others might mistake him for a ginseng plant. Realizing this, Mr. Shun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Could his earlier actions have already displeased this big shot? If he truly offended this powerful figure, it would be a real problem. Sir, are you Mr. Su? The attendant who had reported the situation quickly asked. Yes, I am Su Yang. Mr. Su, our manager Qian is already waiting for you at the 9th floor elevator. We sincerely apologize for the inadequate reception today. Please forgive us. Upon hearing this, Su Yang felt no surprise. After all, it was arranged by Lu Bingbing, so the general manager of the Tianhai Grand Hotel would naturally come to greet him. However, this time it would only be to welcome him alone. All right, Su Yang nodded, then noticed the flustered Mr. Chun and his companions. When they heard that even manager Qian was coming to greet Su Yang, Mr. Chun and his companions became even more anxious. Of course they were well-meaning. Especially Mr. Chun, although a successful person, did not have a condescending attitude. His earlier actions at the elevator might have led to misunderstandings. Gentlemen, would you like to join me for a drink? Su Yang said amicably to Mr. Chun. Hearing this, Mr. Chun and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that such a big shot is magnanimous and would not hold the earlier events against them. And here I was worried that the big shot would be angry. What a narrow-minded way of thinking. Mr. Chun took a deep breath, nervously looking at Su Yang, and said, Mr. Su, we have some matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you further. But please allow us to toast you later. Mr. Chun said very sincerely. Su Yang nodded, saying, all right. Upon reaching the 7th floor after greeting each other, Mr. Chun and his companions left. Su Yang continued towards the 9th floor. Soon arriving at the 9th floor, as the elevator doors opened, Su Yang saw several people standing ahead dressed in suits exuding an impressive demeanor. Hello, Mr. Su. We sincerely apologize. Due to our negligence, the earlier incident occurred. I am deeply sorry. Please forgive us. The general manager of Tianhai Grand Hotel, Qian Youcai, immediately bowed and apologized upon meeting, displaying an exceptionally humble demeanor. The several deputy managers beside him looked a bit stunned. Even when billionaires dined here before, manager Qian remained composed and respectful. What on earth is happening today? Why is he so humble today? It's all right, this is my first time here. I'm a bit unfamiliar. It has nothing to do with your work. Su Yang said lightly. Only then did Qian Youcai let out a sigh of relief. This man was personally arranged by General Lu, and his relationship with her was quite special. However, such a significant work error occurring this time was truly concerning. Mr. Su, please take a seat. Qian Youcai quickly invited Su Yang into the emperor's room. Upon entering the private room, Su Yang was genuinely amazed. The decor here truly lives up to the name emperor. Manager Qian, I'm dining alone, so there's no need to arrange too many dishes. Just let me taste your signature dishes. Su Yang could be regarded as a food lover. But dining alone, there's no need to arrange too much food. It would be a waste if he couldn't finish it. Being able to sample the signature dishes of the Tianhai Grand Hotel makes this trip worthwhile. All right, Mr. Su, I'll arrange that right away. Qian Youcai quickly agreed. Mr. Su, could you please explain to General Lu? After all, today, if General Lu is to hold anything against me later. Qian Youcai showed an awkward expression. All right, they'll make a call now. Su Yang didn't hesitate and directly called Lu Bingbing. He explained the earlier incident. Lu Bingbing also shared some good news over the phone. 80 million had already been credited to Su Yang's bank account. After hanging up, Su Yang was extremely excited. He did not expect Lu Bingbing to be so efficient. The 80 million has been credited already. This is just too exhilarating. In a moment of distraction, Su Yang accidentally dropped his phone on the ground. Seeing this, Qian Youcai hurriedly picked up the phone. At this moment, a notification message from the bank popped up on the screen. Your Centurion Supreme Custom Black Card has been credited with 80,000,000. Seeing this string of numbers, Qian Youcai's pupils widened instantly. How many zeros is this? 80 million. And what kind of bank card is this? The Centurion Supreme Custom Black Card. Qian Youcai's heart was engulfed in a storm. The changes in his facial expression were incredibly vivid. Just what kind of person is this Mr. Su? He even possesses the Centurion Supreme Custom Black Card. Regularly interacting with wealthy individuals, he certainly understands the value of this card. Mr. Su, your phone. Qian Youcai quickly reacted and handed the phone back to Su Yang. Thank you. Su Yang nodded with a smile. Then I'll go prepare Mr. Su. I wish you a pleasant meal. Qian Youcai's mind was in turmoil. As he exited the private room, he nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Manager Qian, what's wrong with you? You remain composed even when billionaires dine here, but this time. The others were even more puzzled. Huff. You don't understand the terrifying nature of Mr. Do you know what I just saw? Qian Youcai said slowly. Mr. Su is the owner of the Centurion Supreme Custom Black Card. As far as I know, only 50 families in the world can customize such a black card. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Moreover, Mr. Su's relationship with General Lu is not ordinary. He could very well be General Lu's boyfriend. Another thunderous revelation struck, and everyone was left in awe. Mr. Su is President Liu's boyfriend. The expressions of the crowd instantly changed. They exchanged glances stunned like wooden posts. No wonder Manager Qian places such importance on him. It turns out that Mr. Su not only has a remarkable identity, but is also President Liu's boyfriend. Who is President Liu? The legitimate eldest daughter of Liu Qingtian, the chairman of Tianhai Group, the general manager of Tianhai Construction, the future heir of the group. She has an illustrious background, exceptional abilities, and stunning looks. Countless young masters from major companies in Jiangxing wish to marry this rich beauty. However, President Liu only gives them a cold glance. But this Mr. Su is actually President Liu's boyfriend. What could their status be? It certainly cannot be inferior to President Liu's. The crowd collectively gasped. Don't just stand there. Tell the chef to prepare all our signature dishes, Mr. Su wants to taste them one by one. If you offend Mr. Su, none of you will be able to leave. Execute it immediately. Manager Qian commanded. The crowd hurriedly went to work. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's private room, Su Yang received his system experience points on time. Ding. Experience points received, 8,000. Current progress, 972810000. Looking at the nearly full experience points, Su Yang gradually felt excited. Once he reaches 10,000 experience points, the system will upgrade. At that time, the level 2 system will provide higher quality information. Furthermore, the minimum will be 2-star information, and with good luck it might even refresh to 5-star information. This means his earning speed will increase. Phew. I hope a few pieces of information come in tomorrow so I can upgrade the system. Su Yang thought quietly. After a short wait, the waiter brought out a series of dishes. They were definitely not pre-prepared dishes. According to Su Yang's casual request, the portions were minimal, just enough for a single bite. He ate a total of 68 dishes before feeling satisfied. In the end, Chen and a few others came up to toast as agreed. Since Su Yang had come by car, he responded with tea instead of alcohol. After eating a bit more, Su Yang felt very satisfied. He rested for a while in the exclusive lounge of the Emperor's private room before getting up to leave. Qin Yukai had been accompanying Su Yang, afraid he might be displeased. Mr. Su, would you like me to have someone drive you home? He respectfully inquired while descending the stairs. No need, I can drive myself. Su Yang declined the offer. All right, Mr. Su. Qin Yukai's pace was always half a step slower than Su Yang's. Who is that young man? Why is Manager Qian being so humble? Yeah, what is this young man's background? Even Manager Qian treats him with such respect. I don't know, but he must be a significant figure. Otherwise, why would Manager Qian act this way? The crowd speculated about Su Yang. Anyone who is treated this way by Manager Qian must undoubtedly have an impressive background. If only they could get his WeChat. At that moment, Su Yang and Qin Yukai had already reached the ground floor. Qin Yukai looked around, trying to figure out which car belonged to Su Yang. Nearby, there was an old model Maybach and a Rolls-Royce. Both cars matched Su Yang's identity and temperament. However, these two cars seemed a bit old and didn't seem like Su Yang's. This left Qin Yukai feeling puzzled. Mr. Su, where did you park your car? It's not easy to drive here, and let me help you park it. Oh, it's parked over there, a black Mercedes G-Class. Su Yang handed the keys to Qin Yukai. All right. Qin Yukai nodded, then walked over with the keys. He did not expect that a person like Su Yang would drive such a low-key vehicle. The Mercedes G-Class is already a top-tier vehicle for ordinary people. But shouldn't someone like Su Yang be driving a Rolls-Royce Phantom or a Cullinan Maybach, which are more prestigious? Although the Mercedes G-Class is a great car, it inevitably falls short compared to a Rolls-Royce Phantom in terms of prestige. But then Qin Yukai shook his head in self-mockery. What was I thinking? A person who owns a custom black card for 100,000 should be able to drive whatever car he wants, right? How could I have such thoughts about Mr. Su? That shouldn't be the case. Mr. Su is clearly used to being low-key. As Qin Yukai muttered to himself, he arrived in front of Su Yang's car. He was admiring Su Yang's status while driving a Mercedes G-Class when his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the license plate. Jiang A00006. Huh. Qin Yukai rubbed his eyes and then looked closely at Su Yang's license plate number. Jiang A00006. This. When he finally saw the license plate number clearly, he was frozen on the spot. It was actually Jiang A00006. Is this Mr. Su's license plate? A gust of hot wind blew by, leaving Qin Yukai frozen in place, confused. What does this license plate represent? It represents the pinnacle of Jiangxing. Such license plates are never auctioned to the public. And Mr. Su actually has one. In an instant, Qin Yukai understood. He had thought Mr. Su was low-key, but it turns out his license plate is actually A00006. Damn. He regretted doubting why Mr. Su didn't drive a Rolls-Royce or a Cullinan Maybach with such prestige. As it turns out, his Mercedes G-Class completely overshadowed those cars. There may be many Mercedes G-Classes in Jiangxing, but with this license plate, who would dare provoke it? With this license plate, the value of the Mercedes G-Class instantly skyrocketed by several million. He initially thought Mr. Su was low-key. In reality, he was low-key with luxury. Low-key yet possessing quality. A Mercedes G-Class paired with such a license plate seems casual, but actually reflects Mr. Su's indifferent attitude. Perhaps this license plate doesn't even matter to Mr. Su. For a moment, Su Yang's true identity kept swelling in Qian Yukai's mind. He suspected that Su Yang was definitely someone from the capital. Moreover, he must be the kind of young master from a very prestigious family. After being dazed for a full 2 minutes, he hurriedly drove the car in front of Su Yang. After Su Yang got in the car, Qian Yukai couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He looked at Su Yang nervously and asked, Mr. Su, may I ask what business your family is in? Oh, we don't have much business, just doing some farming and working. Upon hearing this, Qian Yukai nodded heavily a few times, expressing great trust and understanding. After Su Yang left, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself with lingering fear, Mr. Su is too bad at lying. If he doesn't want to reveal anything, he could at least come up with a reasonable excuse. His family must be one of those super mysterious families that cannot be disclosed. Qian Yukai concluded, shocked to the core. Leaving the Tianhai Grand Hotel, Su Yang returned to his rented room. Now that he had some money, buying a villa was not an urgent matter. After lying down for a while, his phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Su Yang opened it to find that his university classmates were having a heated discussion in their group chat. Shen notching the class monitor. Classmates, it has been some time since graduation, and I miss you all very much. How has everyone been? How's work been? Is everything going smoothly? I will always cherish the friendships formed over our 4 years in university. Today I have a proposal. How about a class reunion? This suggestion sparked quite a discussion, with some who were doing well expressing their agreement and their desire to gather. Meanwhile, those who weren't doing so well politely indicated that they were too busy. A chain of responses saw at least 20 people sign up to attend. The rest said they were busy and would look for another opportunity. Shen Nanqing looked at the situation and noticed that Su Yang had not yet joined the conversation, so he messaged him, Su Yang, are you coming? I've arranged a great place. If you have time, come over for a few drinks. The other classmates chimed in as well. Yes, Su Yang should come too. Let's have some fun together. Aren't you doing quite well, Su Yang? Just a few days ago you posted on social media about dining at a high-end restaurant. You definitely have time. Come on, Su Yang, it's been ages since we've seen each other. Let's have a good meal together. Seeing the enthusiasm of his classmates, Su Yang found no reason to refuse. He generally had good relationships with his classmates. Since he didn't have much to do over the next few days, he decided to agree and join them. Su Yang, I must go. Upon seeing this message, everyone was very happy. The gathering of 21 people was officially set. The time was decided for 8 o'clock the next evening. As for the location, Shen Nanqing insisted on keeping it a surprise and would reveal it in the group chat half an hour before the gathering. For Su Yang, the place didn't matter. What was important was the company. It would be nice to meet and rekindle friendships. Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Su Yang was quite excited today. As long as he could refresh a few pieces of high-quality information, he could upgrade the system. The system had not refreshed any high-quality information for several days, and Su Yang had a feeling that today would be the day. One-star information at 10 o'clock today: a traffic accident will occur on North City Avenue, where 2 family cars will collide, but no casualties will result. The first piece of information was as expected. As long as he didn't go to North City Avenue, it wouldn't affect him. 3-star information at the South City Dapeng scrap station: there is an old Schwanda furnace imitation. While it is not as valuable as a genuine Schwanda furnace, it is still worth around 280,000. The scrap station owner does not recognize it and uses it as an incense burner. This is promising. Seeing this piece of information, Su Yang knew it was secure. Today he could proceed with the system upgrade. Of course, the prerequisite was to acquire that Schwanda furnace. Having gone through so many opportunities to pick up bargains, he figured there wouldn't be any surprises. After calming himself down, Su Yang began to check the last piece of information for today. 1-star information: the news about the Fengyun Group's collapse will be officially announced at noon today, causing a huge... Su Yang nodded slowly. The previous information had only indicated that the Fengyun Group would collapse soon. He hadn't expected it to be today. If the announcement is made today, it means they were already under control yesterday. It seems the officials acted decisively and effectively. Now the plan of revenge by Lu Guan against him would likely fall through. With the collapse of the Fengyun Group, their chairman would certainly face prison time. As for their deposits, they would all be frozen. Additionally, they would be permanently restricted from leaving the country. For Lu Guan to regain the lifestyle of a young master would be nothing but a pipe dream. However, this had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to acquire that Schwanda furnace cell, gain experience, and upgrade the system. After having breakfast, Su Yang wasted no time and drove towards the South City Dapeng scrap station. At the South City Dapeng scrap station, a scruffy man was resting in a recliner, watching videos of beautiful women and liking them madly. At that moment, a few children arrived, dragging a bag, eager to sell scrap. Boss, we're here to sell things. The children had a bit of dust on their faces, panting and wiping their sweat. Although they were tired, they felt very happy at the thought of selling the bottles they had collected for 30 to 40 yuan. For the children, 30 yuan could buy a lot of good food. This was the hard-earned result of their busy morning. They called out a few times, but the man in the recliner seemed not to hear, continuing to watch his videos. We collected quite a few bottles and some cardboard. Can we sell them? A little girl stepped forward to ask. Half a minute passed, and all they heard was the man's hearty laughter, but he made no move. The children were getting a bit anxious. Boss, did you hear us? Can you help us weigh our things? The children asked again, but the man still did not respond. Is it possible that this boss can't hear us? A little boy said suspiciously. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted. The man stood up angrily and slammed a weight onto a metal bucket. What are you making noise for? You're buzzing like mosquitoes here. The man looked furious, clearly displeased with the children for interrupting his boss. We came to sell things. Sorry for disturbing your rest. The children were clearly frightened and hurriedly apologized. Oomph. The man snorted, coldly glanced at the bag of items and the tied-up cardboard, then looked at the several. You haven't even grown up yet, he muttered, then picked up the bag and cardboard to weigh them. Seeing that the boss finally reacted, the children also breathed a sigh of relief. Based on their experience at other scrap stations, the price for these items would definitely be between 30 and 40. They could each get 10 yuan. This was a significant amount of money. After working hard for 2 hours in the morning, the children's faces finally showed happy smiles. At this point, the boss had weighed the items, smacked his lips, looked at the children, and tossed 5 coins onto the ground with his fingertips. Here, this is the money for your scrap. The man's face bore a disdainful smile, seemingly enjoying toying with these easily bullied children. Seeing the 5 coins on the ground, the children instantly showed blank expressions. One of the children hesitated for a moment, mustering the courage to look at Depeng, and said, Boss, isn't this a bit too little? Last time we sold things at another recycling station, we made 40 yuan. After saying that, the children all looked at Depeng. Depeng, with a cigarette in his mouth, scoffed disdainfully. It's only 5 yuan. Take it or leave it. The children were instantly dumbfounded. If 5 yuan was way too little. They briefly discussed among themselves, and then said, then we won't sell it. After saying that, they began to pull their things away. Not selling. Who said you could stop selling? Put the items, a group of little ones who gave you the guts. Depeng angrily yelled. Seeing Depeng's fierce demeanor, the children were frightened to tears on the spot. At that moment, a few elderly men who had just come to sell their items saw this scene, and also spoke up. Boss, why scare the kids? The elderly men kindly helped the frightened children to their feet. Depeng glared at them, and then said, Old man, do you think you are qualified to educate me? These little brats are wasting my time, so I have to teach them a lesson. You old man, mind your own business. Depeng cursed fiercely. The elderly men, hearing these words, and seeing Depeng's demeanor, were also frightened. They said nothing. Watching this scene, Depeng felt a great sense of satisfaction. Usually looked down upon when collecting waste, he finally encountered someone he could bully. Seeing these kids who could be easily bullied, he felt the need to assert his authority. All the frustrations he had previously endured were now being vented out. Aren't they just a bunch of kids? Moreover, they are just garbage-picking children. They probably have no money at home. Even if their parents came, he could still bully them. And these old men were also the easiest targets to bully. Just now he scolded them, and they dared not retort, only listening obediently. I must say, the thrill of bullying the weak is truly exhilarating. At this moment, Depeng felt like someone who could command others, a successful person. Boss, you're an adult now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to bully a few children and elderly people at? Just as Depeng was reveling in his success, a voice suddenly rang out. He frowned. In this day and age, there are still those who like to meddle. What's it to you? Who are you to meddle in my business on my turf? Are you looking for trouble? Depeng looked at Su Yang arrogantly. It really has nothing to do with me. I just can't stand your bully-thweak attitude. Su Yang said with a cold smile. Damn, are you looking for death? Depeng casually picked up an iron rod, planting it on the ground, with an extremely arrogant expression, as if he was about to rush over to beat someone up. Young man, this boss is not someone to mess with. An elderly man kindly reminded. He's too aggressive, you're still young, don't underestimate him, or you'll get hurt. Uncle, you should leave quickly. This boss is someone who will hit people. The children stopped crying, and said. Seeing several people warning Su Yang not to provoke him, Depeng's vanity soared. Awesome. So awesome. Is this the feeling of being strong? Being feared by so many people is incredibly face-saving. It's a pity I didn't record it. If I had and posted it online, many people would surely admire me. Seeing that Su Yang remained silent, Depeng was certain he was intimidated. It seemed that not only the old men and children were afraid of him, but even young people were. This made him feel even more accomplished. Stepping on a young person beneath his feet is much more face-saving than stepping on a group of children and old men. He prepared to teach Su Yang a lesson. What's wrong? You don't agree. If you disagree, practice a bit. Let me see if you can take me on to Peng from the South City. Peng waved the iron rod in his hand and said with imposing momentum, Young man, just leave. Don't worry about face and stuff. That's useless. An elderly man saw that Su Yang wasn't leaving and finally spoke up. Exactly, coward, hurry up and scram. Look at this old man, how sensible he is. Peng let out a highly disdainful laugh. Looking at the group, Su Yang smiled slightly and pressed a button. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class not far behind him made a locking sound. Beep, beep, beep. Peng looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, he instantly froze in place. He had seen this car before. A luxury car worth over 3 million. Whose car is this? It wasn't here just now? Could it be that it belongs to this young man in front of him? Peng looked at Su Yang in disbelief, and just then saw the key in Su Yang's hand. His eyes widened, unable to believe the result before him. This meddling kid actually owns a luxury car worth over 3 million. He's a rich person. Peng's previously arrogant expression vanished in an instant. He quickly threw the iron rod aside and respectfully looked at Su Yang, saying, Boss, what orders do you have for me? Peng was sweating profusely. If this young man were just an ordinary person, he wouldn't need to be so humble. But this person was a boss, a wealthy man, a strong person. Unlike these children and old men, they were far too noble for him. He was originally someone who bullied the weak, and upon realizing Su Yang's strength, he immediately cowered. The elderly men and children looked at Peng, who suddenly changed with confusion. Is there nothing? I saw you were enjoying bullying the kids just now. You just sent them off with 5 yuan. Su Yang asked coldly. No. I mistakenly took 5 yuan. Actually, it was 50 yuan. Peng explained, dripping with cold sweat. Oh, then just give them the money, okay? Su Yang continued. Hearing this, Peng hurriedly took out a 50 yuan note and handed it to the children, saying, Little friends, I mistakenly took the wrong amount. Here's 50 yuan for you. I'm sorry for scaring you earlier. And to the elderly gentleman, I apologize for my behavior earlier. The children, unable to believe they were being handed 50 yuan, looked at the once fierce boss, now so amiable. Realizing this, they turned to Su Yang with immense gratitude. It must be because of this uncle. The elderly men saw Peng's cowering and realized that this young man must be someone extraordinary. At this moment, Peng saw that Su Yang had not spoken, wiped his cold sweat, and asked, Boss, I have settled the payment, and apologized. What do you think? Looking at the anxious Peng, Su Yang smiled slightly. As long as you realize your mistake, it's good. I came here to buy something today. Upon hearing this, Peng breathed a sigh of relief. What do you need? He quickly asked. Su Yang then looked around the room and soon spotted the incense burner. This is the Schwanda furnace from the Intel. How much do you sell this antique for? Su Yang asked straightforwardly. Hearing the word antique, Peng was instantly stunned. Antique? Isn't this just a broken furnace? A broken furnace? You really don't know the value of things. This is an antique. Su Yang boldly proclaimed a statement like thunder. Antique. Peng immediately looked at the Schwanda furnace, hurriedly picked it up, and dumped the ash inside. He carefully rubbed the surface of the Schwanda furnace, observing it intently. 2 minutes later, he reached a shocking conclusion. This furnace, no matter how he looked at it, resembled a broken furnace. But the boss driving the luxury car said it was an antique. Peng understood that one of them must. Although this boss driving a luxury car had broad knowledge, did he really understand this? While he himself might not know much, at least he was aware of the item's origin. This thing was collected from an old man's house along with a pile of scrap metal. Originally meant to be sold, he decided to keep it because he thought it still had some use. If this thing were truly an antique, how could the old man sell it as scrap metal to him? After a moment of contemplation, Peng reached a conclusion. He must be correct. The boss before him must have made a mistake. He couldn't help but inwardly mock the arrogance of these wealthy people. To just glance and declare it an antique. His discerning eye was even worse than his own. Peng felt quite proud, having always felt inferior. Now seeing that this rich man was less discerning than himself, his inner vanity surged. That's just how rich people are, they just have good luck, but in reality they are not better than me, he disdainfully thought. Seeing Su Yang focused on the furnace, Peng devised a plan. Earlier this person had stood up for the children and the elderly, forcing him to apologize on the spot, losing face. Now he was treating a piece of junk as a treasure. Couldn't he take this opportunity for revenge? He could sell this thing as an antique. First, it would be a way to get back at him, and second, it would prove that his judgment was not worse than that of these rich people. In fact, it would be much better. Being able to outsmart a wealthy person driving a luxury car felt far more fulfilling than bullying the weak and the elderly. For a moment, Peng felt a surge of anticipation. He looked forward to using his wits to trick this rich man into falling for his scheme. Just thinking about it made him unable to suppress his laughter. What are you laughing about? Su Yang asked, puzzled. Peng immediately stopped laughing and seriously inquired, "Boss, you say this thing is an antique. Is it true? From which dynasty?" Su Yang smiled slightly, held the item in his hand, examined it carefully, and then explained, "It is indeed an antique. This item is called a Schwanda furnace. And this one is a replica of a Schwanda furnace, essentially a high-quality imitation." Hearing Su Yang's words, Peng felt something was off. What? A high-quality imitation? Isn't that just a counterfeit? How can it be considered an antique? He inwardly despised Su Yang's pretentiousness. These rich people clearly knew nothing, yet insisted on acting knowledgeable. Their goal was simply to show off in front of ordinary people and seek validation. He simply couldn't stand such people. If it's a modern imitation, no matter how exquisite it is, it's still counterfeit. But this imitation is different. It was replicated by ancient people. I came here today and happened to see it, or I want to buy it. You set a price. Su Yang stated straightforwardly. So that's how it is. Peng laughed coldly in his heart. Since it counts as an antique, you should know that I want to offer a low price. Peng thought since this guy believed it was a replica, he couldn't offer a price in the tens of thousands. He estimated that this furnace weighed between 3 to 4 jin. Moreover, it was made of copper. The current copper price is not low. Purple copper is about 40 to 50 yuan per jin, and high-quality copper can even reach 60 yuan per jin. Brass is around 30 yuan per jin. Although this thing is copper, it must be that kind of scrap, at most 30 yuan. Calculating this way, the actual price of the furnace is around 150 yuan. If he could sell it for 3,000, that would be a 20-fold increase. That price would be astronomical. If he could sell it for 3,000, he would truly have tricked him badly. When he realizes this thing is worth only 150 yuan, he would regret it immensely. Just thinking about how he could crush this rich man made Peng's heart blossom with joy. Cough, cough. Since it's a replica antique, he'll take that price. Peng thought for a moment and held up 4 fingers. Not a penny more or less. 4,000, he declared with determination. What? 4,000? Isn't this just an incense burner? The old man who came to sell things exclaimed in surprise. What do you know? This boss said it's a cultural relic and antique. Of course it's different from an ordinary incense burner. Peng hurriedly shot a glare at the old man. Su Yang smiled. Everything was as expected. The price is indeed reasonable. This thing is worth that price. But 4,000 is not acceptable. Oh, I won't make a profit buying it at that price. How about 2,005? Su Yang offered a counter. 2,005. Peng muttered. 2,005 was still a price that tricked him by a dozen times. Although it was 500 less than his expected 3,000, it was still enough. Deal? I Peng am a straightforward person. Peng pretended to reluctantly hand the furnace to Su Yang, then quickly pulled out a payment code. Just scan it. Su Yang cheerfully scanned. 2,500 yuan. All right, the money is yours, and the item is mine now. Boss, be nicer to people in the future. Don't be so rude, Su Yang said, standing up to leave. Peng initially nodded and bowed, but after seeing Su Yang's car drive away, he immediately changed to a haughty demeanor. What a piece of trash, rich person. He still fell into my hands. He said proudly. Old man, do you know how much I made this time? I earned a whopping 5,000 from 3 jin of scrap copper. Isn't that impressive? He boasted to the old man. Aren't you just scamming him? The old man sighed. What do you mean by scamming? Is the money of the rich not money? I earned it with my wits. This kid thinks he knows a lot, but from the very beginning he was duped. I did it on purpose. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Those wealthy people driving luxury cars are no— Ha ha ha. Peng felt immensely proud, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Giving that kid 50 yuan, he managed to trick him for 2,005. Just ask who can be as clever as me. While he was laughing wildly, suddenly 2 people, an old man and a young— The muscular young man looked around, and his originally smiling face instantly changed. He walked up to Peng and asked, Boss, where did that incense burner go? Peng looked at the 2 men who had come. Their attire was exquisite, and they seemed like knowledgeable intellectuals. He smiled slightly. His moment to show off had arrived. You mean that broken furnace? I sold it. Let me tell you, just now a young man driving a luxury car said that thing was a high-quality imitation Schwanda furnace. I bought it for over 100 and sold it to him for 2,005. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Isn't that guy foolish? Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 well-dressed individuals revealed strange expressions. Are you saying you sold that thing for 2,500? The middle-aged man asked in astonishment. Yes. Impressive, right? That young man drove a luxury car worth millions. I thought he was someone knowledgeable, but in the end he was completely fooled by me. The middle-aged man stamped his foot anxiously, looking at Peng in frustration. The scrap brass is worth only 30 yuan per kilogram, but I sold it for 2,500. Why are you so excited? Were you shocked by me? Ha ha, keep it low-key. Don't be fooled by my appearance as a scrap collector. I have my tricks. Peng was very pleased with their reaction. These 2 intellectuals were stunned by him. It seemed he was quite successful. His inner vanity surged. At that moment, the middle-aged man was utterly disappointed. He turned to the well-dressed old professor beside him and said, "Old Ding, miss. Sigh. We just arrived a bit late. I wasn't sure before, but now it seems that was indeed a palace imitation Schwan de furnace." The middle-aged man slapped his thigh hard and said. The elder named Ding also shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Sigh. It seems this item is not destined for us. When you showed me the photo, I could already tell it was a palace imitation Schwan de furnace. But no matter how I calculated, I still arrived a step too late." Old Ding felt very regretful. Sigh. The two sighed heavily and turned to leave. Depeng watched completely puzzled. What does this mean? Why were these two still sighing? What did their earlier words? He hurriedly called the two back. What do you mean? What were you just saying? I didn't understand. Aren't you jealous that I made so much money? Aren't you feeling emotional? Why do you keep sighing? Depeng's question made both of them stop in their tracks. Jealous? Hey, you lost big time. Do you know? You thought you made a bargain thinking you had the upper hand on others, but in fact they had you completely The middle-aged man couldn't hold back anymore. He hadn't wanted to discourage the boss, but seeing him like this he couldn't help but speak up. Huh? Are you talking nonsense? Clearly I had that person completely fooled. Depeng refused to believe it. Do you know what that incense burner is, eh? At first I thought it was just an ordinary incense burner, but after showing the photo to Old Ding I realized it was a palace imitation of a premium Schwan de furnace. Do you know what a Schwan de furnace is? They are extremely rare. Authentic Schwan de furnaces can auction for tens of millions. The middle-aged man said with frustration. Oh, but that's not considered a true antique. That young man also said it's a replica, which means it's fake, so I still... Depeng felt relieved. Profited. Do you think all replicas are fake? It depends on the grade of the... What you have is a Palace Royal Casting Master's imitation. Even as a replica, its price ranges from 2 to 5 million. The middle-aged man exclaimed. What? Depeng's eyes nearly popped out. 2 to 5 million. His furnace was worth that much money. Is that true? If it is, didn't I lose a fortune? He looked at the two with suspicion. You must be lying to me. You must be jealous that I made money. I know what you're saying is just to provoke me. You must be envious of my abilities. Depeng angrily questioned the two. Heh, envious of you. What do you have that we should envy? I'm just kindly reminding you, and you lash out at me. My ability is indeed average, but this Old Ding beside me is a professor of archaeology at Jiang University. He is the most authoritative expert in cultural relic restoration in Jiang City. He is also the best ancient bronze artifact appraiser in the country. Does someone of such stature need to envy you? Do they need to deceive you? The middle-aged man said loudly. At this moment Depeng was already shaken. Hearing how prominent this person was, he panicked. He quickly searched for Old Ding online and found that he was indeed a very authoritative expert. Professor Ding, is this true? Depeng hurriedly asked. Young man, although I've only seen the picture with my decades of experience, I can definitively say that is a palace imitation Schwan de furnace. The reason we rushed here today is for this item. Its current market price is approximately between 260,000 to 320,000. Old Ding's words were like a hammer striking down. This. Upon hearing this, Depeng's eyes nearly popped out in shock. He recalled what had just happened and realized something was indeed off. Why did that young man immediately take an interest in his furnace? It turned out he knew it was a treasure. Damn! Depeng shouted, regretting it to the extreme. He sold something worth 2 million for just over 2,000. He thought he had made a fortune. He thought he had crushed. How could he be so foolish? If he had known that thing was worth so much, he would never have sold it. He sold this treasure just to satisfy his vanity and prove himself against the wealthy. Wasn't that a waste of money? 200,000. If he could have gotten that much, he could have lived a good life. Ah! Depeng went crazy, grabbing a metal rod and wildly striking at the scrap. For a moment the scene was extremely chaotic. The few people present quickly walked out. What's going on? What happened in there? A few aunties who came to sell scrap curiously asked. Incredible. This boss sold a 200,000 antique for 2,500, said the old man who had... Oh dear. That really is a huge loss. This boss usually has a bad temper. He must be going crazy this time, said one of the aunties. Old Ding and the others looked at the situation inside and shook their heads and sighed. This young man will probably be sleepless for several nights. You too, why did you have to expose it? Old Ding said. Old Ding. I couldn't help it. The man beside him said. Just as he finished speaking, a call suddenly came in. Old Ding saw it was from Xinjingshan, so he answered, hello. Old Ding, I have a palace imitation Schwan de furnace here, and it's in pretty good condition. Don't you like playing with these? Come take a look at mine. Upon hearing several key pieces of information, Old Ding and the others instantly displayed shocked expressions. A palace imitation Schwan de furnace. What a coincidence. Could it be the one that was picked up here? Old Ding suddenly became interested. Meanwhile, inside the treasure pavilion, Xinjingshan and Su Yang were engaged in lively conversation. Brother Su, the phone call is done. Professor Ding Weiming from Jiangxing University will be coming over shortly. After finishing, Shin Jingshan stood up and opened a cabinet behind him, then took out a Schwanda furnace. Little Sue, isn't it a coincidence? You brought a Schwanda furnace today, and I just acquired one yesterday. Our two pieces are quite similar. When I got mine yesterday, it took quite a bit of effort. The opposing party was quite difficult. I had to use all my wits and resources, turning and twisting in a frenzy. In the end, can you guess how much I spent to get it? Shin Jingshan asked expectantly towards Su Yang. With your strength, boss Shun, it shouldn't be too much. I guess 1 million. Su Yang said. Haha, not that much. I only spent 660,000 to acquire it. This piece is worth at least 2 million. I made a profit of over 100,000. Haha, don't you think this is quite a steal? Seeing that Su Yang didn't guess it correctly, Shin Jingshan burst into laughter. Su Yang was also amazed. Compared to him, Shin Jingshan was indeed a conscientious businessman. He had spent 2,005 while Shun had spent 660,000. Compared like this, Su Yang felt a bit guilty. By the way, brother Su, how much did you spend on this Schwan? Shin Jingshan suddenly asked. My. Su Yang was taken aback. If he revealed that he spent 2,005 on a Schwanda furnace, wouldn't that embarrass boss Shin? This just... Ha ha ha. Su Yang hesitated slightly. Shin Jingshan immediately understood that Su Yang might have spent too much and hadn't gotten a steal. Feeling a bit embarrassed to say. After all, young people care about face, and he could understand. He had previously acquired items at low prices, but this time he paid a high price, so it was naturally hard to say. It's about the same as what you spent, boss Shun. We're pretty much even. Su Yang saw Shin Jingshan so excited and didn't want to dampen his spirits. Oh, I see. We are both people of skill. Shin Jingshan understood in an instant. Su Yang must have spent much more than he did. Otherwise, he wouldn't be embarrassed to say it. Shin Jingshan nodded as friends. He didn't want to put Su Yang in a difficult... At that moment, an elderly man dressed in traditional clothing and a middle-aged man slowly entered the treasure pavilion. Shin Jingshan quickly stood up to greet them. Old Ding, you arrived so quickly. Shin Jingshan hurriedly found a chair for Ding Weiming to sit. This must be the owner of the Schwanda furnace, right? Old Ding looked towards Su Yang and asked. Yes, this is Su Yang, a young expert who once acquired a piece worth hundreds for a few bucks and another piece worth 800,000 for only 100,000. He is a standout among the youth. Shin Jingshan introduced enthusiastically. After hearing this introduction, Old Ding looked at Su Yang with even more admiration. Hello, Old Ding, I heard of you while studying at Jiang University. It's great to finally meet you in person. Su Yang said, oh, you are also a student of Jiang University. Wow, we are practically family. Truly a dragon among men, a talented youth. If you had chosen my major back, then that would have been great. Ding Weiming was quite emotional. Such young talents were indeed rare. Just the two achievements mentioned earlier outshined many. It's a pity he wasn't his student. By the way, little Su, you must have graduated by now, right? Your insight is remarkable. Come visit Jiang University sometime and mentor my students. What do you think? Old Ding also suggested. The students of Old Ding are all stronger than I am. How could I mentor them? Su Yang said, you're being too humble. Just those two achievements you mentioned my students could never achieve in their lifetime. To be honest, you would be more than capable as their teacher. Old Ding looked increasingly favorably upon Su Yang. Young, accomplished, capable, and very humble, not arrogant or self-assured. He truly is a great prospect. Why didn't he have students like Su Yang? Thinking of his own student who had been with him for 10 years, who recently got taken for $1,000 while trying to acquire something, Ding Weiming felt extremely frustrated. $1,000 isn't much, but it's quite insulting. He is a nationally renowned expert, and yet he produces a bunch of students like that. Compared to Su Yang, his students are truly a headache. Old Ding, you flatter me. In this regard, you are the true authority. I heard Old Ding likes antique furnaces. How about we take a look at these two pieces now? Su Yang proposed. Ding Weiming took a sip of tea and nodded lightly. All right, since you don't want, I can't force it. By the way, you mentioned there are 2 Schwanda furnaces. Ding Weiming looked at the table. Indeed, there were 2 Schwanda furnaces displayed. However, their conditions differed. He stepped closer, took a magnifying glass, and examined them carefully, nodding slowly. They were both high-quality imitations from the palace. The condition differed, but not by much. In one day to find 2 pieces like this is indeed rare. One of them Ding Weiming recognized, which was from the... It was exactly the same as the one in the photo. The other piece Ding Weiming had never seen before, likely acquired by Shin Jingshan. Not bad, but meets my collecting standards. Ding Weiming put away the magnifying glass and sat down. I knew you would like it. One of these was acquired by... This one was acquired by little Su today. That's why I called you right away, Old Ding, Shin Jingshan said. You've worked hard. Today I'm genuinely quite happy. Not only have I obtained treasures, but I've also met a young talent like little Su. This is fate. It'll not keep you in suspense. It'll offer you 270,000 for this one, and 280,000 for little Su's piece. The 100,000 difference is due to their conditions. Do you two find it suitable? Old Ding asked. The two exchanged glances and had no objections. Then it's settled. You both should have made a profit. It's just a matter of how much you earned. The one who spent more earns less while the one who spent less earns a lot. Old Ding looked at Su Yang and said, "Ha ha, pretty much. We both made about the same. We clarified our costs in our earlier conversation. They are quite similar," Shun Jingshan said with a smile. Hearing this, Ding Weiming looked at Shun Jingshan. In surprise, his eyes filled with intrigue. "Jingshan, are you saying you and Little Su's costs are about the same? So you also spent around 2,005 to acquire it?" Old Ding asked with great surprise. Yes, I also. Old Ding, you misspoke. I spent 660,000 to acquire mine. As for Little Su, Mid-sentence, Shen Jingshan suddenly felt something was off. He quickly looked at Su Yang and asked in astonishment, "Brother Su, didn't we say we were about the same? Why did Old Ding say you spent 2,005 to acquire yours?" Hey. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed. How could Professor Ding know that he had picked up a bargain for 2,500? He hadn't seen him at the recycling station. Ding Weiming noticed Shen Jingshan's puzzled reaction when he received the phone call. "Jingshan, you don't know? Didn't you just say it was about the same?" Xiao Su picked up this Schwanda furnace from the nearby Chengnan Dapeng recycling station. "We were originally after that Schwanda furnace, but we arrived too late. We had just arrived when Xiao Su had already left. That boss sold it for 2,500 and thought he had made a great profit boasting about it." Ding Lao slowly explained. This. Shen Jingshan was almost at his breaking point. The Schwanda furnace that Su Yang had actually cost him only 2,005, while his own was worth less than that and cost 660,000. More importantly, he had thought that Su Yang had spent a fortune and even naively considered giving him a way out. But it turned out that Su Yang didn't need it at all. He only spent 2,005. Both items were quite similar, yet he spent hundreds of thousands while Su Yang spent just 2,000. In comparison, it made him look very lowly. He had thought he was protecting Su Yang's pride, but now it seemed that he had only heard that he spent hundreds of thousands and didn't want to hurt his feelings. He had only said it was about the same to save face. As an old timer who had been in the game for many years, he had actually thought that Su Yang's comment of about the same was out of respect for a senior. In reality, it was to maintain the dignity of this old senior. For a moment, Shen Jingshan felt deeply ashamed. "Xiao Su, you clearly picked it up for 2,005, yet to save my face you said it was about the same as what I spent. Sigh, you truly have a good heart." Shen Jingshan understood that Su Yang was genuinely trying to protect his dignity. Because Su Yang was unaware that Ding Lao knew the truth of the matter. If Ding Lao hadn't come, he would have naively believed that Su Yang had spent even more than him. After learning the truth, Ding Lao nodded repeatedly. This young man is really impressive. He shows no signs of vanity whatsoever. If he were truly my student, that would be fantastic. Unfortunately, it's almost impossible. Actually, there's not much to say. I thought you were a conscientious businessman, boss Shen. Someone like me who picks up a 2,500 deal on a 200,000 antique is indeed a bit of a scam for the seller. Su Yang humbly stated. Sigh. That's not the right thing to say. Ding Lao frowned after hearing this. In the antique business, the worst thing is being soft-hearted. So-called antiques have no standard price. That's why there are rules like once you buy you can't back out. If you spend $1 million on a counterfeit, it's because your judgment failed believing that item to be worth $1 million. Similarly, if you bought something worth over 200,000 for 2,005, it means the other party thinks it's only worth 2,005. If you have to consider others and everything, how will you ever profit? You might as well just buy it at auction prices. Being kind to others often means being cruel to yourself. Xiao Su, although your insights are good, you are still young and just entering society lacking certain experiences in mind. You must understand that human nature can be ruthlessly selfish. If you had directly offered 280,000 for this Schwanda furnace today, given that boss greed, do you think he would sell it to you? No, he would only think that item is worth even more. So don't be so soft-hearted. Picking up bargains is your ability, so don't carry any psychological burdens. Ding Lao spoke slowly. What Ding Lao said is correct. If I had picked up a 200,000 item for 2,005, I would be overjoyed. Xiao Su, you must not have any mental burdens. Shen Jingshan also said with emotion. He couldn't even find such low-priced bargains. Su Yang managed to find one, yet he still felt burdened. It truly makes one feel inferior. You both are right. It really is like that. Although Su Yang is not an expert in the antique industry, he is quite knowledgeable about these matters. If he encounters some kind-hearted or struggling individuals, even if it means earning less, Su Yang would not choose to take advantage of them. However, when dealing with those without morals, those social scum, he cannot afford to be so lenient. Alright, you two give me an account number, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Ding Lao didn't hesitate. He is a big shot in the antique world with plenty of cash flow. More than 500,000 is nothing to drag out. Alright, Ding Lao. Then both parties provided Ding Lao's assistant with a bank account number. A few minutes later, the money arrived. Ding. Experience gained 280. Current experience LV1 100 081 0000. Congratulations, host, for completing your first small goal achievement in life. System upgrade. Current system level LV2. Daily information push increases by 2. Current daily information push 5. Current information quality probability 1-star information refresh probability decreases with a maximum refresh of 5-star information. System functions are upgraded. System store unlocked. Current system store level is 1 with daily random refresh of sold items, which can be purchased with system experience points for corresponding lower-level items. As a series of light screens appeared before him, Su Yang's mood soared. In the blink of an eye, the system upgraded. What was most surprising was that the option for a system store had appeared. Although the store's level is currently very low, allowing purchases of some so-called low-level items. But perhaps it could occasionally bring him a surprise. Awesome. Now that the system has upgraded, the future path will surely be smoother. In a moment of distraction, Su Yang actually started to smile at the air. Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Ding Lao and Shen Jingshan looked at the grinning Su Yang with confusion, not understanding what was going on with him. It's nothing. Nothing. Su Yang quickly explained as he came to his senses. You scared me. I have something to take care of, so I'll leave first. Xiao Su, you graduated from Jian University? Come visit Jian University when you have time. Play around and stop by my studio for a visit. It's settled then. When the time comes, we will invite you, and you must come. After Ding Weiming finished speaking, he dashed out, fearing that Su Yang would not agree. This Ding Lao. Shen Jingshan chuckled and shook his head, then looked at Su Yang, asking a long-standing question. Xiao Su, how come you always encounter such low-priced bargains? Do you have some kind of skill? Looking at Shen Jingshan, who was earnestly seeking advice, Su Yang smiled and said, perhaps it's just luck. Why don't I have such luck? If only I could know in advance where to find bargains. But Xiao Su doesn't seem to have any foresight either. It seems his luck is genuinely better than mine. Looking at Su Yang's departing figure, Shen Jingshan sighed. On the way back, Su Yang opened the system shop to check it out. Currently, there are 5 product slots in the shop, all showing items not yet available. Looking at the refresh time, it seems that the items will be available after today. It's somewhat like the shops in games. There is also a class reunion in the evening, so Su Yang has to temporarily shelve his plan to buy a villa. By the afternoon, the class group became lively due to a single message. Shin Nanxing, everyone must attend tonight. I have prepared a surprise for you all. Seeing the class monitor send this message, everyone couldn't help but discuss what surprise he had prepared. Su Yang was also a bit excited as he hadn't seen these classmates in a long time. Shin Nanxing, as the former class monitor, was a good person who would help anyone in the class facing difficulties. Moreover, his family was well off. He was a rich second generation. Su Yang was no exception. He had also received his help before. After reading the WeChat message, Su Yang looked at the time. There were still a few hours left, so it would be best to take a nap. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Shin Nanxing released the first surprise of the day in the group. Shin Nanxing, everyone, I will treat you all to this class reunion. The destination is the Platinum Room 601 at the Tianhai Grand Hotel in Jiangxing. Enjoy the food and drinks tonight. Seeing Shin Nanxing wave his hand and invite over 20 people to the Tianhai Grand Hotel for dinner, the discussions in the class group became even more heated. That's the Tianhai Grand Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Jiangxing. Moreover, the class monitor is treating everyone. Everyone was deeply moved. Thank you, class monitor. This must be the surprise prepared for everyone, right? The Platinum Room at the Tianhai Grand Hotel is not cheap. Class monitor is generous. The ordinary rooms at the Tianhai Grand Hotel are hard to book, let alone the Platinum Room. The class monitor really has strength. What a pity. I can't leave work today, otherwise I would really go and get the class monitor drunk. Shin Nanxing, don't worry if you can't make it this time. There will be opportunities in the future. Perhaps I will treat everyone to dinner in the Diamond Room. Once the dining location was announced, everyone headed toward the Tianhai Grand Hotel. Before long, several people had already arrived at the square in front of the Tianhai Grand Hotel, exchanging pleasantries. Li Dong, you little rascal, have you bought a car? The man named Li Dong smiled shyly and said, I bought a car for convenience. It's a domestic new energy vehicle costing 70,000 yuan after tax. I'll upgrade later when I earn more. Ha ha ha, that's great. Wow. Zhangchang, you also bought a car. Yours doesn't look cheap. No, I bought it on credit over 100,000, but the monthly payment is manageable for me. Hey, looking at it this way, it seems everyone is doing well. Some are upgrading their cars while others are buying cars. I'm the only one still riding my little electric scooter. Everyone was happily discussing. By the way, the class monitor must have bought a car too, right? Yes, the class monitor is from a wealthy family. They definitely got a good car. Everyone started guessing what kind of car Shin Nanxing would drive over. Just then a brand new Land Rover Range Rover slowly drove in. Wow, you all arrived pretty early, Shin Nanxing joked as he rolled down the window. Class monitor, Land Rover Range Rover, $1 million luxury car. Wow, that's amazing. That's my dream car. Class monitor, you just said your car doesn't listen to you. I think you intentionally came late to show off your new car. Everyone looked at this Land Rover Range Rover filled with envy. Ha ha ha, just wanted everyone to see my new car. Do you all want to try it out? It could serve as a reference for when you buy one later. Everyone was quite eager to experience it. Thus, several people took turns getting in the car to try it out. By the way, I looked around, and everyone is here. Why hasn't Su-Yang arrived yet? Shin Nanqing said curiously. I don't know. I sent him a message, but he hasn't replied. Someone said, oh, I'll give him a call. Shin Nanqing recalled when he talked to Su-Yang about cars back in the day, how Su-Yang mentioned that his favorite cars were the Land Rover Range Rover and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class was still a bit difficult for him at the moment, but he did manage to get the Land Rover Range Rover. He remembered Su-Yang's words and wanted him to experience it, but this guy didn't show up. After making a call, Shin Nanqing found out that Su-Yang had just gotten up. He overslept this afternoon. This guy, forget it, let him experience it after dinner. Shin Nanqing murmured. After everyone had a turn with the Land Rover Range Rover, they all headed toward the Platinum Room at the Tianhai Grand Hotel under Shin Nanqing's lead. It was everyone's first time at the Tianhai Grand Hotel, so they were naturally very excited, especially since they were going to the Platinum Room. Watching many social elites and successful individuals passing by chatting and laughing, some people who usually felt good about themselves felt somewhat overshadowed. When would they be able to laugh and chat like these business tycoons? Soon they arrived at the Platinum Room 601. The room was very spacious enough to accommodate the 20-plus people gathered for dinner. Since it was pre-booked, Shin Nanqing had already ordered the dishes. We'll wait for a while to serve the dishes until everyone arrives, Shin Nanqing said. Everyone began chatting. The topics of discussion revolved around how work was going, whether anyone was dating, and future life plans. 20,000 a month is quite a bit, but in the end it's still just working for others. The class monitor is the most impressive. These graduates from Jiang University generally had decent salaries. Not really, I'm just relying on my family. In terms of ability, I might not be stronger than all of you. Although Shin Nanqing was a rich second generation, he didn't have that flamboyant demeanor. Seeing everyone doing well in work and life, I feel relieved, Shin Nanqing said with emotion. By the way, what is Su-Yang doing now? Why haven't we seen him? Someone curiously asked. He should be doing well, right? He was eating at a high-end restaurant. Someone recalled Su-Yang's moments on social media. Actually, sigh, I don't know if I should say this. Actually, old Su is having a tough time. At this moment, Zhang Chong sighed after taking a sip. Zhang Chong, what's going on? Everyone became interested upon hearing Zhang Chong's words. Zhang Chong hesitated for a moment, then said to everyone, old Su originally found a decent job, but the company closed too quickly. He's been delivering takeout these days. The high-end restaurant he posted about should have been when he was delivering takeout. You all understand, right? Zhang Chong didn't want to say much, but since he was close to Su-Yang, he thought that sharing this might help him with his classmates. Listening to their old classmates' current situation, everyone felt quite uneasy. Su-Yang was well-liked and had good relationships with everyone, making them want to help him. Class monitor, your company should still need people, right? Su-Yang is reliable and he has the ability. How about you help him? It's definitely easier than delivering takeout. Everyone looked at Shin Nanqing. Shin Nanqing took a sip of water and nodded. Even if you didn't mention it, I would help. I'll take care of this. However, when old Su arrives, everyone should not reveal his situation. We are all young and care about face. Let's not let it end on a sour note, Shin Nanqing instructed. It's really nice to have such a class monitor. Everyone began to express their feelings. Just then the door was pushed open and Su-Yang appeared with a disheveled hairstyle in front of everyone. Sorry, I overslept. I came late. Looking at the somewhat disheveled appearance of Su-Yang, everyone understood he was too busy delivering takeout and felt embarrassed, so he made up an excuse that he overslept to hide his current situation. Seeing their former classmate in such difficulty, everyone felt quite uneasy. Old Su is here, take a seat. As they came to their senses, everyone eagerly greeted him. They were remarkably in sync, astonishingly unanimous. Not a single person inquired about Su-Yang's job. The dishes had yet to arrive, yet everyone began chatting. It's truly wonderful to see everyone today. Although we've taken on different roles in society, no matter what work we do, we're still friends. Exactly. There's no distinction between high and low among us classmates. Whatever you do, whether delivering food or packages, you earn your money with your own hands. There's absolutely no need to feel inferior to others. A person must have confidence, must value themselves. Yes, that's absolutely right. Old Su, what do you think? Everyone turned to look at Su-Yang. Su-Yang slowly nodded. Those words were indeed true. He was now earning a lot every day, but these classmates were still his classmates. Though they didn't earn as much as he did now, money wasn't the sole measure of friendship. Their bond remained. Su-Yang wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Yes, that's right. No matter what job you do, you must value yourself. Who knows, you might become a big boss one day. Su-Yang declared with great vigor. Everyone nodded in appreciation. It seemed old Su hadn't been crushed by life. He still had confidence, still had goals. That was the spirit. All right, let's have the food served. Well, eat and talk. At Shin Nanxing's words, the waiters began to bring out the dishes. As the host, Shin Nanxing naturally didn't skimp, ordering many fine and lavish dishes. A large table for 20 was covered with a feast, and all of this was at the exorbitantly priced Tianhai Grand Hotel. This meal would undoubtedly be extremely expensive. It clearly showed Shin Nanxing's sincere goodwill. While eating, he pondered how to broach the topic of getting Su Yang to agree to work at his family's company. After all, Su Yang was a proud person. To hide his situation from everyone, had fabricated a lie about it. This showed he didn't want them to know his current status. If he brought it up here, and now it would inevitably embarrass, that simply wouldn't do. However, after the meal, he planned to invite Su Yang for a test drive of his Range Rover, which would be a perfect opportunity. He could take the chance to make the offer. Whether Su Yang agreed was up to him. As the class monitor, Shin Nanxing felt that going this far was already worthy of their 4 years of friendship. Eat, everyone, don't put down your chopsticks. Let's be casual, no formalities. Shin Nanxing urged everyone. They didn't hold back and began to feast heartily, turning the entire private room into a grand banquet. By the way, old Su, do you know what car our class monitor drives now? Zhang Chong asked Su Yang with great interest as they ate. Oh, the monitor's family runs a company, so I'd guess he drives a sports car, Su Yang said calmly. He and Shin Nanxing used to talk about cars often. Shin Nanxing had a preference for sports cars, though wouldn't he have gotten one right after graduation? Wrong. The monitor didn't buy a sports car, Zhang Chong laughed. Really? I thought you loved sports cars the most. Su Yang asked, puzzled. Haha, I do love sports cars, but spending millions on one right after graduation doesn't seem right. I just bought a car for commuting. They'll get a sports car once I have more free time. Shin Nanxing said. By the way, the car I drive now is one you really like too. Shin Nanxing looked at Su Yang. That's right, the car the monitor drives now is the one you old Su used to talk about all the time. You were late, we all tried it out earlier. It truly lives up to being a luxury car worth millions. After the meal, you must have the monitor take you for a spin. It's a Range Rover autobiography, the long wheelbase version. Old Su, just say it. Isn't the monitor generous? Not long after graduating, he buys a Range Rover as his daily driver. Yeah, and he's treating us to such an expensive meal. Everyone praised Shin Nanxing once more. The monitor has always been a generous person. Su Yang also commended him. Haha, stop it, you're making me blush. Shin Nanxing couldn't deny feeling pleased by all the praise. Just as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly knocked on. A waiter entered and asked, Excuse me, everyone. A car downstairs is illegally parked and is blocking the traffic a bit. Could someone please go down and move it? Sorry for the interruption. After hearing this, the few who had driven quickly tried to recall. They had all checked before coming up. Their cars were clearly in the parking spaces. What was going on? Are you sure it's a car belonging to someone in this room? What kind of car is it? Shin Nanxing suspected he might have parked incorrectly. It's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class with a local license plate from Jiangxing, the waiter said. Hearing it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Shin Nanxing nodded and said, Then you must be mistaken. No one here drives a G-Class. The others chimed in. Yes, the best car here is the monitor's, and that's a Range Rover, not a Mercedes-Benz. None of us can afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class besides him. You must have seen wrong, but it's not from our room. Hearing this, the waiter began to doubt herself. Had she really made a mistake? Sorry, you'll go check again. Just as she was about to leave, Su Yang suddenly realized something. Wait, what kind of car did you say it was? Sir, it's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Hearing this, Su Yang remembered. He had been in such a hurry to come up that had parked in the wrong spot. What a blunder. Oh, we'll go move the car, Su Yang quickly said. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked wrong, so why was old Su going down? Old Su, it's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class that's parked wrong. Why are you going down? Everyone looked at Su Yang confused. Oh, the G-Class is mine. I need to move it, Su Yang said. Su Yang gently took out the car key and displayed it before everyone's eyes. The moment the car key appeared, the entire private room fell silent. A deathly stillness. The students who were just about to take a sip of water wore expressions as stiff as wooden stakes. Is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million really, Su Yang's? What is going on? Didn't Zhang Chong say that Su Yang was delivering takeout now? How did he get a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Could it be that he rented a car to make a show for the class reunion? But that doesn't seem right. Having been classmates for years, they knew Su Yang. He wasn't that kind of person. Shin Nanxing closed his mouth, which had been agape for a long time, swallowed a gulp of saliva, and incredulously asked Su Yang, Old Su, you mean you bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? At that moment, everyone held their breath and focused intently on Su Yang. Yes, I bought one, Su Yang replied casually. The scene once again fell into a deathly silence. Then it erupted into a chorus of shocked exclamations. No way. Su Yang really bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million. What on earth is going on? How could he afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class while delivering takeout? Or is it that Su Yang is actually a rich second generation? He has been pretending to be poor. Looking at the shocked expressions of everyone, Su Yang smiled and said, "I'll go move the car first. I'll be back in a bit." With that, Su Yang prepared to go with the waiter to move the car. "Wait, old Su, I'll go with you," Shen Nanqing quickly said, rushing to keep up with Su Yang's pace. "We'll go too," the others exclaimed one after another, disregarding the delicious dishes on the table. Su Yang hadn't expected that everyone would follow him just to move a car. In no time, over 20 people marched grandly downstairs. Onlookers must have thought they were witnessing a scene from a gangster film. Upon reaching downstairs, indeed, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class was parked improperly. Su Yang skillfully got into the car and drove it into the parking space. "Old Su, this car is really yours." "You're not. You just graduated not long ago. How did you get such a luxury car?" Seeing the car truly belonged to Su Yang, everyone was even more astonished. "Oh, it's just luck. I bought a lottery ticket a while ago and hit the jackpot, then invested in stocks and made a fortune. As you all know, I like this car, so I bought it," Su Yang replied calmly. "Oh, you won the lottery and made a fortune in stocks. Wow. Old Su, what kind of luck is that? Oh my God. When you weren't here earlier, Zhang Chong said you were delivering takeout these days. We even said not to talk about work to avoid upsetting you, and now you've suddenly become a millionaire. Awesome. I thought old Su was struggling with life, but you're driving a G-Class." Everyone was amazed by Su Yang. At the same time, they recalled their previous assumptions about Su Yang, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Turns out Su Yang really just overslept today. They had thought he was making up lies for the sake of face. Damn, wasn't that malicious speculation? They had presumed that Su Yang was the one with the worst living conditions among their classmates, but in reality, he was the most successful. He was driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He didn't need anyone to take care of his confidence or comfort him. In an instant, everyone felt that their previous behavior was incredibly foolish. At that moment, Shen Nanqing wore an expression of disbelief. Being able to afford a 3 million luxury car indicates that Su Yang's assets must be no less than 10 million or even 30 million. This reversal came too quickly. Just a moment ago, they were thinking of offering Su Yang a job at their company with a salary over 10,000 to help him out, but it turned out he didn't need it at all. "After we finish eating, let him experience my Land Rover." Shen Nanqing felt incredibly embarrassed thinking back. He is driving a car more expensive than his own, so what's the point of letting him experience anything? Su Yang is now a successful person. Looking at Su Yang by the car, everyone suddenly found his hairstyle very stylish. If only they had luck like Su Yang. Their eyes were filled with envy. "Old Su, we thought the class monitor's Land Rover was the best car among us, but you're driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class now. Yeah, we thought you were still delivering takeout. What a twist this is." Su Yang chuckled as well. No wonder everyone spoke so strangely when he arrived. It turned out they were secretly encouraging and comforting him. They had good intentions after all. Actually, there's not much to say. If everyone knew, wouldn't they just come to borrow money? Su Yang joked. Everyone laughed in response. Learning that Su Yang was doing well now proved that their previous worries were unnecessary. Classmates have the ability now. They can be envious, but shouldn't be jealous because this is also their network. "Old Su, we have to sit in your luxury car later." Everyone's eyes were glued to Su Yang's car. Su Yang generously nodded in agreement, no problem. Then they discussed and headed back to the private room. At this moment, the waiter had just realized Su Yang's license plate number. Jiang A00006. She was taken aback. "This is Mr. Su's car. I didn't even recognize it was Mr. Su." The waiter was startled and hurriedly called to report. On the way back, Shen Nanqing saw an acquaintance, greeted everyone, and went to another place. Su Yang and the others returned to the private room to continue eating and drinking. "Old Su, your car is better than the class monitors. Now you are the most successful among us." Yes, old Su's car is nearly 2 million more expensive than the class monitors. Everyone chimed in. No, the class monitor could afford a better car if he wanted to. He just doesn't want to. Besides, the class monitor's family has a company, and it's not small. Even if I do well, I'm still just a small business owner. I can't compare to him," Su Yang said humbly. After hearing this, everyone nodded. After all, the class monitor's family runs a company, has connections in Jiangxing, and makes a lot of money. Though old Su has become wealthy, he's still just a small business owner, so in comparison, the class monitor is still more capable. Having two such capable classmates made them genuinely happy, because this is also their network. About 10 minutes passed, and Shen Nanqing walked in with an extremely grim expression. Everyone noticed something was off with Shen Nanqing and exchanged glances. "Class monitor, didn't you go to toast? What happened?" someone asked in confusion. It's fine, everyone continued chatting. Sensing everyone's attention, Shen Nanqing quickly put on a normal expression. But in the next few minutes, his eyes were vacant, and he sighed from time to time, looking troubled. He didn't chat much, just drank alone in silence. Everyone felt that something was even more wrong. "Class monitor, what's going on? Tell us about it. Yet did something happen? Speak up, or maybe we can help." Su Yang also looked at Shen Nanqing, not knowing what trouble he had encountered. Sigh. There's no way out. If I tell everyone, it will only provoke their anger, and no one can help me. They can only worry with me. Shen Nanqing expressed helplessly. Everyone was puzzled as to why the class monitor who had just gone to toast suddenly became like this. Class monitor, tell us. Maybe we can help. Su Yang asked with concern. Looking at the concerned crowd, Shen Nanqing opened his mouth and sighed, saying, it's like this. I had a disagreement with the son of the chairman of Wayland International over a minor issue. Wayland International is one of our major clients. I went to toast their general manager earlier, hoping to ease, but that general manager suddenly asked for a bribe of 10 million, or he would obstruct our cooperation. Shen Nanqing said heavily. Everyone looked serious. This was not good news for the class monitor. Class monitor, just report him for taking bribes and get him fired. Someone suggested directly. Shen Nanqing smiled wryly. That's useless. I'm an outsider, and he's an old confidant. Who do you think the chairman will trust? After hearing this, everyone's expressions grew more serious. Su Yang frowned. The company Wayland International seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where. Who is the son of the chairman you offended? What's his name? Su Yang asked tentatively. He's the son of Chairman Sun Wei of Wayland International. His name is Sun Lin. Sun Lin. Su Yang was taken aback. Wasn't he the rich second generation who insisted on giving him his license plate number a few days ago? Moreover, his car was given to him by that very person. Sun Lin didn't seem like the kind of spoiled rich kid. Why would Shen Nanqing offend him? There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, a few days ago there was a small matter that caused some unpleasantness, and he publicly declared he would cancel. This situation caught the attention of their group's general manager Cui Wanji, who seized the opportunity to offer a 10 million yuan bribe to resolve the issue. Sigh. This matter is quite tricky and troublesome, Shen Nanqing said, taking a swig of his drink. Sigh. Unfortunately, we are just ordinary people and can't help you at all, class leader. Indeed, such a large group as Wayland International is not something we can shake. But their general manager is really out of line. Doesn't their group's chairman know? What can we do about this? Su Yang, can you help? Some sighed, some pondered, and someone thought that since Su Yang now had some power, they asked him. Old Su can't help. Although Old Su has money now, he doesn't have such a strong network to handle this for me. Just leave it to me. He'll think of a way when I get back. Shen Nanqing quickly dismissed this idea. Everyone looked at Shen Nanqing, their feelings complex. They initially thought that a rich second generation like the class leader would live a carefree life, but it turned out he also faced such troubles. It seems everyone is the same, regardless of the social class. Everyone has their respective troubles. The room fell silent for a few seconds, when suddenly the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, walking in slowly. General Manager Shun, how are you considering things now? The man took a small sip of red wine and swirled his goblet. Cui General. Shen Nanqing never expected that Cui Wanji would come directly to find him. Didn't expect so many people would be called by General Manager Shen today. Is this a big gathering? Very good. Hosting a meal costs money. Since we're spending money, we must make money. If you have a bad relationship with me, you won't make any money. But as long as you maintain a good relationship with me, you can keep making money. General Manager Shen, you are a smart person and you understand what I mean, right? Cui Wanji revealed a cunning smile. At this moment, Shen Nanqing clenched his fists. Aren't you afraid that we will report you to Wayland International together? Aren't you afraid of losing your current position? Someone couldn't stand his blatant demeanor and immediately Moi. Cui Wanzi's gaze sharpened, and he instantly realized that Shen Nanqing must have leaked the matter. A surge of anger rose within him. How dare he speak about such a private matter to others? Truly audacious. You can't even enter the company gate, and you're thinking of reporting me. Also, I've been with Wayland International for 20 years. Do you think anyone would believe your slander? Cui Wanzi's voice was incredibly imposing. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Faced with someone of a much higher status, they felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Unfortunately, these people had no significant abilities and could only endure the suffocating atmosphere. How infuriating. Beneath their angry expressions lay a sense of helpless despair. So you're General Cui. I know Sun Lin from Wayland International. I heard that Nanqing offended Sun Lin, which is why this matter arose. Let me make a call to have Sun Lin come over. We can clarify things, and this matter will be over. Just when everyone was feeling both angry and powerless, Su Yang suddenly spoke up. Shen Nanqing instantly pulled Su Yang and quickly gestured, Old Su, sit down, and this matter is not something you can handle. He knew Su Yang was just putting on an act, trying to intimidate Cui Wanji. But Cui Wanji was a seasoned operator. He wasn't that easy to fool. Although Su Yang was reckless, Shen Nanqing still felt a warmth of friendship for standing up for him. The others were momentarily stunned, then quickly understood Su Yang's intention. It was all a gamble. A gamble that Cui Wanji would believe this statement. Yes. Didn't you have dinner with Sun Lin from Wayland International a few days ago, Su Xiao? Yes, Su Xiao, you and Sun Lin from Wayland International are good friends, and your family's influence is strong enough to stand on equal footing with Wayland International. Su Xiao, you are a big shot class leader. You can definitely resolve this matter. Right, make the call. Call Sun. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant. I don't believe he would dare offend Su Xiao. Everyone surprisingly called Su Yang Su Xiao. Although they knew Su Yang probably didn't know the so-called Sun Lin, they all understood they had to present a united front. Their momentum had to be strong, and they had to package Su Yang as a spoiled rich kid. Only then would there be a glimmer of hope. Chui Wanji was directly dumbfounded. Were these people children? This was just too childish. 3 seconds later, he suddenly burst into laughter, holding his stomach as he leaned against the wall for support. Ha ha ha. You guys are killing me with laughter. Su Xiao. Ha ha ha. My goodness. You are all just too adorable to coordinate so well and tell me a joke. Su Xiao, why haven't I heard of anyone called Su Xiao? You guys are deceiving me. You should have done a better job. If he were really a Su Xiao, I would eat the glass in my hand. Chui Wanji laughed so hard he could barely breathe, spilling red wine all over the floor. Everyone felt a tinge of embarrassment upon seeing that Chui Wanji had seen through their ruse. They had intended to cooperate with Su Yang's plan, but it turned out to be completely ineffective. Alas, instead of helping, they ended up being the butt of the joke, turning good intentions into bad outcomes. You foolish people, you really thought you could impersonate a friend of our young master Sun. How could you be this? I know some of you are recording with your phones trying to seize the opportunity to slander me, but I am upright and fear no shadows. General Manager Shin, don't forget. Chui Wanji shot Shin Nanxing a very sinister and threatening glance. You? Su Yang was about to speak when Shin Nanxing stopped him. He knew he had already suffered a loss this time, and couldn't let Su Yang offend anyone again. Old Su, just sit down for now, Shin Nanxing said. He had just stood up intending to concede, when suddenly good evening, gentlemen. Our general manager, Qian, has specially sent 3 bottles of 1990 Romanicani for you to taste. The waiter entered with a smile, pushing a cart. Everyone suddenly froze for a moment. What was going on? Chui Wanji hadn't resolved the matter yet, so why was wine being sent? Could it be that this room was today's lucky user? Shin Nanxing was also very confused, given his status. Manager Qian wouldn't send such fine wine. Just when everyone was in a daze, Qian Yukai walked in with a smile, striding quickly. Upon seeing Qian Youtsai, Chui Wanji instantly understood what was going on. Manager Qian, look at you, I just came here for a drink. There's no need for such a grand gesture. You even sent Romanicani and personally came here. No need, no need. Chui Wanji stood up straight, smiling brightly, feeling quite proud. The general manager of Tianhai Grand Hotel personally sent him wine, which greatly showcased his status. However, Shin Nanxing felt a deep sense of powerlessness, seeing how familiar Chui Wanji was with Qin Yukai. Sir, this wine is not for you, don't misunderstand. Qin Yukai glanced at Chui Wanji and said, Huh, it's not for me. Chui Wanji looked puzzled. Who was it for then? Wasn't he the one with the highest status here? Qin Yukai then turned directly to Su Yang and said respectfully, Su Xiao, I was too busy with work and arrived late. Please forgive me. Thus I shall drink 3 cups as punishment. No 6 cups. Looking at this renowned manager from Jiangxing treating Su Yang so respectfully, everyone was extremely shocked and looked at Su Yang. Was this also an actor Su Yang hired? Chui Wanzi's goblet suddenly fell to the ground with a loud crash, shattering the glass everywhere. His eyes widened, and after a few seconds he asked in disbelief, Su Xiao. Manager Qian, you must have mistaken the person, right? Everyone, including Shin Nanxing, was also taken aback. Is Su Yang Su Xiao? Is this a nickname? Or has he changed his name? Wasn't that scheme just uncovered? They called Su Yang Su Xiao earlier to create a false impression of his extraordinary family background. How come this well-known manager Qian also calls Su Yang Su Xiao? Su Xiao. Manager Qian, did you recognize the wrong person? How could he let you call him Su Xiao? Seeing Qian Yukai's respectful expression, Chui Wanji felt a sense of foreboding, but still held onto a sliver of hope. You must know that behind the Tianhai Grand Hotel stands the colossal Tianhai Group in Jiangxing. Behind Qin Yukai is the commercial king of Jiangxing, Lu Qingtian. In Jiangxing, it's rare for a young, rich second generation to be addressed as Xiao. In the private room, over 20 others also looked towards Qian Youtsai, wanting to know what was going on. I did not misspeak. Su Xiao is our most esteemed guest at the Tianhai Grand Hotel. He is also one of the 3 holders of the Supreme Royal Black Card of our hotel. It is only right for me to address him as Su Xiao. The Supreme Royal Black Card, one of the 3 holders. As the most luxurious hotel in Jiangxing, and even the entire Jiang province, the Emperor card already represents status. However, what Su Yang possesses is the Supreme Royal Black Card. Everyone realized the significance of this. The shock in the eyes of over 20 classmates was beyond words. Calling Su Yang Su Xiao earlier was just for show. But now you tell me that Su Yang truly is Su Xiao. He is indeed a person whom even the general manager of Tianhai Grand Hotel treats with utmost respect. Such a prominent identity, yet so low-key. In an instant all over 20 classmates understood. Su Yang had been pretending. He had always been pretending to be humble. His family is actually a super big clan, and his reason for being so low-key is to avoid hurting the self-esteem of these classmates. It was to be able to blend in with these ordinary people. It was to gain friendships uninfluenced by interests. What lottery win, what profitable stock investment? Who is that lucky? It was all a kind-hearted lie meticulously crafted by Su Yang to avoid revealing his identity and creating distance. Over the years, how much has Su Yang sacrificed for everyone's self-esteem? Damn, Su Yang, you fooled everyone so deeply. Everyone screamed in their hearts. At this moment they saw hope. With a person of such a distinguished background as Su Yang, the class leader, is saved. They were extremely excited. Meanwhile, Cui Wanji, who held a prominent status, was already sweating profusely. He understood better what this represented. The Emperor card signifies a status he could hardly aspire to, let alone the Supreme Royal Black card. Who exactly is this Su Xiao? No matter what it is something he cannot provoke. In this moment, Cui Wanji was completely flustered. Su Xiao. Actually, this is all a misunderstanding. As the general manager of Wayland International, I have always believed that cooperation with General Shun is the primary strategy of the group. I plan to continue signing with General Shun when I go back. Cui Wanji immediately changed his tone. Seeing his cowardly attitude, everyone displayed mocking expressions. They never expected the reversal to come so quickly. Su Xiao, did this person offend you? Should I step in? Qian Yukai also asked with a serious face. He must perform well in front of this group's influential person. No need for your trouble. After all, this is a matter between us. We can resolve it peacefully. Su Yang said gently. Yes. We can resolve it peacefully. Su Xiao indeed has a grand vision. Cui Wanji sighed in relief. Hearing Su Yang's words, everyone nodded. Su Yang made sense. After all, they might not be able to completely bring down Cui Wanji, and the class leader still needed to cooperate with them. The best way is to resolve it peacefully. Let him apologize. A classmate stood up and said, Yes, apologize. The others echoed. Cui Wanji looked at these ordinary people daring to speak to him like that. Although he was angry, he did not dare to act. Su Xiao, I apologize. Can we resolve this peacefully? He asked humbly. Apologizing is what you should do. But I just said I want to call your group Sun Lin over here. Didn't you say that Shin Nanqing offended your young master's son? Then let's confront him directly and see how exactly he offended him to make you demand $1 million in benefits. Su Yang was chillingly calm, showing no hint of emotion as he took out his phone ready to make a call. Su Xiao, you. Cui Wanji felt pain in his heart. Why did he demand so much? Why did he come to this private room to show off? He thought Shin Nanqing had no strong background, but now he had hit a solid wall. If Shin Nanqing had mentioned this relationship earlier, he would never have dared to be so greedy. Now he regretted not investigating Shin Nanqing's connections before acting. If Su Yang really calls Sun Lin over, he would be completely done for. Although Sun Lin doesn't participate in company affairs, the Lin in Wayland International is indeed the Lin of Sun Lin. If he really comes, not only this time, but all the other matters of embezzlement over the years in the group would also be exposed. He could only pray that Su Yang actually wasn't familiar with Sun Lin. Yes, Su Yang must not be familiar with Sun Lin. Because he knows Sun Lin's circle, there isn't a single person with the surname Su. If Sun Lin does come, he can explain the situation first. Just say he was framed by these people. He can say he's a veteran employee of the company, and Sun Lin is also a very upright person. He can claim to have watched him grow up. He can even say he's his uncle. His priority must definitely be higher than that of this unfamiliar Su Yang. With this thought, Cui Wanji slowly wiped away his sweat. Meanwhile, Su Yang also dialed the phone. Yes, Tianhai Grand Hotel Platinum Room 681. Please come as soon as possible. After finishing the call, everyone spent a tense 13 minutes and 52 seconds. Everyone wanted to see what the outcome of this matter would be. Old Su, how about we just let it go? Shin Nanqing said nervously. It's fine, we are in the right. Su Yang naturally did not plan to end it like this. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a click and the door was pushed open. He saw a middle-aged man and a young man standing at the door surveying the people in the private room. Cui Wanji saw that one of them was Sun Lin. The other was Chairman Sun Wei. The chairman has also come. As the chairman's trusted aide, once he arrives, his priority is even higher. So he quickly changed to a wronged expression, pretended to squeeze out 2 tears, and adjusted his state to twist the truth. Chairman. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Sun Lin walking quickly towards Su Yang. Brother Su. Sun Lin's call made Shin Nanqing's eyes widen. Cui Wanji's carefully adjusted state instantly crumbled. Su. Brother Su. Before he had time to be surprised, he saw Chairman Sun Wei quickly stepping forward, standing in front of Su Yang and respectfully extending both hands. Mr. Su, Sun Lin often mentions you to me today. I am finally fortunate to meet you. Not only is it my honor, but it is also a tremendous glory for Wayland International. Sun Wei's flattery once again stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Seeing Sun Lin call Su Yang brother Su, everyone was already sufficiently shocked. But seeing Chairman Sun Wei show such respect to Su Yang, everyone was deeply shaken. And Chui Wanji, witnessing this scene, felt despair. His whole body went weak, collapsing to the ground. Chui Wanji closed his eyes in despair. The chairman of the group and the prince of the group both treated this young master Su with such respect. He originally thought that as a long-time employee of Wayland International for 20 years, a trusted aide of the chairman, his priority would surely be above Su Yang's. However, Su Yang's status was evidently far superior. Meanwhile, classmates like Shen Nanxing were left speechless. Initially believing that Su Yang was delivering takeout, then thinking he won the lottery, and later realizing even the general manager of Tianhai Hotel came to toast him. Until now, the chairman of Wayland International was still so respectful. The continuous twists made them question whether this was still their ordinary old classmate. Especially Shen Nanxing, who initially thought of helping Su Yang, but it turned out to be Su Yang who stood up for him. On the other side, Sun Wei finished speaking and caught a glimpse of Chui Wanji collapsed on the ground. In an instant, he felt something was wrong. Could it be that Chui Wanji offended Mr. Su? That day, Sun Lin told him about Su Yang's situation. A person with a personalized Supreme Black card from a Centurion was certainly not simple. Moreover, with the character Yi on that bank card, it made Sun Wei pay attention. This was someone he absolutely couldn't. And now, looking at Chui Wanji's condition, it was clearly not right. Chui Wanji, what are you doing here? Hurry up and greet Mr. Su. Sun Wei scolded. Chui Wanji trembled as he stood up, looking terrified at Su Yang. Mr. Su, I was blind to offend you just now, please forgive me. Sun Wei thought to himself that this guy indeed offended Su Yang, so Su Yang called them to seek justice. Chui Wanji usually looked down on people, and he must have made the kind of low-level mistake of underestimating others, yet there was still a chance for redemption. Mr. Su, my subordinate is too ignorant. I will definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. Sun Wei quickly expressed his stance. After hearing this, Su Yang nodded and looked at Sun Lin. Young Master Sun Chuizong said that my friend General Shun has offended you and that you want to terminate your cooperation. Is this true? Upon hearing Su Yang's question, Chui Wanji instantly panicked. Sun Lin and Sun Wei both looked confused. What is going on? This isn't true. I'm not in a position at the company. I don't have any authority over it. Moreover, didn't General Shun and I just argue over a parking space for a moment? Although I said a couple of harsh words at the time, I forgot about it right away. Sun Lin felt a tremendous sense of injustice. But your company's manager Chui does not say the same. He said that as long as he received a 10 million benefit fee, he could prevent this from happening. Why don't you two provide a bank card number? Su Yang said calmly. At this moment, everyone turned to the panicking Sun Wei and Sun Lin. Chui Wanji, tell me, what exactly is going on? Sun Wei was furious. He picked up on Su Yang's understated implications. What do you mean by providing a bank card number? This is digging your own grave. Boss. Let me explain. I didn't know General Shun had a friend like young Master Su. Chui Wanji shouted anxiously. Young Master Su. I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Can I kneel down before you? Chui Wanji bent his knees in extreme fear. No. Since you know you're wrong, you must bear the consequences. We are all adults, so don't play childish games. Mr. Sun, this is your company's matter. As an outsider, I have no right to interfere. Su Yang spoke again. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Sun Wei understood clearly. Mr. Su was testing him. He wanted to see if he would handle this matter fairly. If he did not handle it properly, it would not just be Chui Wanji who suffered, but the entire Wayland International. In an instant, he felt immense pressure. Sun Wei narrowed his eyes, his gaze. I see, Chui Wanji. I am not someone who is ungrateful. You have been with me for 20 years, and I do not wish to put you in a difficult situation. But since such a thing has happened, you can only leave the company. Hearing this, Chui Wanji's eyes lit up. Just leave. He regained hope. As long as they didn't investigate his past misdeeds, everything would be fine. What was leaving the company? He had enough money to last a lifetime. Thank you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted. But, if I let you go just like that, how will I explain it to everyone, and how will I explain it to young Master Su? I will ask the relevant authorities to investigate your financial crimes over the years. Prepare to face scrutiny. The cold voice extinguished the glimmer of hope that had just risen in Chui Wanji's heart. Over the years, the money he extorted and embezzled had long exceeded 100 million. If investigated, he would likely spend 10 to 20 years in prison. After 20 years of working at Wayland International, working like a horse, he ended up in such a situation. Chui Wanji let out a roar of unwillingness. Why? Sunway, you are too cold-blooded. Do my years of contributions not count for more than just a few dirty bucks? And you? Shui Wanji angrily looked at Su Yang. I already said I know I was wrong, and I am willing to atone. Oh, why must you push me to my death? Why? What is your reason? Shui Wanji went completely mad. I have already apologized and admitted my mistakes. He shouted in anger. I hate apologies that come after the fact. Su Yang coldly stated. Kill. In his frenzy, Shui Wanji suddenly lunged at Su Yang with both hands. Qian Yukai was quick-witted, swiftly extending a leg to trip Shui Wanji. Security. Take him to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Qian Yukai waved his hand, and several security guards immediately took the struggling Shui Wanji away. A minute later, everyone finally came back to their senses from the shock. Unexpectedly, Shui Wanji chose to counterattack at the last moment when facing such a result. Now his crimes had become even greater. Young Master Su, I will definitely come with a generous gift to apologize. Sunway quickly stated. It's fine, no need to apologize, besides I still owe young Master Sun a favor. Su Yang said calmly. Sunway was indeed frightened by what just happened, who knew Shui Wanji would be so crazy. But seeing that Su Yang showed no intention of blaming him, Sunway felt relieved. He glanced at the current situation, clearly not a place he should stay on. Little Lin, pour some wine and tea for Mr. Su. I still need to handle Shui Wanji. You accompany Mr. Su well. After saying this, Sunway left. At this moment, all the classmates turned their attention to Su Yang, their expressions filled with complexity. Especially Shen Nanqing. After a minute of silence, he looked at Su Yang and said, Old Su. Young Master Su. You have kept this from everyone for so long. What have I hidden from everyone? Su Yang said, puzzled. The crowd looked at him with strange expressions. They knew Su Yang preferred to keep a low profile, but now that his identity was exposed, was there still a need to conceal anything? Old Su, you clearly are Su Shao, yet you tell us you're from an ordinary family. Which ordinary family is like yours? If it weren't for our gathering today, we would never have known your true identity. Shen Nanqing remarked with a sigh. Let me explain, I honestly haven't concealed anything, mainly because... Before Su Yang could finish, Sun Lin jumped in. Mainly because Brother Su is used to being low-key. He has convinced himself that he is an ordinary person. And the things he does, the possessions he has, astonish us, but to him, they feel just like the ordinary. Everyone, you really can't blame Brother Su. He has been cautious enough, but little does he know even a trivial matter for him can be a significant event that shocks my mother for a lifetime. Regarding Su Yang's low-profile, Sun Lin had more to say. He couldn't forget the day Su Yang dropped the Centurion's bank card on the ground, nor could he forget how casually he mentioned ordinary license plates. In front of Brother Su, what difference was there between himself and an ordinary person? After hearing this explanation, Su Yang felt it was utterly unreliable. Who would believe that? However, the others nodded in agreement, saying, Old Su, you have suffered. Clearly a rich heir, yet you act so seriously. Sigh. You really went to great lengths to preserve our dignity. I won't say more, I'll take one. They'll have a drink too. Me too. Seeing that everyone actually believed Sun Lin's explanation, Su Yang felt he had no choice. Well, since they think this way, it saves him from fabricating stories. Everyone. Mr. Su is our esteemed guest, so tonight everyone's consumption is on the house. Shen Nanqing led the way, originally thinking he was treating, but unexpectedly with Su Yang's arrival, he didn't have to pay for anything. Shen Nanqing led the way, originally thinking he was treating, but unexpectedly with Su Yang's arrival, he didn't have to pay for anything. His gaze towards Su Yang was filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Su Yang, he might still be in a predicament. Old Su, I won't say more. To show my gratitude, I will down this bottle of 1990 Romanicani all by myself. Shen Nanqing said firmly. If you want a drink, just say it. We also want to thank Old Su. In an instant, the whole private room burst into laughter. Everyone felt emotional. Despite Su Yang's status, he still treated them, his ordinary classmates, just the same as before. He truly was different. As the gathering ended, everyone dispersed. Naturally, a discussion erupted in the class group. When it was revealed that Su Yang was actually doing the best in the class, and even surpassed the wealthy class leader Shen Nanqing, everyone was extremely shocked. The discussion in the class group went on all night. Su Yang's identity was exaggerated more and more. He clarified a few things in the group before going to sleep. The system upgraded, and Su Yang was looking forward to the news and the items refreshing in the store tomorrow. Soon the next day arrived. Due to drinking the night before, Su Yang woke up a bit late, feeling quite fatigued. However, just thinking about today's news and the system store made Su Yang feel energized. He immediately opened the system store to take a look. The store items have refreshed. There were a total of 5 items, 4 of which were useless and could be bought at the supermarket downstairs. The 5th item, however, was quite useful. Top-tier mathematical thinking, 100 points. Does the system know I'm bad at math and want to tutor me? If I were still in high school, this would be a godsend, but sadly I'm long past that stage. Even though it's not that useful, Su Yang still wanted to experience the feeling of being a top mathematical genius and planned to buy it once he earned some experience points. One-star news: recently the weather in Jiangxing remains hot. I do not trust the forecast of cooler temperatures. Su Yang was taken aback. The first piece of news after upgrading the system was surprisingly disappointing. Wasn't the probability of one-star news supposed to decrease? You better lower it, right? Two-star news: in the first floor hallway of building No. 2 in the Chaojiangnan community, there is an electric vehicle charging. This old and poorly maintained electric vehicle has aging battery lines, and its charging plug has inconsistent power, which will cause an explosion in 1 hour. If not promptly addressed, it could lead to casualties and property damage. In this day and age, spreading safety knowledge is truly a daunting task. Su Yang sighed. Some people only have a sense of luck, which leads to disasters. Issues concerning safety must not be taken lightly, even if there is the slightest possibility. For this piece of news, Su Yang could only choose to make a report. Clearly, if he handled it himself, it would be a thankless task. As for what the outcome would be, he could only leave it to fate. 3-star news: by the garbage bin next to the seafood market exit on Jianxi Road, there is a black bag containing 2 aluminum bottles and a full kilogram of top-tier white dragon saliva. The market price is 5,000 yuan per gram, and at 11 o'clock in the morning the garbage truck will clean it out. Worth 5 million in dragon saliva. Su Yang's eyes sparkled. Last time he found 8 million worth of agarwood, and now he stumbled upon 5 million worth of top-tier dragon saliva. Dragon saliva is the secretion of sperm whales, but burns with an incredibly alluring fragrance. This stuff is highly sought after in high society. Not bad, not bad. The first money-making news after the system upgrade. Su Yang continued to check the next piece of news and got excited upon just seeing the first glance. 5-star news. A 5-star news piece has actually refreshed. The highest quality news known so far. This is impressive. Holding on to his excitement, Su Yang quickly checked 5-star news. Lingdong Technology stocks have been sluggish, but in a week Lingdong Technology will launch the world's first generation of superhumanoid robots, and its market value will soar to a trillion level. This piece of news is explosive. Su Yang knows that Lingdong Technology has long been criticized domestically. He never expected that in a few days they would release the world's first generation of superhumanoid robots. This is a huge surprise. It can be said that this piece of news has immense value in front of such large capital. It's worth tens of billions. With a market value soaring to a trillion, considering his current funds entering the market early should yield several tens of millions, even over 100 million in profit. Although he doesn't have that much capital right now, it's enough to make a significant profit. But he isn't very familiar with stocks. If he doesn't operate correctly, it could lead to disaster. This made Su Yang troubled because he now needed an extremely professional person to help him. If only the news could provide him with one. Su Yang looked at the last piece of news for today and took a glance. This is like feeding me directly. Li Nanfang, a top finance prodigy who graduated from Yanbei University, has been framed and suppressed by executives of the floating capital and has also been set up by his girlfriend. He has now been expelled from the company and will return home from Jiangxing North Station at 5 o'clock tonight. After reading this character information, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Li Nanfang's experience is a perfect protagonist template. First he was framed and suppressed by the executives, then set up by his girlfriend. Isn't this just like a character from a novel? Moreover, being showcased as character information by the system indicates that this person's abilities are undoubtedly strong and his future achievements will be exceptionally high. This cannot be overlooked. If I have such an assistant, I won't have to worry about that 5-star information. After some time I can talk to him and bring him under my wing. After reviewing all the information, Su Yang made a report call and then pondered about the top-grade ambergris next to the trash can by the seafood market elevator. Although no one would pay attention to the things next to the trash can, it would still be better to check early. After all, it is worth 5 million. After a quick wash, without having time to eat, Su Yang drove to the seafood market. About 20 minutes later, Su Yang successfully arrived at the market. This task was very simple. All he needed to do was find that trash can and openly pick up the garbage bag. After searching around, Su Yang finally spotted the trash can about 10 meters away. The area around the trash can emitted a strong seafood stench, and there were puddles of dirty water nearby, making it necessary to cover one's nose when approaching. Su Yang saw that the black plastic bag next to the trash can contain 2 aluminum beverage bottles, which according to the information should be the right ones. Once confirmed, Su Yang quickly moved his feet. Just as he took a step, an elderly woman appeared carrying a woven bag, heading straight for the black bag. Su Yang froze for a moment, furrowing his brow, instantly feeling something was wrong. He had always been the one to pick up the bargains, and now someone was about to intercept him. This won't do. Unfortunately, the elderly woman had already grabbed the bag containing the ambergris. He watched as she directly pulled out the 2 bottles, stomped on them, and quickly stuffed them into her bag, completing the entire process in one go. Kid, do you dare to compete with me? You haven't even grown hair yet trying to snatch from me, the elderly woman proudly said, looking at a child around 10 years old. Let me tell you, this is my territory. The bottles in the entire seafood market belong to me. If you want to go pick somewhere else, the elderly woman said fiercely. Jean Grandma, the child doesn't know this is your territory. Why are you arguing with a child? A seafood vendor approached holding a half-finished bottle of mineral water. Jean Grandma's eyes lit up, her movements quick. Give it to me. She snatched the bottle with half the water left from the vendor's hand. Twisting off the bottle cap, she poured out the water and quickly threw the plastic bottle into her bag. I hadn't finished drinking that yet, the vendor only then realized. Drink what? Drink your uncle. Who here cares what you say? If you say another word, he'll push the trash can in front of your stall and see who dares to buy your stuff. Jean Grandma threatened. You? The vendor was extremely annoyed, but faced with a rogue, he truly had no way out. Though feeling aggrieved, he could only leave. Kid, are you still not leaving? Haven't you seen my power? Pour all your bottles into my bag. Jean Grandma snatched the bag the child was using to collect bottles, seizing 5 or 6 bottles. After doing all this, she felt relaxed and extremely pleased, weighing the black bag in her hand. It should contain a few pieces of that empty sea stone, which she could take home as decorations. Su Yang observed for a while and reached a conclusion. This elderly woman was not easy to deal with. If he wanted to obtain the ambergris now, he would have to employ some wisdom. In this world, there are those who are obsessed with looks, voices, and even feet. But this elderly woman does not belong to those categories, as she is a bottle enthusiast. Su Yang quickly came up with an idea. Seeing that at this moment Jean Grandma had finished collecting the bottles and was eyeing some inferior seafood. She was rifling through some poor quality seafood at the stall, looking as if she wanted to eat for free. Taking advantage of this time, Su Yang quickly headed to the store at the market entrance. As soon as he entered, he saw rows of mineral water. Just then a group of sanitation workers who had just finished their work were outside. Su Yang directly asked for several bottles of mineral water. About dozens of bottles, poured the water into a large bucket, and gave it to the sanitation workers to quench their thirst, putting all the bottles into one bag. Then pulling the bag, he swiftly headed back to where Jean Grandma was. What do you want? These seafood will spoil. Just as he arrived, he heard Jean Grandma's impatient words. These are all fresh, just not visually appealing. I have my costs too, the seafood vendor said helplessly. What costs? To me, you are just a heartless merchant. You still expect to sell these seafood. You've really got no conscience. Will you give it to me or not? If not, I'll shout for someone to come and see. Jean Grandma's unreasonable fuss was truly unparalleled. This left the vendor feeling utterly helpless. Consider me unlucky, the vendor said resignedly, packing up the seafood scraps into the bag and handing it to Jean Grandma. Jean Grandma placed the black plastic bag on the ground and received the seafood. Seizing this opportunity, Su Yang acted quickly and grabbed the black bag containing the ambergris. What are you doing? Put it down. Jean Grandma immediately put on a fierce expression. Grandma, I'm preparing to take this garbage to the trash can. Take a look, I have this big bag of broken bottles. I'm also going to throw them away. Grandma, do you know where there is a trash can? Su Yang displayed the big bag of plastic bottles. In that instant, Jean Grandma's eyes lit up. She was dazzled as if she had seen a pile of gold. There were dozens of bottles. In an instant, a crazy smile blossomed on Jean Grandma's face. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Young man, I'll help you. Grandma is the most helpful. Come, Grandma will help you throw it away. Jean Grandma excitedly offered. Grandma, you are so kind-hearted, just make sure to throw it in the trash can. Thank you. Su Yang handed over the bag as planned. The moment Jean Grandma received the bag, her face changed at lightning speed. Grabbing the items, she quickly stepped back. Ha, why throw it in the trash can? These are all mine. I've struck it rich. She didn't care about what Su Yang held. She dashed towards the recycling station like the wind. That Zhang old hack. Truly unbelievable. The surrounding vendors began to curse quietly. Young man, you should have thrown the black bag in her face. A vendor said. Su Yang smiled slightly. He couldn't bear to do that. He slightly opened the plastic bag, took a whiff, and found that it did not have the fragrance he imagined, only a faint sea breeze scent. Perhaps this item only emits fragrance after being burned. In any case, since it wasn't for his own use, Su Yang didn't need to study it in detail. Just as Su Yang was closing the bag, a middle-aged man wearing glasses looked at him in surprise. Little brother, what is that in your hand? Can I take a look? The middle-aged man put down what he was holding and looked at Su Yang seriously. Who are you? Su Yang did not comply. Oh, don't worry, I'm a reputable person. I am Yu Qinggong, an associate professor of antiques at Jiangxing University. I see that what you have in your hand looks like ambergris, and of very good quality. Can we, Yu Qinggong smiled and handed over a business card. He knew that today he was about to pick up a bargain. Su Yang took the card and saw that it was indeed from an associate professor at Jiangxing University. Since you're a professor from Jiangda, we can talk about it. Su Yang said calmly. Just after finishing, Su Yang suddenly remembered something and asked, By the way, Professor Ding Weiming is also from Jiangda. Do you know him? Upon hearing this question, Yu Qinggong adjusted his clothes and revealed a very proud expression. I know him. Professor Ding is my mentor. Are you saying that Professor Ding is your teacher? Su Yang did not expect to encounter a disciple of Ding Weiming here. Yu Qinggong nodded. He knew very well that this young man must have heard of his teacher's great reputation. Upon learning that he was a disciple of Ding Weiming, he was naturally very shocked, amazed, envious, and in awe. It's truly authentic. Little brother, how about this? My master recently acquired 2 Xuanda furnaces that need to be infused with dragon's saliva incense. I can introduce you. Let's go to my teacher's place together. Yu Qinggong suggested. Hearing this, Su Yang felt it was a good idea. Professor Ding was a reliable person. Selling to him was a solid choice. All right, Su Yang nodded. Yu Qinggong was very pleased. His master often said he could never find good bargains, was greatly lacking professionally, and often embarrassed himself by paying inflated prices. Moreover, yesterday, a young man named Su Yang suddenly emerged from nowhere, causing his master Ding Weiming to rave about him. Even more infuriating, his master urgently called back over a dozen nearby disciples for a meeting. The main content of the meeting was to praise the young man named Su Yang. This made Yu Qinggong feel very upset. As a disciple of the Ding faction, he was even worse off than a mere young man. Especially the few words his master said yesterday. You all are far behind compared to Su Yang. If only Su Yang were my disciple. If Su Yang were my disciple, it would truly be a blessing from my ancestors. Look at you people. Alas, it ruins my lifelong reputation. These words were truly heart-wrenching. He was the master's own disciple. Yet after over 20 years of study, he was still not as good as the so-called Su Yang. At this moment, Yu Qinggong felt a very strong competitive urge towards Su Yang. He had to perform impressively in front of his master to surpass that so-called Su Yang. He was the master's most favored disciple. He looked at the young man with dragon saliva incense and felt a bit pleased. Wasn't this just a lucky find? Moreover, he could bring this find back. Once he brought this young man back, it would be up to his master to see what else she could find. With that thought, Yu Qinggong quickly pulled Su Yang out of the seafood market. As the two left, the stall owner was filled with confusion. What did he just hear about dragon's saliva incense? What on earth was that? Isn't incense for seeking blessings supposed to be offered at a temple? What are they doing at a seafood market? They don't sell incense here. However, driven by intense curiosity, the seafood stall owner opened his phone and typed dragon's saliva incense into the browser. Immediately, a string of information made him widen his eyes in disbelief. Current price of dragon's saliva incense. Mid-range quality dragon's saliva incense is priced between 500 to 2,200 yuan per gram. Premium dragon's saliva incense is priced at 300 to 600 yuan per gram. Prices exceeding that of gold. Seeing this string of numbers, the seafood stall owner was directly stunned. Dragon's saliva incense is actually this expensive. He truly misjudged the situation. Those two people must be the legendary wealthy individuals. If he had known, he would have seized the opportunity to promote king crabs and other valuable seafood to them. Alas, he sighed heavily. Hell, what's wrong? Did you take a little seafood, and now you're sighing here? The stingy thing, is it really that serious? At this moment, Aunt Zhang returned in a good mood. What's a little seafood worth? I lost out on a major deal. Earlier, a young man was holding a black plastic bag. I thought it was just a regular plastic bag, but it turned out to contain dragon's saliva incense. Do you know about dragon's saliva incense? That's for the wealthy. If I had seized the opportunity, I could have sold a whole lot of valuable seafood. He lamented. What dragon's saliva incense? Aunt Zhang asked in confusion. Dragon's saliva incense. You don't know? It costs thousands of yuan per gram. I estimate that bag could be worth several million. It was just a young man who had that black plastic bag, the stall owner said. What? Several million? Aunt Zhang was taken aback, suddenly recalling the black plastic bag she had picked. Coupled with what the owner said, she suddenly felt a potential possibility. Was that young man the one who came in with a large bag of plastic bottles? Was he about 1 meter 80 tall and quite good looking, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt? That's right. His plastic bottles were taken by you, said the stall owner. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang felt utterly defeated and collapsed to the ground. Several million worth of dragon's saliva incense was hidden in the very place she had initially picked up. That thing was originally found by her, yet she had thrown away the treasure for a bag of bottles. Aunt Zhang's eyes were vacant, filled with regret. Several million worth of dragon's saliva incense, which she casually discarded, all for a bag of plastic bottles. How many plastic bottles would she have to collect to earn several million? That several million should have been mine. That several million should have been mine. Do you know? Aunt Zhang screamed in despair. Is it yours? Give it a rest. That belongs to the wealthy. You spend every day picking up bottles. How could you possibly have such a thing? The seafood stall owner said with disbelief. Really? That thing was indeed mine. I originally picked it up from the trash. In the end, I threw it away for a bag of bottles. Aunt Zhang pounded her thigh in frustration. She said she found several million worth of treasure in the trash. Do you think that's ridiculous? The stall owner naturally didn't believe Aunt Zhang's words, thinking she was acting out again. People around also began to laugh. Aunt Zhang was on the verge of tears. That several million was clearly hers from the start. Why didn't these people believe her? Her only chance of becoming a millionaire was thus lost. If she had known, she wouldn't have been greedy for those useless. Aunt Zhang regretted it to the extreme. On the other side, Yu Qinggong was enthusiastically leading Su Yang through the gates of Jiangxing University, arriving at Ding Weiming's exclusive office. Please wait a moment, I will notify the teacher, Yu Qinggong said as he entered the office. Inside there were two people, one was Ding Weiming, and the other was a woman. Qinggong, didn't you go to buy seafood? Where's the seafood? Ding Weiming asked in confusion. Teacher, let's not worry about the seafood for now. Today I want you to get to know me again. I brought you a big find. An estimated 1 kilogram of dragon's saliva incense. I brought that person here. You can take the find, consider it my filial piety. Yu Qinggong said proudly. Oh, you just talked about it yesterday, and today you brought it back. Ding Weiming looked incredulous. It seemed that using Su Yang to stimulate them had its benefits. He had understood so quickly. Not bad. Teacher, rest assured I have always been your most outstanding disciple. The cellar is right outside. Now it's your time to shine. Yu Qinggong said triumphantly. All right. Ding Weiming nodded solemnly. His disciple had grown up. Then the group walked to the door, and Yu Qinggong directly opened the door, removing the barrier, revealing Su Yang. Teacher, he is the cellar. Yu Qinggong beamed with a smile, waiting for Ding Weiming's praise. Now he would become the most respected among his peers. But he did not notice that the moment Ding Weiming saw Su Yang, he was instantly stunned, and his expression. When both parties locked eyes, the atmosphere turned awkward. Awkward. Terribly awkward. Ding Weiming felt a sharp pain in his old face. In terms of success, the lucky opportunity referred to was the blunder of Su Yang. Do you understand the blunder you're capitalizing on? At first I genuinely thought he had figured it out, but it turns out he has brought the ancestor of blunders. Embarrassing. It was truly too embarrassing. He had completely lost face. If Su Yang finds out about this, where will he put his old face? Ding Weiming glanced at Yu Qinggong, who was still foolishly smiling behind him, his expression very unsightly. Qinggong, is this the cellar you mentioned? Are you sure? Ding Weiming asked seriously. Yu Qinggong smiled slightly, indicating that he had everything under control. Yes, master. This brother is the cellar I brought along. After saying this, he quickly leaned into Ding Weiming's ear and said, Master, don't you think I did a great job this time? This young man doesn't seem like a shrewd person. You've definitely scored big this time. Yesterday you were praising that Su Yang to the heavens. Today I've directly brought you back a big blunder. What do you think? Am I not much stronger than that Su Yang? Yu Qinggong was immensely pleased. He felt like he was at the pinnacle of his life. After praising Su Yang so highly yesterday, today, he had directly surpassed him. In front of his fellow brothers, he would have so much face. Junior sister, hurry and send a message in the group. Mention this matter so they can envy me. Yu Qinggong said to the girl. All right, senior brother, I'll send it out right away. The girl hurriedly complied with Yu Qinggong's request. Ding Weiming felt extremely embarrassed. His disciple had blundered by bringing back Su Yang. How doesn't that imply his own abilities are lacking? Having such foolish students. For a moment, he was at a loss. Why aren't you speaking? Master, is it really necessary to be this surprised? Though I know I've already surpassed that Su Yang you mentioned, this is still a slap in your face. But shouldn't you be a bit happy that your disciple has achieved so much? Seeing Ding Weiming remain silent, Yu Qinggong turned to Su Yang and said, Brother, didn't you want to meet my master? Why don't you introduce yourself first? What is your name? Yu Qinggong smiled at Su Yang. My name is Yu Qinggong nodded. Oh, so your name is Su Yang. Your name is Su Yang. Yu Qinggong froze for a moment. What a coincidence. This young man is also named Su Yang, the same name as the person my master mentioned yesterday. My goodness. Isn't this heaven helping me? When I tell my fellow brothers later, I can directly say that I capitalized on Su Yang's blunder. At that moment, Ding Weiming was even happier. Master, did you hear? This young brother is also named Su Yang. Isn't that a coincidence? He looked at Ding Weiming with excitement. What a coincidence. It's just too coincidental. Ding Weiming shot Yu Qinggong a fierce glare, his eyes icy cold. Although he wanted to meet Su Yang, it was definitely not in this scenario. Wouldn't this embarrass him in front of this young Jew? It would show how pitiful and unaccomplished his disciple was. Professor Ding, I didn't expect to see you again, so Su Yang said casually. Yes. I didn't expect it to be in such a situation. Su, my young friend, forgive me for the embarrassment. Ding Weiming was extremely awkward. No, Professor Ding, this is our fate. Su Yang smiled. Seeing the two of them chatting easily, as if they were familiar, Yu Qinggong was instantly dumbfounded. What is happening? How do they know each other? Wait. Su Yang. Yu Chunggong shuddered all over at that moment. He felt a chilling fear. Could it be that the Su Yang standing before him is the same one that Master mentioned? Master, could this be the one you spoke of yesterday? That's Su Yang. Yu Chunggong asked anxiously. Ding Weiming didn't even look at him. You're somewhat clever. This is the Su Yang I mentioned yesterday. I didn't expect you would bring him back today. And still wanting to capitalize on his blunder. Weren't you looking to prove yourself? Now the opportunity is here, he is right here. As long as you can capitalize on his blunder, then you will have truly surpassed him. Ding Weiming said slowly. Yu Chunggong suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, I intended to capitalize on a blunder, but how did I end up bringing him here? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Looking back at what I just said, Yu Chunggong's face flushed red. Originally hoping to prove myself in front of my master to show that I was stronger than that Su Yang. But I ended up bringing Su Yang back directly. How can I capitalize on a blunder now? What a slap in the face. If others find out about what happened today, won't they laugh me to death? Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you going to surpass Su Yang? Didn't you want to prove yourself? Isn't the opportunity here now? You capitalize on it. Ding Weiming yelled at Yu Chunggong. Yu Chunggong's face was as red as a ripe apple. He was now at a loss for tears. I originally wanted to capitalize on a blunder, but it was just too awkward. Master, please don't make it hard for me. Ooh, I didn't know this was Brother Su. Brother Su. I'm so sorry, I truly didn't know you were that Su Yang. Yu Chunggong said awkwardly. What a disgrace. Little Su, don't mind it, I've always said that my disciples can't compare to you at all. Look at this huge joke we've created. Ding Weiming said with a sigh. He thought his disciple had figured it out, but it turned out. Professor Ding, after all, teacher, you doesn't know me yet. Su Yang said calmly, then directly opened the black plastic bag to showcase the dragon's saliva inside. Professor Ding, how do you find the quality of this dragon's saliva? Ding Weiming hurriedly inspected it carefully. It was indeed top quality dragon's saliva. Not bad. The quality can reach the milky white grade. However, I have a question. This dragon's saliva's quality can reach 5,000 yuan per gram. Why did you little Su use such a trashy bag to hold it? Ding Weiming asked, perplexed. Seeing that Ding Weiming's attention was no longer on him, Yu Chunggong let out a sigh of relief and spoke up. Yes, Brother Su, why not use better packaging? Wouldn't that be more aesthetically pleasing and attractive? I'm quite knowledgeable in this area, I can teach you. Su Yang nodded. Is that so? Mainly because I didn't understand packaging. Also, I just got this thing as a lucky find, and it was in its original state like this when I encountered Teacher Yu. After hearing Su Yang say this, Yu Chunggong felt even more embarrassed. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Why did I say that? Ding Weiming shot him a fierce glare as if scolding him. So, Brother Su, where did you find this lucky find? Let's exchange ideas with us. Yu Chunggong quickly changed the topic. Oh, it's from that seafood market you went to, Su Yang replied. After this was said, the room fell even quieter. Yu Chunggong wanted to slap himself several times. What was I even saying? Wasn't this just looking for trouble? This Su Yang must have been sent by heaven to punish me. In an instant, Yu Chunggong's little confidence was completely shattered. Yu Chunggong, you are indeed very successful. Make a PPT of your actions today and present it to all your fellow disciples another day. Ding Weiming said with disappointment. How can my disciple be so foolish? Just look at Su Yang. They both went to the seafood market, but he managed to find dragon's breath incense. And what about him? What else can he do besides seeking his own suffering? The key is that he has a master like me guiding him, and his learning age is even greater than Su Yang's entire age. Ding Weiming glanced at Su Yang with a complex expression filled with emotion. If only he were my... Comparing people really drives one to despair. He said helplessly. Professor Ding, don't mention you, Lauscher. I also found dragon's breath incense by coincidence. Su Yang chimed in to defend Yu Chunggong. Xiao Su, don't be modest. You went to the recycling station to find a Schwanda furnace, and you found dragon's breath incense at the seafood market. It's not just luck, it's also about incredibly keen observation and attention. Compared to you, they fall far behind. Ding Weiming said without holding back. Yu Chunggong felt utterly humiliated. Yes, compared to Su Yang, he was just a bit older, though otherwise he couldn't compete at all. It's no wonder the teacher praises Su Yang so much. He truly has real skills. Xiao Su, stop standing and sit down quickly. Let's discuss the price of this dragon's breath incense. Ding Weiming quickly invited Su Yang to take a seat. Yu Chunggong, don't just stand there, pour tea for your senior. Ding Weiming said irritably. Hearing the title senior made Yu Chunggong feel at a loss for words. In this field, the one who excels comes first. Su Yang indeed has the qualifications to be his senior. A few minutes later, Ding Weiming examined the dragon's breath incense closely. This piece is of excellent quality and very complete. I can offer 5,000 yuan per gram. He said I weighed it earlier. It totals 1 kilogram, which means 5 million. Xiao Su, I didn't take advantage of you, did I? Ding Weiming smiled. This price is very reasonable, Su Yang replied calmly. That's good. You can transfer the money now. Ding Weiming was very straightforward, especially when encountering a talent like Su Yang. His insight was exceptional, and he might need him in the future. Then the two quickly exchanged the treasure. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 500 experience points. The experience points to exchange ratio is 1:1. Su Yang nodded slowly. Earning 5 million in a day was incredibly fast. And this was just the beginning after upgrading the system. Once the effect of that 5-star intel kicks in, it could be tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Exchange 100 points. Su Yang efficiently redeemed 100 points. Because the system shop had an item called top-level mathematical thinking. Although it wouldn't be much use to Su Yang, having it is better than not. Moreover, with top-level mathematical thinking, his way of thinking would be more rational. After the exchange, Su Yang directly acquired the top-level mathematical thinking. In an instant, he felt a shiver all over. Su Yang felt a tingling in his brain. A sense of expansion surged within his mind, and after a few seconds, everything became much clearer. At that moment, Yu Qinggong returned after making a phone call, and looked at Ding Weiming asking, "Teacher, we need a total of 1,236 sets of that item. Each set is 328. 3 yuan, which totals. One moment, let me calculate. Although I am proficient in mathematics when it comes to arithmetic." Saying this, Ding Weiming opened his phone calculator ready to do the math. He had just entered 2 numbers when he suddenly heard Su Yang's voice. 381,058. 8 yuan, Su Yang almost blurted out. Everyone turned to look at him with puzzled expressions. What does that mean? Xiao Su, you calculated that in your head? Ding Weiming said in surprise, with disbelief written all over Yu Qinggong's face. How could this be possible? Did he really compute such complex arithmetic directly? Has he been boosted? Teacher, Brother Su is just joking with us. Brother Su, I can't match you in finding treasures. But when it comes to arithmetic, you are certainly not as good as a calculator. I have already admired you greatly, so there's no need to show off in this area anymore. Yu Qinggong absolutely refused to believe that Su Yang could do mental calculations. This was almost impossible. It's one thing to excel in one field, but to be equally formidable in another room is truly unbelievable. Ding Weiming thought Su Yang was just joking and didn't pay much attention. Yu Qinggong, on the other hand, entered the numbers and immediately started calculating. 381,058. 8. After seeing that string of numbers, he suddenly froze. What is going on? This seems to match the result Su Yang just mentioned, right? Is this possible? Su. Brother Su, can you repeat that? Yu Qinggong hurriedly asked. 381,058. 8. Su Yang easily repeated it. Wow. What's going on? How can they be identical? Could it be that my calculator is broken? Yu Qinggong was completely stunned. Did I get it right? Ding Weiming also quickly looked at the calculation result, and sure enough, it was exactly the same as what Su Yang said. Xiao Su, you have some talent in this area, he said in astonishment, feeling even more regretful that Su Yang was not his disciple. No, it must be a coincidence. I don't believe it. Let me randomly generate a question and test it. Yu Qinggong randomly input a string of numbers to calculate the result first. 1. 2,343. 789. He stared intently at Su Yang. 4. 675,626. Su Yang calculated the result almost without thinking. Even he himself was amazed. Is this top-level mathematical thinking really that powerful? Has he become a walking computer? This 100 points were well spent. After carefully comparing, Yu Qinggong felt completely deflated. Not a bit off. This Su Yang actually has such depth in mathematics. How can one live like this? He just boasted about being proficient in mathematics, and yet Su Yang crushed him. How embarrassing. I learned quick mental calculations before. It's nothing, many people can do it, Su Yang comforted and explained. Hearing this, Yu Qinggong finally felt a bit reassured. Ding Weiming also nodded repeatedly. Regardless of how things went, not being able to take Su Yang as a disciple was definitely one of the biggest mistakes of his life. After staying in the office for a while, Su Yang planned to stroll around Jiang University's campus. After graduation, he quite misses the time in class. After saying goodbye to Professor Ding, Su Yang headed to the teaching building where he used to attend classes, and coincidentally a classroom was in the midst of a mathematics class. Su Yang stood at the door and listened for a bit, when suddenly a voice came. This student. You've been late for class for a while. Hurry and take your seat. I won't mark your name today. The old professor lecturing looked at Su Yang with a kind expression. In this moment, Su Yang felt as if he had returned to the days of skipping classes in college. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in, the old professor said slowly. Su Yang nodded and quickly rushed to the last row to take a seat under the gaze of everyone. Brother, you must be from class 105, right? Actually, the teacher wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't come, a student next to him chuckled. Woke up a bit late, huh? Su Yang replied calmly with a smile, not expecting to be spotted so quickly just by glancing at the door. This teacher never takes attendance. I didn't come last time either, the nearby student said. Better get ready, he's going to call someone up to solve problems soon. If you can't solve it, you'll be embarrassed, the student next to him reminded. Soo-young smiled. He hadn't even brought a book, let alone prepared. Is everyone ready? Today we're going to do something different. I'll call a few people to the blackboard to solve problems. The first one to finish will get full marks for their usual score. Of course, this problem is quite difficult but can be considered a challenge. Is there anyone willing to take the initiative? The old professor said slowly. Upon hearing that the problem was difficult, everyone lowered their heads. If the old professor said it was tough, it would be even harder for them. It was better not to go up. No one. Does anyone have the confidence to solve this problem? The old professor looked around, but still no one raised their hand. At this moment, a person in the front row kept turning back to see if anyone was raising their hand or stepping forward. When he noticed that no one was, he showed a heavy expression. With a loud clap, everyone heard a loud noise in the classroom, and the boy in the front row suddenly stood up. He waved his pen vigorously, shaking his head continuously. What a pity. How lamentable. What is going on? What does this mean? Could it be that our vast Jiangxing University with so many students lacks even a bit of confidence? It's just going up to solve a problem. Even if you don't know how, what's the big deal? What's the matter? I don't understand why you are so timid and cowardly. Why are you all so unworthy of the task? You are truly disappointing me. He loudly reproached several classes of students with indignation. Soo-young was dumbfounded. What was this person's situation? Who is he? He asked the boy next to him. He is a genius from our mathematics and physics department, named Zhu Qing. I heard he is exceptionally skilled in mathematics. But his behavior is a bit. The nearby boy said. Soo-young nodded in understanding. So he was a genius from the mathematics and physics department. Did you take my teachings as mere wind in your ears? If others from different schools find out about this, they will surely laugh at our Jiangxing University. I cannot allow our Jiangxing University to be without anyone. Truly great responsibilities are bestowed upon this person. For love's madness, one cannot resist a smile from the vast sea. Teacher, I'm coming. Having said that, Zhu Qing directly leaped over the desk, jumped onto the podium. He brushed his hair that hadn't been washed for several days, adjusted his glasses, and struck a pose he thought was very cool. At the same time, he was secretly pleased that he had seized this opportunity to showcase himself. He let everyone see his confidence and sense of responsibility. He also wanted to show off his charm. Didn't this give him priority in choosing a partner? Sigh. A person like me doesn't know how many little sisters I will charm. Zhu Qing posed while secretly thinking. Don't fall in love with me. I am forever the man you cannot have. He suddenly pointed at a group of girls and shouted loudly. The entire class felt awkward. Seeing the shocked expressions on the girls' faces, Zhu Qing knew they were about to be conquered by him. As long as he solved that difficult problem, first those girls would definitely write him love letters on the spot. So handsome. So very handsome. The old professor beside him was also quite startled by this scene. After decades of work, he had never seen such a student. He remembered Zhu Qing had excellent grades, but what was with his mental state? All right, Zhu Qing has set an example for everyone. Who else wants to come up? He continued to ask. The crowd below was even more reluctant to go up in case they stood beside Zhu Qing, who knew what unexpected thing this guy would do. After looking around, the old professor found that no one was willing to go up, so he looked to the back row. Let's give the back row students a chance. That one. The one who came late just now. The old professor pointed at Soo-young. Me. Soo-young was taken aback. Why was he so unlucky? He was often called out in school, and now that he wasn't in school anymore, he was still being called out. Yes. Since you came late, it means you know it. Come up and give it a try, said the old professor. The student next to him covered his mouth and chuckled, giving Soo-young a sympathetic look. But the next second, the old professor pointed at him directly. And you, the boy next to him, who was laughing. You come up too. Upon hearing this, the boy's smile instantly froze. Under everyone's gaze, he and Soo-young had no choice but to walk up. Bro, we are doomed today. We are going to be embarrassed. The boy no longer laughed at Soo-young because he was just as unfortunate. However, with Soo-young by his side to share the embarrassment, it wasn't too bad. Standing in front of the blackboard, the old professor called up a few more people, one for each position. Sigh. Truly a bunch of ignorant fellows. Seeing that no girls had come up, Zhu Qing immediately felt disappointed. You guys make sure not to copy my work. He warned Soo-young and the others. This time he wanted to take first place and let everyone see the strength of this genius. These few people would just serve as his backdrop. They better not write a single word so as to highlight his own brilliance. Listen up. The first one to solve this problem will get full marks for their usual score. Moreover, for future graduate school applications, I will give priority to their admission. The professor said directly. Teacher, you only need to say this to me. Isn't this just prepared for me? Zhu Qing confidently stated. The old professor didn't respond, but opened the PPT, revealing a very difficult math problem. When everyone saw it for the first time, they were relieved. Thank goodness we didn't go up. This problem is clearly beyond the syllabus. They couldn't solve it at all. This problem is really hard. Thank goodness we didn't go up, though otherwise we would have been embarrassed. Yeah, those who went to the blackboard are really unlucky. They probably can't solve it and will just stand there awkwardly. Not necessarily. Zhu Qing might be able to solve it. His ability is beyond doubt. Even though Zhu Qing didn't seem like a normal person, everyone still believed he could solve it first. The few people at the blackboard fell silent upon seeing the problem. It was simply too difficult. They couldn't do it at all. They could only stare blankly at the problem, unable to write a single word. Zhu Qing was also momentarily stumped. He stared intently at the problem, his mind racing completely in a realm where he couldn't hear others speaking. 5 minutes later, he smiled slightly and said, simple, I already have an idea. Teacher, you can announce that I'm the first. Zhu Qing was extremely confident. He scanned the room and found his classmates looking shocked. They must have been startled by his rapid thinking. At this moment, the old professor looked at the blackboard in front of Su Yang with a shocked expression and slowly said, Zhu Qing, someone has already finished before you, and the process and result are completely correct. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent. Zhu Qing was momentarily stunned. How could this prodigy from the Mathematics Academy not only come up with the idea, but also write out the entire process and result? Impossible, right? Teacher, did you misread? I am the recognized genius of the Mathematics Academy, a mathematical prodigy. I haven't even written it out yet. How could someone else have already done it? Zhu Qing asked anxiously. Just look for yourself, the old professor replied. Zhu Qing quickly followed the professor's gaze to look at Su Yang in front of him. He rushed to Su Yang's side, staring in disbelief at everything before him. He actually really finished it. Incredible. Yes, which class is this? How are they so amazing? This level is teacher material. I had no thoughts at all. He just looked at the problem and started working on it directly. And if I'm not mistaken, he did all the calculations mentally. This is a true genius. He's even better than Zhu Qing. The students below exclaimed, especially some girls who endlessly praised Su Yang, even showing a hint of it. Hearing these words, Zhu Qing's jealousy surged. Why should this be happening? This should be his moment to shine. Why did this person steal it from him? These girls should have been admiring him, right? Why were they now all starting to admire Su Yang instead? Zhu Qing's face was filled with anger. He stared fixedly at the problem and suddenly turned around to the crowd discussing below him, saying, No, there must be a mistake. He can't possibly solve it this quickly. I will definitely find the flaw. Zhu Qing stared intensely at Su Yang's solution process. For a full 3 minutes, sweat appeared on his forehead, yet he still found no flaws. Because Su Yang's answer was the standard answer. It was a textbook-level solution. It was even clearer than his own thought process. In that moment, Zhu Qing felt a deep sense of disbelief. Zhu Qing, do you see it clearly now? This student's answer can be considered the standard answer, the old professor said with deep emotion. Upon hearing this, the student who had been sitting next to Su Yang was completely dumbfounded. He had initially thought Su Yang was a poor student skipping class, but it turned out he was a hidden genius. He regretted saying just now that he would be embarrassed alongside Su Yang. He hadn't expected that Su Yang was late simply because he had no need to study. He was the true genius. I didn't expect someone to come up with a perfect answer so quickly. Everyone should have no objections to the first place, right? No doubts. Yes, no doubts, he is too amazing. He truly deserves it. This is what a genius should be like. Everyone chimed in. All right, since that's the case, the reward will. The old professor hadn't finished speaking when Zhu Qing suddenly stood in front of him. I disagree. He raised his right hand, his gaze firm, and shouted loudly. I disagree, this is unfair. Zhu Qing said indignantly. I am the recognized genius of the Mathematics Academy, I cannot lose. Just now it must have been him, he must have solved it earlier, otherwise I would have definitely solved it before him. I demand a rematch. Zhu Qing was extremely dissatisfied. Why should someone surpass him, a genius? Why should all those girls suddenly start praising him? Originally, he should have been the one standing in the spotlight as the center of attention. He should be the one everyone is watching. He should be the one revered as a god by all the girls. He the brightest star in the night sky. He must defeat him to prove himself. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Zhu Qing looked at Su Yang, posing a soul-stirring question. For Su Yang, he was merely forced into this classroom, knowing not a single person inside, let alone coming here to show off. He simply wanted to test how far his top-notch mathematical thinking could take him. Actually, if you want the usual scores, I can give them to you, as I don't need them because... Su Yang was about to explain, but was interrupted by Zhu Qing. I don't need your charity. Go ask her. I am the acknowledged top mathematical genius of Jian University. I am the king in this field. Does someone like me, a genius in everyone's eyes, an idol to girls, need your charity? Man, you're playing with fire. You are challenging my authority. I may seem like a gentle and cute kitten, but if I get angry, I become like that demon dragon. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touching it means death. After I turn dark, I am not some little kitten. Ew, I am a wicked dragon from the abyss of hell. I will use that abyssal mouth to completely swallow you. I am the king of this world, Zhu Qing declared. The audience below and above was in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even those who were somewhat familiar with Zhu Qing had never seen him like this. The old professor's mouth twitched, feeling that the scene was getting interesting. He looked at Zhu Qing and asked, "You want to challenge him?" Zhu Qing's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he said, "No. He is the challenger." With that, the entire room fell into a dead silence. The old professor paused for a moment before looking at Su Yang and asking, "Student, would you like to have another question?" Su Yang thought for 3 seconds. Seeing this guy's state, he knew he had to continue. "Sure. Everyone applaud for me." Upon hearing that Su Yang accepted the challenge, Zhu Qing beat his chest like a gorilla, extremely excited. But no one in the room cheered. "All right, I'll ask another question." The old professor put on his glasses and quickly selected another question with increased difficulty. This question was extremely difficult. When it appeared, the audience was left dumbfounded. They could understand a bit of the previous question, but this one was utterly absurd, something they had never even seen before. It's hard to imagine who could win in the face of such a challenging question. This problem is even harder. Please, the two of you answer carefully, the old professor said slowly. Zhu Qing's lips revealed a confident smile. "The higher the difficulty, the more I enjoy conquering it." After saying this, he immediately began to read the question, one hand supporting his chin as his brain worked furiously. At this moment, he had entered a state where he could not hear any sounds around him. Su Yang also glanced at the question, and with the boost of his top-notch mathematical thinking, the solution process directly emerged in his mind. Then he picked up a piece of chalk and began to write. At that moment, everyone in the classroom was stunned. He just looked at it and started answering. "Is this even human?" The old professor had the same expression. This question was not just beyond the syllabus. This student looked at it and began solving it. "What is going on?" Everyone stared at Su Yang intently, noticing that his solution process was exceptionally smooth, without a hint of hesitation. 10 minutes later, Su Yang directly finished writing the solution. Before the crowd could react, a voice suddenly rang out, "Amazing. Damn. So cool. This is the strength of my mathematical genius. Oh, everyone cheers for me. They are crazed for me. I already have a thought process. Now I am about to write an epic answer." Zhu Qing confidently said this, then turned around and saw everyone looking shocked. He knew that everyone was deeply impressed by his talent. "I'm about to begin. Classmates, do not be awestruck by me, and above all, do not fall in love with me," Zhu Qing declared, then immediately started solving the problem. This time it was the answer to his revenge, the answer to his becoming king. He had to write it with utmost care. He solemnly penned a single character when suddenly a gasp erupted from below. "Wow, is he really that amazing? Right? Incredible. He's an absolute genius. Awesome. Truly awesome. Could this qualify for the math league? So handsome. How can anyone be this handsome?" A cascade of praises from below drew a faint smile to Zhu Qing's lips. He had stunned everyone. Truly, his talent was immense. Yes, Zhu Qing just got his idea, and he's already finished solving it. Another person chimed in. "Huh." Zhu Qing was taken aback. Who were they talking about? Finished solving. Who had finished? He quickly glanced at Su Yang's desk and found that Su Yang had already completed the solution. In that moment, he stood frozen like a tree, his eyes vacant. He's already done. Zhu Qing's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Impossible. He had just found his own train of thought. How could this guy be finished already? "Zhu Qing, this classmate has finished." "You've lost again," the old professor said slowly. Zhu Qing felt on the verge of collapse. He was a math prodigy, a great scholar. And he had been defeated twice. No, there must be a mistake. Zhu Qing dashed to Su Yang's side, scrutinizing every detail of the process for flaws. But the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The solution was flawless. It was textbook perfect. It was even 10,000 times more precise than his own approach. How is this possible? Zhu Qing clutched his head, feeling a deep blow to his pride. He had fancied himself the king of mathematics at Jiang University. He had deemed himself a super genius in the field of mathematics. But now he had been toppled from his throne, and in front of so many people, crushed before the eyes of girls from several classes. He had become the idol in everyone's eyes, while Zhu Qing was reduced to a pariah. Why was this happening? Why had heaven sent someone stronger than him to humiliate him? In that moment, Zhu Qing felt his confidence shatter. He had once been the undisputed champion, but now, someone had emerged from nowhere to surpass him. The crushing weight of this defeat was unbearable. Watching the adoring looks the girls cast at Su Yang, Zhu Qing felt a surge of envy. He had wanted to show off only to fail miserably. And after failing, he challenged again, only to be utterly dumb. The worst part was that this man had seemed to disregard him entirely. "Classmate, would you be interested in joining our mathematics research group's special program? This program offers a monthly stipend of 5,000 yuan, and outstanding performers have the opportunity for postgraduate recommendation. Are you willing to participate?" The old professor extended an olive branch. The crowd gasped. A monthly subsidy of 5,000 yuan. That was impressive for a college student. It was even higher than some people's salaries. And most importantly, it came with a guaranteed path to graduate studies. With his skills, that was practically a done deal. With the old professor's network backing him, his future would be boundless. Everyone looked on with envy. The temptation was immense. If it were them, they would have agreed without hesitation. Even Zhu Qing showed a hint of envy. The old professor waited expectantly. A talent like Su Yang was exactly what he had been hoping to find. Now that he had discovered him, he couldn't let him slip away. But Su Yang slowly shook his head. "Professor, I won't join." At those words, the entire room was stunned. He would turn down such generous terms. The old professor was taken aback. "Classmate, want you reconsider? I can give you 3 days. Just say the word, and I'll arrange everything." To be honest, he was getting anxious. "No, professor. Actually, I owe you and everyone an apology. Because I'm not a student here." As Su Yang spoke, everyone looked puzzled. Not a student? No wonder they hadn't seen him before. He wasn't from any of these classes. So he must be a university teacher. The old professor was also surprised. "Are you a newly hired teacher? I wasn't informed." Su Yang shook his head again. "No, I just graduated not long ago. I was a computer science student at Jiang University. I came here today for some business and I ended up." Su Yang said with a hint of embarrassment. "You were just a graduate. And not even from the math department," the old professor exclaimed in shock. He had wanted to take him as a disciple only to find out he had already graduated. And why with such mathematical prowess had he chosen a major like computer science? Wasn't that a waste of talent? Hadn't the faculty in the computer science college noticed such a gem? Su Yang's revelation filled the old professor with disappointment. Everyone else was equally astonished. They had been thoroughly outclassed by someone who wasn't even a math major. It was truly shocking, especially for Zhu Qing. Learning that Su Yang was neither a math student nor a teacher deepened his sense of defeat. A graduate could still reduce him to rubble. Was he really not the math genius he had believed himself to be? At that moment, he was plunged into deep self-doubt. "Perhaps aside from my looks, I truly am inferior to him in mathematical ability," Zhu Qing lamented in front of everyone. "I admit defeat. Am a man who accepts his losses. In skill, I am indeed no match for you, but when it comes to appearance, I absolutely outshine you." Zhu Qing sighed and quickly returned to his seat. With everything explained, Su Yang decided not to linger. "Well, we'll be going now. You all continue with your class," Su Yang said, then walked out of the classroom under the gaze of the crowd. "Oh, how could I let him leave? I was hoping to appoint him as a teaching assistant for the School of Mathematics," the old professor sighed. "Professor," he dropped the business card, someone said, handing over a card that Su Yang had accidentally left behind. He took it and saw it was Ding Weiming's card. He immediately called, "Hey, old Ding. Do you know a young man? He came to the school today, very talented. I want to hire him as a teaching assistant for the School of Mathematics." The old professor put the call on speaker and waited for Ding Weiming's response. "You mean Su Yang? You want to make him a teaching assistant? Haha, dream on. Old Ding. I'm offering a salary. They'll pay him 10,000 yuan a month," the old professor declared to the whole class. Everyone was envious. A teaching assistant role was easy, just a few hours a day, and it paid 10,000. That was the reward of talent. Huh. Su Yang is a top-tier antique master earning millions a day. You're 10,000 a month. That's pocket change for a beggar. Click. The line went dead. The room fell silent. Su Yang was not only a math genius, but also a top antique expert. Millions a day. So young yet so accomplished. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? Zhu Qing was dazed. He had thought he could best Su Yang in other areas, but upon hearing this, he was completely, "Damn it. Who's the real genius here?" He let out a helpless cry. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yang waited at the designated information spot ahead of time. According to the intel, the financial talent Li Nanfang would appear here at this time. Su Yang had to wait here. This talent was crucial to his future money-making plans and must be brought under his wing. After observing for a while, Su Yang noticed a young man dressed very plainly with a backpack appeared. His demeanor was incongruous with those around him, and he bore a melancholic expression. "Oh, isn't that Li Nanfang? What a surprise to run into you here," a man and a woman exclaimed as they stopped in front of him. "I heard you were doing quite well in Kyoto. What brings you back to Jiang City today?" "Visiting family," the two asked with great concern. Li Nanfang looked closely at the two in front of him and immediately recognized them. High school classmates Wang Chong and Zhang Li. "Li Nanfang, you come back to Jiang City and don't even let us know. We should treat you to a meal. It's been years since old friends gathered," Zhang Li said enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, countless fragments flashed through Li Nanfang's mind. He had faced numerous failures and endured countless blows. All these years of struggle had turned into nothingness. Returning to his hometown, he found there were still people who cared for him, a person with nothing. At that moment, a little of the gloom in his heart was dispelled, and he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. "I didn't expect that after so many years you would still recognize me." Li Nanfang said, looking at the two old friends with deep emotion. Of course. You were the star student of Jiang City No. 1 high school back in the day. You can't forget anyone, especially you. I heard you were very successful in Kyoto. We thought you might pretend not. Come on, let's go eat together. It must be a long time since you came home. Surely you missed the local cuisine. We'll treat you to a good meal. Wang Chang also appeared very enthusiastic. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Li, a glimmer of a smile passing between them. Thank you both. After so many years immersed in the world of fame and fortune, I haven't felt the warmth of human kindness in a long time. Thank you for still inviting me to dinner. I will go with you, Li Nanfang said excitedly. Of course we are good brothers. Isn't that right? Wang Chang asked. Absolutely. Best brothers. Li Nanfang patted his chest and said, yes, since we're good brothers. There's something I want to hide from you. We are preparing to get married. We have the car, but the down payment for the wedding house is still not settled. You are a successful person in Kyoto. We are brothers too, so I'll lend you 300,000 for the down payment. Wang Chang said sincerely. Li Nanfang suddenly found himself in a dilemma, hesitating at the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something, but unable to do so. Nanfang, what's wrong? 300,000 is just a drop in the bucket for you, right? Zhang Li quickly said. Actually, I have nothing now. I only have 2,000 yuan on me. In both my career and love life, I have suffered massive blows. I am now a complete failure. But with true friends like you, I feel the warmth of life once again. Li Nanfang spoke with utmost sincerity. Wang Chang and Zhang Li exchanged surprised glances, then quickly opened the nearby car door, jumped in, and locked the doors rapidly. Wang Chang, Zhang Li, didn't you say you were going to treat me to a meal? Li Nanfang pulled at the car door, but couldn't open it. Do you think you're worthy of that? Wang Chang and Zhang Li revealed a very disdainful expression. You can't even lend 300,000, and you still expect us to treat you to dinner. Get lost. Wang Chang immediately mocked. Li Nanfang was utterly confused. But we once were the best of friends. Our friendship shouldn't be discarded for these interests. Li Nanfang became anxious. Li Nanfang, you still have a high degree. What are you pretending for? Who would hang out with you if you have no money? We thought we could get some cash from you, but now you're nothing. Exactly. We thought you were impressive. But now you've fallen into obscurity. Friendship. Who has friendship with you? Zhang Li also said with a face full of annoyance. Li Nanfang stood there, feeling the last bit of warmth vanish completely. Wang Chang and Zhang Li looked at him with a mocking expression. Oh, Nanfang, you only have 2,000 left. Ha, you might not even be able to afford a meal. Graduated from Yenjing University, and that's all there is to it. What a failure. Listening to the two's relentless mockery, Li Nanfang clenched his fists, feeling utterly disappointed. In the end, he had completely lost everything. Life was a huge failure. Trash. Get lost already. Wang Chang angrily scolded. Shouldn't you be the one to leave? Just then a luxury vehicle stopped, and Su Yang got out and said. Wang Chang and Zhang Li looked at each other with a fierce expression. That bastard dares to meddle. But when they saw Su Yang's car, they were instantly dumbfounded. Big brother, we weren't talking about you, we were talking about this guy. Li Zong is someone you two can insult, Su Yang said coldly. Li Zong. Wang Chang and Zhang Li exchanged looks filled with astonishment. Get down and apologize to Li Zong, Su Yang immediately said. The two looked at the luxury vehicle behind Su Yang, knowing this was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Li Zong, I'm sorry. We were just joking earlier. Why didn't you say you're Li Zong now? Yes, we are all old classmates, so please don't take. The two suddenly panicked, as Li Nanfang had just said he was entirely without possessions. They didn't expect he was actually testing them. He was testing whether these people truly cared for him. As a result, they had humiliated him so. In an instant, both felt immense regret. Li Nanfang looked at Su Yang, first surprised, then seeing the two's true colors, accepted the situation. Get lost. I don't want to see you, Li Nanfang said angrily. At this moment, he completely saw through human hearts. He understood human nature. What the hell is friendship worth? Nothing in the face of interests. Meanwhile, the trembling two hurriedly got in the car to escape. Li Zong, let's get in the car too. Su Yang opened the door and invited Li Nanfang inside. After getting in the car, Li Nanfang sighed. When he saw Wang Chang and the others leave, he looked at Su Yang. Thank you, I can just get out now. Wherever Li Zong wants to go, I will take you there, Su Yang smiled. I am no longer the so-called Li Zong, just Li Nanfang was taken aback, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. Why would this person know his whereabouts, appear at just the right moment, and know his name and identity? At that moment, Li Nanfang's scalp tingled. Recalling the events he had previously experienced, he felt that this person was sent by an enemy to assassinate him. At this moment, alarm bells rang loudly in his heart. I warn you, don't act recklessly. Li Nanfang fixed his gaze on Su Yang and shouted. This is not recklessness. Su Yang replied. What do you really want? Li Nanfang asked fearfully. I want to hire you as the general manager of our company. Li Nanfang was stunned after saying he wanted to call the police. Are you saying you want to hire me as the general manager of your company? He was completely confused. Was this person not sent by an enemy to assassinate him? This was a bit awkward. Li Nanfang, the once supreme genius of the financial world. But recently he has suffered from schemes and oppression causing his career and love to collapse overnight. Am I right? Su Yang said slowly. Li Nanfang was silent for a few seconds, then said, You are right. Although I'm curious about how you know all this, it no longer matters. I am now a pariah in the circle, blacklisted in the industry. I want to ask, do you really dare to trust a failure? You dare to defy the world and hire me? Li Nanfang asked after pondering for a moment. Of course, Su Yang replied without hesitation. Li Nanfang looked at the slight smile on Su Yang's lips, feeling somewhat surprised. This person did not hesitate at all. You are talented, and I love hiring talented people. It's that simple. Su Yang said briefly. Li Nanfang hesitated for a moment, and then said, But I'm sorry, I'm not suited for this industry anymore, so I cannot agree. Alright, can you let me get out of the car now? Just as he was about to pull the car door, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Li Nanfang quickly answered the call. Hello, Mom. Nanfang. Is work going smoothly? We are not at home now. Your dad is sick again, and I didn't tell you to avoid worrying you. Don't worry about the medical expenses. I still have savings here. And don't tire yourself out too much. Take a good rest for a while. After hearing this, Li Nanfang fell silent. He had planned to withdraw from the financial circle and pursue another industry. But, recalling those glorious years that made him the envy of everyone in the financial world, how proud his parents were during that time. What glory it was. But now, with nothing left, his father's old illness had relapsed. Relying solely on the family's meager savings would definitely not be enough. This left Li Nanfang feeling very hesitant. He wanted to fight back, but he was facing a complete blockade from the entire financial circle. If he joined this young man's company, he would not only be unable to help him, but might also drag him down. But if he didn't join, he would have no money for his father's treatment for a while. Li Nanfang exhaled heavily. Mom, don't worry, I'm doing well. He'll send the money for Dad's treatment. Don't worry, he'll be home soon. I'm hanging up. Li Nanfang hung up the phone, looked at Su Yang, and said with a deep gaze, I agree to join your company. The reason is that I need money. Li Nanfang stated bluntly. That's fine. I can offer you a salary of 10 million a year. Su Yang said casually. 10 million. Li Nanfang murmured. This amount was not too much for him in the past. However, now it was indeed a very high price. Of course, this is the base salary, not a lot. In the future, you will receive 5% of the profits from the projects you handle for our company. Su Yang continued. Although 5% may not sound like much, it would be astronomical for a large capital company. Of course, Su Yang currently had no company and no substantial capital, but he would have it in the future. Therefore, for someone reliable, like Li Nanfang, who could help him make money in the future, Su Yang would naturally not be stingy. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Nanfang was stunned. 5% profit sharing. This was not a small amount. The capital company he had previously worked for only gave him 1/1000th of the profit. But this person in front of him dared to offer such terms. His heart was deeply shocked. Do you trust me this much? Trust someone who has been blacklisted? He asked Su Yang. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have come personally to hire you, Su Yang replied calmly. Seeing that someone still believed in him like this, Li Nanfang felt a warmth in the cold winter. Meeting a kindred spirit, he calmed his excited emotions. This young man in front of him would be his future boss. Which company does he lead? How come he has never heard of him in the industry? But since he dared to accept him while risking offending the entire financial circle, he must possess incredible strength. Li Nanfang looked at Su Yang and said seriously, I agree to join. So which company do you lead? I haven't heard of you in the circle. Hearing this question, Su Yang smiled slightly and replied, Oh, I am currently self-employed and do not have a company yet. Li Nanfang almost spat out his drink. No company? What's going on? Li Nanfang asked in surprise. What I mean is our company needs you to create it from scratch. You will be responsible for assembling the team, hiring other operators, selecting the company location, and so on. All of this will fall on you as the general manager. Then our company will gradually grow. In the end, we will become a giant, surpassing BlackRock in the stock market and financial investment. How about that? Doesn't it sound very fulfilling? The flame in your heart is ignited. Su Yang said with a smile. Li Nanfang felt 3 words: pipe dream. He had thought this guy had some powerful background, but unexpectedly, he was just a self-employed person who hadn't even established a company. For a moment, he felt completely deceived. But now he was already on Su Yang's ship with no way to retreat. It feels rather hasty. Li Nanfang sighed. It's all right, the world is essentially a giant makeshift stage. This bank card contains 5 million, which is your salary for 6 months, as well as funds for establishing the company. I require you to set up the company within 2 days and invest in the first stock Lingdong technology. Su Yang directly handed Li Nanfang a bank card. Li Nanfang was stunned. He had never seen a boss so straightforward with money. As long as the funds were in place, what did it matter if it was a makeshift stage? But, wait, what did the boss say to invest in? Boss, do you really believe in Lingdong technology? Li Nanfang showed a puzzled expression. Yes, Lingdong technology is an enterprise I hold in high regard. After you establish the company, the most crucial task is to aggressively acquire shares of Lingdong technology. Do you understand? Su Yang smiled faintly. But, within the tech sector, Lingdong technology has always been the most obscure. During my previous work, there was a survey on major domestic tech companies. Lingdong technology is definitely among those with the least development potential. Li Nanfang explained. Therefore, my suggestion is not to hold any optimistic views about Lingdong technology. Li Nanfang promptly offered his advice. Upon hearing this, Su Yang slowly shook his head. It seemed even financial talents could make mistakes. We are now in the era of artificial intelligence. Many companies have already started producing robots with the help of AI. What if I told you that Lingdong technology can manufacture the world's first generation of super robots? Would that change your view of Lingdong technology? Su Yang asked slowly. Creating the world's first generation of super robots. Li Nanfang felt a deep sense of incredulity. As a seasoned professional, he fully understood the implications of such a feat. It meant that Lingdong technology would instantly ascend to the ranks of top-tier domestic tech companies. This was no trivial matter. But how did the boss know such inside information? If that's true, then Lingdong technology is absolutely the company with the greatest development potential. But boss, how did you come by this insider news? Li Nanfang voiced the doubt in his mind. This time you just need to follow my instructions, Su Yang said calmly. Alright, you can start working on setting up the company now. If you need any help from me, just give me a call. Su Yang felt no need to explain to Li Nanfang the source of this information. Okay, but creating a company in such a short time might be difficult both in terms of procedures and other aspects. Li Nanfang said, don't worry about that, I'll take care of it. Su Yang believed he could handle this matter. With the Yi family's influence, this was trivial, but involving them for such a small matter seemed like overkill. After a brief thought, Su Yang realized Lu Bingbing was a suitable choice. After all, Tianhai Group held a pivotal position in Jiangxing and could resolve this with ease. Having finalized some plans with Li Nanfang, Su Yang directly called Lu Bingbing and invited her out for a meal. This time they agreed to meet at a very down-to-earth place, commonly known as a food stall. Although high-end restaurants served exquisite dishes with excellent flavors, dining there required one to maintain a certain decorum. A food stall, however, was different. It was very relaxed, brimming with the vibrant energy of daily life, allowing one to blend into the city and feel completely at ease. Around 6 in the evening, as a faint dusk settled in, Su Yang drove punctually to the agreed-upon barbecue food stall. It was precisely rush hour, with people coming and going and traffic flowing endlessly. Gazing at this scene of everyday vitality, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. If he hadn't received the system, would he still be delivering food orders right now? Or perhaps he would be toiling away at some other busy job just to make a living. Just as he was lost in thought, a hand gently tapped his shoulder. Su Yang glanced at it and saw a delicate jade-like hand, slender, fair, and undeniably beautiful at first sight. What are you thinking about? Lu Bingbing, dressed in casual attire with her jet-black hair tied up, looked exceptionally youthful and radiant. About what to eat? This barbecue stall is nice, but it doesn't seem like the kind of place a refined CEO like you would frequent, Su Yang asked with a smile. What's so strange about that? I usually enjoy coming to places full of life like this when I'm free. You know, I'm usually very busy with work. Going to those high-end restaurants wouldn't help me relax. And bars just don't suit my personality. Only in places thick with the atmosphere of everyday life can I truly eat and feel at ease, Lu Bingbing explained with a smile. Yeah, that fits your personality. Let's order quickly. If we wait too long, it'll get crowded, and I'm worried the grilling won't keep up. With that, they sat down and ordered 2 large mugs of draft beer and a mountain of barbecue. Su Yang initially considered ordering some kidneys and chives, but decided against it given the setting. By the way, you mentioned you wanted to discuss something with me. What is it? Lu Bingbing asked. Oh, it's nothing major. I want to set up a company. Following the standard procedure might take too long, so I'd like your help in greasing the wheels. Su Yang said. No problem. But what kind of company are you planning to create? Lu Bingbing inquired. For now, it's a proprietary trading firm. Su Yang replied. Huh, you're going to trade stocks? Lu Bingbing exclaimed in surprise. Although she knew Su Yang likely had over 100 million in liquid asset, stock trading was highly volatile. The fact that he was setting up a company to trade stocks meant his ambitions were vast, and the capital he planned to deploy was enormous. It was puzzling. Most people, upon having 100 million, would stop taking risks. If they wanted to trade stocks, they might casually toss in a few million. But Su Yang clearly wasn't that type. Recalling his previous moves, Lu Bingbing suddenly became intrigued. That's no problem, but I'm curious which company's stock has prompted such a massive move from you. She asked out of curiosity. There's nothing to hide, really. Have you heard of Lingdong technology? That's my reason for entering the market, Su Yang said nonchalantly. Lingdong technology. I've never heard of it, Lu Bingbing said puzzled. Yes, it's not famous now, but it will be in the future, Su Yang stated. Well, though Lu Bingbing didn't know why Su Yang was so confident, she felt like joining in. She decided to casually invest 10 million to test the waters. It wasn't a significant amount. All right, no problem. They'll handle it for you, Lu Bingbing nodded. Soon the barbecue arrived, and they chatted while eating. At some point a man suddenly stood beside Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing, what's your deal? I've invited you out several times and you've refused, and now you're having dinner at a food stall with another man. If my men hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Ma Yunxi, why are you here? Didn't I tell you? There's no future for us, Lu Bingbing said with disgust. Lu Bingbing, that's just your wishful thinking. I haven't agreed. Ma Yunxi roared furiously. Did her refusal mean it was over? No way. Ma Yunxi, stop pestering me. Lu Bingbing said extreme. What do you mean pestering? You're the heir of Tianhai Group and in the heir of Fengyun Bonds. We are I've pursued you for so long, and I haven't even seen a smile from you. But now you're having dinner with some random. What are you trying to do? Everyone look. This woman is cheating. Ma Yunxi's roar drew the attention of countless onlookers. Instantly, they began pointing fingers at Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing was so furious that her fingers trembled. Young lady, how can you be so shameless? You have a boyfriend, yet you're having dinner with another man. How disgraceful. Exactly. How can you be? Your boyfriend has come to confront you, and you are still stubborn. A few meddlesome bystanders immediately began to rebuke her. Apologize to your boyfriend right now. Apologize. Apologize immediately, you disgrace. Apologize. The commotion caused the surrounding crowd to join in the jeering. Lu Bingbing, aren't you going to apologize to me? Ma Yunxi said smugly. Ma Yunxi, stop bothering me. He'll tell you the truth. I already have a boyfriend. Su Yang is my boyfriend. Lu Bingbing suddenly stood beside Su Yang and declared. At this moment Su Yang was completely dumbfounded. When did he become Lu Bingbing's boyfriend? Everyone around was equally bewildered as they had just been denouncing Lu Bingbing based solely on Ma Yunxi's one-sided account. Now they were being told that this man was not her boyfriend at all, but rather someone who had been persistently pursuing her. And the one dining with her was her actual boyfriend. In that instant those who had just spoken up fell silent. Initially they had only intended to speak up for justice, but now the situation had turned upside down. Who would they turn to for reasoning now? Ma Yunxi was stunned at that moment, looking at Su Yang engulfed in deep. How could this be possible? How could Lu Bingbing have a boyfriend? Why was he unaware of it? Bingbing, why are you deliberately trying to provoke me? I was just saying that casually. You don't need to belittle yourself like this, Ma Yunxi rushed to say. He knew perfectly well that Lu Bingbing wasn't in a relationship. She must be saying this to irritate him. No matter how clever he was, he could see through it at a glance. Ma Yunxi looked at Lu Bingbing and devised a way to make her admit she was acting. You can't fool me, he is definitely not your boyfriend. You two have no gestures typical of a couple. Bingbing, stop pretending. Ma Yunxi felt secretly pleased Lu Bingbing would not engage in physical contact with a man she had no feelings for. With this strategy, she would reveal her true self. He was truly brilliant. Ma Yunxi looked at Lu Bingbing, and suddenly, in the next moment, she threw herself into Su Yang's embrace and held his hand. Ma Yunxi, then I will do as you said. He really is my boyfriend, Lu Bingbing declared. Seeing this scene, Ma Yunxi was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? How did they really end up hugging? He had just wanted to prove that Lu Bingbing was not with him. Why did they actually embrace? Seeing this scene, Ma Yunxi felt utterly devastated and regretted his actions. If he had known, he wouldn't have tested her. Why did he say anything that led him to witness this? Seeing Lu Bingbing, this stunning beauty, in Su Yang's arms instead of his own, Ma Yunxi's jealousy exploded. This sense of defeat made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Bingbing, why is this happening? What makes him better? Why can't I be your boyfriend? Ma Yunxi questioned. You fall short of him in every aspect. What do you have besides relying on your family? You spend all day indulging yourself. Oh, what skills do you have? And Su Yang, he is completely different from you. He is a truly talented person. In the stock market, he is 1,000 times better than you. Lu Bingbing said without holding back. Well, you actually insult me like this. If I don't take action, you really don't know my capabilities, do you? Let me tell you, I have already started trading. All the professionals refer to me as a rare genius. The stocks I recently acquired have skyrocketed. What can he compare to me? Bingbing, if you become my girlfriend for 3 days, I will definitely show you my abilities and talent, Ma Yunxi explained passionately. When he learned that Lu Bingbing was not accepting him because of his lack of achievements in his career, he suddenly felt enlightened. As long as he demonstrated his exceptional abilities and overshadowed her boyfriend, she would naturally realize who was strong and who was weak. He would definitely be able to surpass this Su Yang. After adjusting his mindset, Ma Yunxi calmly looked at Su Yang and slowly asked, brother, can we discuss our theories right here? We can talk about the current market situation, discuss it. and see whose abilities are stronger. Let me go first. Look at the stocks I bought. They are all the hottest tech stocks. These companies are currently very promising and highly technological. Their development potential is incredibly strong. If we each choose a stock starting today, and after some time we see which one has risen more, it will be enough to prove who has the better vision and who is more perceptive. Of course, you certainly wouldn't dare to. Ma Yinxi began to provoke him. Why would I compete with you? Are you worthy? Lu Bingbing bluntly stated. Hee, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, I will wait for you every day at your company. Ma Yinxi declared. Of course, if I lose, I will never pester you again. Ma Yinxi said immediately. Su Yang looked at Lu Bingbing, who was still in his arms, took a deep breath, and calmed his emotions. Holding a stunning beauty in such a public setting felt incredibly complex. Are you saying that if you lose, you won't pester Bingbing anymore? Su Yang asked. Yes, but if you lose, you have to leave her. Do you dare? Ma Yinxi said. All right, I accept the challenge. Su Yang said directly. Lu Bingbing looked at Su Yang in surprise, suddenly feeling a bit moved. This meant Su Yang was effectively offending Ma Yinxi. To make sure he wouldn't pester her anymore, he made this choice, which touched Lu Bingbing significantly. Good. Very good. I'm glad you agreed. Ma Yinxi sighed in relief. Oh, as long as he agreed, he would be able to trample him underfoot in the future. I have already chosen Fengrui Technology. You have 3 days to choose one too. Ma Yinxi said confidently. Lingdong Technology. Su Yang stated an unbeatable answer without hesitation. Upon hearing Lingdong Technology, Ma Yinxi nearly burst into laughter. My heavens. Do you even know what you're doing? Lingdong Technology. You're killing me with laughter. Bingbing, is this the capable boyfriend you think you have? Isn't this clearly setting me up to win? Bingbing, thank you for your generous boyfriend. After this, I will show you what a true financial talent looks like. I will make you see what true brilliance is. With that, Ma Yinxi walked away with confident strides. He knew he was going to win. 1 minute later, Su Yang looked at Lu Bingbing, who was still in his arms, and gently asked Lu, is this embedded? Lu Bingbing instantly reacted, a faint blush appearing on her charming face. For some reason, when leaving Su Yang, she felt a sense of reluctance. Su Yang, do you really have confidence? Lu Bingbing asked softly. Although Ma Yinxi lacked ability, there were many capable individuals in his company. If he won, Su Yang would have to leave her. As she pondered, Lu Bingbing suddenly felt something was off. Wasn't she just pretending? Su Yang didn't seem to be her boyfriend, right? How could she have such strange thoughts? Lu Bingbing felt quite confused. I'm not sure about Fengrui Technology, but Lingdong Technology will definitely rise, and not just a little, Su Yang said confidently. Seeing Su Yang's self-assurance, Lu Bingbing nodded. She had great faith in Su Yang. It wasn't just because of those previous incidents, but also due to an inexplicable sense of trust she felt towards him. This was rather interesting. After all, for over 20 years apart from her parents, Lu Bingbing had never felt this way. After dining for about 2 hours, Lu Bingbing realized she could talk endlessly with Su Yang. All right, well, talk again another day. After a very pleasant dinner, the two returned to their respective homes. Soon Su Yang was back in his rented room. Even though he had nearly achieved a small goal, he still lived in such a room. Su Yang had a certain obsession with buying a house, but it wasn't overwhelming. After playing on his phone for a while, Su Yang went to bed on time, waiting for the information refreshed the next day. As soon as the next day arrived, Su Yang woke up on time. The first thing he did was check the system shop. Today the shop refreshed again, and apart from some common items available in the market, a special product was also available. Blind box, 20 points. Blind box. Su Yang glanced at the introduction of the blind box and found it to be quite extraordinary. Blind box, it could yield a super prize worth up to 100 million yuan, or it might produce worthless junk. This was getting interesting. It was like buying a lottery ticket. You could win a massive prize or nothing at all. However, this opportunity to open a blind box was irresistible, and without hesitation, Su Yang bought one. Open blind box. At Su Yang's command, a box appeared on the screen before him and began to open slowly. Congratulations, host, you have received a 34 million yuan villa in Jingshan, Jiangcheng. Su Yang quickly rubbed his eyes. Was he really this lucky? Just when he was thinking about buying a house, the blind box had given him one directly. It was a high-end luxury villa in Jiangcheng, a property worth over 30 million. He had never seen anything like it in his life. At that moment, Su Yang was ecstatic. This blind box was no less than a 4-star piece of information. The property is now under the host's name and can be moved into at any time. 10 minutes later, Su Yang finally calmed his excited heart. He was going to move in today to see how a 30 million yuan house differed from his rental room. Next was the information. 1-star information, fresh fruits and vegetables are. Su Yang chose to skip this 1-star information directly, as it had no value or meaning, and swiped it away. 2-star information, the Ling Tian Electronic Commerce Mall will experience an unexpected fire this afternoon, with electrical losses reaching 5600 yuan. Although this information was valuable, it was not relevant to him. Besides, he had nothing to do with warning them that their store would catch fire. He'd just be seen as a fool. Today Su Yang had not had much luck as he only refreshed a high-value piece of information. 4-star information: there is a blue and white dragon cloud goblet in the decorative items at the Shangyun restaurant on Southeast Road, with a market price of 20 million yuan. The owner does not recognize its value and has always treated it as an ordinary decoration. Another opportunity to pick up a bargain had arrived. Su Yang had grown to love this feeling over time. Just as he was thinking about going downstairs to grab a bite and then go bargain hunting, his mother's call suddenly came in. Hello, Xiaoyang. I have something to tell you. Su Long has gone to Jiangcheng to work. He's still young, and at this age he shouldn't be dropping out of school. You know his personality, he tends to get taken advantage of. When the time comes, check on him and help him if needed. His mom called to remind him. Su Long has come to Jiangcheng. This boy is getting bolder. Don't worry, Mom, will keep an eye on Su Long in this regard. Su Yang nodded in response. Su Long was his cousin. He was the son of his grandfather's brother and had dropped out of school after finishing high school. What surprised Su Yang the most was that Su Long, a very shy and introverted person, actually dared to come to Jiangcheng alone to look for work. Everything at home is fine, no need to worry. After chatting for a while, the two hung up the phone. Su Yang suddenly remembered he had only transferred 1,000 yuan home. Although it seemed like a lot at that time, it felt a bit insufficient now. He planned to prepare a big surprise for his family when he developed further. Today's tasks were already clearly laid out. First, go downstairs to eat, then pick up a blue and white porcelain item, and finally move into the most luxurious villa area in Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, Su Yang's cousin Su Long had already arrived in Jiangcheng. This was a rural youth's first time entering a city, and it was through the means of working. Looking at the towering buildings and the ceaseless flow of cars, Su Long felt a bit of inferiority and a lot of fear. He hesitated for a long time in front of a restaurant before bravely walking inside. He lacked the courage to enter a luxurious restaurant as he felt such places would cost a lot of money, and the elegantly dressed people coming and going made him feel like a mouse. This old-fashioned restaurant seemed much better. It looked very cozy. The owner was a kind middle-aged man who, despite having a beard, was very amiable in his words and actions. This made Su Long breathe a sigh of relief, secretly thinking he had come to the right place. It was around 10 o'clock and Su Long ordered a vegetarian dish and a bowl of rice. After all, he didn't have much money on him, so it was better to eat less. After finishing a bowl of rice, Su Long felt unsatisfied. Boss, can I have another bowl of rice? I still feel a bit hungry. Sure, young man, you can take as much rice as you want. Just help yourself over there, the boss said with a smile, while Thanks, boss. In a strange place, for the first time encountering such a kind boss made Su Long feel very, thank you, boss. Su Long happily ate 2 more bowls of rice, finally feeling satisfied. Boss, I'd like to settle the bill, Su Long said with a smile. Sure, a plate of stir-fried vegetables is 16 yuan, and a bowl of rice is 1 yuan, totaling 17 yuan, the boss said kindly. 17 yuan. That's a very reasonable price. Su Long nodded. To be honest, although he had eaten vegetarian dishes, there were a few pieces of meat in it, and the vegetables were stir-fried together with several varieties. This made him feel that spending just over 10 yuan was worth it. If he could find work nearby, this restaurant would definitely be a place he frequented. Boss, I've paid. I'll be coming often from now on, Su Long thought to himself, feeling sentimental. He used to think that people in big cities would be very indifferent, but today's experience showed him that they were quite warm-hearted. Okay, young man, could you help me put the plates and bowls in that bucket? I'm busy with the group, the boss requested. Sure, no problem. Su Long was very willing to help such a polite boss. He quickly picked up the items and headed towards the bucket. Suddenly, he slipped and a plate fell to the ground. A crisp sound rang out, and the plate shattered into several. Su Long quickly stood up, looking shocked at the broken plate. How careless could he be to break someone else's plate? What happened? The boss came over, putting down his phone. Oh, the plate broke. It's fine, it's just a plate, not a big deal. Don't worry, young man, the boss said generously. After hearing this, Su Long felt that there were still many good people out there. However, he also felt very guilty. How could he be so careless? He had broken the boss plate. That was really unacceptable. Such a good boss, he didn't want to let him suffer a loss if after all a plate didn't cost much. Boss, I'm really sorry. How much is this plate? I'll compensate you. It's not easy to run a business, and I can't let you suffer a loss. Su Long offered to pay for it. Oh, young man, you are truly responsible. Since you've offered to compensate, I have nothing more to say. How about compensating at the original price? What do you think? The boss smiled. Su Long nodded. Sure, boss, just tell me how much. 3 yuan or 5 yuan. Su Long opened his phone, scanned the QR code, and waited for the boss to state the price. The boss smiled lightly, looking at Su Long, and casually said, not expensive. 3,000. 30,000. Su Long stood frozen for a few seconds before he quickly came to his senses. It must be that this businessman made a mistake. 3 pieces, right? I will scan it for you right away, Su Long said very politely. However, the boss across the table smiled and waved his hand, saying, no, young man, I did not make a mistake. What I meant was 30,000. 10,000, 10,000, that's the 10,000. Do you understand now? The boss revealed a mysterious smile which was no longer friendly, almost instantaneously turning into a cunning face. 30,000. Su Long's eyes widened, completely shocked. Are the plates in the city this expensive? One plate costs 30,000. This could buy 1,000 of them, right? Boss, one plate costs me 30,000. Are you joking? How could this possibly be worth 30,000? Su Long was extremely anxious. He had only 1,500 in total, and asking him to pay 30,000 was simply an astronomical figure. That's right, it's 30,000. Young man, the plates and bowls in my shop are antiques, and that's the price. Since you broke it, you must take responsibility. Well, you don't want to compensate. You don't want to bear responsibility. That can't be. I see that although you don't talk much, you should be a person of principle. I know that if you don't take responsibility for your mistake, you will definitely feel very guilty and remorseful. 30,000, please scan it. The boss said with a cunning expression. Su Long looked at the boss' current demeanor, feeling as if his worldview was about to collapse. When he entered just now, the boss was warmly welcoming and spoke kindly. He even thought the boss was a very nice person. But now why did he suddenly change? He turned into a shady business. Although Su Long was introverted, it didn't mean he was foolish. He clearly understood that the boss was picking on someone weak. He was trying to scam him. Where does a restaurant use antiques to serve food? This plate looks like one of those extremely cheap plates, yet he actually had the audacity to demand 30,000. Su Long, who had always been timid inside, was furious. Boss, I came here to work, not to pay money. 30,000, how could you scam me like this? I previously thought you were a good person. Is it something to be proud of to scam a young man who is working for the first time? How can you live with yourself? Su Long argued angrily. Hee. What conscience do I have to be troubled? I'm just asking him to compensate at the original price. It's reasonable and lawful. And this plate comes with an invoice. Look closely, the boss said as he directly pulled out an invoice. Su Long never expected that this Blackheart boss would even bring out an invoice. Prepared too thoroughly, huh? See, the invoice is in hand. What else do you have to say? If you don't compensate, I will report it to the Enforcement Bureau. Then it won't just be a matter of compensation. I will inform your parents. It's your first time working. Not only will you not earn money, but you will also be taken away by the Enforcement Bureau. As the saying goes, bad news travels fast. Once you're taken away, it will quickly reach your village. Think about how embarrassing that would be. How will the villagers view your family? Your parents worked hard to raise you all their lives, and in the end, how do you repay them? By being such a disgrace. And can they save up 30,000 in a year? If something happens, won't they have to clean up your mess? I don't want to report to the Enforcement Bureau and make things so absolute, but the precondition is that you must compensate me 30,000. I don't care where you get this 30,000, but as long as you say you won't compensate, I will immediately report it to the Enforcement Bureau. Young man, you are still young. Don't leave yourself with a bad influence over such a small matter of 30,000. I'll give you half an hour to think it over. The boss smiled, patting Su Long on the shoulder twice. Su Long's tightly clenched fists loosened at this moment. He was about to collapse. He had originally wanted to come to the city to earn some money, but unexpectedly he not only didn't make any, but also had to pay. The main issue was that he clearly knew this boss was trying to scam him, yet he felt helpless. Because he had that plate's invoice. When the Enforcement Bureau comes, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Instead, he would be the one who made the mistake. If he really got arrested and his parents were informed. Su Long couldn't bear to imagine that scene, nor could he bear to see others pointing fingers at his family, making them live a lifetime under the cold eyes of others. Su Long's eyes were moist. Although he deeply did not want to compensate in the face of the current predicament, he still looked at the boss and said, Boss, I only have 1,500 on me. Can I pay you 1,500? The boss squinted, although a bit tempted seeing Su Long already wavering. He slowly shook his head. Of course not. This plate costs 30,000. You think you can settle me with 1,500? What are you thinking? You must have acquaintances in Jiangxing, relatives and friends. Oh, otherwise you wouldn't have chosen to work here. Why not call your friends to borrow some? The boss said greedily. But hurry, if you don't hurry, I will report to the Enforcement Bureau and then notify your parents. The boss continued to threaten with a smile. At this moment, Su Long wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Did he really have to fall for this and lose money today? Why should he? The education he received over the years does not allow him to be threatened and deceived by others so foolishly. For a moment, Su Long seemed to have realized something. Being overly weak won't bring about the other party's compromise. But apart from his cousin Su Yang, he had no other relatives or friends in Jiangxing. However, his cousin had just graduated from university not long ago, and a few days ago someone in the village said they saw him delivering takeout in Jiangxing. He definitely doesn't have much money. Su Long really didn't want to trouble his cousin, but today's situation was too tricky. I'll tell you. My cousin is a very impressive person in Jiangxing. You are scamming me. I won't fall for your tricks. Now I'll compensate you 3 pieces, and this matter will be over, or else I will call my cousin. If he comes, things won't be that simple. Su Long suddenly found his courage. Why should he pay so much money for? As a person with proper values, he would never compromise with darkness. Although his cousin isn't as impressive as he claimed, if this Blackheart boss can fabricate stories, why can't he? Out here one's identity is given by oneself. Cousin, are you crazy? The boss never expected that this seemingly weak young man would dare to resist. He even dared to fabricate a strong cousin. He must be completely insane. What kind of influential relatives or friends could such a person possibly have? The boss immediately let out a cold laugh. Call that cousin of yours over. I'll see what's going on. Why don't you call? Call him. Didn't you boast earlier? The boss yelled loudly at Su Long, who was trembling. Su Long saw that his words didn't scare the boss and felt a bit hesitant. Let's see what kind of impressive cousin you have. Hurry up and call. If you don't call, I will call. The boss said maliciously. Just wait. Su Long, left with no choice, could only dial Su Yang's comm number. Hello. Yanggu. I'm in trouble. Can you come over? Yes. At a place called Shangyun Restaurant. I really had no choice but to call you, Yanggu. After hanging up, Su Long instantly felt an immense regret, collapsing onto the ground. Why did he have to call Yanggu? Isn't this just adding trouble for Yanggu? It's all his cleverness. When Yanggu arrives, he will definitely expose the truth and get him into trouble. Why am I the one who only brings trouble to others? Why am I so useless? Su Long completely broke. Su Yang found it quite coincidental to hear that Su Long had encountered trouble at the Shangyun restaurant, as the place he was planning to exploit was precisely that restaurant. However, how could his cousin who had just arrived in Jiang City run into trouble just while having a meal? Based on Su Yang's understanding of Su Long, the fact that he called for help indicated he was facing a serious dilemma. This was because Su Long was an extremely sensitive person who greatly feared troubling others. During school, when he didn't have enough money for meals on Fridays, he stubbornly refused to ask his family for help and endured a day of hunger. Such a person would only seek help in dire situations. Su Yang pressed the accelerator of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Meanwhile, inside the Shangyun restaurant, Su Long was putting on a brave front. Boss, you still have time to regret your decision. My cousin is not someone to be trifled with. Su Long understood that he had to remain resolute and stick to his act. Despite lacking status, he had to project a commanding presence. Haha, you haven't even grown a full beard and you're already acting tough. I told you, didn't you call your cousin? I've called my brother over too. We'll see whose brother is more formidable. The boss dropped all pretenses, becoming exceedingly arrogant. At that moment, a car pulled up outside, honking several times. The restaurant owner hurriedly looked over, only to see a brand new black Mercedes-Benz E300L parked at the entrance. A man wearing large sunglasses stepped out carrying a leather bag and walked slowly towards them. Brother Chung, you got a new car? What happened to the old one? The boss said in surprise. The old one was pushed into the ditch. Zhang Wei, how's it going? The Mercedes E300L. No matter the storm, I'm driving the Mercedes E300. The man named Brother Chung said with great pride. Brother, you're amazing. Buying a car worth hundreds of thousands just like that. So impressive. Kid, did you see? My brother Chung drives a Mercedes E300L worth 500,000. Those driving this car around here are all tough guys. Don't let your cousin scare himself to death when he arrives. Ha ha ha. The restaurant owner Zhang Wei laughed heartily. Seeing this scene, Su Long felt even more helpless. They were driving a car worth hundreds of thousands. What could he do? When Yanggu arrived on his electric bike, it would be a dead giveaway. Moreover, he had dragged Yanggu into offending such a powerful figure. He truly despised himself. Why did he have to fabricate an identity for Yanggu earlier? Kid, are you the one who broke my brother's antique and won't pay up? Brother Ching took off his sunglasses and glared at Su Long. It was he who tricked me. I never said I wouldn't compensate. Su Long retorted. Haha, didn't you call your cousin over to settle this? Still talking tough? But it's fine, I enjoy this kind of confrontation. I relish seeing your brother arrive and being scared out of his wits. Kid, you're quite something. Your actions today will bring me great satisfaction. Brother Chung was evidently very confident in his strength. It wasn't just because of the car he was driving. To be honest, the Mercedes E300 isn't considered a high-end vehicle in Jiang City, but it was enough to intimidate these naive country folks. They wouldn't dare act tough in front of the wealthy. But if they didn't dare to show off in front of these weaklings, then what was the point of buying the car? Brother Chung, I'm eagerly anticipating it. What do you think your cousin will look like when he sees your big Mercedes? Ha, I bet he'll be scared to death, the restaurant owner Zhang Wei said. That seems about right. These people have never seen a car worth hundreds of thousands. Kid, still talking tough. Does your cousin have strength like mine? If he doesn't pay up later, don't blame me for... Brother Chung settled down, lighting a cigarette. Su Long could only stand there, feeling extremely complicated inside. He didn't know what kind of scene would unfold when Yanggu arrived. Clearly he was the one who had caused the trouble, but it seemed that Yanggu would have to apologize to him and endure humiliation in compensating. Yanggu was also a young man, a worker with little money. Even if he could compensate him 30,000, it would be significant pressure for him. At that moment, another car suddenly drove up to the entrance. It was a very shiny Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Seeing that car, Su Long shook his head, feeling a deep yearning. If he had a car like that, who would dare bully him? If he had a car like that, who would dare to threaten him so brazenly? Unfortunately, all of this was hypothetical. He would never own a car like that in his lifetime. He lowered his head, revealing a bitter smile. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner and Brother Chung stood up quickly upon seeing the Mercedes G-Class. As they saw someone getting out of the car and walking towards the restaurant, they hurriedly made their way outside. Big brother, our restaurant won't be open today. If you wish to eat, please go elsewhere, the restaurant owner said respectfully. He was afraid this big shot would witness what was about to happen and step in to intervene, so he tried to stop it. I'm not here to eat. I'm here to find someone, Su Yang said casually. Find someone? What person could make you come here? Oh, Brother Chung, this big brother isn't here looking for you, is he? The restaurant owner instantly realized. Brother Chung quickly straightened up. Brother, do you need to see me for something? Rest assured, I will definitely handle it well. Brother Chung spoke, nervously, knowing that a person driving a 3 million yuan car was not someone he could provoke. Su Yang heard this, slowly shook his head, and then looked at Su Long in the restaurant. Long D. What are you standing there for? Didn't you have something to do? Hearing Su Yang's call, Su Long instantly raised his head. He was shocked to see the car key in Su Yang's hand. The tears that were about to fall immediately held back. When did Yang Gu become this formidable? Brother, this car is yours, Su Long exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Su Yang walked straight towards Su Long. Seeing this scene, Brother Chung and the restaurant owner exchanged glances, both stunned. This big shot driving the Mercedes G-Class is actually this kid's brother. How is that possible? How could a country boy working here have such an incredible cousin? What's going on? For a moment, both of them felt beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The restaurant owner quickly shook his head, unwilling to believe it. If this were true, he would be in serious trouble. Brother Chung. Could it be? Could it be that he rented a car to put on a show? Brother Chung trembled as he nodded, feeling there was a strong possibility of that. He wiped his sweat and looked at the parked Mercedes G-Class outside. He quickly spotted the license plate number, Jiang A00006. With a loud bang, Brother Chung collapsed to the ground. He pointed shakily at the license plate, his eyes filled. The restaurant owner looked over in confusion, but just one glance, and he too fell to the ground. Jiang A00006. What's going on? Just the Mercedes G-Class was enough to make them shudder. But the fact that this license plate number was Jiang A00006 was extraordinary. This isn't just some local tough guy. This is a big shot who holds power in the area. Oh no. What kind of person have they angered today? Both of them felt as if they were going to die, their brains swirling with dizziness. Various terrifying consequences flooded their minds. So you two are the ones who scammed my brother out of 30,000. At that moment, a very ordinary voice from Su Yang echoed. But to the trembling pair it sounded like the call of death. It's over. The two men trembled as they stood up, their hearts racing with fear. If they couldn't provoke someone driving a Mercedes G-Class, it was because that person was wealthy. But the one driving with the license plate, Jiang A00006, even if they had 1,000 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. He is a true big shot. His brother would probably be scared to death if he saw Chen Ge's car. Pretty much. Thinking back to the previous conversation, the two felt as if they had been slapped hard on the face. In his eyes, their car was nothing more than scrap metal. What were they even pretending to be back then? You bastard, did you not say this kid has no background? Chen Ge gritted his teeth and said. Chen Ge, how? This kid said he came from the countryside and it was his first time working. I thought he was just an ordinary nobody. You can't blame me for this. The restaurant owner was almost in tears. You bastard. He was just trying to experience a normal person's life and was deliberately keeping a low profile. You can't even see this little detail. Just wait for me. If I survive today, you'll see how I teach you a lesson. Chen Ge said angrily, then mustered his courage to walk over to Su Yang. So you are the ones who scammed my brother out of 30,000. Your restaurant has such high standards, huh? A plate costs 30,000. Su Yang let out a cold laugh. The two were now sitting on pins and needles, feeling like they had a thorn in their throat. Big brother. It's mainly because my brother has poor judgment and didn't recognize that this is your esteemed brother. Get lost. Apologize quickly. Chen Ge shouted angrily at the restaurant owner. The owner nearly fell to the ground, his head lowered and trembling as he said, two esteemed brothers. I'm really sorry. I was just joking with your brother. How could I make him pay 30,000? In fact, I should be compensating him 30,000. Hearing this, Su Yang smiled slightly. Oh, my brother broke your plate and you want to compensate him. The restaurant owner was sweating profusely. Yes. Your brother misunderstood. What I meant was that I would compensate because you see your brother broke the plate and those shards are so dangerous they nearly hurt him. and am sure he was. I certainly have to compensate him for his mental distress. Chenggu quickly added, that's right, you must compensate. We must compensate your brother. The two felt extremely uneasy after saying this. Meanwhile, Su Long was completely shocked. The two had just shown their true colors, and now they completely reversed their stance. They truly knew how to curry favor with powerful people. Once Yanggu arrived, they immediately wilted. Su Long now felt fortunate for having called Su Yang. Otherwise, he could have been seriously scammed. Truly, Yanggu is impressive. He must have anticipated the situation and rented a Mercedes G-Class to directly intimidate these two individuals. Yang Gu's foresight is truly amazing. Su Long cast a look of great admiration towards Su Yang. Big brother, how should I transfer the 30,000 to your account? The restaurant owner asked nervously. Su Yang let out a cold smile, slowly stood up, and scanned the restaurant. At first glance, he spotted a row of porcelain dishes nearby, including a prominent blue and white dragon-patterned goblet. Then he shifted his gaze to a regular plate beside it, casually picked one up, and examined it. Under the watchful eyes of the two, Su Yang suddenly smashed a regular plate on the ground. Does this plate also require 30,000 in compensation for mental distress? The two were completely stunned. There was such a procedure. They instantly felt immense regret. They were now liable for 60,000. Today they were caught trying to cheat, and ended up losing even more. But it was far from over as Su Yang handed several ordinary plates to Su Long. Here, you break a few too. Each plate is 30,000 in mental distress compensation. Su Long took the plates handed to him by Su Yang, remembering the shamelessness of the two earlier, and his anger flared up. Alright. With a series of loud crashes, Su Long smashed 5 plates in one go. Looking at the terrified expressions of the two, Su Long felt a sense of relief. Now we've smashed a total of 7 plates, which amounts to 210,000. So what will it be? Su Yang said coldly. At this moment the two were trembling all over. This was too ruthless. 210,000. Today they would earn not a single cent, and instead lose 210,000. A year's worth of work was in vain. Why did they have to scam the brother of a big shot? In an instant both felt immense regret, yet they didn't dare to say more. Because the person before them was simply not someone they could afford to provoke. The two were scared to tears. Woo-woo. Big brother. We will compensate. We will compensate. We can definitely make it up to you. We will never dare again. The two collapsed to the ground, crying in pain. Brother, just teach them a lesson. Let's not take this dirty. Su Long considered for a moment. First of all, Yanggu had rented a car to support him, and if these people were pushed too hard, it could lead to undesirable consequences. 210,000 was just too much. He wouldn't dare to take it for free. Besides, this approach might be somewhat improper and could bring trouble to Yanggu. Anyway, his grievances had been avenged today, and Su Long didn't want to linger here. He just wanted to leave quickly. Su Yang also didn't actually want the so-called mental distress fee. He just wanted to scare these two rascals. Well, since my brother said so, I won't take this money, Su Yang said lightly. The two instantly felt as if a great weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Big brother. Thank you very much. They trembled as they lay on the ground. However, the money you've scammed from others over these years must be returned to me. It must be returned in full. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Upon hearing this, the two collapsed once more. That was much more than 210,000. They had to return it all. At that moment, they felt like their lives were over. Chenggu glanced at the Mercedes E300 parked at the door, which he had just obtained, and now had to say goodbye. If given a choice, they would prefer to compensate the 210,000. But they had no choice. In an instant, the two collapsed to the ground like long-term bedridden patients utterly drained of strength. If given a choice, they would prefer to compensate the 210,000. But they had no choice. Brother, since we've taught them a lesson, let's go. Su Long felt even more satisfied after seeing the last scene. They had to return everything. That's the way it should be. Su Yang nodded slowly, but there was still one thing left to do today, which was to pick up the leftovers. This thing looks nice. He looked at the item referenced in the intel. The restaurant owner gave a bitter smile. Big brother. It's a gift for you. It's not worth much. It's a gift for you. That won't do. I have principles. Buying something means you have to pay. $3 for this little cup, how about that? Su Yang said. That's reasonable. You breaking it is also reasonable. The owner had no mood to think about these things. Su Long, let's check out and leave. With that said, Su Yang took the item and left directly. Su Long hurriedly paid $3. He still had something urgent to attend to. He had to return the car that Yanggu rented, and before he did, he had to experience it for himself. Looking at the items in his hands, Su Yang felt that this time, he truly struck gold. He had spent only 3 yuan. Wasn't this akin to getting something for nothing? Back in the car, Su Yang carefully wrapped the items. Brother Yang, this car is amazing, Su Long said from inside the car, continually admiring it. Brother Yang, hurry up and drive me around. I've never ridden in a car like this before. Su Long exclaimed excitedly. Although he really wanted to post on social media, the thought of being discussed afterward made him abandon the idea. You little rascal. Su Yang chuckled, then started the engine and drove off. As they cruised along the road with so many cars giving way to their vehicle, Su Long felt a sense of indescribable joy. It felt great. Truly wonderful. Riding in a big G was exhilarating. If only he could drive a car like this himself in the future. But then he suddenly remembered that this car was rented by Su Yang. To settle this for himself, Brother Yang probably spent quite a bit of money, right? This thought added a touch of guilt to Su Long's heart. Renting this car for a day must cost several hundred, or even 1,000 or two, right? Brother Yang, Su Long wanted to say he would cover the rental cost. But recalling that he had only 1,500 yuan in total, he found it hard to voice. Forget it, I'll repay Brother Yang the rental money once I find a job. What's up? Su Yang asked. Nothing much, just a bit thirsty, want to drink some water. Su Long quickly found an excuse. Alright. Su Yang noticed a shop ahead and parked the car. He'll go buy some water. Su Yang walked towards the shop. Su Long also got out of the car and moved to the driver's seat, fiddling with the steering wheel. After feeling delighted, he opened the door and got out. Hey, Su Long, what are you doing here? At that moment, a young man around Su Long's age stopped and said, Wu Ming, what a coincidence. Su Long was very pleased to see his high school classmate Wu Ming. Yeah. Wu Ming glanced at the car and then asked curiously, Su Long, is this car yours? Su Long smiled and explained, no. This car is rented by my brother. I came to Jiangcheng for work and my brother came to pick me up. Su Long didn't mention what had just happened as it was quite embarrassing. In our class, those who went to college went to college, those who went to vocational school went to vocational school, and it seems like we're the only two who completely stopped studying. Su Long looked at Wu Ming with a feeling of shared sympathy. Yeah, who told us we didn't study well? Wu Ming chuckled. By the way, are you also here for work in Jiangcheng? I just arrived today. Su Long thought that Wu Ming should be similar to him, as friends working together could look out for each other. Not really. I wanted to find a job, but my dad won't allow it. He wants me to study abroad, but I don't want to go, Wu Ming said flatly. So he bought me a house in Jiangcheng, telling me to find a partner and settle down soon, and he opened a milk tea shop for me to manage myself. Su Long was immediately stunned. Wu Ming's family was this wealthy. He had a house right after graduation. How foolish of him to think of working with him. Sigh. Su Long wore an awkward expression, initially thinking he and Wu Ming shared a common plight, but it turns out the starting point for others was his entire lifetime. Insecurity spread within him. Oh, well, that's great, Su Long said awkwardly. Wu Ming suddenly realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't have said this. It didn't make his good friend Su Long think he was trying to show off. Throughout high school, he had concealed his identity just to have a few good friends. Would saying this make Su Long think he was deceiving him? Wu Ming silently cursed his inability to keep his mouth shut. Su Long, actually, I didn't intend to hide my identity in high school. It was mainly because my dad wouldn't let me, fearing others would take notice of me. So I kept it a secret from you. Please don't take it personally. Wu Ming quickly added. It's fine. I actually noticed you were exceptional a long time ago. Su Long smiled. Seeing this, Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief. By the way, my house has been renovated. We haven't seen each other for a while. How about I show you my house? Hearing this friendly suggestion, Su Long nodded. A house in Jiangcheng. Just one would cost 2 to 3 million, and that's for a moderate one. He truly envied Wu Ming for having such a house. However, he was determined to buy one with his own hands in the future. Yes, I can definitely do it. Sure. I want to check out your mansion too. Su Long said lightheartedly. Great. He'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Wu Ming smiled, feeling that there were no cracks in their friendship. However, he vowed to be careful with his words in the future, never to say anything that could lead Su Long to overthink. With this thought, Wu Ming was just in time as Su Yang returned with the water, looking at Wu Ming and asking Su Long, who is this? Brother, this is my high school classmate Wu Ming. Su Long introduced. Oh, so you're Xiaolong's classmate. Have some water. Su Yang kindly handed a cup of water over. Thank you, Brother Yang, Wu Ming said gratefully. Brother Wu Ming invited me to visit his house. Why don't you drive us there? Su Long made this request. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded and looked at Wu Ming. You have a house right after graduating from high school. Impressive. Wu Ming quickly waved his hands humbly and said, No, it's just a smaller house, and it was bought by my family. It's nothing remarkable. Su Yang's impression of this young man was quite good. He was wealthy yet modest. Alright, I'll drive you both, but I need to drop something off first. I'll take you there after. Su Yang thought to place this piece of blue and white porcelain in the Jing Mountain Villa. After saying this, the three of them got into the car and set off. On the way, Su Yang chatted with Wu Ming, learning that his family owned a factory with 2 factories, indicating a prosperous background. Wu Ming spoke quite modestly, occasionally glancing at Su Long and offering compliments, aiming to take care of Su Long's feelings. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Jing Mountain Villa area, Wu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the luxurious villa cluster. Wow. Su Long, do you see that? Up ahead is the Jing Mountain Villa area in Jiangcheng. It's extremely luxurious. Each house costs several tens of millions. Su Long also showed an astonished expression. Heavens! Several tens of millions for a house. Yes, it's far too extravagant. I doubt I'll ever live in one in my lifetime. Wu Ming exclaimed. Ha ha, I could never afford one in my lifetime either. Su Long laughed. Ha ha ha. Wu Ming laughed too, as both found a common topic. In front of such top-notch mansions, both he and Su Long felt so insignificant. As they reached the entrance, the car suddenly turned and entered the Jing Mountain Villa area. Su Long was taken aback. Brother, we took a wrong turn. This is the Jing Mountain Villa area. Each house costs several tens of millions. We'll be kicked out. Su Long recalled the scenes from novels and quickly warned. It's nothing. I have a house here, Su Yang said with an air of nonchalance. The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. A house here? A house worth tens of millions. Su Long couldn't believe it. His cousin had just graduated not long ago. How could he possibly own a house here? And a house worth tens of millions at that? There was absolutely no way. Even though the car they were riding in was worth millions, it was rented by Brother Yang. Suddenly Su Long felt as if he had figured it all out. Had Brother Yang rented a house here? He must have rented it on the spur of the moment because of what Wu Ming had said. He wanted to save face in front of Wu Ming, their wealthy classmate. Oh no. Su Long immediately grew anxious. Brother Yang had spent a fortune renting a house just for his pride. How much money was that? Even renting a house worth tens of millions for an hour or two was no small sum. Brother Yang. Su Long was at a loss for words. Brother Yang had gone to such lengths for him. His emotions were a tangled mess. Wu Ming was also bewildered. Hadn't Su Long said the car was rented by his brother? How did his brother suddenly own a house in Jingshan Villa? Could it be rented too? Judging by the rented car, this Brother Yang seemed to be someone who cared deeply about appearances. If that were the case, it was entirely possible he had rented a house for the sake of face. But to rent something so extravagant for pride's sake was a bit much. The two of them, without realizing it, had arrived at the same conclusion. Su Yang had rented a villa. The car quickly passed through the gate and headed straight for one of the villas. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a villa where two people stood respectfully waiting. Su Yang brought the car to a smooth stop, pushed open the door, and stepped out. Su Long and Wu Ming followed suit. Mr. Su, welcome home. I am Li Xiaoli, the manager of Jingshan Villa District. Since this is your first time here, I'd like to personally introduce the layout of your villa, Li Xiaoli said. Although all the residents of Jingshan Villa were wealthy, this Mr. Su was exceptionally remarkable. That morning, General Manager Liu Bingbing of the group had come for an inspection and happened to see the property purchase information, including Mr. Su's record. General Manager Liu had specifically instructed that Mr. Su be given the most meticulous care. This puzzled Li Xiaoli, as it was the first time General Manager Liu had given such a specific and important directive. So Li Xiaoli called Manager Qian of Tianhai Grand Hotel and learned a startling piece of news. Mr. Su is highly likely General Manager Liu's boyfriend. Such explosive news left Li Xiaoli utterly astonished. With General Manager Liu's status, countless families from major clans sought a marriage alliance with hers, yet she had turned them all down. For Mr. Su to have won her heart not only proved his immense personal charisma, but also hinted at the formidable power of his own family. This was the judgment of a seasoned professional manager. So if she wanted to advance further and have a better future in the group, she had to build a good relationship with Mr. Su. Even a single word of praise from Mr. Su to General Manager Liu would be more than worth it. On behalf of Jingshan, please accept this small gift. It's nothing valuable. Li Xiaoli respectfully handed over an exquisite little box. Su Yang didn't think much of it, assuming it was a small gift given to every homeowner. All right, I'll take it, Su Yang said, casually placing the item in Su Long's hands. The two were quite surprised by Manager Li's every gesture. Renting a house came with such excellent service. This was truly an eye-opener. Su Long glanced at the delicate gift box and then discreetly opened it. Inside was a beautiful watch with a green dial exquisitely crafted. Wu Ming also peered into the box, and upon seeing the watch he froze. This is a Rolex Submariner Hulk. He stared at the watch in disbelief. What was going on? What does that mean? Is it valuable? Su Long asked, puzzled. It's a Rolex Submariner Hulk. It's worth over 100,000. Su Long shuddered. A watch worth over 100,000. Wu Ming turned to Li Xiaoli in shock. What's going on with you? Do you give away such expensive watches when renting a house? Li Xiaoli looked confused. Renting? What do you mean? Who's renting? Are you saying Mr. Su is renting? Li Xiaoli. Mr. Su is an owner of Jingshan. He just purchased this villa today for 32 million. Besides, our Jingshan villas are never put up for rent. Li Xiaoli explained calmly. Upon hearing this, both of them were utterly stunned. Su Yang was truly an owner here. Su Long's face was a mask of disbelief. His own cousin was a mega-wealthy man, living in a house worth over 30 million. Damn. And he had initially thought his cousin was a delivery driver. If he lived in a house like this, didn't that mean the car wasn't rented either? His cousin was now a super successful Su Long's heart was a tempest of shock, deeply awed. As for Wu Ming, he stood frozen like a wooden post. Hadn't Su Long said the G-Wagon was rented? But his cousin was actually a tycoon living in a third of a million. What was going on? In an instant Wu Ming understood it all. Su Long's family was an incredibly powerful clan. The reason he had said the G-Wagon was rented was to protect his own pride. Damn, he had gotten everything. He had been so careful, afraid of saying the wrong thing and hurting Su Long's pride. And what happened? Su Long had been the one keeping a low profile all along. Su Long had been the one protecting his pride. What a mess. Wu Ming felt incredibly awkward. What had he even been doing earlier? He had actually thought he was protecting the pride of someone far richer than himself. My dad bought me a house in Jiangxing. Suddenly recalling this remark, Wu Ming instantly realized why Su Long's expression had been so strange when he said it. It wasn't out of inferiority, but because he felt too poor. In their earlier discussion about Jingshan Villa, he had deliberately said those things just to find some common ground. Thinking of all this, Wu Ming almost broke down. Su Long, I thought I was the best at hiding my background in our class. But you turned out to be the true hidden master. You went to such great lengths to protect my pride. Wu Ming said, utterly resigned. Su Long stood utterly bewildered. This turn of events had come entirely out of the blue. Brother Yang, is this truly the house you bought? He asked, stunned. Yes, I purchased it today, Su Yang replied with effortless nonchalance. Hearing the confirmation straight from Su Yang's lips, Su Long nearly lost his footing. Hadn't the village been saying Brother Yang was delivering takeout? Yet here he stood, owner of a multi-million-dollar villa. In that instant it all clicked. Brother Yang had deliberately seeded that rumor, to stay low-key. His heart surged with exhilaration. Su Long, no need to pretend anymore. You know full well whether this is Brother Yang's house, or don't you? You've already given yourself away, no point pretending now. I've uncovered your true identity. We're friends, no pretense needed, Wu Ming declared, earnestly gazing at Su Long. No, it's not like that, Wu Ming. I only just learned about Brother Yang's true capabilities. Really, I'm hiding nothing. Su Long hastened to explain. Keep lying, go on. Wu Ming scoffed, disbelief etched across his face. To conceal such extraordinary power for so long, that in itself was a feat of strength. But now clinging to pride served no purpose. No, I mean, Su Long realized he was hopelessly misunderstood. And crucially, he truly had concealed nothing. He'd only just discovered Brother Yang's prowess himself. Brother Yang, you. Su Long turned towards Su Yang, words catching in his throat. He felt as though the entire day had unfolded in one long cascade of misapprehension. Let's talk later. I'll just put these things away. Didn't you say you wanted to tour Wu Ming's place? Su Yang spoke calmly. Wu Ming offered an awkward smile. Beside this villa worth over 30 million, his own home suddenly seemed laughably modest. Touring his shabby dwelling. How could that compare to strolling through this palatial estate? Brother Yang, what would Su Long gain by visiting my place? He only said it to spare my feelings. Just polite fiction. Let's tour your new villa instead. Wu Ming suggested. Su Long flushed. Yes, he had genuinely intended to visit Wu Ming's home, even admired it then. Now, however, Brother Yang owned a multi-million-dollar villa. That misunderstanding was inevitable. Brother Yang, may we tour your villa? Su Long smiled sheepishly. Fine. Manager Li is here, she'll walk us through it, Su Yang replied. They followed Li Xiaoli into the villa. As part of Jiangxing's most prestigious residential enclave, its architecture was masterful. Elegant, imposing, and refined. The estate sprawled across generous grounds landscaped like a classical garden, with every amenity thoughtfully integrated. An infinity pool, a state-of-the-art gym, a multi-car garage, every luxury imaginable. Even the interior decor exuded opulence. Owning such a residence would dissolve half the anxieties of life itself. Whoa, this bathroom is larger than my master bedroom. Wu Ming murmured, awestruck. Back in high school, he believed himself the most privileged in class. Yet Su Long's family clearly surpassed it. By comparison, Su Long was unfathomably modest. Having witnessed the splendor of Jingshan Villa, Wu Ming suddenly found his own home utterly unappealing. He gazed at Su Long with wistful admiration. Old Su, your cousin's villa is breathtaking. I can only dream of living somewhere like this someday. By the way, where's your family's villa? Is it nearby too? Su Long quickly clarified, my brother owns a villa, but my family lives in the countryside. Wu Ming nodded. Understood. Two interpretations flickered in his mind. Either Su Long was simply that habitually discreet, so much so that even now revealing his background felt unnatural. Or, his family truly resided in the countryside. Many affluent people nowadays sought rural serenity, building elegant estates amid scenic vistas, embracing tranquil seclusion. I envy you, Wu Ming sighed. Su Long knew. He'd once again overinterpreted. Yet any explanation now would ring hollow. So he fell silent. Mister, so my tour concludes here. Should you require anything, please call me anytime. Li Xiaoli bowed respectfully. Thank you, Manager Li. We appreciate your time. Not at all. It's my aunt. With those words, Li Xiaoli departed, along with her team, leaving Su Long's curiosity at fever pitch. He knew Brother Yang had risen, yet desperately wondered how in such a short span he'd amassed such stag. But with Wu Ming present, probing further felt inappropriate. Xiaolong, choose a room. You'll stay here during your time in Jiangxing. The villa offered ample bedrooms, and as Su Yang's cousin, Su Long naturally warranted special care. A visible tremor ran through Su Long's frame, betraying his excitement. Brother Yang, won't my staying here inconvenience you? Is it really appropriate? Su Long, ever considerate, hesitated, reluctant to impose. Appropriate? You're my brother. I won't have you lodging elsewhere. Just pick a room and settle in. Su Long chose the most secluded chamber without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Yang placed the blue and white porcelain goblet, dragon-embossed tall-stemmed, upon the coffee table and examined it meticulously from the sofa. Flawless. Brother Yang, you collect antiques. Wu Ming, sensing something unusual, ventured occasionally. I browse them now and then, Su Yang replied, setting the piece down. I'll step out for a moment. Please handle it carefully. Don't knock it over. They nodded vigorously. Once Su Yang left, Su Long and Wu Ming crouched beside the table, eyes fixed upon the delicate blue and white porcelain. Su Long, your brother is incredible. This is blue and white porcelain, and worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Wu Ming marveled. A single trinket, enough to purchase an entire apartment. Truly this was the domain of the elite. Su Long smiled faintly. This time Wu Ming was mistaken. He'd watched Su Yang retrieve the cup moments earlier from Shangyun restaurant. It couldn't possibly be antique. Wu Ming, you're wrong. This isn't an antique. It's utterly ordinary. Brother Yang bought it for 3 yuan just now. Su Long chuckled. Ah, I see. So it's a fake. Wu Ming nodded vaguely, and happened to scroll onto a live-streaming appraisal show on his phone. Su Long, shall we ask the appraiser to take a look? Wu Ming proposed playfully, and instantly requested a live connection. Miraculously, he was connected within a second. Double tap to rotate. Boom, the host Quan Go. Wu Ming froze, stunned he'd actually made the cut. Double tap to rotate. Can't even manage that, brother. Looks like you've got no treasures worth mentioning. If you did, I'd gift a smartphone live on stream. Quan Go laughed. Chat scrolled furiously. Junk King. Quick, rotate the lens. Su Long urged softly. Oh, right. Wu Ming hastily rotated his phone, then slowly panned the camera toward the blue and white. Su Long and Wu Ming nearly burst into laughter. They knew full well their treasure was worthless junk and were gleefully baiting Quan Go. Brother Quan, what's its market value? Wu Ming asked, barely containing his mirth. Quan Gu heard the amusement in his voice and smiled knowingly. What treasure could you possibly have? If you did, I'd eat, he began boastfully, then froze mid-sentence, eyes locked onto the screen. Holy brother, where did you get this? If my first glance doesn't deceive me, this artifact will be the finest ever featured on our live stream. Quan Gu erupted with excitement. Su Long and Wu Ming exchanged stunned glances, bewildered. A 3 yuan trinket, a treasure. Su Long and Wu Ming exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Brother Quan, what did you just say? Could it be that you made a mistake? Wu Ming hurriedly inquired. Su Long was even more puzzled. Brother Quan was a very popular treasure appraisal streamer, and he wouldn't casually speak unless he was certain. Yet this time he merely took a glance and declared it a treasure. Was he joking or trying to create drama for the show? There was a good chance of that. Bro, what are you saying? What are you saying? Everyone in the live stream stand up right now. I never expected this item to appear in our live stream. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment. A once-in-a-lifetime moment. Brother Quan said with immense excitement. The comments below were also in a frenzy. What kind of treasure was this that could make the usually calm Brother Quan so agitated? Wow, is it really true? I thought it was junk. Yeah, could this piece of porcelain be from an imperial kiln? If it is, then that's incredible. I feel like it really is an imperial kiln porcelain. I thought it was just for show, but it turns out to be real. Unbelievable. If it's from an imperial kiln, it would be worth at least 1,000,000, even 2 or 3 million. That's enough for a house. The comments erupted in discussion. Su Long and Wu Ming's hearts trembled upon seeing these comments. This was something Yang Go bought for $3, and it turned out to be a piece of porcelain worth over 1,000,000. Oh my gosh. Doesn't this mean that Yang Go had already recognized it as a real antique? He picked it up for just $3. Such things could only be seen in videos, yet here it was happening to them. $3 for millions of profit left the two in profound shock. Yang Go was amazing, and when Brother Quan saw the comments, he let out a disdainful laugh. You guys really have no vision. An imperial kiln, 1 to 2 million. Your perspective limits your vision. Brother Quan shouted excitedly. Huh, could it be that this item is even more valuable? Could it be 5 million? The comments were even more astonished at Brother Quan's excitement. 5 million. Too small. Your perspective is too limited. Can't we be a bit more imaginative in our live stream? Otherwise it'll be embarrassing for me if this gets out. After Brother Quan finished speaking, a powerful music suddenly played in the live stream. No one supports my ambitions. I will tread through the snow to the mountain peak. 200,000 people in the live stream. How lucky we are today, witnessing the birth of a wealthy individual. This item is a blue and white dragon patterned goblet. An identical one was auctioned for 21 million. That means this small piece of porcelain is worth 20 million. Boom. This statement was like a 20 million. Oh my gosh. What's going on? This small piece of porcelain is worth 20 million. Everyone in the live stream was shocked. They had just thought this item was worth 1 to 2 million. No wonder Brother Quan said their perspective was too limited. Oh my gosh. 20,000 people in the live stream were all spiritually shocked. 2. Su Long and Wu Ming were completely petrified on the spot. 2 million. This can't be it. They were already shocked when they heard the item was worth 2 million. Now it turns out this item is actually worth over 20 million. The two of them no longer knew what to say. Their hearts were deeply shaken. In other words, Yang Ge only spent $3 and directly brought in over 20 million in profit. The speed of making money. At this moment, Su Long understood why Yang Ge suddenly became so rich. Brother Quan looked unsatisfied. Bro, you shouldn't be surprised, right? Something like this should belong to a family. Owning such a piece of porcelain clearly indicates that your family must be very powerful. Brother Quan smiled. Accidentally entering a heavenly family. How powerful must the family be to possess such an item? Yeah, this is a big shot coming to crash the scene, crushing everyone else today. Worship the big shot. Such a collection must still be in the Big Shot's family, right? The live stream viewers also believe that such an item must have been collected by an elder in the family. Can I ask what business your family is in? To collect such items is definitely not ordinary. Brother Quan asked. At this moment, Su Long and Wu Ming had just come to their senses. Wu Ming's hands were still trembling. What's wrong, bro? Why are you not speaking? I feel like you should know the value of this item, right? Why do you seem shocked? Brother Quan saw that Wu Ming was silent and asked again. Wu Ming swallowed hard, calming his inner shock, then spoke. Brother Quan, I'm at my classmate's cousin's house. This treasure belongs to his cousin. And this item wasn't collected by an elder. Wu Ming said. Huh, it's not a family collection. Then it means your classmate's cousin bought it. That's so impressive. Oh dear. To spend so much money on such an item, that's really. Can you tell us the price? Give us a purchase price. Let the live stream family see what it means to have power. Brother Quan suddenly thought of a great show effect and gestured with both hands, inviting Wu Ming to speak loudly. This. Su Long, can we say it? Wu Ming looked at Su Long and asked. It should be. Su Long hesitated and replied. No problem, say it out loud. If it's inconvenient, a gesture will do, Brother Quan said. Seeing this, Wu Ming slowly extended 3 fingers. Brother Quan immediately understood, his face displaying a look of envy and admiration. You only spent 3 million. Amazing. This is considered a huge bargain in our industry. Incredible, you bought this for 3 million. Brother Quan said with great admiration. No. Brother Quan, you're mistaken. It's not that much. Su Long added. 30,000. Oh my gosh. Bro, don't scare me. Brother Quan stood up in surprise. Su Long shook his head. It's not 30,000. But $3. 3 yuan. A live broadcast room with 200,000 viewers exploded. This statement struck everyone like a thunderclap, leaving them stunned. 3 yuan for something worth 20 million. Does this really exist? Is this a true event? Is this oh my gosh. I can't take it anymore. I thought spending 300,000 to get this was already impressive, but now you tell me you only spent 3 yuan. Is it worth living for? Spending 3 yuan, what's the difference from getting it for free? Brother, please tell me this is. I have a friend who can't bear this heavy blow. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was flooded with messages. All the words were filled with disbelief. It's not that they don't want to believe, it's just that this matter is simply unacceptable. What's the difference from winning the lottery? The difference is that everyone has a chance to win the lottery, but not everyone can spend 3 yuan to get something worth 20 million. Quan Guest's mouth gaped open, as if petrified, unable to close for a long time. What did I just hear? Spending 3 yuan. As someone in the industry, Quan Ge knew very well the value of it. If we look back 30 or 40 years, this would be very possible, but now. Who? Quan Ge exhaled a deep breath, unable to calm down. Brother. Big brother. Are you sure what you're saying is true? Quan Ge asked with strong skepticism. It is indeed true. Because I was the one who paid for it at that time. At first I thought my brother just bought a decoration, but then. If I were lying, I would directly. Su Long was about to prove the authenticity of this matter when Quan Ge interrupted him. Having been in the industry for so many years, he had long developed a keen sense of observation. Coupled with his psychological judgment, he knew that these two young men had just realized that this treasure was real. Just then Su Yang returned from the bathroom. What's wrong? Su Yang asked in confusion. Nothing. Quan Gus said this item is real, worth 20 million. But didn't you just buy it for 3 yuan? Su Long asked anxiously. Su Yang nodded. He knew that Quan Gu was currently the most popular treasure. Unexpectedly, after just going to the bathroom, these two directly found him for a live connection. What he said is correct. It is indeed a genuine Qinghua Longwen goblet, which once auctioned for over 20 million. This piece is in good condition, and its price won't be far off. Su Yang said very calmly. How does Quan Gu feel about this item? Can it catch your eye? Su Yang smiled as he approached the phone. Yang Gu, just call me Quan D. Can you conveniently explain how you got such a deal? Can you share some tips in the live broadcast room so that the brothers? Quan Gu's mouth curled into a humorous smile. Of course. Mainly I want to learn a bit. Upon hearing this, the live broadcast room flooded with the phrase face of a schemer. Sure, that's simple. Su Yang said directly. Oh, just a moment, let me grab a pen to take notes. Quan Gu hurriedly picked up a notebook and prepared to write intently. Alright, everyone, listen closely. It's actually very simple. You see it, then buy it at a low price. Su Yang directly spread the essence of the method. Quan Gu was taken aback, his mouth twitching a few times. That's it. That's it. He was stunned. Is the method of a big shot so plain? The highest level method of getting a deal requires only the simplest approach. Did you see that? In the live broadcast room, you all laughed at me. You completely misunderstood the essence of Yang Gu's words. The phrase saw it tests a person's vision in spotting deals. The sentence then buy it at a low price seems simple, but it is actually filled with industry wisdom. This statement tests a person's reaction ability, on-the-spot response skills, calmness under pressure, and unparalleled bargaining skills. This is not just a simple sentence, it is an art. Worship the big shot, Quan Gu said with admiration. Su Yang didn't expect that a casual remark would be interpreted so grandly. Is this what they call having a great scholar debate for me? By the way, Yang Gu, do you plan to sell this treasure? Although I can't buy it, I can contact an auction house to help you sell it, Quan Gu asked. Regarding this item, Su Yang also thought about sending it to an auction house. Yang Gu, if you're in a hurry, there's an auction in Jiangsheng that I can contact. Quan Gu continued. Su Yang hesitated for a moment, but upon hearing it was a local auction, he had no more doubt. Sure, I'm in Jiangsheng. Quan Gu, let's exchange contact information. Soon Su Yang and Quan Gu exchanged contact details and discussed the auction. Alright, Yang Gu, it's settled. See you in Jiangsheng. After speaking, they cut the live connection. Quan Gu interrupted the live stream at lightning speed, presumably to arrange for the auction. Half an hour later, Su Long and Wu Ming finally came back to their senses. They were still immersed in this matter, unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, their gazes towards Su Yang were filled with envy. At this moment, Wu Ming received a phone call and said, Yang Gu, Su Long, I have something at home, so I'll leave first. Although he wanted to stay a little longer, he had urgent business and had to leave. Okay, come by when you have time, Su Yang said. Yang Gu, I still can't believe it, spending 3 yuan to snag a treasure worth 20 million. Su Long sighed. You have to know 20 million is financial freedom for an ordinary person. There's nothing unbelievable about it, sometimes it's just like that. By the way, I've started a company, so you don't have to work anymore. Come work for me and learn something. Su Yang said. Really? That's great, Yang Gu. Su Long was delighted. Working at his cousin's company was much better than work. Yang Gu's ability to snag deals was his luck, and coming to Jiangsheng today and encountering these events, then working with Yang Gu was also his fortune. For a moment, Su Long felt very emotional. At the same time, Su Yang received messages from the two. One was from Li Nanfang saying that the company could be established by this afternoon. The other was from Quan Gu saying that the Jiangsheng auction needed a finale antique, and this one was just right. After reading the messages, suddenly a phone call came in. Su Yang saw it was Yu Chenggong and answered. Su Lao, I originally thought you were invincible, but today I heard about someone even more awesome than you. There's a master who spent 3 yuan to snag a Qinghua Longwen goblet treasure. The blue and white dragon-patterned goblet. Isn't this the one I snagged earlier? How did Yu Chenggong find out about it in less than an hour? Su Laodi, are you shocked? It's rare to see you silent. Yu Chenggong chuckled. Su Yang casually took a photo of the porcelain on the table and sent it to Yu Chenggong. Teacher Yu, is this the one? Su Yang asked. Yu Chenggong glanced at the message and quickly replied, yes. That's the one. So you already knew? Look at that, I was planning to give you a little shock. You see. Mid-sentence, Yu Chenggong suddenly felt something was off. This photo was clearly just taken. This. Su Laodi, where did you get this photo? Yu Chenggong hurriedly asked. Oh, this piece of porcelain is right on my table. I took a quick shot and didn't expect it to be the one you mentioned. Su Yang said casually. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought. What? You mean that piece you snagged for $3 is on your table now? You mean the one who got it for $3 is you? Su Laodi. Brother Su, you didn't trick me, did you? That sides, Yu Chenggong suddenly stood up. His tone was filled with shock. Yes, I just snagged it today for $3. Su Yang's tone was light and carefree. You actually got it. My little heart. Yu Chenggong felt his Dao heart was severely impacted. Ever since Su Yang left that day, teacher Ding Weiming had been mentioning Su Yang's name constantly. Of course, Yu Qinggong knew Su Yang was impressive, but constantly being reminded of someone stronger than himself was a tremendous blow to his mindset. Today, upon hearing that a genius snagged a piece of porcelain originally priced at 20 million for just $3, Yu Qinggong was thrilled. Although it wasn't his own find, at least someone was even stronger than Su Yang, right? He thought of using this as a way to stabilize his confidence, so he wouldn't be too shaken by Su Yang. But then, the shocking news was that this person was actually Su Yang. Upon realizing this, Yu Qinggong felt his mindset crumble, completely shattered. Now teacher would have another reason to praise Su Yang, and he would once again live in Su Yang's shadow. Sigh. Yu Qinggong sighed heavily. He thought there was someone stronger than Su Yang, but it turned out that person proved it with actions. Teacher Yu, why do you seem unhappy that I snagged it? Su Yang asked with a smile. No. Su Laudi, how could I not be happy? By the way, I heard your piece is going to participate in the Jiada Jiangcheng special auction. At that time, many big names from Jiangcheng will be at the auction, and your piece is likely to become the center of it, Yu Qinggong said. Porcelain, especially blue and white porcelain, has always been a hot item in the antiques world. At large auctions, the prices for blue and white porcelain have always been very high, indicating the market's recognition of it. Teacher Yu and Professor Ding should also attend, right? Let's meet at the auction then. I heard there are plenty of items at this auction. Teacher Yu, try to snag a good find, let Professor Ding take a look. Su Yang joked. Come on, Su Laudi, you still don't know? The Jiada auction always has many big shots verifying the value of the items. Not only is it impossible to find a bargain without spending much, but even you, Su Laudi, wouldn't be able to snag anything at the auction. Yu Qinggong shook his head. If one could truly find a bargain at an auction held by such a top-tier company like Jiada, it would be legendary. Although Yu Qinggong dreamed of having such an opportunity, the reality told him it was nonsense and would never be possible. Not to mention himself, even Su Yang, who often snagged bargains, wouldn't have such an opportunity. Alright, Teacher Yu, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't chat anymore. See you at the auction. After Su Yang finished speaking, the two quickly hung up the phone. Xiaolong, please don't tell the family about my matters yet. I'll inform everyone when I go back to the village another day. Su Yang didn't want his situation to be known throughout Su family village just yet. Okay, Yang, I understand, I won't tell anyone. Su Long was inherently a person of few words. He was also someone who considered matters deeply, and even if Su Yang hadn't said this, he wouldn't have mentioned it to anyone. Because once he spoke out, it could very well bring trouble to Yang Gu, and that would be undesirable. Alright, let's go out this afternoon and handle some business. Li Nanfang had already taken care of everything establishing the company, and now all that was left was for Su Yang to go through the procedures. By tonight, the company would be established. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Su Yang drove Su Long to the relevant place. Li Nanfang was already waiting here, and everything was prepared. Su Yang went in for about half an hour and completed all the paperwork. At this moment, Dingyang Capital stepped onto the historical stage. Although it seems like an insignificant small company now, in the future, Dingyang Capital's name will resound throughout the entire world. Even the likes of Wall Street will tremble at the mention of this name. In the future, when Dingyang Capital stands at the pinnacle of the world, the general manager Li Nanfang will reminisce fondly about the day he agreed to join. Of course, that's all in the future. Li Nanfang's efficiency was very high, and the venue had already been rented, located on one of the floors of a financial building. Although the rent was expensive, the funds provided by Su Yang were more than sufficient. Upon visiting the company, Su Yang was very satisfied. With a talent like Li Nanfang, aside from providing some unique information, he could just be hands-off. Manager Li, today you'll work hard and personally handle the operations, buying a large amount of Lingdong technology. Also, the company is established now, so let's start recruiting personnel for various departments. When recruiting personnel, character must come first while ability can be second. Do you understand? Su Yang instructed. Understood, boss. Li Nanfang nodded. In truth, he had complex feelings inside. Su Yang could be considered his patron. He started off with a salary of 500,000 and offered such excellent benefits. But he insisted on buying Lingdong technology, which was overly stubborn. And he couldn't refuse, yet if the company was to lose money, it might not last a year. If the company were to collapse so quickly, he would also bear some responsibility. But for now, he could only take it one step at a time. I hope Lingdong technology doesn't take too big a hit. Little long from now on, you'll follow Manager Li and learn a thing or two. As for the salary, they'll give you 20,000 a month for starters. Don't think it's too little. Once you prove your worth, it will gradually increase, Su Yang said to Su Long. Su Long was utterly stunned. He could hardly believe that Brother Yang would pay him 20,000 a month. He had only graduated from high school. Brother Yang, 20,000 a month, isn't that too much? Su Long hurriedly replied. Not too much. Manager Li's annual salary is 10 million, and that's just the base salary. Compared to him, what you're getting is quite minimal. 10 million. Su Long was once again dumbfounded. This manager Li earns 10 million just in base salary each year. My goodness. The fact that Brother Yang offered him such a high salary means he must be a talent. Learning from him is worth it even without pay, let alone the 2,000 monthly salary. Su Long felt deeply grateful. He had originally thought his life would remain ordinary and never imagined he would find a suitable job upon arriving in Jiangqing. Little did he know, all of this was thanks to Brother Yang. If it weren't for him, he would have been swindled out of 30,000 this morning and would have to struggle to find a job. Su Long vowed to repay Brother Yang in the future. Manager Li, this is my cousin. He will assist you and learn from you. All right, boss. Li Nanfang nodded, pondering slightly. This boss cousin might have been intentionally placed beside him to monitor him, or perhaps it was simply to arrange a job. But regardless of the possibility, it didn't matter. All he needed to do was focus on his own responsibilities. As it was getting late, the group casually found a restaurant and had a light meal. Afterwards, Su Yang and Su Long returned to the villa to rest. A quiet night passed, and it must be said that resting in a new house was quite comfortable. The spacious surroundings, fresh air, everything felt new and refreshing. Some people might take time to adapt to a new environment, but Su Yang was not one of them. He could fall asleep even in a new setting. Upon opening his eyes, Su Yang saw a message from Li Nanfang. Last night, he had worked late into the night and directly invested all the money in their account into Lingdong Technology. Seeing this, Su Yang felt relieved. Although Lingdong Technology was currently trending downwards, once they released the world's first generation of super robots, the situation would reverse. At that time, it could bring him at least hundreds of millions in revenue. After replying to a few messages, Su Yang checked today's system store. Information synthesizer price, 66 points. Description: randomly refreshes items in the market, usable once a month at most. After use, automatically erases 3 days of information push and grants a piece of the highest value information available. Su Yang examined it carefully and found this item quite interesting. Although it had side effects, it guaranteed 100% acquisition of the current highest level information. In other words, if he used it, he would immediately receive a 5-star piece of information. This required him to make a choice. Should he trust his luck or gamble it all for a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? After thinking for a few seconds, Su Yang took a coin and tossed it into the air. Seconds later, the coin landed in his hand. Tails. Looks like fate doesn't trust my luck. With that, Su Yang decided to merge a 5-star information directly. After all, the 5-star information could earn him over 100 million. Earning a billion in 3 days wouldn't be a... Moreover, while he enjoyed picking up bargains these days, it had become somewhat tiresome. These 3 days would serve as his vacation to rest well. Then Su Yang directly purchased the item and used it with one click. Item usage successful. Automatically merged 3 days of information, obtained 1 piece of 5-star information. 5-star information. The 38th item of the Jiangqing card auction is the painting Taihu Spring Dawn, starting at a price of 2.8 million, with the actual auction closing price being under 5 million. However, this painting contains hidden treasures. Within the framing, there is a lost masterpiece from 1,000 years ago, 1,000 li of rivers and mountains. The auction price for this painting could reach between 120 million to 150 million. After reading this piece of information, Su Yang knew he hadn't made a mistake. A piece of information worth at least 120 million was undoubtedly a great deal for him. Moreover, the main point was that his investment in Lingdong Technology was not just a one-off investment. It required continuous investment for him to earn more. This piece of information could provide him with a substantial amount of funds in a short time. It was indeed quite excellent. And coincidentally, it was for the auction he was going to attend. After reading this information, Su Yang felt quite pleased. Soon a call came in from Brother Quan. Su Yang pressed the answer button. Brother Yang, are you free? The items at the card auction are about to be sealed. Your item needs to be sent over now. If you don't have time, I can have someone deliver it to you. Hearing this suggestion, Su Yang decided to go personally, as it was worth 20 million, and he wanted to ensure everything was perfect. He'll head over. Brother Quan, send me the location, and he'll go there shortly, Su Yang said calmly. Sure, he'll send. After saying that, a location was sent to Su Yang's phone. Then, after having breakfast, Su Yang carefully packaged the item and took it in his car, preparing to head to the location of the card auction. The journey wasn't far. The nearest route was about a 15-minute distance. Halfway through the journey, as Su Yang turned a corner, several security personnel suddenly appeared ahead and quickly set up roadblocks, installing caution tape to prevent anyone from entering the road. A driver got out of his car, walked towards the security, and asked in confusion, "Hey, what's going on up ahead? Was there an accident?" Su Yang thought the same. If there had been an accident, he would have to take a detour. "Are you blind? What are you asking about? Can't you see what's written up ahead? You guys aren't allowed to pass. Oh, just hurry up and scram," the security replied rudely. This also infuriated the drivers. Was it just a simple question? "What do you mean? There was no prior notice that the road would be closed today. Hurry and move the roadblocks," one driver shouted angrily. The head of the security showed a mysterious smile that was very dismissive. He pointed behind him and said, "Guys, are you joking? Today a big star is filming here. Letting you all pass is an honor." Hearing this, the crowd was even angry. So what if it's a star? Do they have special privileges? Why seal off the road? Are they much nobler than us? Hearing these words, the head of security became even more disdainful. He sneered and cast scornful glances at the crowd, nodding, and said, "Exactly, they are one level above you." Hearing these words, everyone was shocked. How could someone openly insult others like this? In an instant, everyone felt a surge of anger. "You need to clarify. Is this your opinion or that of your so-called big star?" someone said angrily. He whose opinion it is doesn't matter. What matters is that I am merely stating some facts. Who are you people? You have the opportunity to make way for the big star. This is your fortune, a blessing from your ancestors. Do you understand? The security captain said arrogantly. You? The crowd was so angry they couldn't speak. "Big brother, could you please let me pass?" A middle-aged woman, seeing the situation, could only plead humbly, "My child has an important exam today. If I don't take this route, it will waste a lot of time." "What does that have to do with me? It's not our exam. Since you have an exam, why didn't you leave earlier? Now you're blaming us. How ridiculous. Get out of the way." The security captain was completely ungracious. Upon hearing this, everyone exploded with rage. "It was clearly you who violated the rules by blocking the road. Why should others pay for it?" In an instant, everyone charged forward with great momentum. Seeing this scene, the security captain was startled. "What are you all doing? What are you all doing? Are you rebelling? Are you planning to rebel? Let me tell you, move aside quickly. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences," the security captain said in a panic. But the crowd did not listen and continued to approach him. Just when the distance between them narrowed to just a few meters, a voice suddenly rang out. "What is going on? What happened that is causing such chaos?" The crowd looked ahead and saw Wu Qian approaching with several bodyguards. "It's Wu Qian." Everyone was surprised to see that it was the famous Wu Qian. A professional actor known for playing righteous characters, he has an excellent reputation and has portrayed many classic roles. Moreover, it is said that he often engages in charity work and must be a very polite person. Seeing Wu Qian arrive, everyone felt that this must be a misunderstanding, because with Wu Qian's character, he wouldn't do something so despicable. "Wow, it's Wu Qian. Brother Wu Qian. It's really you. I'm your fan. Wu Qian. Wu Qian. Oh my. I can't believe I see you in person. I love you, brother Wu Qian. It's really my idol." Everyone, don't panic. This must be a misunderstanding. Brother Wu Qian is not that kind of person. The fans of Wu Qian said excitedly. "Brother Wu Qian, please explain quickly. Don't let this create a bad impression," several fans urged. Wu Qian then coldly looked at the security captain and asked frostily, "Wasn't it said to control the situation? What is going on with you?" The security captain was startled and hurriedly explained, "Boss, it's not my fault. It's these people who insisted on rushing and completely ignoring our road closure." Hearing the security captain's words, the crowd immediately retorted, "Teacher Wu Qian, there was no official road closure notice. You closed the road on your own. At least give us an explanation." But your security captain started humiliating us right away. He openly said we are not worthy to walk this road, that it is an honor for us to give way to you. Besides, he blatantly said that you stars are superior to us, ordinary people. Do you think that's acceptable? Is that what a public figures team should say? Someone immediately said. Exactly. How could someone like you be on Brother Wu Qian's team? Staying in Brother Wu Qian's team isn't that bringing him to... What if this causes a public outcry? Can you handle the consequences? Brother Wu Qian, I suggest you fire this guy. He must be punished. Yes. Brother Wu Qian, you are my idol. You will definitely make the right choice. Several fans were also very confident in Wu Qian. Wu Qian then gave the security captain a cold look, his tone even colder as he asked, "Is what they said true?" The security captain was trembling in fear, wishing he hadn't acted so arrogantly. This guy is finished, he's going to be fired. He wore a look of sheer terror. The crowd saw his expression and felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that this despicable security captain was about to be punished. The security captain was extremely anxious, sweating profusely. However, he did not receive the word "fired" from Wu Qian. Wu Qian merely smiled slightly, patted the security captain gently on the shoulder, and said softly in front of everyone's eager gaze, "You did well. Boss." The security captain, wanting to beg for mercy, suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Did he just say I did well? The boss said I did well. Doesn't that mean I won't be fired? The crowd was momentarily stunned upon hearing. They all thought Wu Qian had misspoken. How could such despicable behavior not be punished, but praised instead? Teacher Wu, you misspoke. Shouldn't you be firing him? Someone immediately asked. Wu Qian smiled slightly, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd, and said, I did not misspeak. I just feel that my security captain did very well. He did very well. Not only will I not punish him, but I will also reward him. Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of disbelief. Brother Wu Qian, did you really not misspeak? This person humiliated us so badly just now. We are your fans, we are your family. Why don't you punish him for humiliating your family? Yes, we are your fans. You also said that we fans are the most important people in your life. The fans were all astonished. And you all keep saying you are my fan. Do fans have the right to disturb my filming? Can they disrupt my scene at will? And you all keep saying you are my fans, yet you do not consider my feelings as an idol. Since you are my fans and know I have closed the road, you should take a detour. Instead of causing trouble here. If you are my fans, tell me how much money you have spent on me. How much real support have just saying you are fans and calling me an idol. Do you think I owe you people anything? It's really laughable. You people are not worthy of being my fans. Get lost. Wu Qian's expression changed, and he said viciously. After saying all this, Wu Qian's fans felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The Wu Qian in their impression. How could he say such things? He is not that kind of person. Qian, you must be acting right. We are your fans and know your character. You are a kind-hearted person and wouldn't do this, would you? A group of fans refused to believe such an ending. Wu Qian could never be that kind of person. The stark contrast left them feeling utterly disheartened. All of Wu Qian's fans wanted to hear him clarify and apologize. I don't think of yourselves as important figures. I have millions of fans. Losing one or two doesn't matter. I have no obligation to let you affect me. Wu Qian's tone was icy. Last night, he was reprimanded by company leaders for his fans being financially ineffective. The benefits brought to the company were minimal. Since these people are his fans, shouldn't they think of him? Shouldn't they spend? And what about these people? They clearly know he is acting, yet they still want him to give way and speak for others. Isn't that intentionally humiliating himself? Such people do not deserve to be his fans. You are affecting my filming here. I now declare that you are no longer my fans. Wu Qian stated directly. Hearing those ruthless words, the fans instantly collapsed. The star idol they had always watched live turned out to be so cold. The hands of these fans trembled. Why did they ever idolize such a despicable person? See, this is the so-called idol of yours. I tell you, I've recorded this. I'm going to upload it online right now and expose your behavior, someone shouted while holding up their phone. Are you a child? Wu Qian coldly smiled and waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards nearby to come forward. A few bodyguards quickly approached the people recording, directly snatching the phone away and smashing it on the ground with a crack. The entire process was swift and decisive. Looking at the shocked people, a smug smile flashed across Wu Qian's lips. He had always been acting, pretending to be a good person, never allowing himself to reveal his true nature. It was just right to encounter these ungrateful people today, allowing him to vent his frustrations. This feeling brought him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. You actually smashed our phone. I must expose you. Everyone was furious. Unimaginable anger. Expose me. You are truly too naive. Standing behind me is Xingyao Entertainment, the largest entertainment company in the country. Your reports and videos will be taken down at the first opportunity. Wu Qian said arrogantly. You are talking nonsense. As long as we persist, we will eventually show everyone your true colors, someone continued. This is truly amusing. So hilarious, I haven't heard a joke like this in a long time. With millions of fans, do you think anyone will believe you just because you post a few irrelevant videos? Will people believe a philanthropist who has been doing charity for years, a star with numerous classic works, or a few unknown individuals posting slanderous videos? Even if those don't count, even if you really post them, do you think everything will be fine? You will face my endless... You are just ordinary people earning a salary to support your families. Think about your elderly parents, think about your children. They are still waiting for you to provide for the family. As long as you dare to post, I will sue you for slander and have you locked up for a few years. Wu Qian revealed a cunning smile. Hearing these threatening words, looking at the few bodyguards, emanating a cold smile, and glancing at the phone turned to dust underfoot, everyone fell silent. Family and children are always their soft spot. Can they contend with such a big figure? Obviously not. He earns billions a year. Standing behind him is a big boss, a greater financial backer. How can ordinary people like them compete with such individuals? Sigh. Even if they suffered such unjust treatment today, they could only swallow their grievances. They did not want to resist, but they were powerless to do so. Everyone, let's just let it go. We can't contend with him. Someone said painfully. After speaking, the tightly clenched fists of the crowd relaxed, revealing expressions of despair. Hurry up and scram. Wu Qian laughed derisively with a few others. The feeling of trampling everyone beneath him was simply too exhilarating. Exhilarating to the extreme. Wu Qian observed that everyone was getting ready to leave, revealing a satisfied smile, when he suddenly saw someone getting out of the car. Instantly, Wu Qian felt very displeased. How could this be allowed? These people had all collapsed under his might, yet someone dared to get out. That person. Are you deaf? Hurry up and get lost. You are delaying filming. You need to pay compensation, do you know that? The security captain suddenly grew angry. Shouldn't it be you who should leave? Get lost now, and let everyone pass normally. Oh, I won't say anything more. Su-young initially didn't want to meddle, but since this matter had come to his head, he couldn't ignore it. Oh. Wu Qian wore a strange expression on his face. You want to offend me, huh? He said, forcing a smile. Seeing Su-young stand up, everyone quickly warned, young man, don't say anymore. You should back down when it's time to back down. Don't let a moment of bravado lead to worse consequences. He's a big star with backing. Oh, let's take a detour. Someone kindly reminded. It turned out he was similar to Su-young, but now had to accept fate. Did you hear that? Still not getting lost. Wu Qian mocked with a smile. He didn't believe such a small character would dare to truly anger him. Su-young slowly shook his head, realizing that Wu Qian was truly hopeless. Since that was the case, there was no need to say more. If you don't lift the roadblock, I will have to make a call. Make a call. My God. You're killing me with laughter. Wu Qian suddenly burst into laughter. This person must have read too many novels. Did he think he was the protagonist in a story? Did he think one call could reach a big shot and cause his downfall? Truly ridiculous. Wu Qian felt he hadn't encountered someone so interesting in a long time. He stood there sneering and said, please dial the number. Su-young made a phone call directly. He didn't call anyone specific. He merely took photos of the scene, posted them in a group chat, and briefly explained the situation. It was only a minute later when the call ended. Are you done? Wu Qian asked with a gleam in his eyes. I'm done, Su-young nodded lightly. Oh, then why am I not affected at all? Wasn't your purpose in making this call to silence me? To teach me a lesson? Why is there no effect at all? Why not make a few more calls? To avoid an awkward situation later. Wu Qian mocked him, looking at Su-young with disdain, as if a nobody could truly threaten him with just a phone call. It was simply too absurd. By the way, what's your name? Wu Qian asked mockingly. My surname is Su, Su-young replied indifferently. Wu Qian nodded upon hearing this. Surname Su, huh? I can call 100 people with the surname Su and have them take you away on the spot. Since you've already made a call, I should make one too. Watch closely, this call is quite extraordinary. Wu Qian said as he pulled out his phone and began dialing. The people around saw Wu Qian making calls and quickly warned Su-young. Little brother, wise men don't seek trouble. Hurry and leave, it's nothing. This guy is a celebrity, not someone we ordinary people can mess with. He anxiously looked at Su-young, realizing he had something more to say. He could see what kind of person Su-young was. Like himself when he was young, he was the type that liked to show off. When he was young, he often put himself in danger and faced plenty of trouble. Now that he was older, he naturally understood that showing off without strength is meaningless. Looking at this young man, he saw a reflection of his younger self. If he could offer a warning, he would. Even if it wasn't understood now, years later, when he grasped the ways of the world, he would definitely thank himself in his heart. Young man, aren't you going to leave? Don't just stand here. Do you want to be retaliated against on the spot? The person continued to urge anxiously. No need, isn't he making a call? Let him do it, Su-young said calmly. Seeing Su-young insist on showing off, the person had no choice but to give up. Not listening to good advice results in immediate trouble. There's nothing to be done. At that moment, Wu Qian also dialed a number. The boss of Xingyao Entertainment, Jin Guangming, a man standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. This call to Jin was first to prove that his background was quite formidable. Second, to explain the situation so the company could be prepared. Third, to bring over some people to teach this ungrateful guy a lesson. As soon as the call connected, Wu Qian displayed a smug expression. How could he not use the speakerphone at this moment? Let everyone see what happens when they provoke him. Hello, Mr. Jin I. Just as Wu Qian spoke, a thunderous voice erupted from the other end. Wu Qian, what are you doing? Tell me, who authorized you to block the road? Do you have any documentation? Jin Guangming's angry reprimand came through. Wu Qian was instantly stunned. What is happening? Why is Mr. Jin yelling at him right from... He hadn't seen Jin this angry when he blocked the road before. The speakerphone was loud, causing those around to stop in their tracks. What? Why is Wu Qian being scolded? What is happening? Could it be because of this young man? That shouldn't be. The company's boss must have a strong sense of responsibility and is reprimanding Wu Qian after learning about the situation. Wu Qian, confused by Mr. Jin's scolding, quickly said, Mr. Jin, isn't this normal? What's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? Wu Qian felt a sense of Wu Qian, I see you want to die, huh? You blocked the road without authorization, violating the law and the company's policies. What do you want to do? Do you even see me as the boss? And you even dared to speak recklessly at the scene. You said some extremely arrogant words. Do you know who you offended? I've already received calls from several investors in my office. They are all withdrawing their investments. Oh, what do you want me to do? Mr. Jin was furious. He had just been preparing to discuss a movie with his secretary when several investors' bosses called him. Without saying a word, they scolded him and said he had offended a big shot. Then they directly pulled their investments. This left Jin Guangming utterly confused. After seeing the information sent to him, he realized that Wu Qian had blocked the road without authorization, offending a big shot named Mr. Su. Mr. Jean. This is a huge misunderstanding. A great misunderstanding. I didn't offend anyone. I merely offended an ordinary person without power or influence. Those people are inconsequential. While I've already intimidated them, they can't possibly compete with us. Why are you so angry? Wu Qian felt extremely wronged. Could it be that as a first-tier celebrity in the country, he didn't even have this little privilege? Is it not permissible to scold these ordinary people? Moreover, what waves can these ordinary people stir up? What is going on with Mr. Jean today? Why is he so angry with me? Wu Qian was puzzled. You offended someone. You offended a big shot that you can't afford to mess with. Mr. Jean was even angrier. A big shot. Wu Qian furrowed his brows. How could he possibly offend a big shot? If there were a big shot here, he would have let them pass long ago, and would have been eager to flatter them. How could he offend them? What exactly happened? Why is Mr. Jean so furious? The people around were also astonished. They had heard of Jean Guangming, the boss of Xingyao Entertainment. He was quite formidable. He actually said that Wu Qian offended a big shot. Is that true? Is there really a big shot here that even Jean Guangming can't provoke? How come I didn't see anyone? Young man, hurry and get in the car. A big shot has intervened at the scene. You don't need to risk provoking Wu Qian anymore. The kind-hearted person reacted quickly and hurriedly reminded Su Yang. Mr. Jean, I really didn't offend any big shots. Wu Qian said, feeling extremely wronged. Nonsense. That big shot is right here, blocked by you. Mr. Su is someone even I can't provoke. How dare you, an actor, offend Mr. Su? I command you right now, immediately apologize to Mr. Su. Mr. Jean's shout rang out. Su. Mr. Su. With this, everyone present remembered Su Yang's casual remark, my surname is Su. They suddenly widened their eyes, looking at Su Yang in disbelief. That Mr. Su couldn't possibly be this young man, right? Wu Qian was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly looked at Su Yang with horror. The Mr. Su that even Mr. Jean can't afford to offend is him. The entire venue was enveloped in a deathly silence. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. The famous star Wu Qian stood there dumbfounded, swallowing hard, his expression quite peculiar. Under the gaze of countless eyes, he held his phone and, unwilling to give up, asked Mr. Jean, may I confirm that the person is indeed surnamed Su? Still asking. Still asking. I told you to apologize to Mr. Su. Are you deaf? If you're not deaf, Jean Guangming shouted in a low growl. I understand. Mr. Jean, I understand. At that moment, Wu Qian was on the verge of tears. He hurriedly walked towards Su Yang, bending down in front of all the astonished gazes. Su. Mr. Su. It's me. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you all still doing? You blocked Mr. Su's way. Hurry up and clear the path for him. Wu Qian screamed frantically at his subordinates. The subordinates reacted, realizing the gravity of the situation. They quickly cleared the road. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. This young man turned out to be a hidden big shot. With just one phone call, he had made Jean Guangming, the boss of Xingyao Entertainment, feel so anxious. This was enough to make the arrogant star Wu Qian feel as humble as a dog. His identity was simply terrible. The person who had just kindly reminded Su Yang was even more shocked. I actually thought this young man was an ordinary person, yet he turned out to be a big shot. Someone who even Jean Guangming from Xingyao Entertainment would not dare to offend. And I had just warned him not to provoke Wu Qian. With such an identity, would he fear someone like Wu Qian? 10 Wu Qians wouldn't dare to provoke him. He shook his head, calming his inner shock, realizing he still hadn't corrected his tendency to show off. It was indeed a foolish decision to have rashly reminded this big shot. Brother, don't take it to heart. My brother didn't know your identity earlier, so he kindly advised you not to take it seriously. Su Yang nodded, saying, Big brother, there's no need to explain. You meant well. How could I blame you? Hearing Su Yang's words, the man breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had underestimated the greatness of this big shot. How could such a big shot be upset by a kind reminder from him? At this moment, the roadblocks had been removed and the road was about to be reopened. Mr. Su, I've cleared the road. Shouldn't you? Shouldn't you forgive me now? Wu Qian said nervously. Hearing this, Su Yang coldly smiled and replied, Whether I forgive you or not is not important. You didn't just affect me, you affected everyone present. Right now you're only apologizing to me, but you have no intention of apologizing to everyone here. Now sincerely apologize to everyone present, and I might still give you a chance to be forgiven, Su Yang said coldly. Wu Qian scanned the crowd, disbelief filling his eyes. He actually wanted him to apologize to these ordinary people. He was a real big star, a figure of the upper. This Mr. Su was also someone of the upper class, just like him. He should understand that someone in their position would never apologize to ordinary people. Mr. Su, did you misspeak? I. How can you make me apologize to these ordinary people? We are all high-end individuals of society. Apologizing to those people is. Wu Qian said, feeling extremely embarrassed. How could he apologize to those people? Why should he? How could they deserve his apology? If he apologized today, wouldn't that lower his status? If this got out, it would be too humiliating. How would the circle look at him? Just thinking about being ridiculed by peers while dining out made Wu Qian feel utterly intolerable. High-end individuals. I don't know if you are a so-called high-end person, but I am certainly not one of them. Here there is no such thing as face or status. There's only doing wrong and facing consequences, doing wrong and apologizing. Everyone's dignity is equal. Why should your selfishness affect everyone's convenience? Aren't you claiming to be an upper-class individual? Then today I must insist that you apologize to these ordinary people. Su Yang said coldly. Hearing this, those around looked at him with admiration. This is what a true big shot looks like. His words carry weight. They all looked at Su Yang with admiration. Apologize. Exactly, Mr. Su is right. Why should you not apologize? You've delayed us for so long, you must apologize. Apologize. In that moment the crowd united, gathering together. They glared fiercely at Wu Qian. Wu Qian suddenly felt overwhelmed with panic. He never expected Su Yang would speak up for these ordinary people. Though he was reluctant, he dared not gamble. He didn't know if this Mr. Su would punish him severely. He originally thought he would never apologize, but it seemed that was not an option. Wu Qian hesitated for a moment, looking at these ordinary people. He could only lower his head in immense frustration and say, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have done that. It was all my fault. After saying this, Wu Qian felt a deep sense of humiliation. This was the most severe punishment for a big star like him. Shame, humiliation, and various negative emotions spread throughout his heart. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction. Everyone, don't waste time, hurry and leave Su. Afterward, everyone followed Su Yang's words and quickly left the place. Mr. Su, I've already apologized. Can you forgive me now? Wu Qian felt he had done enough. He had already apologized to them. What more did forgive you? Sorry. There is no obligation to forgive, Su Yang said coldly, then directly drove away. Wu Qian, left behind, was stunned, staring at the taillights of Su Yang's car, his eyes filled with endless hatred. His fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Damn, what are you so proud of? What are you pretending for? Do you really think after all these years I have no connections? Just wait. One day when I find your weakness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Qian said fiercely. Go, he angrily ordered his subordinates. However, at that moment a few of his subordinates stared at their phones, their faces displaying disbelief. Are you deaf? Wu Qian saw they weren't moving and angrily cursed. Boss, look at the trend. Something seems off. One subordinate quickly showed his phone to Wu Qian. What a fuss. Wu Qian coldly said, then looked at the phone, and in that instant he was so frightened, he collapsed to the ground. He saw the top trending topic reading a few terrifying words. Famous actor Wu Qian suspected of serious tax evasion. Wu Qian looked in disbelief once more. This led him to discover something even more terrifying. Among the trending topics, 7 out of 10 were his scandals. What is happening? Why has all my dirty laundry been exposed? In an instant he thought of Su Yang. But hadn't he already apologized? Why is this happening to me? I have sacrificed so much, yet why am I being retaliated against like this? I merely closed off a minor road. There are thousands of roads, both big and small, in Jiang City. In order to create the best work for the audience, I had closed off a trivial road, and as a result, I am targeted like this. Moreover, I have already apologized to those people afterwards. Oh, what more do they want from me? What exactly did I do wrong? Why such retaliation against me? Wu Qian was completely devastated. These scandals have now trended, and everything he had painstakingly built over the years would be destroyed in an instant. Thinking about the imminent fall from high society, Wu Qian felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. No. President Jean must have a way. Yes, I am the star of the company. President Jean must have a way to help me. Wu Qian hurriedly picked up his phone, wanting to call Jean Guangming. In the next moment, Jean Guangming's call came in first. President Jean, you must help me. Please help me. I am currently. You must have a way, right? Wu Qian asked in panic. A way? Wu Qian, you have offended someone you shouldn't have, and your scandals have been exposed. You still expect me to find a solution for you? I must tell you, you are already beyond saving. Your current actions have severely impacted the company. Don't forget our contract. You breached it first, seriously violating the company's regulations, and caused this mess. I will not protect you. Moreover, you owe the company 300 million in breach compensation. I have already notified the legal department to sue you as quickly as possible. Jean Guangming coldly finished speaking, and a beeping sound of disconnection echoed through the phone. With a thud, Wu Qian's phone fell to the ground, and at that moment he felt as if his soul had been sucked away. Recalling the smug look he had just moments ago, he wished he could slap himself twice. If only he had known he shouldn't have closed off the road without permission. If only he had known he wouldn't have acted so pretentiously here. Who knew someone he couldn't afford to offend would suddenly... Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Wu Qian collapsed directly to the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. He was furious, cursing himself for not investigating the situation beforehand. Now it's too late for anything I say. A series of scandals coupled with 300 million in breach compensation. How can I continue to live a good life? At this moment his heart bled. Meanwhile, at the special auction venue in Jiang City, organized by Jiada Jin Xiao, what happened? At this moment a man and 3 women walked slowly into the venue, preparing to appraise something. The man named Jin Xiao frowned slightly and shook his head slowly, saying, "It's nothing. My old man called and said that there is a particularly powerful young boss in Jiang City. He advised me not to be too ostentatious to avoid running into him and provoking the big boss." A flamboyant woman next to him looked puzzled. There is someone in Jiang City who can make you Jin Xiao so Jin Cheng glanced at her, revealing a hint of disdainful smile. "You wouldn't understand. Although I am powerful in front of a true super boss, I am just an ant. You know our company's popular artist Wu Qian. He came here to shoot today and ended up offending that big boss, and in the next moment dozens of scandals were exposed. He was instantly blacklisted across the internet. Even our company was embroiled in it, with several clients withdrawing their investments. Tell me, isn't that terrifying?" Jin Cheng couldn't help, but Xiao Wu Qian's luck was too poor, and with his status, he actually provoked such a big boss. Truly lacking in wisdom. Upon hearing his words, the 3 women beside him showed surprised expressions. Indeed, the world of these big figures was not something ordinary people could comprehend. Jin Cheng did not pay attention to their astonishment. He looked up and suddenly saw a woman with an extraordinary aura. In an instant, Jin Cheng was captivated. This girl was truly too captivating. One could only describe her as having a pure elegance that was not alluring. The 3 heavily made-up women beside her were no comparison. "You 3 can head back first and come out to play again in the evening," Jin Cheng quietly said to the 3 women beside him. The 3 women exchanged glances and could only sigh as they left. Jin Cheng quickly opened his phone to check his image, then tidied his clothes before striding towards the woman with the item he wanted to appraise for auction. "Hello, I would like to ask, I have something to auction. Can you tell me where to go? Could you take me a little way?" Jin Cheng immediately started to flirt. He was very confident in his appearance, and with his family background and smooth conversation skills, he believed he would soon win over this beauty. However, the girl seemed uninterested in him, prompting Jin Cheng to quickly continue. "All right, let me introduce myself first. The owner of Xingyao Entertainment Company, Jin Guangming, is my father. My name is Jin Cheng, and I have a great passion for the antique industry, having achieved some success in this field." Upon hearing this, Gu Yunshu slightly nodded, and then asked, "What type of item are you appraising?" Jin Cheng calmly replied, "It's a piece of porcelain, very fine porcelain." Upon hearing it was porcelain, Gu Yunshu seemed to recall something. She had heard from Professor Ding of Jiang City University that a genius boy in treasure appraisal was also attending this auction, and he had brought a piece of impressive porcelain. She also recalled her grandfather praising that genius boy. Gu Yunshu came this time primarily to see this genius boy and to exchange insights on treasure appraisal. Thus, when she heard the person in front of her mention a fine piece of porcelain, she instantly thought it might be the impressive. She then inquired, could this piece of porcelain be the impressive treasure of this auction? And the genius boy praised by all the treasure appraisal masters, wouldn't be you right? After hearing this, looking at Gu Yunshu's expression, Jin Cheng flashed a highly confident smile and lightly nodded. "That's right, it's me." Jin Cheng believed he was stating a fact. This official kiln blue and white bowl of his could be considered a true masterpiece. He spent a full 7 million to acquire it, and after assessment by a master it could fetch 8 million or even tens of millions at an auction. Having spent 7 million on such a super collectible along with his youth, he could indeed be called a genius in the antiques world. However, has his title already spread so widely? Even a staff member here knows of his name. It seems he truly cannot be Loki any longer. He must showcase his talents and demonstrate his strength. Hearing his words, Gu Yunshu nodded, and then continued to ask, "Is this collectible a rare piece of blue and white porcelain?" Upon hearing this, Jin Cheng's lips curled into a slight smile. These people, they have already done their homework on him. They even know that his collectible is a piece of blue and white porcelain. Tisk, it seems he has already captured the attention of the antiques world. "Yes, it is undoubtedly blue and white porcelain," Jin Cheng replied. Gu Yunshu nodded, looking up and down at Jin Cheng's outfit, frowning slightly. She felt that this person was somewhat tacky, not at all resembling the kind of proud son of heaven described by Professor Ding. It's a pity that Professor Ding insisted on keeping it a secret and needed to introduce him on site, leaving everyone in suspense. Although she felt something was off about this person, the clues all aligned. "All right, Mr. Jin, I will take you to the..." Gu Yunshu smiled upon learning Jin Cheng's identity. Jin Sheng knew that Gu Yunshu had already been captivated by him. This was his charm. Alright, let's go, Jin Sheng also said with a smile. Just as the two were about to move, Su Yang happened to walk over. Being unfamiliar with the venue, he approached them and asked, "Excuse me, where do I go for the appraisal of auction items?" Seeing another person arrive, Jin Sheng instantly felt displeased. Where did this guy pop up from? He was just about to walk with this beautiful woman, ready to enjoy a moment alone, when this guy suddenly showed up. This was truly ruining his good fortune. The key point is that not only did he suddenly disrupt the atmosphere, but he was also a bit more handsome than Jin Sheng, truly lacking in awareness. Jin Sheng looked Su Yang up and down with displeasure, finding him dressed very plainly. Though he was also there for the appraisal of auction items, he surely would not possess anything of value. He was just someone there to make up the numbers. His own collectible was an official kiln blue and white porcelain, and the highlight of the auction. He simply couldn't compare. Sure, I will accompany Miss Gu to bring you in. After all, you are unfamiliar with this place, and since we arrived first, we naturally need to guide you well. Helping each other is a virtue in life. Jin Sheng displayed a generous demeanor. Gu Yunshu nodded in agreement, and then said, "Alright, let's go together. What item are you having appraised?" "Porcelain," Su Yang replied. "That's perfect. I am also appraising porcelain. It's a piece of blue and white porcelain and the highlight of this auction." Jin Sheng deliberately stated this. Then the three of them headed towards the studio. Porcelain appraisal room. The highly authoritative appraisal expert Gu Mo was stationed there. The reason Gu Mo came this time was to meet the so-called genius youth mentioned by Ding Weiming. Because the current antique circle could be said to be lacking in talent. There are truly too few young people with talent. The well-known geniuses in the circle in Gu Mo's eyes were just like. However, during another conversation, Ding Weiming said he had encountered a ancient century prodigy, which piqued Gu Mo's interest, making him determined to attend this special auction in Jiangqing. Perhaps he could even take him under his wing and pass down his skills. This is a legacy of a century. Just as he was contemplating this, the door suddenly swung open, and Su Yang and the others walked in. "Grandpa, these two came to appraise auction porcelain. And this one is the one mentioned by Professor Ding. His collectible is the highlight blue and white porcelain of this auction." Gu Yunshu introduced. "Oh, this is it." Gu Mo instantly stood up. He carefully examined the two individuals before him. One person, although dressed lavishly, had a rather heavy air of vulgarity. His eyes were lifeless, his ears non-existent, and the aura he exuded was not very pleasing. The other, though dressed modestly, had an excellent visage, exuding a noble air that made one feel refreshed, as though they were in a spring breeze. Gu Mo, believing he had a keen eye for people after decades in the industry, knew at a glance who this genius youth was. It was this plainly dressed young man. He directly walked towards Su Yang. "Young man, you are quite accomplished." Gu Mo looked at Su Yang with an eye for talent, already very satisfied on a sensory level. Meanwhile, Jin Sheng was momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. What? How could Master Gu Mo mistake the person standing alongside him? Shouldn't it be easy to recognize that he was the genius youth? It would be problematic if Gu Yunshu misunderstood. Before anyone else could speak, Jin Sheng hurriedly interrupted Gu Mo, reminding him, "Master Gu, you have mistaken the person. I am the genius youth you mentioned. The collectible I brought is the highlight blue and white porcelain I acquired." Gu Mo looked at him in surprise. Did he misidentify the person? This seemingly vulgar individual was the genius youth. "Yes, Grandpa, he is the one," Gu Yunshu also reminded. Gu Mo suddenly felt embarrassed. He was known in the circle for being able to read faces, and today, he had actually made a mistake. However, this guy really didn't seem like the kind of genius that Ding Weiming would rave about. "Sorry, young friend, I misread you, though I sincerely apologize. Master Gu, you jest, it is mainly my low profile that led you to mistakenly identify me. It's my fault," Jin Sheng said with a smile. This remark left Gu Mo at a loss for words. How was he low profile? "Master Gu, I know you have been waiting. Please appraise my collectible carefully." Without further ado, Jin Sheng directly handed the collectible box to Gu Mo for appraisal. Alright. Gu Mo also put on his reading glasses, carefully opened the box, and prepared to appreciate and assess it closely. Jin Sheng wore a proud smile. He knew that once Master Gu finished his appraisal, he would surely admire him greatly. Perhaps he would even introduce his granddaughter Gu Yunshu to him. However, during the appraisal, he couldn't let the atmosphere go cold. So he looked at Su Yang, ready to show off. "Buddy, have you seen my blue and white porcelain? This blue and white porcelain is official kiln porcelain, exquisitely crafted, and can be said to be a rare. If it were at the auction, it would be at least worth tens of millions. And such an item, I acquired it at a bargain. As you've heard, I am referred to as the antiques genius. If you have any questions, I can explain them to you." He wanted this effect to showcase his extensive knowledge. This would enhance others' appreciation of him. Meanwhile, Gu Mo also took off his reading glasses. Looking at the bowl before him, he frowned slightly. "Gu Mo, how is my highlight collectible?" Jin Sheng asked confidently. As long as Master Gu said a word, he would be elevated even further. Jin Qing eagerly awaited Gu Mo's words, his eyes fixed on him. After a few seconds, Gu Mo finally spoke softly. The item is not bad, but to be the highlight collectible, that is absolutely inadequate. Hearing this, Jin Qing smirked proudly, looking at Su Yang, and loudly declared, "Bro, did you see that? Even Master Gu couldn't help but praise my item. Is that really?" Jin Qing suddenly froze, disbelief filling his eyes. "Master Gu, what do you mean by that? Is my item not good enough? You owe me an explanation." Jin Qing panicked. Wasn't this just slapping himself in the face? Gu Mo slowly shook his head, gazing at Jin Qing, and softly said, "The item is good, but it can't be the centerpiece. Although the quality of this special auction is not high, it is not the kind of item that can serve as the main attraction." Jin Qing became even more anxious in an instant. Today he still needed to gain Gu Yunshu's trust, but this old man had just slapped him in the face. What a humiliation. He had been bragging just moments ago. Now the result was that his item couldn't even be the centerpiece. "Master Gu, you promised. You know I'm recognized as a genius in the antique world. How could I not have the qualifications to be the centerpiece? This item is estimated to be worth around 10 million, and I got it for 7 million. Is it responsible to say so? You are not giving any respect to my face as a genius." Jin Qing was jumping up and down anxiously. He completely lacked any composure. This scene made Gu Mo and Gu Yunshu frown. Is this really the so-called genius that Ding Weiming spoke of? Is this how he is? A true genius is proud, but not arrogant, strong internally, but not ostentatious. This person is utterly common, getting overly excited over a single sentence, contrasting starkly with a true prodigy. Seeing this expected genius in such a state, Gu Mo shook his head in disappointment. At this moment he felt deceived by Ding Weiming. Logically speaking, Ding Weiming shouldn't have such poor judgment. After all, he is a leading expert in antique appraisal. How could he be so bad at assessing people? He originally thought this trip to Jiangsheng would yield some gains, but, sigh. Looking at the still hopping Jin Qing, Gu Mo felt even more disappointed. Gu Yunshu frowned tightly, already weary of Jin Qing's antics. "Enough. Your item indeed doesn't qualify to be the centerpiece. What are you messing around for? Still calling yourself a genius? You have no mindset at all. Look at others, calm and composed from the start, unlike you jumping around." Gu Yunshu spoke bluntly, even mentioning Su Yang. Jin Qing was shocked. Aren't geniuses supposed to have tempers? Comparing yourself a so-called genius with an ordinary person. Isn't that humiliating? Gu Yunshu then turned to Su Yang and said, "Let's assess yours." Su Yang nodded as well, then placed his item on the table. His packaging was very simple, lacking any grand or luxurious box. What good thing could he possibly have? Just because my treasure can't be the centerpiece doesn't mean his can. This is really a joke. Comparing me to him, you really give him face. Jin Qing said disdainfully. Just thinking about how Gu Yunshu had scolded him earlier made him extremely uncomfortable. Feeling very aggrieved. When has the dignified Jin Qing ever suffered such humiliation? Gu Mo ignored Jin Qing and brought Su Yang's item closer, gently nodding. Although the packaging is not luxurious or elaborate, it exudes a sense of ease. Just one glance, and I can tell the item inside is quite good, Gu Mo praised. Damn. Jin Qing rolled his eyes, rendered speechless. With such a shabby package, how could you discern anything? And you call yourself a master? What a joke. I see the inside is just garbage. Jin Qing mocked from the side. Gu Mo did not continue to pay attention to Jin Qing. He put on his reading glasses and carefully unwrapped the layers concealing the item. The others in the room turned to look, and as the wrapping was removed, a blue and white pattern revealed itself before everyone's eyes. Blue and white porcelain. Gu Yunshu exclaimed. Blue and white porcelain. It can't be real, right? Jin Qing immediately chimed in. Gu Mo's fingers trembled, and his old eyes sparkled with light. He hurriedly took the item in his hands, observing it carefully. Gu Yunshu's heart trembled, her face filled with excitement. This is the blue and white 5-dragon goblet. Seeing this item, Gu Yunshu rushed forward, half standing beside it, closely examining it. Goblet. I see it as a Bigfoot cup. It's just a broken cup, what's the big deal? Jin Qing mocked disdainfully from the side. After appreciating it for a full 10 minutes, Gu Mo finally stopped in awe, immediately looking at Su Yang with a gaze filled with curiosity. Young friend, you truly keep a low profile. To bring such a treasure and remain so calm. Your item should indeed be the centerpiece of this auction. Gu Mo looked at Su Yang, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. However, upon hearing the word centerpiece before Su Yang could respond, Jin Qing became anxious instantly. Master Gu, what kind of joke are you making? My blue and white porcelain bowl is so precious, yet you disregard it completely. But this guy casually brings out an item, and you say it can serve as the centerpiece. You are being extremely irresponsible, do you know that? I know you just dislike me and are saying this to provoke me, right? As the recognized genius in the antique world today, I was humiliated by shouldn't you give me an explanation? Let me tell you, my background is not simple, am not someone to be easily bullied. Jin Chung was furious, originally thinking to rely on his genius reputation and unbeatable collection to impress Gu Yunshu. But the boast he had just made was shattered in an instant. Because of Gumo's few words, he almost became a joke. Gumo looked down on such a person like him, but appreciated the young man beside him. This was truly a complete humiliation for him. Today I must have an explanation. Gumo was slightly angry at this moment. He looked at Jin Chung, and then at the item on the table, saying, Young man, how can you claim to be a genius and not recognize this item? Schwanda blue and white, 5-dragon goblet. There are only 8 in the world, all kept in the top museums. And your blue and white bowl, while nice, has far less quantity, value, and craftsmanship compared to this treasure. Tell me which of these two could be the centerpiece of the auction. After hearing Gumo's words, Jin Chung awkwardly stepped back 2 paces. This small goblet has such a significant background. There are only 8 in the world. He really was overshadowed by his own item. Seeing Gu Yunshu's expression as she looked at Su Yang, he felt extremely aggrieved and retorted on the spot. So what? What does it matter? I spent 7 million to get this item. Can he compare to me? I rely on myself, and what about him? The recognized genius in antiques is me, not him. Upon hearing his words, Gu Mo and Gu Yunshu felt utterly speechless. What on earth happened to Ding Weiming? How did his judgment become so poor? Seeing the two of them at a loss for words, Jin Chung instantly became smug. Just as he was about to say something more, the door suddenly swung open, and Ding Weiming walked in with a smile. Old Gu, little Su, everyone is here. Perfect timing, old Gu, didn't I sell a secret before? Now it's just the right time to officially introduce. This is the young genius I mentioned. Little Su Yang. As these words were spoken, the room fell into silence. Above everyone's heads hung a large question mark, especially for Jin Chung, who was in a state of complete bewilderment. At first, this genius did not refer to himself. Does that mean he has been impersonating someone else all along? Has he been deluding himself? How does Gu Shuyan perceive this? At that moment, Jin Chung felt utterly awkward. The others were equally puzzled. Was this calm young man, named Su Yang, truly the genius youth that Ding Weiming spoke of? Then what on earth is Jin Chung? Is it really necessary for everyone to be this surprised? Ding Weiming felt the silence in the room and awkwardly spoke. Gu Mo was the first to react. He looked at Gu Yunshu and asked, Yunshu, what's going on? Why did you misreport the situation just now? Gu Yunshu also had a big question mark above her head, but quickly realized. No wonder she felt that Jin Chung, so he was an imposter. I was fooled by him. Grandpa, the main thing is. Professor Ding, why didn't you clarify this beforehand? Ding Weiming looked utterly confused as he turned to the two and said, I just wanted to give you both a surprise. What is happening? Gu Mo and Gu Yunshu looked at Jin Chung with strange expressions. This person claimed to be the genius youth you mentioned the moment he walked in, and he also brought a piece of blue and white porcelain, leading us to mistake his identity. Ding Weiming also looked at Jin Chung in surprise and asked, Young man, why did you impersonate someone else? There's no need to be so vain. This statement acted like a spark igniting a fuse. Jin Chung exploded. Looking at Gu Yunshu's disdainful gaze, his face turned crimson, feeling utterly humiliated. Just now, upon hearing Gu Yunshu mention a genius youth, he naturally associated it with himself. After all, he could indeed be called a genius youth. But now he was told that the so-called genius youth was this kid beside him. It turned out he had been a clown all along. Recalling the boasting he had just done, he felt an immense embarrassment. But then he thought, based on his achievements, why shouldn't he also be called a genius youth? At this moment, he clenched his fists, his muscles tensed. Enough! Jin Chung let out a furious roar. What nonsense are you all spouting? How can he be the so-called genius? I paid 7 million for this blue and white porcelain bowl. Its value is over 10 million. A full 3 million difference. Do you know what that means? I've never heard of a young man capable of achieving what I have. You all insist he is the so-called genius youth, and you say I am impersonating him. Do you believe he has my capability? Can he buy something for 7 million and auction it for over 10 million? Jin Chung roared, posing a soul-searching question. The room fell silent once again. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, a trace of smugness finally appeared on Jin Cheng's face. It seemed that strength determined everything. A few seconds later, Ding Weiming slowly spoke. Wait, you spent 7 million on a piece of porcelain and then considered yourself a genius youth. Do you know about Su Yang's achievements? Upon hearing this, Jin Cheng scoffed. So what? Is he stronger than me? Jin Cheng knew that these people were already shocked by him, and he now wanted to salvage the situation. He casually glanced at Gu Yunshu, wanting to see if she was impressed by him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Ding Weiming burst into laughter, pointing at the item on the table, saying, This blue and white dragon pattern goblet is worth over 20 million. Hearing this, Jin Chung revealed a confident smile. So what? What can you do about it? Is a family heirloom worth showing off? Ding Weiming slowly shook his head, and then said, this is not a family heirloom of the Su family. He also picked this up at a bargain. Guess how much he spent? Ding Weiming proudly extended 3 fingers as if this item was something he had picked up. $3. Upon hearing this, Gumo's face showed a shocked expression. $3 for a blue and white dragon-patterned goblet. Picking up a piece of one of only 8 such items in the world. At this moment he understood why Ding Weiming called Su Yang a genius. Anyone can sit in a room and assess, but going out to pick up bargains is something else. Picking up bargains requires keen eyesight, a good mindset, and the art of language. Spending $3 to pick up such a collectible, one can imagine the difficulty. Even during the antique craze 30 years ago, one had never heard of such a thing. Gu Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she considered herself somewhat discerning, she couldn't bargain down much even at antique stalls. Yet this young man in front of her spent $3 to pick up a blue and white porcelain worth 20 million. Who could accomplish that? $3 bucks. Are you joking? Jin Chung felt as if struck by lightning. He had been playing with antiques for 3 years, considering himself quite gifted. Spending 7 million to pick up a piece of blue and white porcelain, he thought he had reached the pinnacle of young talent. But now you tell me this person spent $3 and picked up something worth over 20 million. What good is that compared to getting it for free? Looking at Gu Yunshu's admiring expression, recalling the things he had just said, even Jin Chung, with his thick skin, felt embarrassed. Initially, to get close to Gu Yunshu, he impersonated a genius, then boasted in front of so many people. Is he stronger than me? The words he had just spoken echoed in his ears, causing Jin Chung to shudder. Awkward. So awkward. He initially thought this guy beside him had no real strength, but he directly slapped his face with facts. Without saying a word, he was utterly crushed. At this moment, Jin Chung felt like a mouse. Also, Little Su's achievements are not just these. Immediately afterward, Ding Weiming mentioned several of Su Yang's achievements, including his remarkable talents. This left Gu Mo and Gu Yunshu even more astonished, their gazes towards Su Yang changing constantly. So, sir, do you still think you are the superior genius youth compared to Little Su? Ding Weiming smiled slightly at Jin Chung. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. The blue and white porcelain bowl you have has a serious crack at the base, although it has been artificially repaired, I can still tell at a glance. In other words, your item is not worth 10 million nor 7 million, but rather valued between 800,000 and 1 million. Upon hearing this, Jin Chung completely collapsed. By this calculation, he lost several million. Looking at the mocking smiles of those around him, Jin Chung could no longer bear to stay here. Damn. It turns out I wasn't picking up a bargain, but was instead tricked by someone else. So after boasting here for so long, the result was I was slapping myself in the face. Just as Jin Chung was collapsing, Gu Mo suddenly said something that made him feel even worse. I forgot to mention your collectible does not meet the criteria for this auction. Please take it away. This statement hit Jin Chung like 1,000 arrows, piercing his heart. It was too painful. What he had brought with such confidence was now treated as garbage to be taken away. This was a sign of self-disdain. It suggested that he was just like his collection, nothing but trash. Indeed, your items truly lowered the standard of the auction, Gu Yunshu added. Upon hearing this, Jin Cheng's fists clenched tightly, his whole being on the verge of eruption. He initially thought of making an appearance, but ended up exposing himself. He was publicly mocked by Gu Yunshu. All his achievements were because of this person named Su Yang. Alright, this is how it is. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. So Su, you think you're clever. You seem so honest and quiet, but now that you see me in trouble, you must be quite pleased inside, right? Fine, I admit you are a genius in antiques, but don't forget life is not just about antiques, there's more to it. I declare that you have completely offended me today. Jin Chung finished his angry outburst and stormed out. Su Yang felt that he hadn't even spoken throughout the encounter, so why was this guy holding a grudge against him? Of course, he didn't care about the threats from Jin Chung. Not good. This guy, although unscrupulous, seems to have a well-known company at home. What if he seeks revenge in the future? Gu Yunshu suddenly expressed his concern. Gu Mo smiled slightly and said, I've been in this industry for many years. While I may not have countless students, I know a few influential people. If he dares to touch Su Xiaoyou, I won't agree to it. Upon hearing this, both Gu Yunshu and Ding Weiming breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Master Gus's connections were quite strong. Su Xiaoyou, actually from the moment you walked in I sensed you were extraordinary. But I was misled by others and didn't recognize you. This blue and white dragon-patterned goblet of yours could definitely fetch a high price at this auction. There are only 8 pieces of this item in the world. Its rarity is extremely high. If not for the urgency with some marketing efforts, it could even reach over 30 million. However, it seems a bit difficult at the moment, but it won't be less than 20 million for sure. The exact amount will depend on tomorrow's auction. The more Guillermo looked at Su Yang, the more he liked this young man. Indeed, he was very humble, calm in the face of challenges, and exceptionally reserved. If he could take him as a disciple, he would feel at ease to close the door. By the way, Xiaosu, do you have a mentor? I wonder who your teacher is. Guillermo began to inquire. Su Yang smiled and replied, I don't have a teacher in this industry. Guillermo nodded heavily. He was actually a self-taught genius. This made him even more precious. Such talent is truly rare, appearing only once in 100 years. No wonder Ding Weiming held him in such high regard. Then Xiaosu, what do you do? Guillermo continued to ask. I don't have a formal job. I recently started a company dealing with finance and stocks, I guess. Su Yang responded calmly. Oh, you're a talent in finance and economics. Guillermo was quite astonished. He didn't feel too surprised to hear from Ding Weiming that Su Yang was quite accomplished in mathematics. Such meticulous thinking indeed fits the characteristics of a mathematical talent. However, to possess such ability in economics and finance as well was truly impressive. When a person reaches a certain level in a field, they are already extraordinary. Someone like Su Yang, who has considerable achievements in 3 fields, is even rarer. In an instant, Guillermo's desire to take a disciple became even stronger. Xiaosu, for a young person like you, if you want to advance further in the antiques industry and gain more knowledge and experience, I feel it is necessary to find a teacher. But you have already achieved something. If you want to apprentice, you must not do it casually. At least a professor like Ding. Guillermo tested the waters. Master Gu is joking. I do have such thoughts, but Xiaosu does not have any intention of apprenticing. If I could take Xiaosu as a disciple, I'd be excited for days. Ding Weiming said. Guillermo suddenly felt something was off. He nodded and continued to ask, by the way, if a master in the antiques world of the same level as me wanted to take you as a disciple, would you be interested? I have a friend who is also eager to find talent. Oh, I'll ask for him. Guillermo still kept a cautious eye. Although he was usually humble, his status was there. If he proactively offered to take a disciple, but was rejected on the spot, it would be somewhat embarrassing. So he tried to create a friend out of nothing. After asking this, he looked at Su Yang with anticipation, and as long as Su Yang showed interest, it would be easier in the future. No, I haven't considered such matters. Su Yang was straightforward, not beating around the bush. Oh, I understand. Guillermo nodded, thinking to himself that he was fortunate not to have said he wanted to take him as a disciple earlier, otherwise being so decisively rejected would have been very embarrassing. However, seeing such a talented person not being his disciple, he felt quite regretful. Guillermo inadvertently glanced at Gu Yinshu. He suddenly realized that they were around the same age. So Xiaosu is an expert in the stock market. Which sectors are you optimistic about recently? Yinshu, don't you also enjoy stocks? Xiaosu is an expert in this area. If you let Xiaosu guide you, you wouldn't be losing money every day. Gu Yinshu smiled shyly upon hearing this. Grandpa, I just play around. How can I compare to him? Su Yang runs a specialized company. How can I compete with him? Gu Yinshu said a bit awkwardly. What does it matter? Learning is endless. Xiaosu is an expert, and you should communicate more with him in this regard. Oh, what harm could it do? Moreover, Xiaosu is also an expert in the antique industry. In my opinion, it would be very beneficial for you young people to exchange ideas together, and you wanted to have some fun in Jiangqing, right? I think let Xiaosu be your guide, show you around, and help you relax. What do you think, Xiaosu? Guillermo smiled at Su Yang. At this moment, Gu Yunshu's face flushed slightly as she felt her grandfather was acting a bit strange. Well, that could work, but I'm not any so-called expert. I probably can't offer any guidance to Miss Gu. Su Yang spoke honestly. Being humble, aren't you? Old Ding, we 2 old stubborns shouldn't stay here any longer. Today is done. Let's find a place for some tea. Let's go. Guillermo said as he pulled Ding Weiming away. Ding Weiming was left dazed, almost instantaneously understanding. Guillermo was unable to take him as a disciple, and instead wanted to bring Su Yang home. My goodness. This old guy is indeed quite clever. Moreover, Su Yang is indeed a remarkable talent. How did I not think of this at the time? In an instant, Ding Weiming regretted. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have introduced his granddaughter to Su Yang right away. Now, however, he was preempted by Guillermo. Master Gu, you are indeed quite clever, Ding Weiming said helplessly. Just average. Guillermo smiled slightly. Xiaosu, I'll trouble you to show Yinshu around. As the 2 left, only Su Yang and Gu Yinshu remained in the room. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Gu Yunshu's cheeks turned slightly red. She was well aware of what her grandfather's earlier actions meant. Su Yang was indeed a good person, but since this was their first meeting, her grandfather having such thoughts was rather hasty. Let's seal your collection first, Gu Yinshu suggested. Su Yang nodded in agreement, and soon the 2 sealed the item and signed the relevant contract. With that, everything was settled. Su Yang was not worried about any swapping at the auction. The contract clearly stated that the item was genuine and the auction house would not make such a foolish mistake. By the way, you mentioned you started a company related to stocks. Gu Yinshu proposed, how about we visit your company? Su Yang had agreed to his grandfather's request, and if he left without a reason it would be quite embarrassing. Coincidentally, he had recently bought some stocks, so visiting Su Yang's company might yield other gains. Sure, I need to go there too, Su Yang nodded. The two then went downstairs together, heading towards Su Yang's company. At the Yuanhui Financial Building, Su Yang's Dingyang Capital was located on the 19th floor. This building served as the financial hub of the entire Jiang province, housing all notable financial companies. Su Yang drove Gu Yinshu to the bottom of the building. Right here. He continued, my company has just been established, so we haven't fully staffed yet and many positions are still in the interview stage. Su Yang said. Gu Yinshu nodded, understanding that for such a company the quality of employees was of utmost importance. It wouldn't do to hire just anyone. As they walked towards the entrance, someone exclaimed, have you heard? A new company opened upstairs called Dingyang Capital. Yes, I know. It just opened a few days ago. What's the matter? Haha, it's a big deal. Do you know who started Dingyang Capital? Who is their current general manager? If I tell you, you'll definitely be surprised. At that moment, a few employees wearing badges were chatting as they walked. Su Yang noticed them discussing his company, piquing his interest. Had he caused such attention so soon after? He wondered what had drawn such focus from these people. Why are we stopping? Gu Yinshu asked as she noticed Su Yang halt. Oh, I'm just listening to what they are saying. Dingyang Capital is my company, Su Yang explained. Oh, I see. Gu Yinshu nodded, intrigued to hear the gossip. Su Yang and Gu Yinshu quietly listened behind those discussing. Come on, tell me, is there anything else about them? Is their general manager impressive? One of the younger ones asked. Haha, impressive. Not just any kind of Li Nanfang. Have you heard of him? The older one immediately replied. What? Li Nanfang? Are you saying the owner of Dingyang Capital is Li Nanfang? Is that true? He is a celebrity in our circle. Who in the circle doesn't know the name Li Nanfang? He once made miraculous trades that elevated a second-tier company into the first tier. In the end, due to a major blunder, he was personally blacklisted by several super tycoons. He is someone who has experienced great ups and downs. He actually came to Jiang City to start a company. The young man exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, you've only got half of it right. While Li Nanfang is the general manager, he is not the true owner of Dingyang. Besides, don't you find Li Nanfang's situation quite odd? With such an unexpected incident, even someone like us could handle it easily. Why would such a genius make a major mistake? Moreover, that was during his peak moment. Suddenly such a thing occurred. Doesn't it sound strange? The older person, Are you saying? Li Nanfang was framed. The young man exclaimed in surprise. Another person quickly shushed him, whispering, don't speak too much. For matters like this, it's best to understand in your heart. Why say it out loud? Those big shots are very petty. They don't want others blabbing about these shady dealings. What I'm most concerned about now is the true owner behind Dingyang Capital. After all, Li Nanfang was someone who was jointly blacklisted by several big shots. How could someone dare to take him under their wing despite such immense pressure? You say, how profound must the background of Dingyang Capital's owner be? The older one continued. Wow, bro, there really is such a thing. Li Nanfang is a talent. If he were to leave, normally many big companies would want to poach him, but he has been jointly blacklisted. Who would dare to offend those capitalists for just one person? But the owner of Dingyang Capital actually dared to take such a huge risk and brought Li Nanfang under his wing. So there are only two possibilities. One possibility is that he has an incredibly frightening background. The other is that he is just a naive fool who knows nothing. TSK. I must say, Brother Zhang, your insights are truly remarkable. What you just said really impressed me. The young man looked at Brother Zhang with admiration. The man named Brother Zhang nodded proudly as he had learned about these matters by eavesdropping on a few bosses chatting. He didn't expect that using these words to show off could be quite effective. Having shared such explosive information, you must treat me to barbecue tonight. Brother Zhang patted the shoulder of another person. No problem, the young man replied readily. Brother Zhang was quite happy, as this was the benefit of having information disparity. They directly enjoyed a barbecue feast. Throughout the conversation, although Gu Yinshu felt confused and didn't understand much, she listened attentively. Su Yang, however, fell into a brief contemplation. If these employees knew, then all the bosses in this building would definitely be even more aware. He didn't expect that upon arriving at this building, he would already become the center of attention. Just as he finished his thoughts, Li Nanfang's call came through. Su Yang pressed to answer. Boss, something seems off. Over 20 bosses in this building want to pay you a visit. Su Yang realized that these people were there to probe his back. While there was no intelligence to support it, it seemed like a good opportunity to make some money. There may be quite a few people upstairs. Su Yang cautioned Gu Yinshu in advance before the two ascended together to the 19th floor, the headquarters of Dingyang Capital. Stepping out of the elevator, they were greeted by numerous impeccably dressed executives gathered in the corridor, each holding a red envelope and conversing in small clusters. Gentlemen, please return for now. Our CEO is extremely busy and has no time for meetings. Li Nanfang stepped forward and announced. Mr. Li, just announce us. We'd like to meet Mr. Su. After all, we're neighbors. It's only natural we pay our respects upon Dingyang Capital's founding. A portly man chuckled as he spoke. Their true purpose was not celebration, but reconnaissance to discern whether Su Yang was backed by formidable influence or merely an inexperienced novice. They sought to determine whether he commanded deep-rooted power or was simply a reckless upstart. Even after Li Nanfang's dismissal, they refused to leave. Li Nanfang sighed inwardly. This commotion was likely his doing. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze fell upon Su Yang boss. At Li Nanfang's single word, every pair of eyes turned towards Su Yang. Oh, so this is Mr. Su. Greetings, Mr. Su. A true honor. Pleased to meet you. I'm the founder of Xinya Capital. I head Lindong Capital. My office is on the floor above. I founded Huiyan Group. And I am. One by one they introduced themselves. Nearly every CEO from the building had gathered, drawn solely by curiosity about Su Yang. Mr. Su, here's my red envelope, said a rotund executive, handing over an envelope that appeared to contain 10,000 yuan. Others swiftly followed suit. Each envelope was substantial. None held less than 10,000 yuan. Su Yang nodded quietly, though their intent was probing. Their generosity was unmistakable. Mr. Su, as you've just launched your firm, we naturally wish to extend our warmest congratulations. A cup of tea with you later would suffice. They offered polite pleasantries. Su Yang made no move to decline. After all, refusing free money would be sheer folly. Su Long, collect these red envelopes. Each reflects sincere goodwill from our esteemed guests, Su Yang instructed with a faint smile. Su Long hurried forward to gather them, astonishment flickering across his face. Such a flood of envelopes, mere hours after the company's inception, was extraordinary. One could spend a lifetime without witnessing such a scene, unless one stood beside Brother Yang. Truly, wealth begets wealth. Tens of thousands of yuan had already been collected. Gentlemen, please follow me. I'll host you for tea and conversation. Su Yang invited the assembled executives into a private meeting room. Mr. Su, young, brilliant, and already at the helm of a major enterprise. You've surpassed us all by far. When I achieved comparable success, I was 38 or 39. The portly man remarked wryly. Ah, now that's inaccurate. Can you truly compare yourself to Mr. Su? You rose from humble beginnings. Reaching that milestone by 40 is commendable enough. Mr. Su clearly bears the imprint of elite family cultivation. How could you possibly measure up? Another executive interjected. By the way, Mr. Su, young and accomplished, your family must be equally distinguished. What line of business are they in? Seizing the moment, someone pressed further. Su Yang smiled faintly. He saw no reason to conceal the truth. My family farms and works manual labor. No aristocratic lineage whatsoever. This company exists solely because I met Mr. Li, a rare talent. With him guiding us, I feel utterly assured. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Is this truly the case? Mr. Su need not withhold anything. After all, we're neighbors. Mutual support and reciprocity are natural. A candid exchange now will only foster smoother collaboration later. Su Yang shook his head. Every word I've spoken is genuine. Perhaps fortune favors me. I've earned modest capital. Seeing finance as a swift path to prosperity, I happened upon Mr. Li's exceptional talent, and thus Dingyang Capital was born. As for my family background, I confess I misled you earlier. They once operated a business and accumulated several 100 million yuan in savings. Though they've since retired, those reserves fully support my venture. At those words, the deference in their eyes vanished instantly. They had assumed Su Yang wielded immense clout, only to discover he was indeed an unseasoned novice. 300 million yuan in family savings. To them that posed no intimidating advantage, certainly nothing warranting fear or reverence. Gazing upon Su Yang's youthful, unlined face, they murmured in quiet disbelief. Truly, anyone could found a company these days. Mr. Su, surely you're aware of Mr. Li's standing. Several industry titans have jointly imposed a blacklisting order against him. Aren't you concerned about retaliation from these magnates? Someone fixed Su Yang with an intense stare, awaiting his reaction. A blacklisting order? Ha ha ha. Do you write novels? Such things don't exist in reality. My partnership with Mr. Li is purely my own affair. What bearing does it have on them? What titans? I know none of them, and they hold no authority over me. My sole concern is earning my livelihood steadily and securely. His reply echoed the guileless candor of a youth untouched by worldly cunning. In their eyes, he was charmingly naive, not merely inexperienced, but profoundly so. He was in essence a complete novice, devoid of experience, devoid of connections, relying solely on past luck to fund his foray into finance. Was he not then the very definition of a fool? Their collective gaze shifted, now laced with undisguised. They exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with sardonic amusement. They intended to seize everything. Mr. Su, how remarkably modest you are. You must possess unique insights into market dynamics. As fellow professionals, might we explore which sector currently commands your strongest conviction? Or perhaps a specific company? Another pressed, probing for signs of competence. Should Su Yang prove both inept and unconnected, they would move swiftly to dismantle Dingyang Capital. I've conducted considerable research. Take Lingdong Technology in the tech sector. It shows exceptional. We've already invested heavily in it, Su Yang declared without reservation. Li Nanfang winced, slapping his palm to his forehead. Such proprietary intelligence should never have been disclosed so freely. These men were clearly probing for weaknesses. Did Su Yang truly fail to perceive it? They nearly burst into laughter. Not only did Su Yang's chosen company strike them as worthless, but his unguarded honesty confirmed he lacked the instincts of a true leader. Here was succulent prey ripe for the taking. Their confidence solidified. They would divide Dingyang Capital, absorb its capital, enlist Li Nanfang's cooperation, and bear none of the consequences of antagonizing industry titans. At that moment, several exchanged silent signals, and the portly executive rose, fixing Su Yang with admiring eyes. Mr. Su, you are truly a dragon among men. Such vision, such audacity. You embody the ideal we all aspire to. Incidentally, we're drafting a wager agreement. Might you be interested in participating? A sly, calculating smile curled at the corner of the executive's mouth. A flash of sharp anticipation flickered and vanished in Su Yang's eyes. The bait had been taken. In the next instant, his expression softened into wide-eyed innocence as he gazed around the room, genuinely curious. Excuse me, what exactly is a wager agreement? A dead silence fell over the entire room. Was this really a question someone could ask? If you were an ordinary person, it might be understandable, but you're the boss of a financial company, not knowing what a betting agreement is, yet daring to start a company. Oh my heavens, this is truly foolish. Boss, these bosses are just joking. The betting agreement is extremely risky. Oh, I think we shouldn't. Li Nanfang quickly spoke up to remind him. Su Yang was his boss, and since he was an employee, he had to say something when necessary. These people had clearly gathered information and were up to no good. He hadn't expected the boss to be so naive, revealing the truth without restraint. Once they understood the situation, they would strike. This had to be stopped. It wasn't just Li Nanfang. Even Gu Yinshu could see the scheme unfolding. These people were clearly malicious, but why was Su Yang acting this way? She was nothing more than a novice in this industry, unaware of the intricacies. After a moment of processing, everyone couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Wait, is this person really a boss like us? Is he here to be funny? I almost held it together. My God, not even knowing what a betting agreement is, how can he run a company? The more I look at him, the more I think he's an idiot. A few people whispered their taunts. Ahem ahem. Everyone quiet down. The fat boss quickly pinched his own thigh, signaling the others not to mock. So, what if it aroused his suspicion? President Su, don't listen to President Li. The betting agreement is a business model that makes money very quickly and in large amounts, though it's also very exhausting and mentally draining. There's a bit of risk, but for a young talent like you, it's practically zero. Think about it. With over 20 companies here, more than 10 are willing to enter a betting agreement with you. How much money could that make you in a short time? A financial guru like you, someone destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, could make a name for yourself right from the start of your company with a betting agreement. Your future prospects would be limitless. The fat boss persuaded. Oh, is that so? Su Yang showed great interest. Since these people saw him as a lamb to be slaughtered, he needn't be polite. He would first play the fool and catch them off guard. They were now fully convinced they could devour him. But little did they know, a high-end hunter often appears as the prey. Boss, don't get involved in this. He'll handle the talking. Li Nanfang rushed to dissuade Su Yang as he saw his interest piqued. He was extremely anxious. He had never met anyone as naive as Su Yang. President Li, is this company yours or President Su's? Don't interfere with President Su's wise decision. The fat boss immediately rebuked Li Nanfang. You? Li Nanfang's face flushed red. Looking at these people's faces, he felt as if he was reliving his own past ordeal. Except back then, those who framed him conspired in secret. This time, they were blatant. President Li, I am the boss. He'll make this decision, Su Yang declared. Boss you. In that instant, Li Nanfang felt a profound sense of disappointment. Although he hadn't been optimistic about Su Yang starting a company, Su Yang had dared to defy convention and recruit him. He was in a way his patron. Moreover, he knew Li Nanfang's past well and trusted him despite his lack of ability. But now, swayed by a few flattering words, he had lost his true nature and disregarded his loyal advice. At this moment, he felt utterly disheartened. Boss, I'll say it again. They are setting a trap for you. Li Nanfang, throwing caution to the wind, spoke out bluntly. President Li, don't paint everyone in such a bad light. These bosses are clearly being good to me, bringing me money. You shouldn't be so defensive. Su Yang spoke the truth, but Li Nanfang couldn't catch the underlying meaning. Boss you. He tried to say more, but was quickly cut off by Su Yang. So this boss, tell me, how exactly are you planning to give me money? Su Yang looked at the fat boss, speaking with pointed. The fat boss smirked, his scheme succeeding, and said, it's very simple. That is, among the capital companies participating, you, President Su, will be the leader. You call the shots, and we invest wherever you recommend. But you must guarantee and promise that the market value of the companies you recommend will double to a certain extent. If by the deadline you meet the stated expectations, we will pay with equity or funds. But if you fail to meet expectations, you must compensate us 10 times the principal we paid. This is purely fictional and for the sake of the plot. In other words, if we invest 100 million and you lose, you will have to compensate us 1 billion within the stipulated period. If you win, you get the agreed upon benefits. Simple and clear. What do you think, President Su? The fat boss chuckled smugly. Oh, I see. So if I ask for your equity, wouldn't you be at a huge loss? Su Yang said with a smile. Ha, that depends on your skill, President Su. For example, take Lingdong Technology, which you favor. If its market value doubles in the short term, each of our companies is willing to give up 5% equity. If it triples, each participating company can give up 10% equity. It all depends on your ability, President. Of course, I believe you have the strength. The fat boss continued. Is that so? What if I want to play a big? Su Yang asked seriously. Feel free to speak your mind, President Su. The fat boss replied. I want to bet that Lingdong Technology's market value will increase tenfold within the next month. Su Yang declared on the spot. Everyone was taken aback, or rather stunned, by Su Yang's sheer foolishness. For a company like Lingdong Technology with no notable achievements, to see a tenfold increase in market value within a month was pure nonsense. Of course, the fat boss said with confidence, knowing it was impossible. Good. Who would like to participate? We can draft a contract now. Su Yang said calmly. Hearing this, Li Nanfang was utterly defeated, but a few people felt a surge of delight. All right. Subsequently, they drafted a contract based on the terms. After refining every detail, everyone was very satisfied. Although the equity promised by the fat boss side far exceeded the compensation Su Yang would have to pay, they all felt it was well worth it. After signing the contract, the fat boss made a phone call in front of Su Yang. Hello. Young Master Ma, the plan succeeded. You can come up now. Young Master Ma. Su Yang frowned upon hearing this. The renowned heir of the foreknowledge. General Manager Su should be familiar with him, right? A hint of pride appeared on the fat boss' face. When Dingyang Capital landed here, Ma Yunxi arranged for him to investigate Su Yang's background. If he found nothing, he would unite with several companies to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, this task turned out to be so simple. This Su Yang was rather naive and directly agreed to the gambling agreement. Although 6 companies, including his own, promised 20% equity, the content of the agreement was impossible to fulfill. Within a month, Lingdong Technology's market value skyrocketing tenfold was a fantasy. In other words, he could complete the task assigned by Ma Yunxi without any cost. From now on, he was also aligning himself with the powerful foreknowledge. The fat boss and several others who conspired against Su Yang felt a great sense of joy. It's actually him. Su Yang had not expected this. It seemed that Ma Yunxi truly hated him. He had said what he didn't know was that he was the one who had fallen into a trap. Boss, did you offend foreknowledge? Li Nanfang said in surprise. Foreknowledge was also a well-known company in the country with substantial strength. This time it was surprisingly Ma Yunxi who had set a trap for Su Yang. It's just a minor conflict. Su Yang nodded. Just as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open, and in walked Ma Yunxi full of triumph. He wore a broad smile looking at Su Yang, and slowly applauded General Manager Su. How are you? Did you expect this? We had an agreement before, but now it seems that the stakes have increased a bit. General Manager Su, you'd better pray that Lingdong Technology can indeed increase its market value tenfold within a month, or else you'll be left as a pauper. How will Lu Bingbing look at you then? Ha ha ha. Ma Yunxi laughed triumphantly. He couldn't help but admire his own intellect living up to the title given to him. The little Zhuge of Jiangqing. With just a little bit of cunning, he had directly taken down this rival. When he becomes nothing and Lu Bingbing sees that the man she liked is actually a worthless loser, crushed by him. Just thinking about that scene excited him. Ma Yunxi, feeling pleased, inadvertently glanced over and suddenly noticed Gu Yunshu beside Su Yang. His eyebrows twitched. Why was there a woman beside Su Yang who could match Lu Bingbing? Was this guy really so lucky with women? Hello, let me introduce myself. Future heir of foreknowledge, Ma Yunxi. Are you General Manager Su's secretary? He's about to go bankrupt. Why not come work for my company as my secretary? What do you think? Ma Yunxi smiled with ulterior motive. At this moment, Gu Yunshu had also seen the full picture of things. These people had united to set a trap for Su Yang, aiming to put him to death. Therefore, she had no good feelings toward Ma Yunxi. Not interested. Is it ethical to harm others like this? People like you with ill intentions will eventually suffer a great loss. And I'm not General Manager Su's secretary, I'm his friend. Gu Yunshu said, showing no leniency. Beautiful lady, don't you feel surprised and admire my cleverness? This is business, not child. Who let Su-yong be so incompetent? If he had strength, wouldn't he have seen through my scheme? Unfortunately, he refused to listen to advice and insisted on going his own way. You still defend someone like him? Isn't it better to be friends with someone capable like me? Ma Yinchi felt clearly he was the more outstanding one. Why did these women prefer Su-yong? Although his scheme succeeded, he felt a twinge of jealousy. Hee. No matter what you say, don't mention Su-yong. People like you with ill intentions are a menace. Even a beggar on the street has more significance than your existence. Your existence only brings trouble to the world and frustration to everyone's hearts. Do you think your underlings really respect you? They only see your background. If you weren't the heir of Fengyan debt, would they listen to you? You really consider yourself a person of importance, a scum relying on family power to act recklessly, yet you dare to boast here. Without your family's halo, you're just a worthless person. Gu Yinshu went all out, directly blasting Ma Yinchi. Ma Yinchi turned red upon hearing these words. He hated it most when others said he relied on his family. He was clearly capable. This woman actually said such vicious words to defend Su-yong. He felt immense humiliation. Why did Su-yong deserve this? Why were there so many exceptional beauties defending him? He gasped for breath, fury flashing in his eyes. He continued to look at Gu Yinshu and asked, so you favor Su-yong over me? If you had to choose a boyfriend between us two, you would definitely choose Su-yong. Gu Yinshu sneered disdainfully. Do you even have the face to compare yourself to Su-yong? Anyone would choose Su-yong. After hearing this, Ma Yinchi looked at the people behind him. Although their expressions were blank, he still felt extremely humiliated. Very good, very good. I've already recorded what you just said. Ma Yinchi's expression turned cunning as he looked at Su-yong. Su-yong, don't blame me. You can't hide your two-timing ways. Actually, I had already called Lu Bingbing earlier. If she hears this, how will she feel? Ma Yinchi looked very cunning. He increasingly admired his own wisdom. With this sentence, he wouldn't even need to defeat Su-yong in the game. Just think about it, which woman would want to see her partner being ambiguous with someone else? Gu Yinshu suddenly realized she had misspoken and wanted to explain a bit, but a beautiful voice suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over, and it was Lu Bingbing. Bingbing, you're here. Let me tell you, this guy Su-yong is really not honest. With you, he's still maintaining an ambiguous relationship with another woman. This is really unacceptable. You must believe me. I'll let you listen to a recording. Ma Yinchi hurriedly tried to show off and quickly played the recording from earlier. Anyone would choose Su-yong. As soon as this line came out, Ma Yinchi couldn't stop smiling. After hearing this, Lu Bingbing would probably kick Su-yong out on the spot. Being able to witness that scene would truly be exhilarating. Moreover, if she was unaware of the gambling agreement, she would realize her own capabilities, thus changing her view of him. Winning her over would be only a matter of time. Gu Yinshu felt a great urgency. She knew she had misspoken and brought trouble to Su-yong, so however, after Lu Bingbing finished listening to the recording, she remained unperturbed. She looked at the expectant Ma Yinchi and said, is that it? Just this. Why do I feel like what he said was the truth? As soon as this sentence fell, the smile on Ma Yinchi's face instantly vanished. How is it different from what he expected? Bingbing, why are you reacting this way? Su-yong already has you, yet he still flirts with other women. Don't you feel, if this girl pursues Su-yong, he will definitely do something to betray you? Why are you so calm? Ma Yinchi did not expect to miscalculate. He did not understand why Lu Bingbing would still defend Su-yong at this moment. Deep down, Lu Bingbing felt only a slight disappointment. After all, Su-yong was not actually her boyfriend. It was merely a charade before. Now seeing Gu Yinshu, Lu Bingbing began to doubt that she and Su-yong actually had mutual feelings. Speaking of which, she was the unexpected one. In such a situation, what right did she have to criticize Su-yong or this girl? Moreover, the matter was not over. The pretense had to continue. Of course I am calm. Because I have no need to be angry, right? It is normal for many people to like someone as outstanding as Su-yong. Between him and you, I believe anyone with eyes would choose Su-yong. My dear sister has only spoken a couple of truths, and I wholeheartedly agree. Lu Bingbing stated directly. Upon hearing these words, those around cast envious glances at Su-yong. Who is Lu Bingbing? She is the future heir of Tianhai Group. What charm does this boy possess to make her so infatuated? Is it simply because he is pitifully foolish? If that is the case, then she would rather become just as foolish as him. Ma Yinchi felt utterly defeated. He could hardly believe that these words came from the lips of the proud heiress Lu Bingbing. He was clearly so much better than Su-yong, yet she degraded herself to such an extent. What on earth attracted Lu Bingbing to Su-yong? What made her defend him like this? Ma Yinchi gasped with anger. Both of these exquisite beauties were enamored with Su-yong while they looked down on him. This filled him with a profound sense of defeat. All right. So this is how you want to play it. You all haven't realized one thing. That is, I will be far superior to Su-yong. Since you remain stubbornly oblivious, I will defeat him with my strength. Now we have signed a betting agreement. Lingdong Technology's market value will multiply tenfold within a month, and 6 companies, including my private company, will each contribute 20% of their shares. If the conditions are not met, Su Yang will owe a compensation of 1 billion. Ma Yinxi stated, "Ma Yinxi, you are going too far." Lu Bingbing was furious. She had never expected Ma Yinxi to be so shameless at this point. 1 billion. This would ruin Su Yang's reputation. Seeing Lu Bingbing anxious, Ma Yinxi became excited. "Bingbing, you should know that the shares of our 6 companies far exceed the value of 1 billion. This betting agreement was originally a loss for us. Asking him to compensate 1 billion is already my greatest mercy. On a month, I will see him bankrupt, becoming a beggar on the streets. Just thinking about it excites me." As Ma Yinxi thought of this, his arrogant expression returned. "You." Lu Bingbing was so furious that her face turned red. This scene left Ma Yinxi in a daze. With his status, getting what he wanted from childhood to adulthood was always effortless. However, the more he was rejected by someone like Lu Bingbing, the more he wanted to possess her. "Bingbing, I know you like Su Yang. If you don't want to see him end up like this, I can give you a chance. After all, I am doing all this for you. As long as you agree to leave him and embrace me becoming my girlfriend, today's betting agreement will be void. What do you think?" Ma Yinxi immediately proposed the condition. Of course, this condition was not enough. He also wanted to win over Gu Yinshu. But saying it in front of Lu Bingbing would surely anger her. He would talk to her alone later. He looked at Lu Bingbing with a lewd expression, thinking that if she agreed, now he could trample Su Yang underfoot. Lu Bingbing did not expect him to propose such a shameless condition. Her delicate hands clenched into fists. "Young Master Ma, don't say such embarrassing things. It's shameful to say it out loud. If your circle knows, you will become a joke. You, young Master Ma, will also become the talk of the town. What would your grandfather Ma think? Your face will be completely lost for a lifetime. Also, take the betting agreement seriously and prepare 20% of the shares in advance. Otherwise, there will be trouble later," Su Yang said lightly. "You." Ma Yinxi was left speechless by these words. If his previous actions got out, the Ma family would truly lose face. He looked at Su Yang's confident expression and sneered, "All right, just wait. Prepare the 1 billion in advance, or what awaits you is an endless stream of debt collectors. Your future is mine to control." Ma Yinxi left these harsh words before slamming the door. A few bosses trying to curry favor with Ma Yinxi mocked Su Yang as they left. "President Su, no need to thank us. This is what we should do." The fat boss glanced at Su Yang with satisfaction before leaving. The remaining bosses, although they did not participate in the encirclement of Su Yang, felt that Su Yang had completely offended Ma Yinxi, and it was best not to have any dealings with such a person. They glanced at Su Yang with some sympathy before leaving directly. Watching everyone leave, Li Nanfang sat down heavily on the ground, sighing deeply, alas. Looking at the distressed faces of a few people, Su Yang smiled slightly. "What's wrong? Don't you have confidence in me? To be honest, do you really think I've fallen for his trap? I merely turned the tables on him. As I have stated before, Lingdong Technology is extraordinary. Multiplying its market value tenfold within a month is not difficult at all. Manager Li, just wait for the share transfer." Li Nanfang could only force a very bitter smile at this. Isn't this just a fairy tale? Alas. Gu Yinshu also sighed. Although she had known Su Yang for a short time, she felt that he should not be facing such a situation. Glancing at Lu Bingbing beside her, Gu Yinshu planned to explain. "This sister, I have something to discuss with you, and let's step outside for a moment." Lu Bingbing was taken aback, feeling a bit anxious. Could it be that her acting with Su Yang had displeased her? If only she had apologized proactively earlier, she wouldn't be in this situation now. All right. The two of them walked out together. Su Yang was not quite sure what the two women were up to, whispering to each other. "I need to use the restroom." Su Yang headed towards the bathroom. Seeing Su Yang's indifferent attitude and a few people who couldn't help, Li Nanfang felt all the burden resting on his shoulders. This pressure even surpassed that of his peak period. Alas. Li Nanfang sighed heavily, his expression helpless. Glancing at his phone inadvertently, he suddenly saw a shocking message. Lingdong Technology announces the world's first-generation super robot will be unveiled the day after tomorrow. Clatter. A sound resounded as Li Nanfang's phone fell to the ground. Looking at the notification, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. There are countless technology companies in the country, and Lingdong Technology can only be considered a second-tier company. Yet they are about to release the world's first generation of super robots. In this era of intelligence and technology, whoever is the first to manufacture a super robot will seize the market. Whoever achieves this will be favored by the capital market. If this news is true, it would be a tremendous earthquake for Lingdong Technology and even the entire world. In just 1 month, multiplying the market value by 10 is not a difficult task. Li Nanfang suddenly recalled what Su Yang had said, leaving him dazed. How could the boss know this news in advance? Is this the reason he has always insisted on heavily investing in Lingdong technology? Li Nanfang's intuition told him that this news is genuine. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he could not comprehend Su Yang anymore. Reflecting on everything that had happened, a terrifying thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Everything is under Su Yang's control. Establishing Dingyang Capital and betting on Lingdong technology, this is all part of a premeditated plan. And Ma Yunxi collaborating with several other companies to set a trap seems foolish, but is actually playing into Su Yang's hands. Those people thought they had tricked the boss, but in reality they were being toyed with in the boss grasp. In an instant, Su Yang's image suddenly grew larger in his mind. He was hailed as a genius in the financial world, someone whose power made others wary. Yet the boss, like an omnipotent deity, viewed everything from a god's perspective, with all events meticulously calculated in his mind. His palm, like the five-finger mountain of Buddha, arranged everything steadily and logically. His thoughts instilled fear in others. Li Nanfang took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then glanced at the comment section of the news article where netizens were ridiculing it. Lingdong Technology. A third-rate company that has never been heard of dares to make such bold claims. This is hilarious. A company of this caliber attempting such a monumental task. Isn't that just a fantasy? Many top-notch companies abroad haven't achieved such results, yet they claim they have. Isn't that ridiculous? I don't believe it, not even if I were to die. These companies are truly unscrupulous for money. This is clearly fake news. Do they really think the capital market will believe it? My 10 years of experience tells everyone that this is just a gimmick. If anyone buys into Lingdong technology, they'd better not let it out, or they'll become a laughingstock. Ha ha ha, whoever buys it will be the laughingstock. Wait, I see that a company has already made a large purchase of Lingdong technology. What's it called? Dingyang Capital. A newly established company. Is the boss a fool? Ha ha ha, just wait to lose your pants. Looking at these comments, Li Nanfang slowly shook his head. The summer insects cannot speak of ice. The boss appeared unfazed, yet no one could see through him. This is the terrifying aspect of the boss. Li Zong, is my brother going to suffer a huge loss this time? Su Long, having thought for a while, asked with late realization. Li Nanfang just smiled and looked at Su Long, saying, "It's not a huge loss, but it's a huge gain. Not just any gain. You thought your brother was being trapped. In reality, all of this is under his control. A sophisticated hunter often appears as prey, and your brother is looking down on the hunter." In another room, Lu Bingbing was anxiously following Gu Yinshu. As the famous Ice Queen president of Jiangxing, when has she ever been this nervous? Having someone's prospective boyfriend act as her boyfriend, who would be happy to hear that? This feeling brought Lu Bingbing a great deal of shame. She felt as if she were an unwelcome third party. At this moment, Gu Yinshu was also quite anxious. What she said earlier was in a moment of desperation. Who knew that Ma Yunxi recorded it and played it for Su Yang's girlfriend? Although the other party didn't say much at the time, it was to maintain Su Yang's image in front of everyone and protect their face, not allowing outsiders to take advantage. In reality, as Su Yang's girlfriend, she must still care a lot. This apology is necessary. Gu Yinshu sighed softly, blaming her grandfather for what happened today. He insisted on matchmaking her with Su Yang. He didn't even check in advance to confirm if he had a girlfriend. If she had known Su Yang had a girlfriend, she definitely wouldn't have gone out with him alone. Now it seems that she looks like the unwelcome third party. Having undergone the cultural influence of the Gu family, Gu Yinshu felt an intense sense of shame regarding this situation. If this matter gets out saying she is pursuing a married man, how could she possibly hold her head high? The entire Gu family would become a laughingstock. She glanced at Lu Bingbing, who, although it felt difficult to speak, she made a decision in her heart. For a moment the two exchanged glances, both silent, and the air was filled with awkwardness. It's over. Will I be scolded? At the same time both thought of this. Lu Bingbing's face was tense, and she was also very hesitant. Forget it, she should be waiting for me to admit my mistake. I should apologize first. After preparing herself mentally, Lu Bingbing looked at Gu Yinshu, ready to force herself to apologize. So, she had just begun to speak when Gu Yinshu suddenly spoke first. I'm sorry. One sentence left Lu Bingbing stunned for 2 seconds, and she quickly responded, sorry, it should be me saying I'm sorry. Gu Yinshu, although unsure why Lu Bingbing said that, quickly clarified. Actually, I just met Su Yang today, so we're not familiar with each other. What I said earlier was also out of anger at that person surnamed Ma. I said something I shouldn't have. Rest assured, my relationship with Su Yang is completely ordinary, definitely nothing inappropriate. I sincerely apologize to you, please don't misunderstand, and don't be angry because of this. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Hearing these words, Lu Bingbing was instantly stunned. They had only just met not long ago. Then, what? Did you call me? Lu Bingbing suddenly noticed that phrase. Sister-in-law. Is there? After Gu Yinshu finished speaking, Lu Bingbing's face suddenly flushed slightly. It was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. This was all just a huge misunderstanding. Lu Bingbing finally realized that she had misunderstood. Gu Yinshu was not Su Yang's girlfriend at all. How could she have been so nervous just now? Moreover, the girl in front of her also regarded herself as Su Yang's girlfriend. What a situation this is. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Gu Yinshu noticed Lu Bingbing seemed a bit distracted and hurriedly asked with concern. It's nothing. Nothing. Lu Bingbing quickly forced a pretty smile to ease her inner. Sister-in-law, you won't blame me for what I said just now, will you? Lu Bingbing hastily waved her hand, saying, how could that be? She was so eager to express herself that she didn't even realize she had unexpectedly accepted the term sister-in-law. At that moment, Lu Bingbing's face turned even redder. That's good, sister-in-law, you truly are beautiful and kind-hearted. Gu Yinshu generously praised her. Lu Bingbing didn't know whether she should be happy. Unconsciously, a unique feeling began to stir deep within her. She suddenly felt that this title had a hint of something wonderful. Deep in her heart, there emerged a trace of happiness. She didn't even know why she felt this way. This was the first time in over 20 years of being single that she felt such a flutter. What are you two doing? At that moment, Su Yang, having finished using the restroom, passed by and noticed the door was ajar, so he casually asked, Oh, it's nothing new. I was just apologizing to my sister-in-law. Everything is clear now. This misunderstanding today is all my grandpa's fault. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding. Well, I'll be leaving now. You and your sister-in-law should have a good chat. Don't let feelings get hurt. Gu Yinshu said with a cheerful smile. With the misunderstanding cleared up, there was indeed no need for her to stay here. Although they might not care, she couldn't be inconsiderate. Sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. You all have a good chat. After saying that, Gu Yinshu left alone. Su Yang was momentarily puzzled. What sister-in-law? Who is her sister-in-law? He had only been away for a little while. What on earth happened? In the room, only Lu Bingbing was present. Could it be that Gu Yinshu was calling her sister-in-law? Lu Bingbing saw Su Yang's strange expression and instantly understood that he was also mistaken. What on earth is going on today? Everyone has been in a misunderstanding. You mustn't misunderstand. Mainly we all misunderstood just now. And now we are misinterpreting again. In short, it's just a misunderstanding. Do you understand? Lu Bingbing spoke with her mind in a panic. I don't quite understand. Su Yang said, bewildered. The situation is like this. Lu Bingbing hurriedly explained what had just happened. After finishing her explanation, she finally sighed in relief. It seemed that Su Yang should understand now. Oh, so that's how it is. But I think that title is actually quite pleasant to hear. Su Yang looked at Lu Bingbing, a smile playing on his lips. Hearing this, Lu Bingbing suddenly felt flustered. How could he say such things? This was too much. Seeing Lu Bingbing's flustered expression, Su Yang concluded that she had definitely never been in a relationship. Because this kind of shyness is completely a state that only a young girl possesses. If she were a veteran in romance, she wouldn't appear so embarrassed and shy. He didn't expect that Lu Bingbing, the ice-cold female CEO who seemed to have everything, was actually single since birth. Seeing her flustered appearance, Su Yang quickly continued, I was just joking. Only then did Lu Bingbing feel a bit relaxed, but the shy redness on her delicate face had not completely faded. I know. She stammered, unable to articulate why. The president, who was usually decisive in the company, was now displaying the demeanor of a young girl in love. If this were to spread around the company, it would definitely become a hot topic for discussion. By the way, you don't have a Lu Bingbing suddenly asked, her mind blank. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Why was she asking such a thing? Isn't this just creating another misunderstanding? Not at the moment, Su Yang replied. Oh, Lu Bingbing nodded. For some reason, hearing Su Yang say he did not have a girlfriend brought a sense of relief and a hint of happiness to Lu Bingbing's heart. By the way, do you feel there's anyone suitable for me? Can you introduce someone? Su Yang jokingly asked. You, such an outstanding person, should definitely find someone equally excellent. How can I just introduce anyone? Lu Bingbing replied. Really? But among the people I know, you are the most outstanding. Su Yang continued. You? In that instant, Lu Bingbing's delicate ears turned crimson. What does Su Yang mean by this? Could it be that he has feelings for her? Surely not. The young girl's shyness reached its peak at that moment. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, Lu Bingbing lowered her gaze, not daring to meet Su Yang's eyes, and hurriedly left the room with her flushed cheeks. Su Yang also didn't expect that his two senses could make Lu Bingbing, who usually appeared so aloof, feel so. But why did it seem that she looked even more beautiful than usual? To be honest, very few men would be unmoved by a girl like Lu Bingbing. However, her status was just too noble. The future heir of Tianhai Group, ordinary people would not even dare to look her in the eye. Although Su Yang now had a system, the identity recognition built over more than 20 years made him feel timid in certain aspects. Of course, he was also human. He had emotions and could be moved. However, these things cannot be forced. They can only be left to fate. When the time for fate arrives, everything will naturally fall into place. Su Yang fortunately did not think about these matters for the time being, and went to another room to discuss something with Li Nanfang calming the troops. Meanwhile, inside a Rolls-Royce, the fat boss who had been making things difficult for Su Yang suddenly widened his. What's wrong? Ma Yunxi glared at him and asked. Ma Xiao, look at this inquiry. The fat boss hurriedly pointed at his phone. What a big deal. Ma Yunxi disdainfully glanced at it, but at that moment the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground. Bright red wine splashed everywhere. He stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. After a long time he murmured this. How is this? The chubby boss beside him was also dumbfounded. He quickly thought it over and said, could it be false news released by Lingdong Technology? So the so-called super robot is just a gimmick. Ma Yunxi pondered for a moment, feeling that this statement was quite plausible. Having just signed a betting agreement with Su Yang, how could things have reversed so quickly? Therefore this must be the so-called false news released by Lingdong Technology. At this point in time, Su Yang must have seen it too. That kid probably still thinks it's real. It let him be happy for a while. When their press conference blows up, it will be time for him to reap the rewards. Yes, that's what I think too. In the future, when you see such news, don't pay attention to it, just skip it. Ma Yunxi said dismissively. The chubby boss quickly nodded, said a few flattering words, then took out his phone and quietly sent a few messages to his subordinates, urging them to buy more from Lingdong Technology. Although he really wanted to cling to the Ma family's stronghold, one cannot put all eggs in one basket. If losses occur with Ma Yunxi here to back him up, if it skyrockets, that would be even better. Betting on both sides is the way to go. On the other side, Su Yang and Li Nanfang discussed numerous matters. The most important point was about the company structure. Dingyang Capital must grow stronger, so each position must be carefully selected. After organizing the company structure, Su Yang and Li Nanfang agreed on the salary and benefits for various positions. Recruitment would begin in the next few days. Su Long, it might be a bit busy these days. Whatever, mister. Li instructs you to do, take it seriously. Su Yang continued to instruct. Sure bro, I understand. By the way, Yang Gu, should we recruit security and cleaning staff? Su Long asked. We don't need security for now, and we don't need full-time cleaning staff either. Why do you ask? Su Yang inquired. Well, I have a friend looking for a job, so I was asking for him. Su Long scratched his head. Su Long, don't meddle too much in this. There are security and cleaning positions everywhere. Introducing such jobs to your friend, although it seems kind-hearted, they won't thank you if they find out. On the contrary, they might think you're mocking them. Your primary concern shouldn't be caring for others and helping them. It should be to improve yourself first. Staying close to Mr. Li, you can learn a lot, not just professional skills, but also social and critical thinking abilities. Remember, this being too kind can lead to losses. Most of the time, we just need to keep our kindness hidden in our... Do you understand? Su Long nodded upon hearing this, realizing he had made a mistake as soon as he spoke. He knew his character. He had suffered many losses in the past because of being too soft-hearted. After what Su Yang said, he understood that he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, not only would he suffer, but Yang Gu would also be implicated. Yes, I understand, Yang Gu. Su Yang nodded, initially thinking that Su Long was asking for his uncle. But his family's company was a highly specialized one. Relatives would definitely find out, but even so, Su Yang would not agree to let anyone except Su Long work at the company. Having too many people from the same family in a company can easily lead to trouble. Su Long was not very clever. He could report the situation to him anytime, so keeping just him was enough. Well, it's already noon, and we haven't eaten. Let's go have lunch, Su Yang suggested. The three then went downstairs to find a restaurant to resolve their lunch. Tianhai Group. For the entire afternoon, Lu Bingbing felt particularly listless. During a very important meeting, she kept zoning out. Even though she tried hard to control herself, her mind still... Manager Lu, this is the planning project for Sunshine Garden. At the meeting, a senior executive finished the PPT. Lu Bingbing casually nodded and glanced at the screen, suddenly astonished to find Su Yang's name on it. Her heart skipped a beat, and only then did her vision clear. It turned out she had misread it. It was Sunshine Garden. I thought it was Su Yang. I startled myself, thinking that her affair with Su Yang had been discovered by her subordinates. Well said. By the way, what's your name? Lu Bingbing inquired. Report Manager Lu, my name is Su Guang. Oh, Lu Bingbing nodded. His name was Su Guang, meaning the sun shines, so the sun can also be referred to as... In other words, Su Yang and Su Guang have similar names, roughly meaning the same thing. All right, Su Yang, Lu Bingbing blurted out. Huh, Manager Lu. My name is Su Guang. That person said in astonishment. Lu Bingbing suddenly realized and quickly showed an apologetic expression, saying sorry. I misheard just... She didn't know what was wrong with her, how everything could relate to Su Yang. Was she possessed? Lu Bingbing quickly adjusted her state, feeling it was about time, then continued the meeting. An hour later, the meeting ended, and Lu Bingbing felt very tired, so she went to her office to rest. While her assistant cleaned the meeting room, as usual, she picked up the notes Lu Bingbing had written during the meeting to see if there were any arrangements. However, upon seeing what Lu Bingbing had written, she was puzzled because the paper was filled with the name Su Yang. Who on earth is Su Yang? Why does manager Lu care so much? Could it be? She instantly understood. Su Yang is manager Liu's boyfriend. Who is he? How could he make manager Lu so concerned? Without time to think further, she quickly took the paper to the office. When Lu Bingbing saw it, she smiled helplessly. Sigh. I need to rest for a few days. On the other side, Su Yang inexplicably sneezed a dozen times in a continuous manner. This made him think he might be getting a cold. This won't do. There's an auction tomorrow, and the items up for grabs are worth over $1 billion. I must not let this affect me. Thinking of this, Su Yang decided to go to bed early to prepare for tomorrow. Although he went to bed early, the quality of his sleep was poor. He always felt someone was whispering about him, waking up early at around 5 o'clock. Su Yang felt that these two skills seemed to be of little use to him. Although he often watched videos from fishing bloggers, Su Yang had never fished before. It was not for any other reason, but rather because he was afraid of becoming a member of the empty-handed brigade. However, if he acquired this skill, he could relax during his free time. Thinking this way, it didn't seem so bad. Su Yang directly purchased it. As for the super racing skill, although he didn't have a sports car now, that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. After all, having more skills would never hurt, so Su Yang bought that skill as well. Today's auction is divided into 2 sessions, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. The item he hoped Today's auction is divided into 2 sessions, one in the afternoon and one in the evening. The item he hoped to snag and the items to be auctioned were both in the evening. However, for safety's sake, Su Yang decided to go to the auction venue in the afternoon. The Jiadejiang City Special Auction. Many big shots attended this auction, and the luxury cars outside the venue were countless. Brothers, did you see that? Any one of these cars represents the pinnacle of our lives. I'm live streaming here today, so I guess I'll show everyone something new. In the top left corner, claim the largest lucky bag on the internet, and later I'll show you which big shots are attending today. At this moment, Jianbao Quangu also appeared at the entrance of the auction. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly stopped next to him, and Su Yang got out of the car and greeted him. Quangu, you came quite early, huh? Quangu turned around and looked. You are Yanggu, right? Oh, what a coincidence. We met before entering the venue. Come, let me introduce you. This is the brother who snagged a blue and white porcelain dragon pattern goblet for just 3 yuan that day. Yanggu. His auction collection is the highlight this time. As soon as Quangu finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream began to express their admiration. Impressive. Yanggu is impressive. Who do you think is more impressive, Yanggu or Quangu? Yeah, Quangu and Yanggu. Which one of you is more impressive? I guess it's Yanggu. I think Yanggu is more impressive. The comments section was buzzing with discussions about it. Quangu also noticed this and held his phone, looking at Su Yang, laughing. Yanggu, look at these ignorant comments. They're actually discussing who is better between the two of us. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Su Yang glanced at the chat discussions and then spoke. In this aspect, Quangu is definitely better. I'm just a novice and still have much to learn from Quangu. Hearing Su Yang's humble words, the discussions became even more heated. Yanggu is too humble. Yet too. Quangu also laughed until he couldn't close his mouth, quickly waving his hand. Yanggu is too modest. Let me answer that. We are both on a similar level, neither superior nor inferior. We are both about the same. Quangu felt he spoke quite well, very moderate and balanced. Although Su Yang's good fortune in snagging items was astonishing, Quangu genuinely believed that Su Yang's level was likely similar to his own. Just as he finished speaking, another Audi slowly stopped, and several people got out of the car. Su Yang looked and was surprised to see Gu Mo Ding Weiming and Gu Yinshu. Seeing these people arrive, Quangu quickly stood up straight. This was Gu Mo, a nationally recognized master. By seniority, he was of the same generation as his own master. Moreover, he had met him once before. Seeing him again was truly a stroke of luck. Master, Professor, what a coincidence. I ran into you two here. Quangu quickly said respectfully. Although he was the hottest treasure appraisal streamer online, he still had to show respect to the big shots in the industry. Huh, little Quan, I heard you've started live streaming, and it's going quite well. You have tens of thousands of viewers every day. Not at all, Professor Ding, you flatter me. I'm just dabbling. Quangu said modestly. Is there a need to be modest? Good is good, bad is bad. You did well. In terms of promotion, I can say none of us can compare to you. Gu Mo also patted Quangu on the shoulder. At that moment, receiving encouragement and recognition from the top figures in the industry, Quangu felt extremely excited. Gu Mo, the top authority in the industry, it was truly not easy to receive his praise. He had never heard of him praising other young people like this. Master Gu, what you said truly makes me happy. To receive your acknowledgement, Master, is truly worth every. Quangu said with great emotion. Master, how have you been lately? He quickly inquired with concern. Watching the two chat, the viewers in the live stream felt extremely shocked. The old man in front of them was actually so respected by Quangu. Who is this old gentleman? Quangu couldn't even stand up straight. Haven't you heard? This is Quan Guest Master. His seniority is quite impressive. This is really amazing. By saying this, Master Gu should be a leading figure in today's antique world, right? Wow, I'm truly amazed. At first I thought Quan Gu was just a casual player, but I didn't expect him to know such a big shot. The live stream was bustling with excitement. Quan Gu, you've been so busy talking with the old gentleman. Didn't you see Yang Gu is still on site? Yeah, Yang Gu has been left out. As someone who knows both sides, shouldn't you introduce Yang Gu? It's really awkward for Yang Gu to be standing there alone. I have to say Quan Gu does have some connections. The viewers all started to remind him. Quan Gu saw these comments and instantly realized. That's right, he had been so caught up in reminiscing with his master that he left Yang Gu standing aside. This was true. Su Yang was a person of considerable strength to befriend, and introducing him to some connections would be appreciated, benefiting both sides in their relationship development. Quan Gu quickly ended his conversation with Gu Mo and said, Master, look at me, I forgot one thing. Let me introduce you to this one. Su Yang, the owner of the highlight collection in this auction. Don't let his youth fool you, his strength is comparable to mine. He could also be considered a young talent. Yang Gu, this is Gu Mo, Master Gu. By seniority, he is my master, and you're about the same age, so you should also call him master. Quan Gu kindly reminded him. This was a good opportunity for Su Yang to know such a big shot. Moreover, being able to call Gu Mo master was something many people dreamed of. Looking at Su Yang, Quan Gu felt he must be amazed at the terrifying connections he had. He knew that Su Yang would surely be grateful for his introduction. He quietly waited for Su Yang to speak to proceed with the next introduction. However, Gu Mo slowly shook his head, smiling as he said, No need to call me master. Su Yang and I are of the same generation, friends of different ages. We are of the same generation. Ha ha ha, Yang Gu, did you hear? Old Master Gu said. Say what? Qian Gu chuckled a couple of times, then suddenly froze in place. What did he hear? The top authority in the nation, Gu Mo. A figure of his own master's generation. He actually said he and Su Yang are of the same generation. What is going on here? This is his own master, even his own teacher doesn't have the status to bow under him. When has it ever been said that this top master claimed he has a peer relationship with a young man? Qian Gu's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. If this is true, then Su Yang is no longer Yang Gu. He is Master Yang. Not only Qian Gu, but also the 20,000 viewers in his live stream were instantly stunned. What is going on? Master Gu actually said he and Yang Gu are peers. Is this a joke? How old is Master Gu and how old is Yang Gu? How could they be peers? Oh my god. Did Master Gu make a mistake? Wait a minute. If Master Gu isn't wrong, then Yang Gu has become Qian Gu's master. As these discussions arose, Qian Gu quickly looked at Gu Mo and asked carefully, Master, did you say something wrong just now? Or was it a joke? Su Yang is a few years younger than me. With your age, how could you? How could you be of the same generation? Qian Gu still held a glimmer of hope. Not because of any other thoughts, but mainly because he had just boasted loudly, confidently introducing connections to Su Yang. If Master Gu really is of the same generation as Su Yang, then I would be in big trouble. Also, that would mean I have to call Su Yang little master. Calling a young man a few years younger than myself master is just too awkward. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo chuckled softly and looked at Qian Gu, saying, Little Qian, do you think I'm too old to have lost my mind? I didn't say anything wrong. I am indeed friends with Su Xiaoyu across the generations. By the way, according to my seniority, you should also call Su Xiaoyu master. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Qian Gu's heart sank. He felt completely helpless. It turned he is indeed 2 generations younger than Su Yang. Moreover, being friends across generations indicates that Yang Gu's relationship with Master Gu is closer than his own. Thinking about his previous thoughts, Qian Gu felt he had embarrassed himself to the extreme today. He had just boasted about introducing connections, thinking Su Yang would envy his network. But in the end, the person was actually his master. What does this imply? Even a figure like Gu Mo is on the same level as Su Yang. Doesn't this mean his connections are even more terrifying than his own? He thought his connections were strong, but Yang Gu didn't even say a word and directly outshined him. My ability is not much different from Yang Gu's. Recalling the words he had said earlier, Qian Gu felt a wave of embarrassment. Someone who could be friends with Master Gu must be much stronger than himself. The live stream exploded. Oh my god. It's actually true. Is Yang Gu that powerful? Even the esteemed Master Gu is of the same generation as him. Wow. Just now Qian Gu said he and Yang Gu are about equal in strength, but now looking at Master Gu's attitude, it's clear that Yang Gu is stronger. This is it. Qian Gu is embarrassed now. Just now he was boasting about introducing connections, but it turns out Yang Gu is the connection itself. Now Yang Gu has truly become Qian Gu's master. Oh my, this is killing me with laughter. Qian Gu has now directly gained a master, and the key is that he is many years younger. I really want to see Qian Gu call him that. Qian Gu, don't disappoint, everyone hurry up and call him. The number of viewers in the live stream increased. As the #1 treasure appraisal streamer on the internet, suddenly having a little master attracted a lot of attention. They really wanted to see the spectacle. Qiangu was also very helpless, his face slightly flushed, looking at Su Yang, his mouth trembling, unable to open it. Yanggu. No, wait. Master. I truly didn't expect Yanggu to be my master. Qiangu looked at Su Yang, a face full of helplessness. Alright Qiangu, you don't need to call me master, I was just joking about Master Gu. I as a junior, how can I be on the same level as Master Gu? Su Yang humbly replied. This matter is too unexpected, he didn't know Master Gu would suddenly say such a thing. What's the big deal? Little Su, yesterday's matter was my fault. I should have clarified first. Look, I ended up creating a big joke, hope it didn't affect you too much. Guamo asked. It's alright, it was all a misunderstanding and an accident. Su Yang knew this was related to Gu Yinshu. Ha ha ha, I intended to deepen our relationship, but ended up. Guamo wanted to continue, but was promptly interrupted by Gu Yinshu. Grandpa, let's not talk about these awkward things. Guamo quickly nodded. Right, let's not talk about this. But you and I are friends. We won't talk about seniority. Guamo truly had a good opinion of this young man Su. Little Qian, we can just discuss things as they are. There's no need for you to call Su Xiaoyu master, it makes you seem older. Guamo continued. Alright master. Qiangu wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is better, otherwise he would have to call Yanggu master every time he sees him, which is too awkward. Okay, you all chat for now, Professor Ding, and I still have work to do. See you at the auction later. After speaking, Guamo and Ding Wei headed towards the auction venue. After watching the two leave, Qiangu looked at Su Yang puzzled, and asked, by the way, Yanggu, what were you talking about just now? I didn't understand. This. Su Yang felt this matter was a bit difficult to explain. It's nothing, just that my grandpa wanted to matchmake me and Su Yang, but it didn't happen and created a joke. Gu Yinshu spoke first. Oh, what? Qiangu was completely thrown off. In the industry, Gumo's granddaughter Gu Yinshu is the goddess of the entire circle. So many people wanted to pursue her, but couldn't get her. Master Gu directly introduced her to Su Yang, but it wasn't successful. Doesn't this mean that Su Yang rejected Gu Yinshu? Oh my god. Qiangu looked at Su Yang at this moment. Jealousy filled his eyes. This Yanggu really has a heart of stone. Such a thing can be refused. You're so high and mighty. He felt an unbearable envy. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate and would agree immediately. Why didn't Master Gu introduce her to me? People are really more enviable than others. Junior sister Yinshu. You and Yanggu didn't work out. Do you think I have any chance? Qiangu posed dramatically, trying to showcase his most handsome moment. Gu Yinshu gently nodded and smiled, of course. Qiangu was shaken to his core. His pupils trembled. I have a chance. Not at all. Those two words instantly sent Qiangu crashing from excitement to the depths of despair. I knew that would be the result. Su Yang outright rejected her, and I can't even get a chance. The gap between people is just so vast. At this moment, he was filled with envy. Qiangu was truly feeling quite disheartened. After 2 minutes, his inner turmoil finally eased a bit. Watching the barrage of comments in the live stream mocking him, Qiangu felt a deep sense of helplessness. Don't send such comments. Yanggu has gone to the bathroom and will be back soon. Qiangu said irritably. Gu Shimi, why did Yanggu reject you? Could it be that he? Qiangu's gossip instincts suddenly kicked in. What are you thinking? Su Yang has a partner. He definitely won't agree to my grandfather's matchmaking. Gu Yinshu explained. Oh, I see. Qiangu felt a bit better. Tis, to be honest, you and Su Yang are quite a match. If you didn't have a partner, you two would fit well together. Qiangu joked. Why do you always talk nonsense? His partner is much prettier than me. And do you know who Sui Yang's composed partner is? The heir of the Tianhai group. Lu Bingbing, the famous ice gold female CEO. Gu Yinshu stated directly. What? Qiangu was once again shocked upon hearing this. Sui Yang's partner turned out to be Lu Bingbing, the heiress of the Tianhai group. His previously comforted spirit instantly sank again. He had seen Lu Bingbing at an event before. Her looks and figure were on par with Gu Yinshu. The key was her status. Who would have thought that Sui Yang's partner would be such a woman? Damn. He felt struck down. Lu Bingbing is his partner, and Master Gu Mo introduced his granddaughter to him. Why couldn't he be Su Yang? At that moment, he felt a deep envy towards Su Yang. If only they could swap souls at this moment, how wonderful that would be. What's wrong? Are you envious? Gu Yinshu teased. Qiangu suddenly felt awkward and could only say no. There are many girls chasing after me too. What are you laughing at? It's really not fewer than Sui Yang's. Looking at Gu Yinshu's teasing smile, Qiangu shook his head, realizing she didn't believe him. At that moment, Su Yang returned, chatted for a bit, and the three of them headed toward the auction venue together. Many people were already there. A few entrepreneurs were present, while most were those specifically sent to buy items for others. Let's sit here. The three found their seats. The items Su Yang wanted were in the evening session, so this afternoon was relatively casual. Isn't that Qiangu the appraisal expert? The big streamer. This is the first time meeting. Not long after the three sat down, a young man walked over slowly. Oh no, a fan is here. Look, being so popular means you get recognized wherever you go. Qiange said to Suyang and Gu Yunshu with some pride. Having just been undermined by Suyang, this fan's arrival was a real boost to his self-esteem. It directly showcased his popularity. He was even more impressive than Suyang and Gu Yunshu. Want a photo? Or, Qiange said very proactively. When it comes to fans, one must be enthusiastic. A photo? You think you deserve that? I see you talking big online every day. You're quite capable, huh? Honestly, what kind of sharp insight do you really have? It's just that those viewers don't know better and think you are impressive. In reality, you're worlds apart from me. Jin Cheng scoffed disdainfully. Qiange's smile instantly froze. His mouth twitched a few times, clearly not expecting this person to say such things. Just a network beggar, and he really thinks he's someone important. Jin Cheng continued to mock. In front of Suyang and Gu Yunshu, and with so many people in the live stream, Qiange felt he was losing face. Brother, there's no need to say such things. We don't even know each other, and it's not nice to speak harshly. Qiange was clearly angry, but since he was live streaming, he couldn't really lose his temper. Who is this guy? Damn, this is so rude. Yeah, what he said is really impolite. Who insults someone? Although I often criticize Qiange, that's just teasing. Oh, what's this person's issue? Qiange, don't let it slide. Fight back. The fans in the live stream were also furious. Let me introduce myself. The boss of Xingyao Entertainment, Jin Guangming, is my father. Do you still have objections to what I said earlier? Jin Cheng said proudly. You? Qiange's inner anger was instantly suppressed by more than half. Xingyao Entertainment is one of the largest entertainment companies in the country. This person turned out to have such a powerful background. Although he was currently the hottest online streamer, he truly couldn't afford to offend someone like this. At this moment, Qiange felt an immense sense of frustration. They were pointing fingers at him in humiliation, yet he couldn't make any rebuttal. Otherwise, he would have to face hidden retaliation. Watching Qiange being thoroughly crushed, Jin Cheng wore a smug smile. Jin Cheng, isn't that item of yours not meeting the auction standards? What are you doing here? Gu Yunshu frowned and said, Of course I'm here to teach you a lesson. After being humiliated by you yesterday, did you think I would just swallow my anger? Damn, do you really think I, Jin Shao, have no temper? Suyang, you coward, do you dare to compete today? Let's see who truly has the capability. Jin Cheng glared at Suyang, his anger palpable. Suyang had hardly spoken with Jin Cheng, and he genuinely couldn't understand such behavior. Heh, are you? This streamer is your friend, right? Then don't blame me for making him disappear from the streaming industry. Jin Cheng threatened menacingly. Don't go too far. Gu Yunshu immediately became unhappy. Sorry, doing as I please is my motto in life. If I want to deal with him, it's just a word from me. Jin Cheng said arrogantly. Qiange also felt an overwhelming anger. But unfortunately, the person opposite him was not someone he could afford to provoke. How do you want to compete? Although Suyang did not care about his threats, he still asked. Very simple. It's an auction, so it's about bidding. We will see who has the greater strength, looking at who can bid for antiques at a higher price. After the auction ends, we will calculate the total value. If the items I bid for are worth 10 million and yours are worth 5 million, then I win. If you can spend $1 million at this auction and buy something worth 10 million, then we will count it as 10 million. If you spent 10 million, but the items are only worth 5 million on the market, then we will count it as 5 million. Is that clear? The loser will publicly polish the winner's shoes. How about it? Do you dare? Jin Cheng was extremely confident. Although he might not win in terms of sharp insight, in terms of financial strength, he was sure to win. Moreover, there would be no bargains at this auction. He just needed to buy wildly. Qiange, don't agree. I want to see how he tries to mess with me. Qiange knew this was a trap upon hearing this, and immediately became resolute. Oh, then he'll deal with you harshly. Jin Cheng became even more arrogant. All right, then I agree to your terms. Suyang calmly agreed. Upon hearing this, Jin Cheng smiled slightly. Suyang had fallen into his trap. In terms of financial strength, how could he be Suyang's opponent? Thinking that Suyang would soon have to polish his shoes, washing away all humiliation, Jin Cheng felt absolutely ecstatic. Meanwhile, Gu Yunshu and Qiange became anxious. They hadn't expected Suyang to fall for the trap so easily. Watching Jin Cheng leave with his arrogant swagger, Suyang smiled faintly. After all, the items he intended to buy contained treasures worth over 100 million. He had never seen someone digging their own grave. Qiange wore a look of guilt. Originally, Suyang didn't need to compete with Jin Cheng. It was all because Qiange was too worried about Jin Cheng retaliating against him that he agreed to his demands. After all, Jin Cheng is the son of the owner of Xingyao Entertainment, and his financial resources must be considerable. Although Qiange also has strength, if he gets entangled with him, he would suffer significant losses and spend a lot of money. Sigh. Qiange, I'm really sorry, Qiange said apologetically. It's fine, he was originally targeting me. In fact, according to reason, Qiange was the one being implicated. Even if he weren't here, I would have agreed. So now we just have to see who spends more money on what they buy. I really don't know how this guy came up with such a method of competition. Gu Yunshu frowned and said, the three of us combined should be able to compete with him, right? Qiange thought for a moment and said, you guys don't need to worry about this, I have a way. Just watch. Seeing Su Yang's confident demeanor, the two didn't say much. Soon the afternoon auction was about to begin. Gu Mo and Ding Weiming also came to take their seats. When the two learned about Jin Sheng's provocations, they were equally furious. Since we're to compete, there are many methods. What kind of competition is it to compare the value of what we buy? Master, if we find a bargain item here buying it for a few million, while its actual value is several tens of millions. If that's the case, we could win. Qiange suddenly thought of this. You have a good point. This is the Jiada auction, the largest auction house in the country. You still think you can find bargains here? Isn't that nonsense? Gu Mo said irritably. Qiange awkwardly laughed a couple of times. While this is Jiada auction, finding bargains here is simply a pipe dream. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the auctioneer quickly took the stage. The afternoon auction has begun. At first, there were some relatively cheap items, starting prices in the hundreds of thousands, with final transaction prices generally over $1 million. During this phase, Su Yang did not bid, nor did Jin Sheng. As the auction continued, the starting prices became increasingly expensive. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Ming Dynasty copper gilded Buddha statue. It is very well preserved with no wear on the gilding. Starting price $3 million. As soon as the host announced, people below began to bid. 3,300,000. The minimum increment is at least 10%, so 3 million means each bid must increase by no less than 300,000. Su Yang inadvertently glanced at Jin Sheng and found Jin Sheng was discussing something with his subordinates. Since this guy always wants to make me look bad, let him bleed heavily today. With that thought, Su Yang did not hesitate and directly shouted 5 million, instantly raising the bid by over $1 million. The crowd's gaze turned directly towards Su Yang. Yang Gu, you're starting already. Qiange also said in surprise. Jin Sheng looked over with disdain, surprised that Su Yang would bid such a high price. All eyes were drawn to him. Wouldn't this make others think he had the most strength? This kind of show-off scene was surprisingly not happening to himself. Since you want to stand out and act like a big shot, he'll make sure you don't get what you want. 7 million. Jin Sheng immediately raised his paddle, adding 2 million. Seeing this scene, Gu Yunshu was also a bit surprised that Jin Sheng was so ruthless. He was targeting Su Yang's bid. Observing Gu Yunshu's slightly surprised expression, Jin Sheng felt extremely pleased and excited. All the focus was on him. Little Su, the final transaction price for this item is only 7 million. Bidding higher might not be wise. Master Gu reminded from the side. Let him have it, losing money isn't good. Qiange also said. Just as the two finished speaking, Su Yang directly raised his paddle. 10 million. Directly increasing the bid by 3 million. At that moment, those in the audience who understood looked at Su Yang with puzzled expressions. 10 million. For something worth 7 million at most, he directly bid 10 million. The host was overjoyed. An item with a commission price of 7 million being bid to 10 million was definitely a great deal. This gentleman has bid 10 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid higher? 10 million once. The host knocked the hammer. Seeing this scene, Jin Sheng was extremely furious. This guy actually raised the bid by another 3 million. He was trying to stomp on him. At that moment, Su Yang looked over at him, his eyes filled with a hint of disdain. Damn. Jin Sheng could no longer hold back. Since you want to stomp on me, you'll crush you. Jin Sheng immediately shouted 12 million. He raised the bid by 5 million for an item worth 7 million. Hearing this, Su Yang felt satisfied. With just a slight maneuver, he made Jin Sheng spend an extra 5 million. Moreover, this was just the first time. From now on, every item that Jin Sheng wanted would lead to competition. 12 million once. 12 million twice. 12 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. 25 for winning this Ming Dynasty copper gilded Buddha statue. The audience erupted in applause, and everyone looked at Jin Sheng with expressions of disbelief. Realizing the gazes of the crowd, Jin Sheng knew that they were now in awe of his financial power. His strength was fully displayed at this moment. He provocatively looked towards Su Yang, revealing an extremely proud expression. This kid still wants to compete with him for items. He should check how much money he has. Taking advantage of the time gap before the next item was presented, Jin Sheng quietly walked towards Su Yang. Having secured the first item, he needed to establish his authority. He tapped the table and looked at the others with a cold voice, saying, "Do you see my strength? I want to tell you something. From now on, as long as you say the word, whatever you want, I will compete for it, and I will intercept it all. With me here, don't even think about buying a single item today. Just wait to lose." His words left everyone stunned. Did he really think he was so impressive? He truly had no idea. His words left everyone stunned. Did he really think he was so impressive? He truly had no idea. He was just a big fool. spending an extra 5 million on an item and still coming here to show off, and making threats. Everyone looked dazed. This scene was perfectly captured by Jin Sheng, who felt he was truly powerful, as these people were intimidated by him. As long as you want it, I will compete to raise the bid. Thinking of what he just said, Jin Sheng felt incredibly. How can a person be so handsome? This statement truly showcased his confidence and strength. It left Su Yang and Gu Mo utterly stunned. Even Gu Yunshu must have been captivated by him, right? He didn't believe that the domineering power of his words wouldn't move any girl. Although she didn't show it, Jin Sheng knew she had been conquered. She was just putting on a brave front, because she didn't even dare to look him in the eye. At this moment, Jin Sheng wore an extremely smug smile, feeling utterly delighted. Su Yang, it seems I am your nemesis. At this moment, I am the sole master of the auction. His eyes shone with intense confidence. The starting price for this Zeton treasure box is 1.5 million. The next item is brought up, and the host smiles as he introduces it. The final price for this item is expected to be around 3 to 4 million. Gu Mo interjected from the side. Su Yang nodded. One must admit, having this master Gu Mo bidding alongside made it incredibly easy to deceive. For million, Su Yang directly called out the top price. Jin Sheng, seeing this, revealed a hint of disdainful amusement, 6 million. After saying that, he cast a mocking glance at Su Yang. As long as you bid, I will raise the price significantly. I will make sure you can't buy a single item. Let's see how you win then. At this moment, a few people also realized what Su Yang was trying to do. He simply wanted Jin Sheng to spend unnecessary money. Isn't he always bragging about being wealthy? Then let him spend lavishly. Even if he can't win in the end, he will still be left with a bitter experience. Quan Gu, feeling a surge of anger, looked at Su Yang and said, Yang Gu, I want to join in too. We absolutely must teach this kid a harsh lesson. Seeing that Su Yang had already tricked Jin Sheng into 2 items, Quan Gu couldn't help but want to take action. This pair of Wang Wali dragon pattern chairs has a starting price of 2 million. Another item was called up. Master, this item is probably valued at around 4 to 5 million, right? Quan Gu inquired of Gu Mo. Gu Mo gently nodded. It was indeed that price. Receiving confirmation, Quan Gu directly bid for million. After saying this, he quietly waited for Jin Sheng to raise the price. However, 3 seconds passed, and Jin Sheng remained silent, as if he hadn't noticed at all. For million once. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? The host also didn't expect the auction to go so smoothly today. Everyone was raising the prices frantically. Quan Gu saw this and immediately felt a bit anxious. He could afford 4 million, but the reason he was calling out was to trick Jin Sheng. Why wasn't Jin Sheng taking action upon hearing his bid? 4 million twice. Seeing the host knocked down twice with the hammer, Quan Gu instantly became unsettled. 5 million. Su Yang interjected with a bid. Quan Gu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Su Yang stepped in, or he would have suffered a significant loss. 7 million. Jin Sheng directly raised the bid by 2 million. He stated that as long as it was an item Su Yang bid on, he would raise the price significantly. Only then did Quan Gu realize Jin Sheng only raised the price on Su Yang's bids. Watching Jin Sheng continuously raise the bid like a foolish big spender, the people present began to discuss in whispers. This person seemed like a naive fool, appearing quite silly. Seeing the corners of people's mouths discussing, Jin Sheng realized that these people were astonished by his actions. They were likely all marveling at his strength. This feeling of being worshipped by everyone is truly exhilarating. Next, under Su Yang's manipulation, Jin Sheng splurged extravagantly. He won several items at high prices. At this moment, his total expenditure had already reached 30 million. The afternoon session passed just like that. Jin Sheng knew he had secured his position. Taking advantage of the break after the afternoon session, he walked over to Su Yang with a cheerful stride and casually remarked, 30 million, oh 30 million. I spent a full 30 million. What about it? Can you win against me? Looking at his smug smile, do you know? The things you bought are actually not worth 30 million. Their real value is around 18 million, Gu Yunshu said with a light laugh. Hearing this, Jin Sheng's expression changed slightly, then he nonchalantly replied, so what? I can afford it. This money is nothing to me. If you want to win against me, you'll need to spend at least 20 million. Do you have that capability? Oh, these people think I lost, but they don't know that this money is just pocket change for me. After saying this, Jin Sheng walked out with his assistant. He probably doesn't even realize that Yang Gu saw through his tricks and is deliberately driving up the prices. Yeah, being toyed with and still thinking he's impressive is really too funny. Everyone probably looks at him like Quan Gu and Gu Yunshu were discussing. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng's expression visibly changed. Su Yang realized he would definitely raise the bid on anything Jin Sheng wanted, so he deliberately tricked him. This kid is quite cunning. He made me spend more than 10 million for nothing. Jin Sheng exhaled a breath of frustration. In reality, a million is quite a lot for him. But as long as he can win against Su Yang this time, what's the harm in letting him gloat for a while? As long as he can see him polishing his shoes, then spending over 10 million is worth it. He glared fiercely at Su Yang, then left the venue. Yang Gu, if you want to win against him, you'll need to spend nearly 20 million. That's not a small amount either. Quan Gu said anxiously. It's fine, that's no longer important. Let's go eat first, wait for the evening auction. Su Yang seemed unconcerned. Upon hearing this, no one said anything further, and they all went to find a place to have dinner. At 8 o'clock, the evening auction began on time. There were a total of 8 items up for auction, including various types of antiques. As everyone took their seats, the auction smoothly started. Time passed second by second, and 5 items were auctioned off by others without Su Yang bidding even once. Quan Gu and the others knew that Su Yang had no intention of competing against Jin Sheng. After all, spending 20 million for a so-called competition wasn't really worth it. It was just uncertain how things would conclude later. After the 7th item appeared, Su Yang, who had been feeling a bit drowsy, finally perked up. Ladies and gentlemen, the exquisite painting Peaceful Spring Dawn. As previously introduced, this item has a starting price of 2.8 million. As the host finished speaking, most people did not seem inclined to raise their bids, because the majority were waiting for the final highlight item. Meanwhile, Su Yang carefully examined the displayed painting, strongly suppressing his inner excitement. This was a treasure with hidden depths, the contents valued at over 100 million. Noticing Su Yang's expression, Gu Mo realized that Su Yang seemed interested in this painting. So he reminded him from the side, Xiao Su, while this item is nice, it isn't a renowned piece. Bidding for it isn't very worthwhile. Su Yang nodded and replied, Old Gu, I have my sights set on this piece, and it suits my taste. Things I like should be purchased. Hearing this, Gu Mo said no more. After all, it's hard to buy what you love. Thus, Su Yang did not hesitate to bid 5 million. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng, who had switched seats to sit behind Su Yang, coldly smiled. He was laughing at Su Yang's naivety. Previously unwilling to spend, now, with the second to last item out, he actually wanted to buy it. What foolishness! He originally did not want to raise the bid, but recalling how Su Yang had tricked him into spending over 10 million, he couldn't help but feel angry. Since this kid can trick me, then I must also trick him. Since he wants to buy this item, I will make him bleed financially. With this thought in mind, Jin Sheng did not hesitate to raise the bid 8 million. After saying this, he glanced at Su Yang smugly, his eyes gleaming with a sense of a scheme coming to fruition. This is called using someone's own methods against them. Don't you enjoy tricking others? Now it's your turn to experience the taste of being tricked. He felt very pleased, but his assistant suddenly reminded him, Young Master Jin, our funds are all spent. If this kid doesn't raise the bid, then. Hearing this reminder, Jin Sheng's expression changed, and just as he saw Su Yang turn back and smile, he suddenly felt something was off. After waiting a full 10 seconds, Su Yang and the others showed no intention of raising the bid. In that moment, Jin Sheng felt a bit panicked. He had already used a lot of funds from Xingyao Entertainment. If he took another 8 million, not only would he run out of time, but he might also be caught immediately. At that time, he would be finished. Watching Su Yang smilingly gesture for him to please bid, Jin Sheng's mind was in chaos and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This kid is too cunning. I've been tricked again. At this moment, the first hammer strike from the host sounded. 8 million for the first time. Jin Sheng's panic reached its peak. 8 million, second call. Another voice rang out. Young Master Jin, what do we do? We're out of funds. If we can't come up with the money later, Chairman Jin might find out about the embezzlement. His assistant was drenched in cold sweat. He had opposed Jin Sheng's embezzlement to show off from the start, but fortunately, it had gone undetected until now. But now the amount had exceeded 30 million. When the payment came due, the auction house would first contact the guarantor. And the guarantor they had listed was none other than Jin Guangming. If Chairman Jin ever learned about the misappropriation of company funds, the consequences would be unthinkable. He glared at Su Yang's provocative gaze, his hatred for the man reaching its peak. Damn it, this kid was too cunning. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, seeing no further bids, Su Yang suddenly raised the price again. 9 million. Su Yang declared, then turned to glance at Jin Sheng behind him. Jin Sheng froze for a moment, then relaxed with a mix of tension and relief. He hadn't expected the kid to raise the bid again. Young Master Jin, not planning to counter. If not, this item will be mine. A smirk curled at the corner of Su Yang's lips. Huh, do you think he'll fall for that again? Jin Sheng scoffed. He had already seen through Su Yang's tactics. Raising the bid now, he thought Su Yang still expected him to play the fool and compete. But little did Su Yang know Jin Sheng had already ascended to an omniscient perspective. He wanted to trap him, but Jin Sheng simply wouldn't take the bait. Such petty tricks might have worked once, twice, thrice, or even 4 times, but to still be using them now, it was a sign of intellectual deficiency. A cryptic smile spread across Jin Sheng's face, but he remained silent, observing Su Yang like a sage. 9 million first call. 9 million second call. 9 million third call. Congratulations, sir. The auctioneer's smile had not faded throughout the entire process. In his 20 years of experience, he had never had such a smooth day. Almost every item had sold at a premium. It was completely beyond expectation. Brother Yang, you overpaid for this. Quan Gu remarked, a hint of regret in his voice that Jin Sheng hadn't taken the bait this time. Indeed, it was overpriced. This painting is only worth about 5 million. Paying 4 million extra is hardly worth it. Guemo added. They all assumed Su Yang had called the price to trap Jin Sheng, but they hadn't expected Jin Sheng to have grown wiser and refused the snare. Huh. Some people just love to think they're clever. Did you really take me for a fool, eh? Trying to trick me? No way. Jin Sheng declared with immense bravado. Huh. Haven't you been tricked enough? You've blown over 10 million and still have the nerve to brag. Gu Yinshu refused to indulge him. You? Jin Sheng felt as if he had swallowed a dead rat. This Gu Yinshu still couldn't see who was the real. Su Yang had already lost the contest. Soon, he would be polishing his shoes. Did she have to witness the humiliation firsthand to understand who was superior? Jin Sheng chose to remain silent, waiting for the moment when he would crush Su Yang under his heel and humiliate him. Then he would see if they could still be so obstinate. As the auction neared its end, Su Yang's porcelain piece was the last to be presented. It was beyond doubt. A collection with only a few pieces in the entire world, it fetched a staggering 22 million. No one was surprised by this. Congratulations, Brother Yang. A resounding success. Huang Gu said. Xiao Su, this is an impressive result. Guemo also chimed in. The key is that he picked it up for a mere 3 yuan. That's what makes it extraordinary. It's not like an ordinary auction. Ding Weiming marveled. Everyone offered their congratulations to Su Yang. But at that moment a discordant sneer rang out. How, what's the use? You still lost to me, didn't you? You still have to polish my shoes. They'll be waiting. Jin Sheng smirked, straightened his suit, and headed toward the backstage. That bastard. Quan Gu was seething at Jin Sheng's arrogant retreat. Brother Yang, why don't we just leave? He'll never find us. Quan Gu suggested immediately. It's just a child's game. No need to take it so seriously. Gu Mo, being older and more experienced, viewed the so-called contest as nothing more than a joke. They all looked at Su Yang, awaiting his response. Su Yang smiled faintly and said, that won't do. If I said it, I have to keep my word. They hadn't expected Su Yang to be so committed to his promise, but polishing shoes in public, that would be too humiliating. If it were them, they would never be able to do it. Besides, I still want to see Jin Sheng polish my shoes. Su Yang continued with a smile. Huh. Jin Sheng spent 30 million, but the actual value of his items comes to 18 million. Brother Yang, yours is only worth 5 million, so doesn't that mean you lost? Hearing Quan guess words, everyone nodded. By that logic, Su Yang had indeed lost. But what did he mean by that? You'll see soon enough. Su Yang smiled mysteriously, keeping them in suspense. Soon they arrived backstage. Jin Sheng was already lounging on the sofa, a smug expression on his face. Seeing them approach, he said with undisguised glee, why aren't you laughing? You were so happy when you were tricking me earlier, weren't you? I wonder if you'll still be smiling so brightly when you're polishing my shoes. Yes, you did trick me, but my items are still worth 18 million. Your painting is only worth 5 or 6 million. If you're going to keep your promise, you can start now. Jin Sheng stretched out his large foot, closed his eyes slightly, and quietly awaited the moment of revenge. Don't rush. You haven't won yet. Su Yang said calmly, then walked over to stand before the painting, watching it intently. Huh. Still being stubborn. I've already asked. This piece is only worth 5 or 6 million at most. There's no way you can beat me. Jin Sheng declared arrogantly. Everyone look. This guy lost our bet, and now he wants to renege. He shouted, trying to rally the crowd's support. After Jin Sheng recounted the story, everyone felt it was childish, but he had indeed won. Brother, you've got no one to blame but yourself for losing. Nothing else to say about it. Yeah, honesty and integrity are essential. Polishing shoes. Now that's interesting. The crowd grinned, eager to witness such a spectacle at the Guardian auction house. Brother Yang, let's get out of here now. He can't catch us. Seeing the crowd gathering, Quan Gu urged again. If I had lost, I would definitely keep my word. Because I'm a man of my word. Jin Sheng continued to apply moral pressure. Yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, but a promise is a promise. That's right. If you lose, just accept it. Our circle is small. If word gets out that you don't keep your promises, how will you survive? Some onlookers who relished the drama chimed in, and a few gleeful individuals even raised their phones to seeing Su Yang as calm as still water. Quan Gu and Gu Yinshu grew anxious. If he actually polished those shoes, the humiliation would be unbearable. He would be pointed at and gossiped about wherever he went. Who says I lost? Su Yang suddenly spoke up. Stop bluffing. Do you think your painting could be worth 20 million? Jin Sheng snapped, thinking Su Yang was trying to weasel out of the agreement. 20 million. Your imagination is far too limited. Su Yang let out a disdainful laugh. This painting is worth far more than 20 million. It's worth 140 million. Su Yang's voice was loud enough for everyone backstage to hear. 140 million. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the crowd was filled with confusion. 140 million. Do you think this is what kind of place? Can you buy something worth over 100 million with just a few million? Is that really possible? Your statement has left everyone dumbfounded. The crowd looked at Su Yang with a very strange expression. Brother Yang, what do you mean? Wasn't this painting bought for 9 million? How can you say it's worth over 100 million? Gu also couldn't understand why Su Yang suddenly said that. This? Gu Yinshu also wore a puzzled expression. Xiao Su, what does this mean? As a master, Guemo also did not understand what Su Yang meant. He suddenly found himself perplexed by Su Yang. A painting bought for 9 million suddenly claimed to be worth over 100 million. He examined the painting closely but found no clues. Ding Weiming was also baffled. Su Yang was undoubtedly a remarkable young man. However, how could this painting authenticated by several top masters possibly be worth over 100 million? This left him wondering why the usually composed Su Yang would suddenly say such a thing. Sir, I am the general manager of the Jiada auction house. What do you mean by that? Are you questioning the professionalism of our Jiada auction house? A middle-aged man felt quite displeased upon hearing Su Yang's words. This was clearly a provocation against Jide's authority. A painting that had passed Jide's appraisal should be worth what it is valued at. What does he mean by this? Is he saying Jiada is blind and does not recognize the value of this painting? Let me explain. Seeing the situation, Jin Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily as Su Yang's statement was truly embarrassing. 140 million is something even a fool wouldn't say? The crowd turned to Jin Cheng. It's simple. Because our Su Yang Su, the talented scholar, is a genius youth recognized by Master Gu Mo. He just competed with me and was about to lose and had to polish my shoes in front of everyone. But who is he? A talented scholar renowned for his name. To lose to an amateur like me and have to polish my shoes publicly, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Thus he panicked within himself. He didn't want to lose face and his inflated vanity erupted looking for a way out so he wouldn't have to polish my shoe. And then you saw it. He brazenly claimed that this item bought for less than 10 million is actually worth over 100 million. Old Su. Is it really necessary to be this vain for the sake of a little face? Now everyone knows you're too vain and untrustworthy. Isn't that even more embarrassing? Jin Cheng, as if seeing through it all, shared a wave of extreme psychological analysis with the crowd, believing he had analyzed it thoroughly. Seeing everyone around nodding, he felt quite pleased. A young genius. How come I didn't know? Certified by Master Gu Mo. TSK. Is this what a young genius is like? If you can't play, then just don't play. No matter what, you can't be so brazen. Just because you say it's worth over 100 million, does that make it worth over 100 million? I see you just don't want to honor the agreement. Understood. This kind of person can be called a genius. Did he really receive Master Gus recognition? The surrounding voices of doubt continued to rise while the discussions mocking Su Yang also echoed endlessly. I don't care about any grievances between you. But this is Jiada Auction House. Your words have severely damaged our Jiada Auction's reputation. Now apologize to me and I may overlook your reckless words just now, said the manager of Jiada Auction. Watching everyone denounce Su Yang, Jin Cheng felt utterly delighted. This was the effect he wanted. Now this kid had offended everyone present, and no one looked favorably upon him. Hearing the mocking voices aimed at Su Yang, Jin Cheng felt as if it was a song incredibly beautiful. Manager Zhou Xiaosu just misspoke. He might have said it wrong. Please don't be angry. Give me a favor for Master Gu and don't pursue this too much. Gu Mo also agreed that Su Yang's earlier words were indeed unreasonable. Yes, Manager Zhou Xiaosu was just caught up in the moment. Don't take it to heart. Ding Weiming quickly stepped forward. Master Gu, Professor Ding, it's not that I want give face. The matter today is significant, and it could affect our Jide's reputation if it gets posted online. Both of you are esteemed experts I respect, but this time I can't heed your advice, Manager Zhou said. Sir, are you not planning to apologize? With Master Gu and Professor Ding here, I don't want the situation to become too embarrassing. Manager Zhou said sternly. By the way, after the apology, don't forget to polish my shoes in front of everyone. Jin Cheng mocked from the side. Seeing Su Yang become the target of everyone's mockery, Qian Gu and the others felt quite anxious. How did things escalate to this point? Brother Yang, why not just apologize? There's no shame in apologizing to the general manager of Jiada. This was the best solution he could think of. Feeling the gaze of the crowd and listening to their murmurs, Su Yang merely smiled calmly. Apologizing is impossible. Then Su Yang took out the painting and caressed the edge of the frame. Arrogant. Truly unaware of the situation. What is this person? So arrogant, can't someone manage this? Do you know where this is? Several masters and so many experts present couldn't see it, but you did. Do you think you have X-ray vision? You are challenging our entire antique circle. The crowd was enraged upon hearing this. They sensed the hint of mockery in Su Yang's demeanor. This kid is too arrogant. Whatever you say goes. Prove it if you can. Jin Cheng was even more excited. Su Yang's actions were simply too infuriating. The more he did this, the happier he became. As long as Su Yang couldn't prove it, he'd be completely exposed today. If you can prove it'll strip naked right here. Jin Cheng slammed the table heavily. Oh, then it's settled. Su Yang smiled slightly, and then cautiously began his operation. The crowd turned their eyes towards Su Yang. Jin Cheng closed his eyes to rest, preparing to wait for the sound of Su Yang's ridicule to drown him. Su Yang carefully operated, and after half a minute he slowly revealed a gap in the frame. As he gradually opened the frame, it seemed there was something inside the narrow space. At this moment the crowd furrowed their brows, sensing something was off. What are you pretending for? Jin Cheng was about to mock when he was suddenly interrupted by Manager Zhou's hand gesture. Masters Gu Mo and Ding Weiming watched Su Yang's actions intently, and at that moment their hearts suddenly trembled. Could it be a painting within a painting? At this moment their expressions became serious. For a full 2 minutes no one in the room dared to breathe loudly. When Su Yang laid down the original painting and picked up the other piece, everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? How can there be 2 paintings? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Even so, it still can't be worth over 100 million. Some still expressed doubt. However, at the moment Su Yang began to slowly unfold the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting, everyone was left dumbfounded. When the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, the long-lost 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, the large characters appeared before everyone's eyes as if they had been struck by a heavy blow, causing them to stagger back a few steps. What did they just see? Is this possible? This. It's actually the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Even the usually composed Gu Mo trembled and suddenly shouted in shock. In this moment countless people's pupils trembled, countless mouths opened wide, yet not a single sound escaped. After a full 3 minutes the crowd gradually came back to their senses from their shock. They gazed at the painting in Su Yang's hands, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. The 1,000-mile river and mountains painting. A stunning masterpiece praised by renowned writers and scholars across various dynasties. A top-tier artwork featured in countless classic literary works of antiquity. Several emperors had once dispatched people to meticulously copy it, greatly praising this artwork. Wasn't it said that this piece had vanished amidst the ravages of war? Yet now it appeared. How could the crowd not be astonished, not be shocked, as they beheld the ancient aura emanating from the painting before them? The simplicity radiating from this painting, that kind of nobility, was utterly undeniable. Even those who were unversed in art could discern a hint of its significance. This is the inherent quality of a famous painting. 140 million. Recalling Su Yang's earlier words, they were once again overwhelmed with astonishment. They had thought Su Yang's statement was merely nonsense to save face. But it turned out to be true. This 1,000-mile river and mountains painting could definitely fetch over 100 million. By this reasoning, Su Yang had known from the very beginning that there was a painting within the painting. He had seen it right away. It was the 1,000-mile river and mountains painting. Was he clairvoyant? This insight was simply terrifying. As they thought of this, the crowd staggered, almost toppling to the ground in unison. This is simply unbelievable. How could someone reach such a level? Is he even? How foolish were they to have just mocked Su Yang, speaking derisively towards him. He remained silent, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. This only proved that he had long since grasped them all in the palm of his hand. In other words, they were all merely his toys. From start to finish, he had been playing along with them in this act. They were all clowns. So terrifying. A person shivered all over his face, filled with terror, as he uttered these words. Such a person is more than a genius. He is a master, a true authority. He is merely a step away from being a grandmaster, if not for his age. Meanwhile, Manager Zhou, who had just sought an explanation, swallowed hard, one hand resting on the table, his legs weak, fearing he might fall at any moment. It turned out Su Yang was not provoking the authority of Jiada. He was simply stating a truth. It was his own vision that was too limited to recognize the depth within. Thinking back to his earlier words, he felt utterly humiliated. He felt an overwhelming embarrassment. How could he have questioned a god? Why had he not asked for clarification or waited until things were clear before speaking? What had he been doing? Manager Zhou carefully examined the painting, then looked at Su Yang, pondering how to apologize. Ding Weiming's shock was the least among the crowd. After all, he had known Su Yang the longest. Yet at this moment he still nodded in astonishment. Truly, Su Yang is remarkable. He truly is the one I have faith in. As for Quan Gu and the others, their feelings could not merely be described as shock. My level is similar to Brother Yang. This sentence suddenly echoed in his mind. Damn, what was I pretending for? With Brother Yang's strength, who in the country could match him? I even thought he was on par with me. It seems I should just obediently call him master from now on. Everyone was awestruck by Su Yang's painting. To have been able to discern that there was a painting within a painting, and to remain so composed this level, is something they could never hope to achieve. At this moment, Gu Mo was meticulously appraising the ancient painting with his reading glasses and magnifying glass. Meanwhile, Jin Sheng, who had originally taken pleasure in their misfortune, was dumbfounded. He was in disbelief. A painting within a painting. Such a concept exists. Why couldn't he see it? This painting is truly worth 140 million. Doesn't that mean Su Yang has beaten me? I would have to shine his shoes. Jin Sheng could not possibly accept this outcome. Truly impressive. We are all blind, truly looking. Indeed, he is the real genius. How could we compare ourselves to him? This is true strength. Such a thing where else in the country could you find a second instance? To have encountered this is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes. A genius is a genius. Listening to the praise of the crowd, seeing the admiration in their eyes, watching Su Yang become the center of attention, Jin Sheng was infuriated. He could not believe this was real. Because he had also bid for that painting. He had competed too. But due to lack of funds, he had given it to Su Yang. At that time, he thought Su Yang was auctioning the painting just to set him up. But it turned out he genuinely wanted to buy this painting. Recalling Su Yang's meaningful glances, Jin Sheng realized once again that he had been fooled. Now this guy had taken advantage of the situation. First, he had been swindled by Su Yang into spending more than 10 million, and now this guy had taken advantage of the situation. First, he had been swindled by Su Yang into spending more than 10 million, and now this peerless treasure had fallen into his hands. Jin Sheng was filled with an overwhelming sense of defeat. At that moment, he felt a strange emotion. In Su Yang's eyes, he had always been a clown. From start to finish, he had been toyed with by Su Yang. He was like a person standing from the perspective of a god, quietly toying with him. Thinking of this, Jin Sheng gasped for breath. As he recalled the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Su Yang, he felt an intense rage. No, this is all a lie. This is absolutely all a lie. Hadn't they made a bet earlier? It seems this guy lost. A person pointed at Jin Sheng and said. The crowd nodded in agreement. Jin Sheng clenched his fists, glancing sideways at everyone, his lips curling into a contemptuous sneer. What nonsense are you all talking about? When did I lose? How could I lose to him? Hearing his words along with his previous behavior, the crowd shook their heads. This painting is the long-lost 1,000-mile river and mountains painting worth over 100 million, and you haven't lost. Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng still refused to believe. I haven't lost. Because this painting is fake. Although Jin Sheng spoke these words with a guilty conscience, he inexplicably added a hint of confidence as he said them. Yes, as long as this painting is fake, then I haven't lost. Moreover, this painting is very likely fake. But as everyone present heard his words, they burst into deride. They looked at Jin Sheng with extremely strange eyes, as if looking at a fool. Feeling this gaze, Jin Sheng surveyed the crowd and said, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" His statement was met with a chorus of laughter. This person is definitely out of their mind. Everyone step aside. Since you claim this painting is fake, please explain why. Hearing this, Jin Sheng felt extremely embarrassed. How could he authenticate ancient paintings? Even if a printed painting were placed before him, he would need to scrutinize it carefully to determine its authenticity. For a long-lost masterpiece like this, even if he had 1,000 eyes, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. Watching his hesitant actions and flickering eyes, the crowd burst into cold laughter. I thought he was some big shot, but it turns out he's a novice. Where do you get the audacity? Just a glance at this artwork reveals its antiquated charm. Even a newcomer could pick up on some clues. Are you even worse off than a novice? Hearing such accusations, Jin Sheng felt even more humiliated. He regretted saying those words earlier. Doesn't this directly expose your own shortcomings? Since you have no strength whatsoever, why did you just spend 30 million on a bunch of items? Was it purely for fun? He had just raised the price and spent far more than the market value. It seems he is even worse than a novice. Although this gentleman also paid above market value for his purchase, he had already seen that there was a painting with this painting directly earned over 100 million. Can your overpriced items also generate profit? Don't say such things. He can't even compare to us, let alone Mr. Su. Jin Sheng heard these words and kept nodding, gasping for breath. He wanted to be angry, but what everyone said was true. Lies do not hurt, but the truth is a deadly blade. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. At this time, Gu Mo was filled with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The long-lost landscape of 1,000 miles has truly reappeared. For countless antique enthusiasts, especially those who appreciate calligraphy and paintings, the greatest regret of their lives is not being able to see the true face of this painting. But today it has actually appeared in reality. This is a miracle powerful enough to cause a tenfold earthquake in the antique world. Although everyone had anticipated that the painting was genuine, when the authoritative expert, Gu Mo, confirmed it, their excitement was still difficult to contain. They had heard legends about this painting since childhood. What an honor it is today to witness the true form of this painting. And the occurrence of this miracle is all thanks to this young genius. If it weren't for him, this painting might have remained hidden in this narrow space for many more years. It may have never seen the light of day. However, because of this genius youth, the painting has emerged. Gumo's shock remained undiminished. First, the appearance of this painting is simply astonishing. Secondly, it is Su Yang's keen eye. Although he had already highly regarded Su Yang at this moment, it was not just admiration, but a profound respect. Because he had previously authenticated it with several authoritative experts. None of them had noticed yet this young. What does this signify? It signifies that Su Yang's abilities far surpass those of us old fellows. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. I feel deeply sorry for my reckless behavior earlier. Here on behalf of myself and Jard, I apologize to you. Manager Zhou hurriedly approached Su Yang and spoke very sincerely. Mr. Su, please forgive me. Su Yang nodded lightly, as this was all within his expectations. Manager Zhou, I didn't mean to blame you. Now you believe this painting is worth 14 million, right? Su Yang smiled slightly as he spoke. Not just that. If it were just for purchase, that would indeed be the price. But beyond that, its commercial value will reach even greater heights. Mr. Su, I have a humble request. On behalf of Jard, I would like to purchase this painting. The acquisition price will be 15 million in one lump sum. And for any other values this painting creates in the future, we are willing to pay 50% of the net profit. What do you think? Manager Zhou immediately expressed his thoughts. Once this painting is revealed, it will surely be a sought-after item by all major auction houses. Its commercial value is high. One must show sincerity to have a chance to secure it first. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. 15 million. Manager Zhou is actually offering 15 million. Moreover, there's 50% profit from future revenue. This means that besides reselling this painting, all other commercial profits will go to Su Yang's half. Everyone knows that the future value this painting can create will definitely not be less than several tens of millions, or even over 100 million. Wow. I remember Mr. Su only spent 9 million just now, right? Someone said in shock and envy. Jin Sheng felt like jumping off a building upon hearing this. 15 million. And 50% of the future profits. What was I doing at that time? Why didn't I compete? Even if this painting cost several tens of millions to acquire, it would still be worth it. Now seeing Su Yang only spent 9 million to earn over 100 million, he felt his heart bleeding. At that time he thought he understood Su Yang's strategy, but he was always trapped in the pit he dug. Damn. Regret, anger, jealousy, countless complex emotions flooded his mind. Su Yang made so much money, costing him over 10 million, and he still had to deal with the misappropriation of over 30 million funds. Jin Sheng collapsed to the ground, utterly despairing. Manager Zhou, let's discuss this matter later. I have another issue to address. Su Yang suddenly cast a cold gaze at Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng's body trembled, feeling that something was amiss. Young Master Jin, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. A voice of unquestionable authority rang out, and everyone turned to look at Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng's eyes darted around his entire being in a state of extreme panic. Mr. Su, weren't we just joking earlier? Why are you taking this seriously? At this moment he shrank back. A joke? I don't think this is a joke. Jin Xiao, you must accept the consequences of your gamble. This is what you said, Su Yang replied coldly. Exactly. Has it now become a joke? Just a moment ago you were pressuring Mr. Su to fulfill his promise, and now that it's your turn you can't handle it. The others also stood firmly on Su Yang's side. Hurry up and fulfill your promise. Yes, keep your word. Hurry up, they urged. Listening to these voices, and seeing Su Yang, who showed no intention of letting him go, Jin Sheng felt extremely embarrassed. He was also filled with rage. At that moment he clenched his fists tightly, staring daggers at Su Yang, threatening fiercely, "Don't forget, Xingyao Entertainment is my family's property. Are you not afraid of suffering my revenge in the future for targeting me like this today? Can you withstand the wrath from Xingyao Entertainment?" After saying this, Jin Sheng deliberately looked around, wanting to gauge everyone's reactions. All those present were prominent figures. They should know the terror of Xingyao Entertainment. What's wrong with Xingyao Entertainment? Can Jiada Auction afford to let you act recklessly here? Manager Zhou immediately stepped forward. Do you want me to contact your boss from Xingyao Entertainment and have him command you? Hearing this, Jin Sheng was taken aback. If he really contacted his father, then his embezzlement would be exposed, and today's embarrassment would spread. At this moment, Jin Sheng felt incredibly frustrated. Jin Xiao, a true hero, does not suffer immediate losses. If we can keep this from the boss for now, we can buy some time. If the boss finds out immediately, 30 million is no small amount. Jin Xiao, wipe it off. The assistant reminded. Get lost. Jin Sheng glared at him. He looked at Su Yang with immense humiliation, feeling utterly resistant. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have suggested competing with Su Yang. Now, having lost over 10 million, he had to wipe his shoes. This was truly the greatest humiliation of his life. Under the gazes of the crowd, he felt as exposed, as if he were naked, with a growing sense of shame. Hurry up. The crowd urged without any courtesy. Jin Xiao, you are a person of integrity, Su Yang said with a calm smile. For someone like Jin Sheng, there was no need to be polite or merciful. Such a person, even if he were let go today, would not be grateful, but rather think of himself as strong. When someone rides on your shoulders, it's absolutely impossible to be meek and compliant. Here's a rag. Gu Yinshu took out a handkerchief and tossed it to Jin Sheng. All right, he'll wipe. He'll wipe. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely. Under the gazes of everyone, he squatted in front of Su Yang, humiliated, and began to wipe his shoes like a dog. Of course, although Su Yang wasn't wearing leather shoes, the symbolic significance was enough. At that moment, Jin Sheng felt like time was dragging on endlessly. During this process, he seemed to see the mocking glances from the crowd, as if he could hear their inner voices ridiculing him. Shame. A tremendous shame. After 20 seconds, Jin Sheng let out a sigh of relief, fiercely throwing the rag aside, preparing to leave. This humiliating 20 seconds would be a moment he would remember for the rest of his life. Su Yang, you are ruthless. I hope you don't regret today's actions. Jin Sheng said through gritted teeth, preparing to lead his assistant away. Wait. At that moment, Su Yang suddenly called out to him. Jin Sheng paused, narrowing his eyes. Could it be that Su Yang regretted it? Was he afraid of future revenge and preparing to apologize? Damn it. Su Yang. Not bad. You have some spirit. But do you know? I absolutely hate apologies after the fact. I know you're scared. But now earning my forgiveness is not that simple. Jin Sheng pondered how to regain his face and wash away his humiliation. Jin Xiao, I never said I wanted to apologize, did I? I said you only wiped one shoe for me. The other shoe hasn't been wiped yet, Su Yang said with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. You? Jin Sheng was practically about to explode with rage. Su Yang had become incredibly arrogant. Jin Xiao, don't worry. If it isn't wiped clean today, I believe everyone won't let you get away with it. Su Yang added. Yes. Hurry up and wipe the other shoe clean. Come on, don't dawdle. You think you can leave before the task is done? Thinking too simply, aren't you? The crowd said one after another. All right, just wait. Jin Sheng, though extremely furious, felt extremely helpless. Han Xian once suffered humiliation beneath someone's legs, and Go Jian also tasted hardship. I am more talented than both Han Xian and Go Jian today. I have suffered such shameful humiliation. In the future, I will surely suppress him with a vengeance. Today I wiped 2 pairs of shoes for him. In the future, I will buy 10,000 pairs of shoes and make him kneel to wipe them. After another excruciating 20 seconds, Jin Sheng finally completed this humiliating moment. Just wait. He glared fiercely at Su Yang, and then had his assistant collect the items from today's auction before preparing to leave. Wait. Su Yang suddenly called out to him again. Jin Sheng halted, his face twisted with extreme anger. Jin Xiao, rest assured the video from just now won't be released. One sentence made Jin Sheng lose his temper instantly. Su Yang was threatening him. All right then. So this is how you want to play. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. You are good. As I said, we will see each other in the future. With that, Jin Sheng slammed the door and left. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Su Yang prepared to discuss business matters. Manager Zhou, we can talk about that painting now. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou also became excited. The value of this painting is extremely high. It must be secured today. Mr. Su, please come inside. Manager Zhou enthusiastically invited Su Yang into a room to begin discussing matters. Meanwhile, downstairs, an auction staff member was on the phone. Haha, you have no idea, today we distributed a huge bonus. It's because a fool kept buying things at high prices. Many sellers were happy and directly gave us large red envelopes, and the company also gave rewards. How can there be such a fool? Hearing this, Jin Sheng realized they were talking about him. Turns out he had always been seen as a fool in others' eyes. A clown. Get lost. He cursed at the staff member angrily. The staff member, sensing the situation was bad, quickly left. Jin Sheng angrily picked up his phone, carefully pondering how to take revenge on Su Yang. After a few seconds, he dialed a number. Hello? Brother Lin, I was scammed out of tens of millions by a kid. You must help me. Jin Sheng sobbed pathetically. He dared not call home, so he could only seek help from his big brother. The voice on the other end of the phone asked which young master from which company. I mentioned my big brother Lin Shun, but that guy showed no respect at all. He said, what is Lin Shun worth? Does he deserve to polish my shoes? Even if he begged me on his knees to polish my shoes, I wouldn't even glance at him. Lin Shun expressed his confusion. Really? Why is it all about shoe polishing? Is this kid so obsessed with forcing others to polish his shoes? He truly humiliated you. Jin Sheng continued to lament. It's one thing to not respect me, but daring to insult my subordinates is a serious matter. Which city are you in? Lin Shun asked calmly. Big brother, I'm in Jiang City. Now, Jin Sheng replied, excited. Perfect timing. I need to go to Jiang City in a couple of days. Don't leave. I'll come back to settle the score for you, Lin Shun said with the demeanor of a big brother. All right, big brother, I'll be waiting for your arrival in Jiang City. After hanging up, Jin Sheng felt invigorated. He glared fiercely at the building and muttered to himself, with Big Brother's help, just wait. After saying this, he got in his car and disappeared into the night. Deal. At this moment, Su Yang had completed the transaction, with Jiada Auction signing a contract. The price was 150 million plus 50 of future profits. This would bring Su Yang around 200 million in returns. Moreover, this 150 million was clearly stated in the contract to be fully paid within 3 days. Su Yang was quite satisfied with this deal. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your trust in Jiada Auction. Rest assured, the 1,000 Miles Rivers and Mountains painting is in our hands, and we will definitely maximize its value. Manager Zhou said earnestly. While the 1,000 Miles Rivers and Mountains painting is indeed a cultural and historical treasure, so I trust Jiada Auction with it. As for how they would amplify the commercial value of this painting in the future, Su Yang couldn't care less and had no. As long as my money arrives, that's all that matters. The rest wasn't something he should worry about. After finishing the business discussion, everyone chatted in the room for about. It had gotten late, and after saying their goodbyes, everyone returned home. At the same time, Jiada Auction announced an official message: the long-lost 1,000 Miles Rivers and Mountains painting has been acquired. This news caused a massive earthquake in the antique market, like a mountain flood or tsunami. Not only in the antique circle, but even those with some cultural knowledge were greatly shocked. Because the 1,000 Miles Rivers and Mountains painting is a famous painting that appeared in history textbooks, which stated that it had disappeared in the flames of war. Little did they expect it to reappear at this point in time. This kid shot straight to the top of the trending list, becoming a hot topic of discussion. As a streamer, Quan Gun naturally seized the opportunity and quickly started a live broadcast. This wave of popularity caused his live stream viewership to soar to 800,000. Faced with the barrage of questions in the live chat, Quan Go wore a mysterious expression and slowly said, "You all want to know who discovered this 1,000 Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Coincidentally, I was there on site at the time. My longtime viewers know that the one who appeared in my live stream before. He once picked up a piece of blue and white porcelain worth 20 million for just 3 yuan. And this time the 1,000 Miles Rivers and Mountains painting was also discovered by him. That's right, I see someone in the chat has already guessed it. But I can't say his name. However, you can refer to him as Yang Shun." After that night, the mysterious figure Yang Shun became even more legendary online. The next morning, Su Yang woke up early. A message on his phone stood out. The first payment of 50 million had already arrived. It seems Jiada Auction is indeed quite capable. They sent the first payment so quickly. Su Yang smiled happily. He glanced at Douyin and found that someone named Yang Shun had suddenly become famous overnight. Hearing this, the man visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, brother. I asked several people, and only your car is equipped with a defibrillator," Miao Hua said excitedly. He quickly led Su Yang and Su Long to the entrance of the park. Upon arrival, they found an elderly man roughly in his 60s lying on the ground. "Brother, let me do it." Miao Hua took the defibrillator. But as soon as he picked it up, he was surprised to find that this defibrillator was a bit different. It was unlike any defibrillator on the market. Even the basic functions were different. This left Miao Hua, who was in charge of Guangwei Pharmaceuticals, in a dilemma. He simply didn't know how to use this defibrillator. "Brother, you can't be joking, right? How is this defibrillator different from others on the market?" Miao Hua became anxious again. "This model was invented by me. It's different from the market versions. If you can't use it, let me handle it." Su Yang took the device back. "What? You invented it yourself? Young man, do you have a medical license? Does this device have a certification? If anything happens to this elderly man, can you take responsibility?" "Exactly. This device hasn't gone through certification. Is it reliable? Are you saving lives or causing harm?" "Oh dear, if I were to collapse here one day, I wouldn't dare let someone." "What if you accidentally made the patient's condition worse?" This kid is really foolish. This old man on the ground is clearly in critical condition, and he still dares to come over. Isn't that just waiting to take responsibility? I can't risk being involved in something like this, even though he means well. What if someone accuses me later? Such things happen often. Tisk tisk tsk. This is also a little fool with nothing better to do, meddling in other people's affairs. People around began to question Su Yang, their words dripping with sarcasm. Who dares to do these things without a reason? If accusations come, it would cost money. Only a fool would do such things, smart people wouldn't. Enough. If you're not going to help, there's no need to mock here. If you can't provide assistance, just stand aside and watch. When someone is trying to help, what does your incessant ridicule mean? Do you think you are very knowledgeable? I am the head of Guangwei Pharmaceuticals. I will save this person. If anything goes wrong, I will bear the responsibility. If it comes to a lawsuit, I'll face it to the end. Once these words were spoken, the people around who were pointing fingers suddenly fell silent, their faces showing a hint of embarrassment. He blind as a bat, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Someone said quietly, "Brother, make your move. If you don't take action, there really won't be enough time." Miao Hua said firmly. Without hesitation, Su Yang squatted beside the old man with the device and began to operate it directly. Generally speaking, a defibrillator requires a minute of preparation time. But this one does not need any. It can be used immediately and even has a chest compression feature. As Su Yang pressed the button, the old man's body visibly twitched and his heartbeat instantly resumed. Subsequently, Su Yang utilized the auxiliary chest compression function to stabilize the old man's heart rate. Miao Hua watched in amazement. His own company also produced defibrillators, but their functionality was far inferior to this one. Although the current products require a preparation time of about a minute, that minute is a matter of life and death for those in need. This model, however, requires no preparation time at all. Moreover, it even has an auxiliary compression function, which under its support is even more standard than a professional's compression. The most crucial part is that this device was actually invented by this young man. This filled Miao Hua's heart with a strong sense of shock. If this model can successfully hit the market, its efficacy will definitely surpass any current model with lower risks and higher success rates. Seeing the elderly man gradually recovering his breathing, Miao Hua hurriedly checked on him. Brother, I owe you big time. Let's exchange contact information and we can discuss this properly later. Miao Hua quickly said. Su Yang nodded. The things bought in the market are indeed useful once understood. There are no usage barriers and the effects are quite evident. In no time, an ambulance arrived and loaded the elderly man into the vehicle. Only then did Su Yang take a look at the old man's appearance, realizing that the man looked somewhat familiar, especially the eyebrows and eyes, as if he had seen him somewhere. But it could also be a misjudgment. However, today he had done a good deed, and that sense of accomplishment felt quite nice. Miao Hua greeted the ambulance and went to the hospital with them. The reason he didn't take Su Yang along was mainly, young man, look at you working so hard. What benefit did you gain from it? Exactly. Wasn't this just, the person has gone with the ambulance, you won't even get a thank you. You didn't listen to me before, and now that person won't thank you. They might even find trouble with you later. A few people seeing the ambulance leave continued to mock. Regretting it now, huh? Someone looked at Su Yang with a mocking expression. Not regretting it. Everyone, if one day you collapse on the ground, would you hope that those around you would mock you like you were doing? Not providing help is understandable. No one is asking you to do so, and you have no obligation. However, for those who are kind enough to help, please spare them your sharp tongues, for no matter what their character is far nobler than yours. Su Yang calmly left this remark, then called Su Long and turned to leave. Upon hearing this, some people felt a wave of shame. This young man is right, you didn't help, and even if accused, it wouldn't be your responsibility. Is helping others now considered a bad thing? Someone agreed. This is just being stubborn. Just wait. This incident will definitely be reported. When he is later asked to pay, I wonder if he will regret it. Some people still wouldn't change their opinions. At this time, the ambulance arrived at the hospital at top speed. The elderly man was rushed into the emergency room for treatment. Miao Hua stayed on the side waiting and cooperating with the relevant personnel, informing the elderly man's family. After a while, 7 or 8 anxious people rushed into the hospital with a worried look on the face of the leading woman. She controlled her emotions and walked over to Miao Hua saying, Thank you. I understand the situation. I appreciate your assistance. Miao Hua waved his hand saying, I just brought the elderly man to the hospital. The real hero is that young man who performed the rescue. Seeing that this person was very reasonable, he also mentioned Su Yang. I really appreciate you too. My father is Lu Qingtian, the chairman of Tianhai Group, and I am his daughter Lu Bingbing. Rest assured, I will definitely express my gratitude to you, Lu Bingbing said afterwards. After 6 hours, Lu Qingtian's condition gradually improved, and he was transferred to a hospital room. Seeing her father out of life-threatening danger, Lu Bingbing's tears finally fell. Bingbing, why are you crying? Am I not alive? Lu Qingtian forced a difficult smile. He never expected that he would only go for a morning jog in the park as usual and end up like this. Sigh. Fortunately, there were kind-hearted people who helped him. Otherwise, he might really have met the Buddha today. Dad, you can't go out alone anymore. It's truly too dangerous. Today, thankfully, 2 good-hearted people came across me. Otherwise, it would have been really perilous. Lu Bingbing turned her head and wiped her tears. At the moment she received the call, she felt as if the sky had fallen. After 6 long hours of waiting, thankfully, the worst did not happen. At this moment, Lu Bingbing also felt very fortunate to have met those 2 people, which prevented her father from experiencing a disaster. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, the door was knocked, and Miao Hua walked in with some gifts in his hands. Uncle, you're feeling much better now, right? Miao Hua asked with concern. He had initially not known that the elderly man he had helped was actually the head of the Jiangxing Tianhai Group. The Tianhai Group is one of the top companies in Jiang Province, much larger in scale than his own Guangwei Pharmaceuticals. Although he was now in the role of a lifesaver, he still had to show respect and maintain humility towards the elder. This is Miao Hua, the head of Guangwei Pharmaceuticals, and one of the people who saved you today, Lu Bingbing introduced. Little Meow, I really thank you. If it weren't for you, I would not have survived. Lu Qingtian said, excitedly coughing a few times, prompting Lu Bingbing to quickly come over and pat his back. Old man, I am indeed one of the parties involved, but in reality, there was another young man who played a crucial role in this incident. His newly invented defibrillator was instrumental in this situation. Moreover, he treated you under pressure, which speaks volumes about his noble character. Furthermore, this young man didn't seek any benefits. He simply wanted to save lives. His character is truly commendable. Miao Hua praised Su Yang profusely. To be honest, given the situation this morning, there were so many people at the scene, yet only Su Yang and I stepped forward. Su Yang's character is beyond doubt. Do you have that young man's contact information? I would like to meet him. Since he saved me, it would be impolite not to show my gratitude. Lu Qingtian said. I just called him and explained the situation. He should be here in about 20 minutes. Miao Hua replied. That's good, that's good. Bingbing, get ready. Oh, we must show our gratitude properly and not be stingy. Lu Qingtian slowly nodded. Don't worry, as long as he asks, I will certainly do what I can, Lu Bingbing responded. Little Meow, as the head of Guangwei Pharmaceuticals, I find it difficult to figure out how to thank you, Lu Qingtian suddenly said. Miao Hua smiled. He had no intention of seeking any reward because he was financially stable. Old man, just getting to know you is my reward. The head of the Tianhai group, how many people want to connect, but have no channel? Miao Hua smiled. Ha ha ha, young people really know how to speak, Lu Qingtian said. About 10 minutes later, Lu Bingbing suddenly answered a call. Returning to the hospital room, she glanced at Lu Qingtian and said apologetically, there's an urgent matter at the company. I must go over quickly. It will take about 2 or 3 hours. Don't worry, you'll be back as soon as it's handled. Lu Qingtian nodded. This was also unavoidable. He had fallen ill, leaving Lu Bingbing alone to shoulder the company's burden, and there were some matters she had to attend to, otherwise it would lead to a state of chaos. Go quickly, don't worry about here, Lu Qingtian said. He watched his daughter leave, pondering something. At her age, it was time for her to find a boyfriend, to share the family burdens. After this life and death incident, he felt he had neglected teaching his daughter about emotions. As a result, at her age, she had yet to have a single relationship. Having been in a highly pressurized workplace for so long, it was time to find her a suitable partner. Lu Qingtian looked at Miao Hua. Although Miao Hua had his own career and was a decent person, their temperaments, like wild ginseng paired with bluefin tuna, they simply did not match. Lu Qingtian quickly dismissed Miao Hua. After thinking for a while, he couldn't find anyone suitable for his daughter. Knock, knock, knock. Just then Su Yang walked into the hospital room. Hey brother, you're here. The old man said he wanted to properly thank you. Miao Hua quickly stood up to greet Su Yang. Is the old man feeling better? Su Yang asked as he looked at Lu Qingtian in the hospital bed. Much better now, there are no major issues. Old man, this is Su Yang, the one who primarily helped you to Miao Hua introduced. Oh, it's little Su. Lu Qingtian looked at Su Yang, and his eyes suddenly emitted a peculiar glimmer. This young man looked good, and the aura around him was very pleasant, giving off a refreshing feeling. His energy was exceptionally clean. Just when he was thinking of finding a partner for his daughter, it seemed that this young man in front of him was a perfect match. Could this be the fate arranged by the heavens? Lu Qingtian felt it was quite wonderful. Although he had a good impression of Su Yang, he had to carefully plan his daughter's major life decisions. Little Su, come sit. Thank you so much today. How should I thank you? Lu Qingtian said, sizing up Su Yang. Old man, you don't need to thank me. In situations like this, if I encounter it, not helping would weigh heavily on my conscience, Su Yang said. Lu Qingtian nodded, finding Su Yang quite agreeable. He then asked, Little Su, are you married? Do you have a partner? What industry are you in? This sudden question left both Su Yang and Miao Hua stunned. Not married, no partner. I started a company related to finance and stocks, Su Yang said. Oh, in the finance industry. What's the name of your company? Lu Qingtian continued to ask. It's not a famous company. It's called Dingyang Capital, just established a few days ago, Su Yang replied. Dingyang Capital. Lu Qingtian suddenly frowned, then looked at Su Yang and asked carefully. Did you make a large investment in a company called Lingdong Technology? Hearing this, Su Yang felt somewhat puzzled. How did this old man know about his situation? That's right, but how did Su Yang inquired? I happened to see it by coincidence. In fact, the current market does not favor such second-rate tech companies. Why do you have the idea to invest heavily in Lingdong Technology? Lu Qingtian suddenly became interested. That's simple. I am certain that Lingdong Technology is extraordinary. Although it is currently a second-tier tech company, it is one of the first in the country to engage in artificial intelligence training. It once thrived, but after announcing the launch of its robot series, it gradually faded from public view. However, I have a hunch that as long as Lingdong Technology relies on robots, it can execute a spectacular comeback. That is my reason for investing in Lingdong Technology. Su Yang fabricated a brief explanation. Lu Qingtian nodded. Xiao Miao, what are your thoughts on Lingdong technology? Lu Qingtian then turned to Miao Hua and asked, Me? To be honest, I am not very optimistic about the current tech sector. In recent years, the tech sector has been sluggish. Even if there is a chance for a turnaround, it will likely take years. Miao Hua replied. His views were completely different from Su Yang's, standing in direct opposition. As for who was right or wrong, that would be left to the market. Next, Lu Qingtian and Su Yang talked extensively, covering various topics, and Su Yang's responses were excellent, almost answering every question perfectly. This elevated Lu Qingshan's impression of him to another level. Xiao Su, I will gift you a villa. Don't you? Lu Qingtian looked at Su Yang and asked. No need, I already have a place to live. Having an extra villa would just gather dust there. Su Yang waved his hand in refusal. Well then, I have some matters to attend to and need to head back. I'll come to see you another day. Su Yang calculated the time. It was almost time for the Lingdong Technology press conference. He needed to return to the company quickly. Depending on the situation at the Lingdong Technology press conference, he would need to adjust his action plan accordingly. As for thanking the old man at the hospital, it was unnecessary. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Lu Qingtian smiled and nodded. Lu Lao, actually, I have something I want to discuss with you, Miao Hua suddenly said. Seeing him hesitating, Lu Qingtian said, Just speak freely. You are my savior, so we do not need to consider our statuses. Lu Qingtian, being a savvy business figure, immediately recognized where Miao Hua was feeling anxious. It's like this. I forgot to mention earlier. Su Yang has invented a new type of defibrillator, the very device that saved you today. This new device is completely different from those on the market and has many practical and effective functions. I was thinking that if we could mass-produce this device and promote it nationwide, it would not only be a successful business endeavor, but it would also greatly assist those in need. Although I am the head of Guangwei Pharmaceuticals, the company is currently facing cash flow issues. Lu Lao, you are the leader of Tianhai Group, so I would like to invite you to invest and develop this new type of defibrillator together. Miao Hua explained slowly. That sounds promising. Lu Qingtian immediately agreed. This device, which had saved his life, would be a great blessing if it could be promoted nationwide. Investing some money is absolutely feasible. Have you discussed this with Su Yang? Lu Qingtian inquired. Not yet, but I believe that once I bring it up, he should not refuse, Miao Hua said. I agree to the investment, and as for future profits, I don't want a single cent. You two can split it. Lu Qingtian stated generously. Earlier he had been worried about how to thank Miao Hua and Su Yang, but now it seemed this could serve as a way of gratitude. Lu Lao, about the profits. Miao Hua wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Lu Qingtian waving his hand. No need to say much, I am not short on this money. Then the two briefly discussed the establishment of the production line and other related matters. About an hour later, Lu Bingbing returned to the ward after finishing her tasks. The scene still only had Miao Hua and Lu Qingtian, with no sign of a third person. Lu Bingbing guessed that the person had already left. Her father must have arranged how to express gratitude, so she didn't need to worry too much. However, not being able to say thank you in person was still a bit regrettable. Lu Bingbing personally wiped Lu Qingshan's face, then turned around and sat by the bedside peeling an apple. Lu Qingshan's hospital room was not an ordinary one, it was a special room, and he was the only occupant. The facilities within the room were also quite comprehensive. Suddenly, a piece of news on the large screen caught Lu Qingshan's attention. The Lingdong Technology press conference is about to begin. A mysterious new product is about to be unveiled. The two messages instantly furrowed Lu Qingshan's brow. Xiao Miao quickly switched to the Lingdong Technology press conference live broadcast. Lu Qingtian hurriedly instructed. Understood, Lu Lao. Miao Hua quickly switched to the Lingdong Technology live stream. The press conference had just begun. The Lingdong Technology press conference. Lu Bingbing also paid attention. She had heard Su Yang mention that Lingdong Technology would be releasing a new product soon, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. This press conference is not ordinary. Lu Qingtian recalled what Su Yang had said earlier, suddenly feel he had a premonition that what Su Yang said was true. After about 10 minutes of introductions in the live stream, when a product named the world's first-generation super robot was unveiled, the entire streaming room erupted. In an instant, the television picture became extremely choppy. The small live streaming room saw its online viewer count surpass 5 million directly. The emergence of this product sent the entire internet into a frenzy. As countless voices of skepticism flooded in, the head of Lingdong Technology began a live demonstration. When the test was completed, all skepticism vanished. Because the shock this super robot brought was simply too immense. It was like something out of a movie, not just a simple machine, but a humanoid with gradually developing emotional. This robot, if deployed in factories, on battlefields, and in various production scenarios, would usher in the fourth industrial revolution for humanity. As the press conference progressed, the stock market value of Lingdong Technology skyrocketed almost in a rocket-like manner. Lu Qingtian and Miao Hua exchanged glances, both recalling Su Yang's earlier words. Was this foresight? A precise prediction of Lingdong Technology's development trajectory. This young man is truly extraordinary. If Tianhai Group were entrusted to him, he would surely bring significant improvements. Wow. I invested 5 million in Lingdong Technology, and now it's grown to 10 million. Lu Bingbing looked at her phone, her fingers trembling as she spoke. And it's still rising, she added. The occurrence of such a major event in a market without limits on price fluctuations naturally leads to funds doubling in an instant. Bingbing, are you saying you also invested in Lingdong Technology early on? Lu Qingtian and Miao Hua exchanged glances again. You predicted Lingdong Technology as well. How come I never heard you mention it? Lu Qingtian asked in confusion. Oh, a good friend of mine told me about it, so I invested a little bit, Lu Bingbing replied nonchalantly. Which good friend? How come I didn't know you had such a friend? Lu Qingtian was once again puzzled. He was very familiar with Lu Bingbing's social circle. The only ones she could call good friends are known to me, and I never discovered this talented person before. Lu Bingbing's lips curved into a slight smile, a sense of pride washing over her. Su Yang is truly remarkable. Lingdong Technology turned out to be exactly as he described. Had I known, I would have invested a bit more. But judging by this, Su Yang should be able to fulfill the betting agreement. I must find an opportunity to meet him and see if he and my woman can find common ground. While I have high hopes for Su Yang matters between men, I must find an opportunity to meet him and see if he and my woman can find common ground. While I have high hopes for Su Yang, matters between men and women require mutual willingness. Meanwhile, the press conference for Lingdong Technology sparked a frenzy across the internet. Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Is this really happening? How is this super robot just like the ones in the movies? In the past, when I ordered those kinds of robots, although they were a bit novel, they could hardly be called super. But this robot released by Lingdong Technology today is truly different. Aside from lacking a human body, I almost thought they had been endowed with souls. I never expected that such super intelligent robots could actually be created by us. This is the world's first instance. What else can I say but praise? Previously, Lingdong Technology was just a second-rate company, and I hadn't heard of them for many years. I thought they had fallen behind the times, but unexpectedly, they have been innovating quietly, which is truly astonishing. Whoa. Everyone is celebrating, and I am the only one in tears. Just a few days ago, I sold all my shares in Lingdong Technology. I missed the only opportunity for financial freedom in my life. Man, I'm really unfortunate. Now that Lingdong Technology stock is skyrocketing, I remember a news article from a few days ago stating that a company called Dingyang Capital had heavily invested in Lingdong Technology, and the comments below were mocking them. But now, the tables have turned, and they must be profiting like crazy. Wow, what is Dingyang Capital's background? They're so impressive. Their market prediction ability is, who is their boss? Is it that great figure? I envy Dingyang Capital. I graduated from the finance industry, but does anyone know if they're still hiring? Where are those who mocked Lingdong Technology and Dingyang Capital? Why haven't they shown up? Are they dumbfounded? At that moment in Dingyang Capital's office, Su Yang and the others were enjoying these comments. Boss, I admit I misjudged you before. I really didn't expect Lingdong Technology to come out with a bombshell. Li Nanfang said, feeling quite in fact, from the day Su Yang first approached him, he had his doubts, or rather he totally didn't believe what Su Yang, but now Su Yang has directly proven him wrong with facts. This foresight is something Li Nanfang could only. Once I was called a genius in the finance world, but now it seems that Su Yang is the true genius. It looks like we are going to win our previous betting agreement, Su Yang said calmly. 6 companies, each with a 20% equity stake. This profit is no boss. I estimate the owners of those companies must be regretting it terribly. Li Nanfang laughed. With this 20% equity profit, Dingyang Capital's future achievements will be limitless. However, the fact that our company previously heavily invested in Lingdong Technology will definitely be exposed. If those who want to suppress me find out, we might face some backlash. Li Nanfang expressed his concerns. You don't need to worry about that. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to do anything to me, Su Yang replied calmly. With the Yi family backing him, Su Yang was not worried about these so-called giants of the finance world. Li Nanfang nodded, feeling an inexplicable trust in Su Yang. It was as if everything he said was the truth. Some were rejoicing while others were sorrowful. At this moment in the same building, the bosses of the companies that had conspired against Su Yang gathered together. They wore dark expressions, their faces extremely unpleasant. Watching the overwhelming reports about Lingdong Technology online, their spirits hit rock bottom. Damn. Previously, in order to curry favor with Ma Yunqi, they had conspired against Su Yang, but who would have thought that Su Yang's judgment was actually correct? Seeing Lingdong Technology stock surge, they couldn't help but worry, because at this rate the terms of the betting agreement would be reached very soon. The few of them exchanged glances in silence, only able to sigh. What else can we say? It's all your fault for dragging me into this, to please Ma Yunqi. You're the ones causing trouble. One boss couldn't help but say. You weren't saying that when we invited you. You were so happy back then, weren't you? Damn. Who could have predicted that this seemingly impossible agreement would actually come to fruition? Who could have foreseen this situation? Alright. You were all so pleased before nothing happened, and now that something has you start shirking responsibility, huh? In an instant, several people began to argue fiercely. They had initially intended to discuss countermeasures, but ended up parting ways unhappily. Haha, last time when they made a betting agreement with General Sue, I also bought a bit. I didn't expect to make a fortune. I bought some too. I must say General Sue's insight is truly remarkable. Exactly. I also bought some. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. As the few of them walked out, they overheard some people near the elevator chatting. Hearing this, they felt even more frustrated. They had put in so much effort, yet these people made money. I'm going to ask Mr. Ma what we should do then. I'll go see General Sue. Are you all coming? A chubby boss said. You go on your own. Not going. Going home to sleep. The few of them felt increasingly upset, exchanging fierce glares before dispersing. The chubby boss watched as they left the building, then stepped into the elevator. He was deep in thought. There was no need to go to Ma Yinshi. I originally thought he had a powerful background, but now it seems he is just a useless. But Su Yang is different. Ew, I must build a good relationship with him. I need to go buy some gifts and apologize to Su Yang at Dingyang Capital. If those people don't go, they won't be able to repair their relationship with Su Yang. Anyway, I've reminded them. In the end, I will be the one to build a good relationship with Su Yang, and they will only be able to envy me. On the other side, Ma Yinshi felt his entire body tremble upon seeing the news. He wanted to contact the collaborating companies, but the calls just wouldn't go through. Having just started his business, he originally aimed to prove his capability as a successor, but now, with his first major move, he had directly given away 20% of his shares. What is this Lingdong technology all about? Ma Yinshi furiously smashed some decorations in his room, venting his anger. He had thought that Su Yang's words were merely a fantasy, and that his financial ruin at Su Yang's hands was a foregone conclusion. But now, he had been directly overturned. Mr. Ma, based on the current growth rate, it won't even take a month for Lingdong Technology's market value to multiply tenfold. His subordinate said nervously, Get out of my sight. Why didn't you warn me in advance? Ma Yinshi roared in anger. It's all because of you useless fools that I lost to Su Yang. You are all nothing but trash. The worst of the worst. Ma Yinshi continued to rage. At that moment, a phone call came in, and when Ma Yinshi looked at the screen, it was his father Ma Wei. He suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that his father had found out about the betting agreement with Su Yang? If that were the case, he would likely be grounded. He quickly adjusted his emotions, then cautiously pressed the answer button, saying, Dad, what's the matter? Ma Yinshi was extremely fearful, because when Ma Wei called him, it usually meant trouble. Either they froze his bank account or scolded him. Thus, the 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the line made Ma Yinshi even more anxious. Yinshi, you've made something of yourself. Truly remarkable, Ma Wei said with great emotion. Ma Yinshi's heart trembled, filled with panic. Dad, let me explain. Just as Ma Yinshi was about to explain, he was interrupted by Ma Wei's gentle voice. Yinshi, no need to explain. I already know. Lingdong Technology has skyrocketed. And you invested in Lingdong Technology ahead of time, didn't you? Haha, at the time, I didn't think you would succeed when you invested in Lingdong Technology. I was just hoping that even if you lost money, it would serve as a lesson. But I never expected that your actions would leave everyone in the company clueless. Now you have proven yourself. You have demonstrated your capability. Very well. This is what they call a tiger father with no dog son. People often say that Ma Wei's son is a good for nothing, unqualified to be my successor, but today, you have used your strength to slap them in the face. Your maneuver has already gained recognition from many experts, and it has gained my recognition. I have already notified the board. I will arrange a position for you in the company, so you can train well and prepare for future succession. Also, in a few days, there will be a meeting where I will invite some heavyweight investors. You should take the opportunity to keep up the good work. Don't embarrass the Ma family. After Ma Wei finished with emotion, he hung up the phone. Ma Yinshi was in a daze. He was about to take a position in the company to prepare for future succession. This happiness came too suddenly. He had originally thought he would be scolded by his father for losing the betting agreement. But now it seemed that his father had no idea about the situation. He only knew that he invested in Lingdong Technology, but did not know that it was a necessity due to the betting agreement. Now, although he had lost, he unexpectedly benefited from his fortune. Is this his blessing? Even though he lost 20% of the shares and was defeated by Su Yang, he had become the heir of the company. In that sense, he had made a huge profit. Just thinking about becoming the future leader of a renowned conglomerate left Ma Yinshi's excitement beyond words. Awesome. It feels so good. The anger he felt earlier had completely vanished, replaced by the joy of standing at the peak of life. Su Yang, what if you won? In the end, haven't you only helped me achieve my goals? The one you least expected has ended up standing at the top of the mountain. You think you've won and feel great, don't you? Little do you know you've already lost. Controlling the company, you a small Su Yang can't escape my grasp any longer. Let's allow you to be proud for a while. We'll see who the true king is. This is what the ancients meant when they said the victor is often the loser and the loser is the victor. Ma Yinchi revealed a smug smile. In a few days he would take an important position in the company, and first he must ensure that no one finds out about the betting agreement. Secondly, he needed to prepare while showcasing his talent and strength. Moreover, his father said that the company would invite several heavyweight experts, which was very important. He just didn't know who his father would invite. Now Ma Yinchi wore an expectant smile. In the Fengyun debt creditor's office, Ma Wei sat on a recliner with a beaming smile, extremely pleased with his son's awakening. Haha, yes. The board members are also very optimistic about Yinchi. They all praise him for being a hidden talent, who suddenly makes a remarkable appearance. No wonder he is my son. In the phone call, Ma Wei rarely complimented Ma Yinchi. By the way, I heard that a company called Dingyang Capital had predicted Lingdong Technology's situation in advance. Their boss is quite talented. Such a person must have something worth learning from. I plan to invite him over in a few days to give a presentation so everyone can exchange ideas and let Yinchi listen in for better learning. I know he's hard to invite, but if I mention my name, he should give some face. Even if he asks for a speaking fee, that's reasonable. After all, Dingyang Capital is currently very sought after and many places will want to invite him. Alright, thank you for your effort on this matter. Rest assured, once it's done, I'll treat you to a meal. Let's have a good gathering. Ma Wei hung up the phone and began humming a cheerful tune. For decades, seeing his son succeed was the source of his greatest joy. I'm sure Yinchi should also know about Dingyang Capital. When the time comes to invite them, he would probably also hope to communicate with them since they share similar thoughts. Ma Wei thought about calling Ma Yinchi to tell him. But after a moment of contemplation, he put the phone down. This matter must be kept a secret, no one can know. This is a big surprise for Yinchi. Ma Wei thought with a Dingyang Capital. The plump boss also bought a large number of gifts and prepared a big red envelope arriving at the entrance of Su Yang's company. This time he was well prepared and needed to ease the relationship with Su Yang. Excuse me, is President Su in? The plump boss respectfully inquired of Su Long. Yes, what do you need? Su Long tucked a red envelope into his pocket. Oh, I came to see President Su. Here is my red envelope. And these are the gifts I brought for President Su. The plump boss hurriedly presented the items with enthusiasm. The case of Lingdong Technology showed that Su Yang was no ordinary person. By following him, he would be able to catch wind of any market movements. Moreover, after acquiring 20% of the company's shares, he would surely not neglect the company. As long as his relationship with Su Yang improved, he could also profit. This way, he could also minimize losses. All right, President Su is inside, you can go in. Su Long skillfully moved the gifts to another room and placed the red envelopes together. The plump boss quickly adjusted his attire, relieved that he came. Those few people did not heed his advice. It was not that he didn't speak up. He would enjoy Su Yang's market analysis in the future, while they would just wait to catch the cold wind. After saying that, he knocked on the door and respectfully asked, "Is President Su in? Please come in." Su Yang's voice came from inside. The plump boss, filled with anticipation, hurriedly pushed the door open and immediately said, "President Su, I am very sorry. The previous matter was also due to the pressure from Ma Yinchi. His power is too great for me to offend him. Coupled with the encouragement of a few others, it led to unnecessary conflict with you. I came here specifically to apologize. The main instigators were those other people, and Ma Yinchi. My relationship with them is truly minimal." The plump boss began to defend himself. I've already heard this 5 times. This is the 6th time. Su Yang looked at the 5 people sitting around. The plump boss then looked up and discovered that the other 5 bosses had already arrived. He was completely taken aback. Weren't these people not coming? At that time, they had been all tough and had insisted they wouldn't come. Why were they here earlier than him who proposed the idea? Looking at his bewildered expression, everyone chuckled. Fatty, did you think you were the only one with this idea? What kind of person does President Su say? Did you think you were the only one wanting to mend relations and make connections? Fatty really thought we wouldn't come. To be honest, the moment I stepped out of the elevator, I quickly prepared the gifts, but I still wasn't the first one to arrive. So Fatty, are you surprised by us? We have all already chatted with President Su for a while, and you are just now dawdling in. You clearly lack sincerity. The plump boss was speechless. These people were really too cunning. They didn't even inform him about coming. This is really too underhanded. We have been good friends for so many years, yet you didn't reveal any information. I am truly disappointed. We have already finished discussing with President Su, and you are still here, unwilling to take advantage of the situation. The 20% share transfer will be completed according to the agreed timeline. In the future, if President Su has any major actions, he will inform us in advance. We only need to pay 50% of the profits as a result. However, if we leak business secrets to others, we would need to compensate for 200% of the company's shares as a penalty. If you agree, sign the agreement. A contract was placed on the table, instantly catching the plump boss' attention. This agreement was no trivial matter. If there are opportunities like Lingdong technology in the future, even paying 50% in profits would be a huge gain, let alone 60 or 70%. To receive Su Yang's informational support, what was the 20% share worth? Sign. I will sign immediately. He did not hesitate and directly wrote down his name. President Su, I have signed. The plump boss wiped the sweat from his forehead. Since we have concluded our discussion, I won't keep you all for dinner. Su Yang said calmly. Today was indeed a fruitful day, he would surely receive relevant advance information in the future. Earning money alone was certainly not as good as finding some helpers to profit. Each of these companies had more capital than he currently did, so having them help him make money was obviously the best choice. Seeing Su Yang giving the send-off order, everyone got up to bid farewell and then left. In the elevator, 6 people breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone after such a big incident, Ma Yunxi didn't show any response at all. I think we shouldn't associate with him in the future, the plump boss said, while looking at an unanswered call on his phone. After such a big incident, Ma Yunxi only made one call, and after it wasn't answered, he simply disappeared, which made him extremely angry. Ma Yunxi relies on his family, we handle matters for him. It's fine if he doesn't recommend us, but now that the incident has occurred, he doesn't even respond to our calls. Just avoid such people in the future. Of course, several people saw the call from Ma Yunxi, but they deliberately did not answer. They wanted to see Ma Yunxi's attitude. But Ma Yunxi had no attitude at all. We should just cling to President Su's leg in the future. You should have noticed that President Su is definitely not the kind of person without background as Ma Yunxi described. First of all, if President Su had no background, he wouldn't dare to offend Ma Yunxi. Secondly, Lu Bingbing from Tianhai Group is his girlfriend. Do you think old Master Lu would agree to let his only child date someone without any background? Thirdly, the matter of Lingdong technology is classified. Any internal leak could result in exorbitant penalties and imprisonment. Yet President Su was able to predict Lingdong technology in advance, indicating that he received this information through the background behind him. Nationwide, only President Su could have made such predictions. Just think about it, how terrifying must his background be. The plump boss gradually analyzed, and everyone nodded in agreement. That's absolutely right. Although President Su appears low-key, if he were just a new company owner, he certainly wouldn't be so calm facing these bosses. Talking to them was like talking to a few ordinary people. This indicates that in Su Yang's eyes, these bosses were no different from regular office workers. They were simply not worthy of his interest or special attention. From the moment these people tried to set him up, he was already plotting. Throughout the entire process, he was like an invisible hand controlling everyone's fate. Even today's visit to apologize was within his expectations. This person is too frightening. Unbeknownst to them, a layer of cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. They deeply exhaled and looked at each other, saying, "Everyone never oppose Mr. Su in the future. Otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died." In the evening, Li Nanfang sent a message indicating that a big shot in the industry wanted to contact Su Yang to discuss something. After waiting a few minutes, a phone call came in, and Su Yang promptly answered. "Hello, is this Mr. Su? Let me introduce myself, I am Pang Bo. Mr. Su should know me, I am a seasoned financial broker and have some matters to discuss with you." Pang Bo spoke in a calm tone. Su Yang had seen this person in the news before. A financial broker is essentially an intermediary navigating between various institutions. If one reaches the top tier, the connections can be immensely powerful. "So it's Mr. Pang. I wonder what you need from me?" Su Yang asked in confusion. "Well, it's like this. Today the internet is flooded with news about your Dingyang capital, and it can be said that your Dingyang capital has gained fame overnight. I believe many institutions would like to invite you to give lectures. I have a friend named Ma Wei who is the helmsman of Fengyun Bonds. He also wants to invite you to give a report at Fengyun Bonds, which is why he contacted me as an intermediary." Upon hearing this, Su Yang felt an additional layer of doubt. If he recalled correctly, Fengyun Bonds was indeed a company owned by Ma Yunxi's family. So this Ma Wei must be Ma Yunxi's father, right? In that case, it seems Ma Yunxi never dared to mention his betting agreement to his family. Seeing that Su Yang did not respond, Pang Bo hurriedly continued, "Mr. Su, it's like this. In our industry, finding someone with a similar vision is the hardest. This time with Lingdong Technologies surge, you naturally reaped the most benefits. However, there is actually another person who shares your foresight and also invested in Lingdong Technology. To be frank, this person is Ma Wei's son, named Ma Yunxi. With this achievement, he is about to take an important position at Fengyun Bonds. Chairman Ma Wei is also thinking that since you both have similar strategic thinking, he'd like you to give a report and exchange ideas with Ma Yunxi to help solidify his position as a successor." Pang Bo explained slowly. Hearing these words, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Ma Wei was completely oblivious to Ma Yunxi's situation. Moreover, he thought Ma Yunxi had the capability of a successor simply because he invested in Lingdong Technology. This was getting interesting. The reason Ma Yunxi invested in Lingdong Technology was due to his betting agreement. He was acting according to the terms of the agreement. If he were to be present at the scene, it would be amusing to see what expression he would have. Su Yang was already inclined to. By the way, Fengyun Bonds will pay you a report fee of 5 million. What do you think? Pang Bo inquired. Upon hearing about the 5 million appearance fee, Su Yang couldn't help but think. All right, let's set a time, and I'll be there on time. Su Yang said calmly. Great, see you then. After that, the two hung up the phone. Ma Yunxi was quite unfortunate his family was spending 5 million to invite an enemy over. He wondered if Ma Yunxi would feel excited or shocked when he saw him. Since the time had not yet been determined, Su Yang saw no need to think too much, and simply went to bed. Soon the next day arrived. This morning the intelligence was pushed as usual. The first thing he did after getting up was to check the intelligence. One-star intelligence beef in Nanjing is being sold at a steep discount. Fresh beef is only 25 yuan, very economical and affordable. This piece of information was somewhat useful to his past self. Back then, if he wanted to eat beef, he could indeed go buy some. However, Su Yang now no longer needed to concern himself with such price issues. Timely Intelligence top cosmetics influencer Zhang Mimi will hold a 10-year anniversary event tonight, during which she mistakenly exaggerated the ingredients of a product under Charm Biotech by 200%, an incident that will lead to massive dissemination and prompt market regulators to investigate the false advertising of its cosmetic ingredients. Within 24 hours, Charm Biotech stock price will experience strong fluctuations with an anticipated drop of 15%. A clarification announcement will be made 24 hours later to cover the deficit. Before the market opens the next day, one can short sell Charm Biotech, holding the position until before the clarification announcement, and if the mobilized funds are 20 million, one can expect a profit of about 30 million. Seeing this piece of intelligence, Su Yang nodded slowly. Most of his current funds were invested in Lingdong Technology, which was still in a growth phase. The capital his company could mobilize was roughly 20 million. In other words, within these 24 hours his company could make a short-term profit of 30 million. This was no small sum. Moreover, he had just reached an agreement with 6 other companies yesterday. The total funds they could mobilize were much greater than his own. When the time comes to split the 50% profit, it won't be a small sum either. If this piece of intelligence is used well, the returns could be comparable to a 5-star intelligence. It was only 7 in the morning, and the discussion about Charm Biotech would only heat up by evening. There were over 10 hours to plan and discuss. However, Su Yang did not plan to get personally involved in this matter. Since he had only a half understanding of it, it was best to leave professional matters to professionals. At that time, he would provide this information to Li Nanfang in an indirect manner, allowing him and the other 6 cooperating companies to discuss the plan. As a boss, one cannot manage every single matter. Of course, one cannot ignore everything either. He would just wait to collect money. One-star intelligence, the second bus will experience tire failure and an accident will occur at 11 o'clock today when passing the Guangfa building station, but no one will be injured. The next few pieces of intelligence were mostly trivial social events. For instance, celebrity gossip or the private lives of certain entrepreneurs, and so on. Although they seemed interesting, they were not applicable to real life. After reading the intelligence, Su Yang opened the system mall to see if there were any good items. Top bodyguard, 50 points. Description, absolutely loyal to the host. After purchase, you can edit the identity information, allowing them to have a compliant identity in real society. Combat power, top tier. A very concise and clear introduction. Su Yang really needed a bodyguard now. After all, he was no longer the person he used to be. Finding someone truly loyal from outside would be very difficult, but what the system provided was different. Not to mention the absolute loyalty, the top-tier combat power was already impressive. Going to Fengyun Bonds in a few days would certainly offend some people, so having a bodyguard would ensure his safety. Su Yang immediately spent 50 points to make the purchase. As long as Su Yang wished, he could summon the bodyguard at any time and then arrange for their identity. However, deciding on a name and arranging the identity required careful consideration. Su Yang planned to finish his breakfast before handling this matter. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jiangxing, Jin Sheng received some excellent news. His good brother Lin Chen, the wealthy young man from Modu, had just landed in Jiangxing. Lin Chen's arrival made Jin Sheng realize that he was finally going to get his revenge. Jiang City CX Racing Club. Jin Sheng had long arranged for a group of Jiang City's rich second generation to welcome Lin Chen. As long as Lin Ge was well taken care of, the plan to teach Su Yang a lesson would be even more certain. Jin Sheng, didn't you say you were going to introduce us to a big shot? How come we've been waiting for half an hour, and that person still hasn't arrived? At this moment, this car was truly a display of status. If Lin Ge could use this car on the racetrack to defeat all the second generation of Jiang City, he would be very pleased, making his own matters much easier. Jin Sheng, didn't you say you were going to introduce us to a big shot? How come we've been waiting for half an hour, and that person still hasn't arrived? At this moment, Sun Lin said with confusion. Although Jin Chung claimed he wasn't from the local circle, he frequently came to Jiang City and had some connection. Moreover, he said he would introduce everyone to a very significant young master, which is why everyone was waiting here early in the morning. However, these rich second generation from Jiang City were indeed people of status. After waiting for more than half an hour without seeing the so-called heavyweight figure arrive, they began to feel suspicious. They suspected that Jin Chung was deliberately making fun of them. What's the rush? I brought you out to introduce some connections, and you're getting impatient. You know the saying, you can't eat hot tofu if you're too anxious, right? My brother's status is such that you should consider it an honor just to meet him. Don't be unwilling. Jin Chung immediately said with dissatisfaction. The young master Lin Shin from Magic City was someone he had a hard time getting to know. Although this time he intended for these people to be cannon fodder in the race, it was still a great honor for them to meet. Wait, who exactly are you talking about? We've waited this long and don't even know a name, someone else said with dissatisfaction. You'll know when he arrives. He's not someone you can compare yourselves to. Just wait and stop talking so much now. Also, let me tell you, my big brother loves to race. When he comes, he will definitely want to compete with you. You understand what I mean, right? Jin Chung said with a slight smile. Of course you're no match for him, Jin Chung added. Hearing this, the few of them could only wait. What else could they do? They had come this far, and if they left now, wouldn't that be waiting in vain? Sun Lin looked at his Ferrari SF90, feeling that he had never yielded to anyone in racing. Jin Chung said that his big brother was an amazing racer and he wanted to compete with him. His Ferrari SF90, worth $700,000, was certainly not inferior to those million-dollar luxury cars on the racetrack. After waiting for about half an hour, suddenly a shocking roar swept through the air. A brand new red sports car flew into the venue, then made a stylish drift and stopped in front of everyone. Wow, my big brother is here. Ferrari LaFerrari. A limited edition sports car worth $30 million on the market. Seeing this car, Jin Chung shouted with excitement. Wow, Ferrari LaFerrari. This is a global limited edition. Who is Jin Cheng's big brother? This car is so awesome. It's so freaking cool. The rich second generation were instantly excited. This Ferrari LaFerrari could easily outperform all the cars present. This is what status looks like. Sun Lin was also quite surprised. He had long wanted a LaFerrari, but they were so rare that even if he had the money, he couldn't get one. But today he actually saw one. This meant that Jin Cheng's big brother was really powerful. Compared to this, his Ferrari SF90 was nothing. Didn't I tell you? Jin Chung felt even more proud seeing Lin Chen's LaFerrari. This was his big brother. How impressive. He looked around at the cars the rich second generation had driven and said with a proud expression, "You guys' cars are no match for my big brother's car. Especially yours. You also have a Ferrari, but yours is probably at the level of my big brother's LaFerrari's grandchild, right?" Listening to Jin Cheng's mocking words, Sun Lin and the others felt very angry. This guy was really good at provoking hatred, thinking that this LaFerrari was his. At this moment, Lin Chen also slowly got out of the car. Jin Chung quickly stepped forward to greet him. Let me officially introduce Lin Chen from the Lin Group of Magic City. After speaking, Jin Chung proudly scanned the crowd. The faces of the second generation from Jiang City immediately showed a look of surprise. The Lin Group from Magic City. This is the young master of the Lin Group. That is a super giant in the logistics industry in the country. Suddenly, all the second generation felt a sense of unease. Hello Lin Gu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Gu, coming to our small Jiang City is truly an honor for us. Lin Gu, your Ferrari LaFerrari is simply too cool, just like you. Lin Gu. In an instant, those who had not paid much attention initially began to flatter him. This was young Master Lin. If they could befriend him, it would be a great boon. Lin Chen calmly nodded and said, "We are all friends. No need to be so polite. Chen Gu, it's only right. It's their honor to meet you. It's their fortune. Don't you all agree?" Jin Chung looked at everyone with immense pride, as if he were also a big brother. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Gu is from Magic City. We can't compare. Compared to Lin Gu, we are just a bunch of trash. We can't measure up, neither our status nor our cars. Everyone was even more flattering, showering compliments like thunder. Jin Chung was quite pleased that Lin Chen was his big brother, and their attitude fulfilled his vanity. He turned around and suddenly found that Sun Lin could only stand still, not making any moves, which directly caused Jin Cheng's displeasure. Sun Lin, look at everyone, and then look at you. Are you a wooden block? Jin Chung bluntly mocked. Everyone also looked at Sun Lin, finding that he hadn't shown any reaction, causing more dissatisfaction. Sun Lin, Lin Gu is here, can't you see? Why have you shown no reaction at all? Exactly. Hurry up and greet Lin Gu. Lin Gu is not someone you can ignore. Being able to meet Lin Gu is a huge honor for you. The rich second generation from Jiang City began to reprimand Sun Lin. Sun Lin frowned and looked at everyone, saying, "Do you think him like you? So shamelessly flattering others. Respect is mutual. You all act like clowns in their eyes. This is truly embarrassing for us Jiang City people." Sun Lin retorted immediately. Our Jiang City is just a small place. How can we compare to Magic City? This is Lin Go. We Jiang City bumpkins can only lower our heads when we see Lin Go. What are you being so arrogant about here? What are you pretending for? Being able to meet a big shot like Lin Go is your honor, you know. Everyone angrily rebuked. Lin Go is impressive, but I also know a big brother who is even stronger than Lin Go. I can't demean my hometown like you. Sun Lin said firmly. Hearing this, Jin Cheng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. This kid was undermining his own position. He immediately stood up and said, Sun Lin, I don't care if you are self-righteous, but insulting Chen Gu in front of Chen Gu, your Jiang City second-generation circle, is just a bunch of trash. Oh, what's wrong with that? You're still arguing here. At least they know who is the king, and what about you? I said that the Jiang City second-generation circle is just a bunch of trash. Do you all agree? Jin Cheng looked at everyone with a tiger's power. Yes. In front of young Master Lin, we aren't even trash. Exactly. Being the trash under young Master Lin's feet is our honor. Everyone humbly flattered. You guys have no ambition at all. Sun Lin was shaking with anger. How could one live without any dignity? Sun Lin, I see you're quite unconvinced. Since young Master Lin just brought his LaFerrari, if you're really unconvinced, let's have a race. Then it will be clear whether you are trash or not. Jin Cheng said with pride. Sun Lin, do you dare to face off against Brother Chen's Ferrari LaFerrari? Jin Cheng mocked as he looked at Sun Lin. Of course someone like you wouldn't dare. Upon hearing this, Sun Lin's hands trembled uncontrollably. Ignoring the pleas of his two friends, he stepped forward saying, what do I have to be afraid of? My Ferrari SF90 may not be as expensive as the LaFerrari, but on the racetrack I am not afraid at all. Why do you say that we people from Jiangqing are trash? I will defeat him today. After saying this in anger, most of the people present burst into laughter. Can you even compare with young Master Lin? He is not someone you can provoke. We Jiangqing people are nothing but trash in front of someone like young Master Lin, so what? Is there anything wrong with that? Why can't you admit your shortcomings? Your Ferrari is just an old scrap compared to young Master Lin's LaFerrari. I think you've been boasting too much and haven't come back to reality yet. This is hilarious. Sun Lin, young Master Lin will not let you off. Even though they were all from Jiangqing in front of Lin Shen, they chose to abandon their dignity to curry favor. Faced with Sun Lin, who wanted to earn back some face for Jiangqing, they instead mocked him coldly. Old Sun, just let it go. A friend quietly reminded Sun Lin from the side. No, I must challenge him today. I want to prove that we Jiangqing people are not cowards. Sun Lin was already blinded by rage. He no longer cared who Lin Shen was. He only wanted to defeat him with his own strength. Brother Chen, he really wants to challenge your car, Jin Cheng said with a mocking expression. Listening to the laughter around him, Lin Shen slowly waved his hand and said, actually, this brother is not wrong. He also wants to restore the honor of you Jiangqing people. I think he is a person of great dignity. There is no, Lin Shen stated directly. Brother, I really admire your integrity. It is quite similar to mine, and we could actually be friends. In terms of racing, there is no need to compete, Lin Shen slowly said. To an astute observer, it was clear that Sun Lin was the one worth being friends with, not those who flattered him. No, I must defeat you with my strength. Sun Lin thoughtlessly declared, his mind only filled with the desire to beat Lin Shen and prove the strength of Jiangqing people. You really don't know how to appreciate a compliment. Brother Chen, take him down, Jin Cheng said from the side. As soon as Brother Chen came to Jiangqing, he was arranged to face a villain, allowing Brother Chen to personally take him down, which would greatly satisfy him. At that moment, things would be easier to handle. Are we really going to compete? Brother, I admire your character, but no second-generation heir has ever beaten me in racing. Stop the challenge now, and everything can be negotiated. But if you lose later, you will have no face left, Lin Shen reminded him. No, I must challenge you, Sun Lin firmly stated, disregarding the advice. Okay, all right. Lin Shen agreed, as he wanted to try out the racetrack on his first visit to Jiangqing. As for the young man in front of him, it was just a casual comparison. Amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Sun Lin got into his Ferrari SF90, while Lin Shen drove his LaFerrari amidst cheers. The rules were simple: a club racing track, 3 laps. In total, whoever completes it first wins. Watch, Brother Chen will probably crush him, Jin Cheng confidently said, crossing his arms. As the referee gave the signal, the race began. The 2 red Ferraris almost instantaneously launched forward, unleashing waves of chaotic energy. Boom. Sun Lin's expression was focused. Pressing the accelerator, the dual front motors suddenly erupted, and the roaring energy waves surged like a lion, leading Lin Shen's LaFerrari by half a car length. Wow, Sun Lin has some skills. Could he really win? Seeing Sun Lin take the lead at the start, everyone was taken aback. No way. Brother Chen is a master, Jin Cheng said confidently. Sure enough, 200 meters later, both cars perfectly took the turn. At the moment the car straightened out, the previously quiet LaFerrari's V12 revs skyrocketed to the red line. The 12-cylinder engine roared madly, instantly pushing Sun Lin's car down. At the moment the car straightened out, the previously quiet LaFerrari's V12 revs skyrocketed to the red line. The 12-cylinder engine roared madly, instantly pushing Sun Lin's car down. Sun Lin panicked for a brief moment, but he quickly adjusted his state, pressing down on the accelerator, seizing the moment when LaFerrari relaxed and chased up directly. Just when he felt he had a chance, LaFerrari accelerated again, the torque wildly feeding the rear wheels, and in an instant it pulled away from Sun Lin by 2 car lengths. Seeing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. No wonder it's the LaFerrari. This acceleration is like a ferocious beast. Young Master Lin is truly formidable. He is still accelerating. This is the rhythm of flooring the accelerator. This insane speed made everyone's hearts race. Lin Chun was indeed too extreme. This speed was something they wouldn't even dare to attempt. What a joke. Brother Chun is at a professional level. Jin Cheng remarked from the side. Watching Lin Chun still accelerating, a sense of helplessness suddenly arose in Sun Lin's heart. If he lost, it wouldn't just be his face on the line. Even so, he continued to accelerate with great difficulty. After 2.5 laps, there was a long straightaway. The LaFerrari's power was still abundant, but Sun Lin's SF90 had begun to tire. From an original 2 car lengths, he was now nearly 10 meters behind. As LaFerrari crossed the finish line, the scene erupted in cheers. Awesome. Brother Chun is awesome. This is Brother Chun. So strong. Who can compete with this? Brother Chun, your skills are far superior to ordinary professional racers. This is the LaFerrari. This is the LaFerrari controlled by young Master Lin. The man and the car are one. The crowd surrounded Lin Chun, all excited. At this moment, Sun Lin also got out of the car in despair. He originally wanted to prove that Jiangxing people were capable, but the reality proved that he was indeed no match. Brother, you were strong too. I had a great time. Lin Chun said generously. Brother Chun, you are just being humble. How was he strong? I could probably crush him. Jin Cheng disdainfully looked at Sun Lin and said, Sun Lin, weren't you just so confident? Why are you so deflated now? Didn't you want to prove that Jiangxing people aren't trash? In the end, you proved that you were just a bunch of trash. Jin Cheng mocked mercilessly. You? Sun Lin clenched his fists, his body trembling, but helpless after losing just now. He couldn't retort. Jin Cheng. By the way, didn't you say you knew a big brother who is as formidable as Brother Chun? You can bring him out. Let's see who is truly strong. What? You can't call him out. Sun Lin clenched his fists, believing that Yang Ji's status must be slightly stronger than Lin Chen's. But he didn't know if Yang Gu played racing. What's wrong? Your big brother isn't just trash like you, is he? Jin Cheng said, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Haha, what big brother could he possibly know? I bet he isn't even worthy to polish young Master Lin's shoes. If that big brother comes, I will slap him twice right on the spot. I will kick him twice. What big brother? He is just trash. Hearing these words, Sun Lin was furious. Insulting himself was one thing, but insulting Yang Gu was unacceptable. My big brother is not someone you can insult. Sun Lin, in a fit of anger, was about to call Su Yang. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily taken aback and then erupted into loud laughter. Some of them had known Sun Lin for a long time, yet had never heard of his so-called powerful older brother. This kid can't even pretend. Old son, don't be impulsive. A friend nearby, seeing that Sun Lin was being restrained, hurriedly reminded him. Otherwise, if no one comes later, wouldn't that lead to even greater humiliation? Get out of the way. Sun Lin had already dialed Su Yang's number. The arrow had left the bow, and there was no turning back. Hello? Bro, where are you? Can you come over? Sun Lin hurriedly inquired. I've encountered a bit of trouble here, and I had no choice but to call you. It concerns the dignity of us people from Jiang City. I don't know if you have the time. Alright. I'll send you the location, bro. I'll wait for you here. Half a minute later, Sun Lin hung up the phone. Seeing that Sun Lin really made the call, the expressions on the faces of the crowd became even more mocking. They looked at Sun Lin with an utterly baffled expression. To save face, he fabricated a so-called older brother and offended Lin Chun. Is this not foolish? In this world there really are such foolish people. Brother, why bother? I have never looked down on you people from Jiang City. There's no need to be so stubborn. Lin Chun slowly shook his head and said. Although he was a low-key person, he was after all a wealthy young master from the Magic City. Not just anyone could step on him. If that so-called older brother of his came, he wouldn't give him any face. Morning, brother, don't waste your breath on him. What's his so-called older brother worth? It's all just a facade for saving face. Compared to you, it's like the difference between clouds and mud. Today, Jin Cheng is truly in high spirits, leaning against the mountain that is Lin Chun, giving him the confidence to fight against the whole world. Sun Lin, what car does your older brother drive? You keep saying your older brother is impressive, so his car must be top-notch. Can it compare to Morning Brother's LaFerrari? Jin Sheng clearly knew that Sun Lin wouldn't have any so-called older brother, so he started to make things difficult for him. Sun Lin was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that he had never heard of Yang Ge having a sports car. Or rather, Yang Ge simply doesn't like sports cars, so he never bought one. Although not having a sports car doesn't represent strength, this is a sports car club, and he invited Yang Ge over to race. For a moment, Sun Lin felt a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't considered that although Yang Ge was powerful, it didn't mean he was also good at racing. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Yang Ge came and these snobs looked down on him? Sun Lin suddenly felt a bit awkward. Let me guess, your so-called older brother drives a Lamborghini Veneno, or an Aston Martin 177, or a Pagani Huayra, or a Bugatti Veyron. Sun Deshao, since you have so much faith in your older brother, why not tell us what car he drives? What? He wouldn't just drive a sports car worth less than 10 million, would he? How can he compare with morning brother? Jin Sheng looked at Sun Lin with a mocking expression. Sun Lin clenched his fists tightly, but couldn't utter a single word. Huh. Seeing you like this, I understand now. Your so-called joke older brother is just a figment of your imagination. He doesn't even exist, let alone talk about the car. Jin Sheng seemed to see through everything. Who says he doesn't exist? My older brother is stronger than all of you. He possesses a global custom version of the Centurion Supreme Black Gold card. He is just one. May I ask who among you has won? Sun Lin retorted loudly. Moi. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Sun Lin. The card Sun Lin mentioned is of an extremely high level. While he owns an ordinary Centurion Black card, this family custom version of the Supreme Black card is something even his family doesn't qualify for. But Sun Lin's older brother actually has this card. This made Lin Chen furrow his brows, as it seemed his older brother was not an ordinary person. What are you bragging about? Let me ask you, what car does your older brother drive? Come on. Jin Sheng saw through Sun Lin's lies. Ha ha, his so-called older brother probably doesn't even have a car, right? I'm dying of laughter. Sun Lin, what kind of older brother have you found? He can't even bear to say what car he drives. Hearing this, Sun Lin's face was filled with anger and urgency. Looking at the expressions of these people, he almost blurted out, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As soon as the 4 words left his mouth, the scene fell into silence. G-Class. Everyone stared at Sun Lin, dumbfounded. The older brother he had just boasted about, and his ride was a G-Class. After a few seconds of stunned silence, everyone suddenly doubled over in laughter. No way. Sun Lin, are you kidding me? You mean to say your esteemed older brother, the man who possesses a Centurion Family Custom Supreme Black Gold card, drives a G-Class? Sun Lin, are you feverish? What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, the mocking expressions on everyone's faces had reached a peak. This is just too funny. After boasting for so long, he exposed himself with just one sentence. Sun Lin, truly enough to embarrass himself. A G-Class. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh, glancing at his LaFerrari. The G-Class could not compare to his car. Jin Sheng laughed uncontrollably. However, since being tricked by Su Yang, he hadn't been this happy. Sun Lin, it's a pity you're not going to act in a comedy. To be able to tell such a big joke. Sun Lin, are you still arguing? You've already exposed yourself. Keep calling. Jin Sheng, after calming down, loudly mocked Sun Lin. Even with the best mindset, facing continuous mockery, Sun Lin was starting to lose his composure. Sun Lin, I wonder if you've taken the wrong medicine. How can you be so confident when your so-called older brother drives a G-Class? Who gave you the courage? Someone pointed at Sun Lin's nose and said, You guys. Sun Lin was so angry, he couldn't even speak. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly drove up. Sun Lin, your older brother is here. Isn't this the G-Class you mentioned? Someone noticed and pointed it out. Suddenly, everyone turned to look, then burst into laughter at Sun Lin. Hearing this, everyone slowly noticed the license plate number of the Big G. Jiang A00006. Although such sequential license plates are available at auctions, they have never appeared in Jiang City. Moreover, license plates from 1 to 8 are fixed to specific cars. But today the sequence number 6 appeared on a Big G vehicle. Everyone stopped their mocking and began to take the situation seriously. If that is the case, the owner of this car must have an extraordinary identity. Could it be? Everyone suddenly had a thought. Could the person inside the car not be a rich second generation, but rather another kind of second generation? Brother Yang. At this moment, Sun Lin excitedly shouted. Brother Yang has finally arrived. Old Sun, what is the identity of this Brother Yang? Why didn't you tell everyone in advance? Jin Sheng stepped forward and asked Sun Lin. If this so-called Brother Yang has a special identity, then they really cannot afford to provoke him. Old Sun, Jiang City is really a place of exceptional talents. What does your Brother Yang's family do? Jin Sheng continued to inquire carefully. Sun Lin glanced at him, clearly unwilling to engage. Now you know what it means to respect others. I told you long ago that Brother Yang is not someone you can provoke. Sun Lin said confidently. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Seeing Sun Lin's confident demeanor didn't that just confirm their inner suspicions. His elder brother truly has an identity that even Lin Chen cannot provoke. Otherwise, given Sun Lin's character, he would never be this confident. After hearing this, Jin Cheng wiped away a cold sweat. Who knew Sun Lin had such an elder brother? He should have mentioned it earlier. Isn't that putting himself in danger? With such an elder brother, he must get to know him well. Strengthen his connections. Brother Yang is stopping here. Sun Lin eagerly stepped forward. Seeing this, Jin Cheng hurriedly stepped forward, standing straight in front of the car door. He gently placed one hand on the car door frame, his head slightly bowed, with a look of deep respect. Everyone looked at Su Yang's car with serious expressions. With a click, the car door opened. Su Yang's figure slowly appeared. Hello, young Master Yang. Jin Cheng lowered his head, looking at a pair of shoes that seemed very familiar on the ground. Hello, young Master Yang. Everyone also greeted in unison. Even Lin Chen had to take it seriously. He stepped forward and said, Hello, young Master Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you today. I am Lin Chen from the Lin Group in Modu. Su Yang glanced around and seemed not to feel any trouble. Aren't these people being quite polite? Hello, I am Su Yang, a friend of Sun Lin. Su Yang said casually. As soon as these words came out, Jin Cheng, who had just been looking down, suddenly froze. Su Yang? Which Su Yang? Is it his enemy Su Yang? He quickly raised his head to look at Su Yang's face. With that one glance, Jin Cheng almost jumped up in anger. What the hell? Su Yang, it's you. Jin Cheng was instantly furious. So Sun Lin's elder brother is Su Yang. How can he even be called an elder brother? I lowered myself so much, and in the end, I actually opened the car door for my enemy. Do you know each other? Lin Chen looked at Jin Cheng in confusion. The others also looked at Jin Cheng in unison. Brother Chen. He is not some so-called elder brother at all. He has no so-called background at all. They are just pretending. I know this person, he is just garbage. Jin Cheng saw Su Yang and recalled the humiliating scene of that day when he had to wipe his shoes. Today this guy actually came here to flaunt and deceive again. Then I will expose him fiercely and take my revenge. What's going on? Jin Xiao, do you know him? Everyone asked, puzzled. Isn't this young Master Yang someone with a very deep background? Why is Jin Cheng's attitude towards him so bad? And not only do I know him, I also have a grudge against him. Jin Cheng gritted his teeth and said, Everyone don't believe him. He is just a second-rate antique dealer with no background. He is not as powerful as everyone imagines. Then he hurried to Lin Chen's side and said, Brother Chen, this is the person I mentioned. It's him. It's him who made me embarrass myself in public. It's him who provoked your authority. Jin Cheng pointed at Su Yang's nose and shouted loudly. What? Pretending? My goodness. I am really scared now. Damn. It was all a facade. If it weren't for Jin Xiao, we might have really been deceived. And you actually provoked Lin Xiao's authority. I see you don't want to live, do you? Sun Lin, shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Everyone was furious. Sun Lin also didn't know. He knows Brother Yang's strength. How could he become the second-rate dealer in Jin Cheng's mouth? Isn't this nonsense? At this moment, Lin Chen's face gradually darkened. Jin Cheng is his subordinate, and it's understandable for someone to insult his subordinate, but as the elder brother, he can't just sit back and do nothing. What's even more ridiculous is that he pretends to have some kind of authority, trying to show off with a fabricated identity. Such a person truly deserves to be punished. Su Yang also saw Jin Cheng at this moment. He didn't expect to encounter this guy again. Jin Xiao, how did it feel to wipe my shoes that day? Su Yang said with a smile. Jin Cheng suddenly felt embarrassed, his eyes darting around, and his expression was filled with anger. This Su Yang actually mentioned this in front of so many people. Brother Chen, you must stand up for me. Jin Cheng looked at Lin Chen and said softly. Seeing Su Yang so arrogant, Lin Chen was extremely displeased. He looked at Su Yang and slowly said, Brother, you bullied my subordinate. As the elder brother, I naturally have to help him regain his honor. A competition. If you win, feel free to propose any conditions. If you lose, then you must wipe Jin Cheng's shoes in public. Lin Chen said slowly. A competition? Compete in what? Su Yang was a bit puzzled. He could understand that Jin Cheng's brother wanted to help him regain his honor, but he had just arrived and didn't know what had happened in between. Seeing this, Sun Lin quickly explained the situation to Su Yang. So it's a car race. Su Yang said calmly. He had just purchased racing skills a few days ago. Today happened to be a good opportunity to try them out. What do you think? Do you dare? Lin Chen said confidently. What's there to be afraid of? Su Yang replied casually. Seeing Su Yang's confident demeanor, Sun Lin also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Brother Yang does know how to race. Sun Lin, he'll use your car. Su Yang didn't have a sports car, so he could only use Sun Lin's. Okay, Brother Yang, be careful. Lin Chen is driving a LaFerrari. Sun Lin reminded. After discussing the rules of the race, Lin Chen immediately got into the LaFerrari. Su Yang, under the gaze of everyone, walked to the Ferrari's door, then looked at Sun Lin and asked, By the way, this is my first time driving a sports car. How do you open this door? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Never driven a sports car? The crowd was captivated by this statement. They froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. What the hell? Never driven a sports car? Then why are you here? You can't even open the car door, and you dare to compete with Lin Xiao. I think you're crazy. Son Lin, where did you find this guy? He can't even drive a car. What does he think he's doing? You better get ready to polish Jin Xiao's shoes. Otherwise you're just wasting everyone's time. The sarcasm on the faces of the crowd was evident. Jin Cheng's expression grew even more arrogant. He couldn't even drive a sports car? Taking revenge on oneself isn't that already a foregone conclusion? Su Yang, I didn't expect you to have never driven a sports car. Then you better polish my shoes today. Jin Cheng felt refreshed. The humiliation he suffered that day was about to be returned. Sun Lin was instantly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he thought Su Yang was a racing expert when he confidently agreed to Lin Chen's challenge. But he had never driven a sports car. This means that Brother Yang wasn't interested in things like sports cars. At this moment, looking at the faces of the crowd and hearing Jin Cheng's words, Sun Lin felt a deep sense of discomfort. If I had known, I wouldn't have called Brother Yang over. I didn't ask Brother Yang about his situation beforehand and just called him over like this. Isn't that deliberately putting him in an embarrassing position? He knew Lin Chen's strength. He wasn't even his match. As for Brother Yang, who had never driven a sports car, it goes without saying. The key is that they just said that if Brother Yang loses, he will have to polish Jin Cheng's shoes. Brother Yang. It was my lack of consideration, Sun Lin said to Su Yang with great guilt. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. It's fine, just play around. Su Yang seemed to take it lightly, speaking as if the wind was calm and the clouds were light. But if you lose? Then, Sun Lin couldn't bring himself to say it. All right, open the door, don't waste time. Su Yang remained confident. Sun Lin sighed, then pulled open the car door, watching Su Yang take the driver's seat. Yo, getting into the car. Ha. What does it feel like to sit in a sports car for the first time? When you see Chen guess speed later, don't get scared to death. Jin Cheng came to the window, mocking loudly. This guy can't even open the car door. Isn't he just here to hand over his head, eh? Compared to Lin Xiao, he's just a weight. Of course, if he can't even compare to us, then there's no need to mention Lin Xiao. Go Lin Xiao. Crush him. The crowd shouted in unison. Su Yang had never driven a sports car and still wanted to win against Lin Xiao. It was simply a fantasy. Therefore, everyone was very confident in Lin Chen. While Sun Lin had a worried look on his face, sigh. It's all my fault for being too impulsive. I should take the punishment for Brother Yang later. As both sides were ready with the referee's command, the race officially began. The rules this time were the same as last time: 3 laps, the first to finish wins. Lin Chen glanced at Su Yang with confidence, and then slammed the gas pedal. The LaFerrari shot out like a bolt of lightning. In less than a second, Lin Chen had already pulled ahead of Su Yang by 2 car lengths. Damn, Lin Xiao is amazing. He immediately unleashed his power at the starting line. The crowd was astonished and deeply impressed after witnessing Lin Chen's actions. No wonder he is Lin Xiao. Just incredible. At that moment, Su Yang's racing skills erupted in his mind. Combined with muscle memory from decades, Su Yang pressed down on the gas pedal and almost instantly caught up to Lin Chen, reaching the same horizontal line. Seeing this scene, the crowd was astonished. Didn't Su Yang never drive a sports car? But this start. Why does it look so much like a signature start from a racing master? The crowd was baffled. Don't worry. Chen Gu is just taking it easy. He is intentionally toying with him. Jin Sheng immediately stood up to say, Oh, so it's to intentionally toy with him. The crowd quickly understood. Seeing Su Yang catch up, Lin Chen frowned and smiled slightly. He quite talented, huh? I originally wanted to mess with you, but now I'll just crush you directly. Let you see what a real racer is like. Lin Chen smiled confidently. He was no longer prepared to play around, and a shocking wave of sound erupted. The LaFerrari surged like an explosive leopard on the track. The crowd erupted in exclamations. The speed was incredible. Lin Xiao was really amazing. He could handle such a fast speed. Everyone's mouths opened wide, their hearts raced with excitement. With Lin Xiao's strength, winning this round was really too easy. It was a match without suspense. Quickly approaching the first turn, Jin Cheng confidently stood in front and said, Watch closely, in this turn Chen Gu will pull ahead by a large margin. Just as he finished speaking, the LaFerrari executed a drift, and Lin Chen confidently navigated the turn. After this turn, there will be a complete crushing. Just as he was pondering, suddenly a red figure like a ghost drifted past at high speed. Boom. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen was almost dumbfounded. Luckily, he reacted in time and quickly corrected the car, otherwise he would have crashed into the wall. However, his heart was now raging with shock. Such a terrifying cornering, how could it be done by a novice? This is absolutely professional level. At that moment, Lin Chen realized he had been deceived by Su Yang. Su Yang was definitely not a novice. He was a very experienced professional racer. Lin Chen's competitive spirit surged instantly. He couldn't let his guard down. He had to win. Then he almost crazily accelerated, using all his strongest skills, desperately trying to catch up to Su Yang. But ahead, Su Yang was strictly guarding like a master, casually keeping Lin Shan behind. At this moment, Lin Shan was extremely anxious. At this rate, he could only consume Su Yang's exhaust. Just as he felt a hint of helplessness, Su Yang's speed suddenly slowed down. Lin Shan was overjoyed, seizing the opportunity. He overtook directly. Awesome. In that instant, Lin Shan felt exhilarated. Next, it was his turn to defend. Just as he thought this, Su Yang, like a ghost, silently completed another over. Lin Shan was dumbfounded. When he was defending, he simply couldn't break through. But when he was defending, Su Yang simply overtook him. The crowd was also stunned by this scene. Jin Chung was sweating profusely. What was going on? It seemed that Su Yang was just toying with Lin Shan. Wasn't Su Yang supposed to have never driven a sports car? Then what's going on now? Everyone, don't panic. Chen Gu is still low-key. Oh, so Chen Gu is being low-key. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Shan was already sweating profusely. He realized that Su Yang was simply toying with him like a child. At this moment, he was furious. He accelerated almost madly, trying to rely on the powerful momentum of the LaFerrari to complete an overtake. But no matter what, he just couldn't close the gap with Su Yang. After one lap, Lin Shan was still trailing behind Su Yang. Suddenly, he got excited. Su Yang suddenly slowed down again. I don't believe it. Lin Shan seized this opportunity and completed a beautiful overtake. Cool. Lin Xiao is amazing. Damn, that overtake was so powerful. Go Lin Xiao. Don't give him a chance. The crowd shouted. Lin Shan had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Yang suddenly overtake him again. Damn, he let out a frustrated roar. In the next half lap, Su Yang slowed down 3 times deliberately, letting Lin Shan overtake, then overtaking again. Until the last turn, Su Yang stopped, pretending his speed reached the limit, executing a super perfect drift, then charging straight towards the finish line. Lin Shan watched in anxiety. His mindset had already collapsed. In one turn, he made 4 consecutive mistakes, and his speed almost dropped to 0. Damn, what's going on? Does Lin Xiao still have a chance? I believe a miracle will happen. The crowd, unwilling to accept this result, could only wait for a miracle to occur. A few seconds later, as a voice rang out, a car crossed the finish line first. At this moment, the crowd slowly opened their eyes, finally murmuring, It should be Lin Xiao who overtook, right? First across the finish line is the Ferrari SF90. With the referee's announcement, everyone was stunned. How could this be possible? Lin Xiao is a quasi-professional level racer. How could he lose? I've never driven a sports car. Everyone's mind echoed Su Yang's earlier words. He drove a sports car for the first time and achieved professional standards. Though extremely reluctant to accept this outcome, everyone wasn't foolish. They could sense Su Yang's extraordinary driving skills. In comparison with Lin Shan, it could only be described as a crushing defeat. The crowd wore expressions of shock as they watched Lin Shan's car lag behind by about 10 seconds before slowly crossing the finish line. Shout for me. At this moment, Sun Lin excitedly shouted to the crowd. Yang Gu won, and it was a crushing victory. How could this not be exhilarating? It should be noted that Yang Gu had never driven a sports car before this. Of course, this statement was likely a smokescreen he had released. The purpose was to make Lin Shan lower his guard. But this time Yang Gu clearly miscalculated, because Lin Shan was simply no match for him, leading by more than 10 seconds. This indicates that the gap in strength between the two could be measured in dimensions. Weren't you all very fond of shouting just now? Keep shouting for me. Sun Lin felt he finally had a chance to vent his frustrations and avenge himself. After enduring humiliation all morning, he finally had a chance to clear his name. Your Lin Xiao is merely a defeated opponent in front of Yang Gu. Sun Lin raised his proud head. How could he have worried about Yang Gu earlier? That was truly unnecessary anxiety. Everything was under Yang Gu's control. He had complete confidence from start to finish. It was truly unacceptable for him to doubt Yang Gu's strength. The crowd looked at Sun Lin, who, although they wanted to say something, their mouths felt as if they were blocked, unable to utter a word. Because Su Yang had indeed won fairly. What could they possibly say now? Jin Chung clenched his fists nearby. He had thought Lin Shan would easily defeat Su Yang, but he actually lost. He had thought Su Yang would have to humiliate himself publicly, allowing him to severely insult him, but it all fell apart. Jin Chung was filled with rage. His eyes were already bloodshot with anger. How could this bumpkin Su Yang defeat Lin Shan? How could this be possible? No, it must be that Chen Gu made a mistake. Otherwise, how could this bumpkin Su Yang win against Chen Gu? Jin Chung shouted loudly. Jin Chung, you must be insane. Anyone with eyes can see that Yang Gu is stronger. Sun Lin immediately retorted. You're talking nonsense. Jin Chung naturally refused to accept this outcome. At that moment, Lin Shan dejectedly walked out of the LaFerrari, looking completely downcast. Chen Gu, let's have another race. You must have made a mistake earlier. Su Yang must have cheated you into losing. We all know your skill level. There's no way this could be the result. Hurry, Lin Xiao. You must have made a mistake. Let's have another round. Lin Xiao, let's do it again. Lin Xiao. The people around also echoed in agreement. Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen glanced at them, then revealed a bitter smile. He slowly shook his head and said, "No, even if I made no mistakes in this race, there would still be no possibility of victory." This statement hit the crowd like a heavy hammer on their chests. How could this be possible? The crowd showed expressions of surprise. It is as such, although I pride myself on being a racing expert, I am also someone who can accept defeat. This time I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Lin Chen recalled the racing process from earlier. Throughout the entire process, he felt like a child in front of an adult, completely powerless. He could feel that from the very beginning Su Yang had orchestrated this race. Every time he overtook Su Yang, it was even a part of Su Yang's deliberate arrangement. Each time he overtook him was because Su Yang wanted to give him a glimmer of hope. Then Su Yang would regain the lead, repeatedly aiming to humiliate him and break his mindset. This is the strength of a top-tier racer. Whether in skill or in psychological warfare against opponents, everything was executed to perfection. In the final moments, he surged across the finish line with overwhelming advantage, aiming to show him that he could never be his match. The goal was to make him aware that compared to him, there was an insurmountable chasm. As long as Su Yang desired, he could win in an even more crushing manner. In this race, Lin Chen completely recognized himself. In front of a powerhouse like Su Yang, he was nothing more than a weakling. The crowd also fell silent. Especially Jin Sheng among the crowd, he was undoubtedly the one most unwilling to accept this outcome. The key was that this race was suggested by him. Who could have imagined that Su Yang would be this strong? Su Xiao, you won, and I'm convinced of my defeat. Lin Chen maintained a somewhat dignified posture of admitting defeat and did not act in an ungracious manner like Jin Sheng. As I said earlier, if you win, feel free to propose any conditions. Lin Chen was prepared to accept the punishment. Moreover, he could now determine that Su Yang was definitely not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Su Yang, although you won, don't go too far. Chen Gu is not someone you can humiliate. Jin Sheng coldly remarked from the side. Seeing this, Su Yang turned directly to Jin Sheng and said, "All right, then it's simple. You just need to take the punishment for your Chen Gu. My request is also simple. You go and shine Sun Lin's shoes." Upon hearing this, Jin Sheng nearly fainted on the spot. Wasn't it supposed to be Su Yang shining his shoes instead? How did it turn out that he had to shine Sun Lin's shoes? Especially in front of so many second-generation heirs. Chun. Jin Sheng glanced at Lin Chen, but held back. This was also a chance to show loyalty. All right, he'll do it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only humiliate himself by shining Sun Lin's shoes. Sun Lin felt extremely pleased. Having a big brother like Yang Gu was indeed different. Make sure to clean them well. Yes, over there. Be more careful. Sun Lin directed him directly. 2 minutes later, Jin Sheng finally finished this humiliating scene. He glared fiercely at Su Yang, then approached Lin Chen and said, "Chen Gu, I'm fine, it's just shining shoes." Lin Chen saw that his little brother was humiliated because of him and felt a bit guilty. As the older brother, he couldn't allow his little brother to take the punishment for him. Although he couldn't match Su Yang in racing, he still had other skills. Su Xiao, I admit, I am not your match in racing. Even if you gave me another 10 years, I still wouldn't be your match. But today I came here primarily to support my subordinate. If I just left like this, I would be a derelict older brother. Moreover, the feud between you both should have a resolution. So Su Xiao, would you dare to race again in something else? This time, no matter what, it will be the last time. Lin Chen finished speaking, smiled slightly, and then continued, "As for what to race. For example, fishing." Upon hearing these 2 words, Jin Sheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Fishing. This time it was a sure win. Jin Sheng seemed to have forgotten the earlier humiliation. After all, Brother Chun was a master angler. He had once caught a 200-pound tuna at sea. Just ask who here can compare to this achievement. As long as Su Yang agrees, it will be a sure win for us. Meanwhile, Sun Lin's face was filled with indignation upon hearing this. Why should I compete with you? You only compare what you're good at. Why not let Brother Yang choose what to compete in? Do you think this is fair? Sun Lin understood that since Lin Chen said this, it meant he must have some skills up his sleeve. It was utterly unfair for him to constantly compare with Brother Yang in the areas he excelled in. Brother Yang, let's not compete with them. Sun Lin immediately said. Su Yang, upon hearing this, shook his head slowly. Fishing, huh? He currently had master-level fishing skills. He could indeed agree to try and test his abilities. Why did Lin Chen always seem to walk right into his line of fire? This is getting interesting. Jin Sheng, fearing Su Yang might refuse, was ready to employ some provocation. If Su Yang refused, how could he exact his revenge? He must agree. You. Jin Sheng was about to speak when Su Yang preemptively interjected. That casually spoken sentence caught everyone off guard. Agreed. He just agreed. He hadn't even been provoked yet, and he agreed directly. Isn't this just walking right into the muzzle of a gun? Jin Chung was delighted. After being humiliated by Su Yang twice, he was now filled with a burning hatred for him. Sun Lin was also taken aback. He clearly didn't expect Su Yang to agree so quickly. Brother Yang, are you also very skilled at fishing? Sun Lin hurriedly asked. Oh, I wouldn't say I'm skilled, though I haven't fished before. Su Yang replied calmly. Off. Sun Lin was completely dumbfounded. Not having fished before, isn't this just looking for trouble? If he lost, wouldn't he truly fall into their trap? Jin Chung and the others began to laugh. Fishing is a technical skill. Not having fished before, isn't this just asking for a loss? Isn't this purely giving away a head? Is Su Yang really this foolish? Jin Chung initially wanted to mock Su Yang a bit, but he suddenly remembered that Su Yang had also said he had never raced before. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. Su Yang, since you've agreed, I suggest we set the stakes right away. What do you think? Brother Chin, I don't ask for much. If Su Yang wins, I will kneel before him on the spot. And this time it's not just a shoe shining, but I will lick the soles of his shoes. Conversely, if we win, Su Yang must do the same to me. Jin Chung said through gritted teeth. This time Brother Chun would definitely win. He had to set the stakes harshly. This way he could truly clear the humiliation from before. Now he was already imagining the scene of Su Yang licking the soles of his shoes. How delightful. Young Master Su, I'll add one more condition. If you win, I'll transfer my LaFerrari to you. If you lose, you won't have to pay anything else. How about that? Will you accept? Lin Chun obviously also knew that the competition would be in areas he excelled in, and he had to put in more on his side. Brother Yang, please don't. Sun Lin was about to warn him when he saw Su Yang already nodding. Sure, Su Yang remained calm and confident. After all, this was a sure win for them. Not only could he teach Jin Chung a lesson, but he could also gain a LaFerrari. Isn't this a guaranteed profit? Seeing Su Yang take the bait, a sly smile appeared on Jin Cheng's face as he slowly approached Su Yang and said, Brother Yang, you might not know this. Brother Chun is a fishing expert. He once caught a 200-pound tuna while deep-sea fishing. This time you're going against a master. Jin Cheng looked at Su Yang, trying to catch some emotional fluctuation in his eyes. At this moment Su Yang frowned and said in a tone of surprise, What do you mean? Are you saying he once caught a 200-pound tuna? Why didn't you say that earlier? If you had said that sooner, I wouldn't have it. Su Yang performed a complete turnaround. Ha ha ha. Su Yang, if I had told you earlier, would you still have? Do you think Brother Chen only knows how to race? He's a master at fishing too. Today you're the biggest fish. You know? Jin Chung burst into laughter. He was fooled. If he had known, he wouldn't have agreed. Su Yang feigned a look of regret. By the way, can you all refrain from taking photos later? This remark reminded Jin Chung, and he smiled slightly, saying, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Old Zhang Old Wang oldly arranged for a few people to give me a live broadcast, and find some editors to compile the highlights later. I want to keep it for my enjoyment. Jin Chung immediately thought of this great idea. The scene of Su Yang kneeling and licking the soles of his shoes must be recorded. It must be shown to more people. Jin Chung, don't go too far. Su Yang pointed at Jin Chung and said, So what? What can you do? Jin Chung spread his hands, looking innocent. Su Yang, you didn't expect today to give me this opportunity, did you? Sorry. I'm just ruthless. Hearing this, Su Yang put on a helpless expression. Looking at Sun Lin, he said, It's over, we're doomed. Sun Lin could only let out a deep sigh. Jiangcheng Nen Lake Fishing Ground. There is a very large lake here said to contain giant creatures weighing over 100 pounds, attracting anglers to fish. At this time, many anglers were already by the lakeside. However, upon looking around, there were indeed very few people catching fish. Su Yang and Lin Chun were using the same type of fishing gear. The bait had to be prepared by themselves. Once both sides were ready, they directly cast their rods and began fishing. TSK, TSK, TSK. They say there are big fish in Nan Lake, but I've fished for 3 days without catching a single one. I think there are no big fish in this lake at all. At this moment, an angler said indignantly. Maybe your skills aren't up to par, someone replied nearby. Who said that? Are you questioning my skills? I have 15 years of fishing experience. How dare you say I'm a rookie? The angler got angry. Just then a mocking voice came. A rookie is just a rookie. You can't even admit it. My brother Chin is here today. Let me show you what a fishing master is. Jin Chung said disdainfully. Who are you talking about? If I can't do it, he can. I don't believe he can catch a fish. The angler was even angrier. Just as Jin Chung was about to continue mocking, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, About 20 pounds. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped their actions and looked at Lin Chen with a stun. Did he just catch a fish right after arriving? If I remember correctly, this kid has only been casting for less than a minute, and he's already hooked something. That angry fisherman from earlier nearly fell over. This isn't right. I've been fishing here for so long, and I've only caught a fish weighing 2 tails, but how did this kid manage to catch a big fish right off the bat? What's going on here? Am I being targeted by capital? Jin Cheng's face was filled with joy. Brother Chun is amazing. He just caught a big fish weighing 20 Jin. What level is this? This is the skill of a true fishing master. This is incredible. Brother Chun, is that really a 20 gene fish? Need any help? Jin Chung hurriedly approached and asked. At least it's 20 gene, not too big, I don't need any help. Lin Chen said casually. Wow, he really knows how to show off. 20 gene isn't too big. This guy is definitely a seasoned fisherman. He hasn't even got the fish in yet, and he's already showing off. Right? 20 gene fish, and that's small. Is this intentional? Kid, there's no need to show off just because you caught one fish. Though the people around were also envious, they were very displeased with Lin Chen's show-off behavior. We've all been busy all day without a single catch, and you just show up and reel in a 20 gene fish, and now you're showing. Isn't this just asking for hatred? Doesn't this imply that we seasoned fishermen have no skills? Hearing everyone's words, Jin Chung realized it was his chance to shine. Brother Chen, a 20 gene fish is big for some novices, but for you it's truly too small. Remember the last time you went sea fishing and caught that 200 gene tuna? Now that was big. What's this 20-some gene fish compared to that? After Jin Chung finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at the people present, noticing their expressions of shock. He caught a 200 gene tuna. Is that true? Those who initially thought Lin Chen was showing off suddenly looked astonished. They felt that catching a fish weighing over 10 gene was already impressive, but this guy actually caught a 200 gene big fish. That kind of achievement isn't that crushing. Bro, is it true? Did he really catch a 200 gene big fish? Someone asked Jin Chung. Just look at the photo. Jin Chung smugly pulled out a picture. When the crowd saw it, they were all stunned. Wow, it's actually real. Oh my gosh. This kid is really a master. Yeah, we just thought he was showing off. Turns out for him, this 20-some gene freshwater fish isn't anything at all. This is true skill. We novices should really learn from this master's technique. The crowd expressed. Lin Chen operated while listening to these remarks. He felt immensely satisfied. Fishing, aside from enjoying oneself and passing time, isn't it all about showing off in front of others? Though he is a rich second generation, he is also a fisherman. The feeling of openly flaunting in front of everyone is simply exhilarating. Honestly, showing off a car or something in front of others doesn't really bring much emotional value. But displaying the big fish he caught in front of a bunch of novices and causing a sensation, that feeling is worth more than a sports car. Lin Chen operated with a smile on his face. Jin Chung did well in making everyone witness his skill. Listening to the endless praises from the crowd, Lin Chen's movements became even more nimble. In just a few minutes, he directly reeled in another fish weighing over 20 gene. Net. Lin Chen quickly instructed. Seeing this, Jin Chung rushed forward energetically to scoop up the big fish. Wow, it's already on land so soon. I estimate it would take me half an hour to bring this big fish in. This fish is more than 20 gene. At least it has to be 25 gene. Amazing. The master is amazing. Everyone looked at the big fish and said, Brother Chun is incredible. Jin Chung hurriedly weighed the big fish he was holding. 28 gene. Brother Chin, you just arrived for a little over 10 minutes and caught a 28 gene big fish. That's too strong. Jin Chen couldn't help but praise. Looking at the envious expressions of the people around, Lin Chen couldn't stop. In fishing, he still feels too authoritative. Stay humble, stay humble. There's more to come. Lin Chen said confidently. Of course, Brother Chin, you can definitely catch an even bigger one. In this competition, we are guaranteed to win. Jin Chen glanced at Su Yang, who still had no news. Bro, is this master competing with someone else? Are there any experts on site? No way. Who here could compare to this master? Isn't that just asking for trouble? He just arrived and caught a 20-some gene big fish. Who could compare? The people around couldn't believe that someone was competing with this master. There actually is. It's just that he hasn't caught anything yet. Isn't he sitting over there? Jin Chung disdainfully glanced at